Chapter 1. People just really want it. Warm reminder. The sequence of the apocalypse is as follows. Extreme heat disasters, torrential rain floods, and the frigid ice age. In the text, the period preceding the extreme cold is collectively referred to as the prelude to the apocalypse. In reality, the apocalypse has already begun with the onset of high temperatures. Please be aware, and I wish you a pleasant reading experience. Am I dreaming? Li Chang'an stood before the mirror, his hands propped against the damp marble countertop, staring blankly at the youthful visage reflected back at him. This is utterly absurd after all. Rebirth is a trope reserved for novels and television dramas. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck the mirror with his fist. Bang! In the next instant, alarming cracks spread outward from the point of impact, shards of glass cascading to the floor. Cold droplets mingled with sweat slid down Li Chang'an's face, and aside from the sound of running water, the only other noise in the bathroom was his rapid breathing. As he felt the genuine pain radiating from his fist, Li Chang'an ultimately accepted the harsh reality of his forced rebirth. It seems that all of this is indeed real. Still shaken, Li Chang'an hastily grabbed a towel from the rack beside him to wipe his face and reached out to turn off the faucet. Shaking off the water from his hands, he opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Surveying the familiar furnishings of the room and the pleasant temperature of the air, Li Chang'an endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions before moving to the bedside table to pick up his phone. August 11th, 2062. I actually reincarnated a month before the apocalypse? The date displayed on the phone screen was seared into his memory, for in just 1 month, a week-long global downpour would herald the onset of the apocalypse, coinciding with the deadly rays unleashed by the explosion of a blue giant star 17 light-years away, forcibly dragging human civilization into a new glacial age. This meant that humanity would face the most brutal test in history in just 1 month. Before Li Chang'an could dwell on the precariousness of his life over the past 2 years, the mournful sound of a train whistle outside snapped him back to reality. Chun Wen, this time, I shall ensure that you find no escape. A silhouette gradually emerged in the depths of Li Chang'an's gaze, soon to be engulfed by an ocean of resentment. In his past life, Li Chang'an had sacrificed everything for Chun Wen. Even after entering the barriers constructed by the Jiangnan War Zone, he did not forget to secure her and her friend's safety. Little did he know that this wretched woman had long been entangled with the wealthy heir of the Wei Group, Wei Shihao, and that the day before the apocalypse Morothy would secretly become engaged behind his back. What was even more infuriating was that in their quest to become endowed with supernatural powers, this treacherous couple had schemed to murder him, drinking his spinal fluid before his very eyes. The more Li Chang'an contemplated, the more his hatred intensified, especially upon seeing the mocking couple's photograph on the bedside table. As his fury threatened to boil over, ready to smash the picture of that vile woman, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. His hand had yet to touch the frame when a black void materialized beneath it, sucking the photo along with the bedside lamp into its depths. Li Chang'an stared in astonishment at this scene. What is? As someone who had survived for 2 years in the apocalypse as an enhanced ability user, he had a bold idea regarding this bizarre occurrence. With a mere thought, his consciousness was suddenly transported into a vast, white expanse. From a godlike perspective, he beheld the seemingly infinite space, where the picture frame and lamp floated like a grain of sand in the ocean, leaving Li Chang'an utterly astonished. If he was not mistaken, this was an alternate dimensional space. However, he had encountered space-type ability users in his past life, and it was said that the maximum storage capacity was merely 10 square meters. So, how could this space be so immense? Li Chang'an did not dwell too long on this, as shock gave way to overwhelming joy. After all, with a month remaining before the apocalypse, possessing this boundless alternate dimensional space opened up countless possibilities for him. The summer cicadas and the bustling traffic of Jiangxing roused the still slumbering city. Having completed his morning routine, Li Chang'an departed from his dormitory to work at Ningzhou Port Group Company, Limited, which operated under a bi-weekly schedule. As a graduate of Jiangxing University, Li Chang'an held the position of a management trainee, with his current responsibilities centering around familiarizing himself with port management operations in preparation for future placement. Given the impending apocalypse, Li Chang'an had no need to waste time here after all. The end of the world would soon engulf the planet. In the face of the apocalypse, all lives are equal. Death does not discriminate based on wealth or social status. Yet, empowered by his memories, he began to notice an intriguing trend. It seemed that some major Western nations had anticipated the forthcoming events. Certain wealthy capitalists were conspiring to secretly transport goods stored in Huaxia through Ningzhou Port, the world's largest port by throughput for the past 14 years. What one might ask is of utmost importance in the face of the apocalypse. It is neither wealth nor power, but the resources essential for survival. And fortuitously, Li Chang'an possessed an empty, alternate-dimensional space awaiting to be filled. Heeding the adage heaven does not take back what it is given, Li Chang'an was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Thus, he arrived at the office half an hour early, clocked in, and drove the company car straight to Ningzhou Port. Recalling his memories of the port, Li Chang'an embarked on a whirlwind tour of the entire container stacking area, making crucial markings at locations where major corporations like Hankyu, Walmart, and Sam's Club stored their goods. In the afternoon, he then visited the bonded port area and warehouses adjacent to Ningzhou Port. As an internal staff member, he enjoyed unrestricted access thanks to his employee ID. Upon returning to the company to clock out, he had nearly memorized the locations of all the surveillance cameras. After changing out of his work uniform in the locker room, Li Chang'an mentally reviewed every point he had scouted that day while heading toward the restroom. Having spent the entire day wandering the port area, he had yet to use the restroom. However, to his surprise, there were no toilets in sight. Before Li Chang'an could fully process this revelation, a woman's voice abruptly called out from behind. Li Chang'an? Turning to face the voice, he encountered a stunning young woman with flowing black hair, clad in a winered bodycon dress that accentuated her curves, standing in the restroom doorway, her brows furrowed in an expression of disdain. Li Chang'an regarded her, and fragments of memories regarding this girl surfaced in his mind. Her name was Zhang Mingjia, a quintessential urban young, professional vain, materialistic, and possessing a deeply ingrained double standard when it came to feminism. Zhang Mingjia glared at Li Chang'an with hostility and coldly remarked, "This is the ladies' room. What are you doing here?" Li Chang'an felt a surge of irritation. He despised such an accusatory tone reminiscent of an interrogator, especially since Zhang Mingjia, much like that wretched Chen Wenwen, was a gold digger. "What else would I do in a restroom? Am I supposed to engage with you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingjia's mind conjured images of explicit scenes between men and women in restrooms, her cheeks flushing as she fixated on Li Chang'an. She had not anticipated Li Chang'an's crude and forthright retort. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, Li Chang'an had no time to spare for Zhang Mingjia's antics with less than a month until the apocalypse. Every moment was crucial. "Is there anything else? If not, please step aside." With that, Li Chang'an brushed past Zhang Mingjia and departed. Zhang Mingjia stood frozen, momentarily at a loss as to who had truly entered the wrong restroom. Could it be that I misunderstood him? Zhang Mingjia found herself questioning her perception clearly. It was Li Chang'an who had erred, yet his unapologetic and assertive demeanor made it seem as though she was the one in the wrong. In that moment, her emotions were in turmoil. She had already been annoyed at work, and now her agitation only mounted. Suddenly, a growl from her stomach interrupted her thoughts. She hurriedly entered the ladies' room in her high heels, sitting on the toilet and retrieving the latest model of her fruit-themed smartphone from her Hermes handbag, opening Weibo. "Does anyone understand? Today, I encountered a truly insufferable man at the office." After composing her post, Zhang Mingjia pressed send. Just as her Weibo post was successfully published, a WeChat notification chimed in, revealing a message from her boyfriend, Manager Song. "Babe, what are you up to?" Zhang Mingjia casually replied, "Working overtime at the office. Shall I come pick you up in the evening? I ordered some clothes for you online the other day. Let's try them on at the hotel." "Clothes?" Zhang Mingjia immediately recalled what Manager Song referred to. But for some reason, her mind was inundated with memories of Li Chang'an's lewd remarks and the imaginative postures that accompanied them. A shiver ran through her, and she shook her head, attempting to dispel those distasteful images. To distract herself, she redirected her thoughts toward her beloved luxury items. "Handbag?" A glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhang Mingjia's eyes as she quickly replied to Manager Song. "Babe, I can't tonight. I have to work overtime." "Ye? Overtime?" Yeah, Hermes recently released a new handbag that I really want, so I plan to work extra to earn some money. Zhang Mingjia did not explicitly state her intentions, but subtly hinted to her boyfriend, manager Song. However, if darling, you could buy it for me. Eh? Didn't I just buy you a bag last week? But it seems like I really want it, you know? This. Noticing her boyfriend manager Song hesitating, Zhang Mingjia slightly raised her luscious red lips, activated the front camera, and struck a particularly alluring pose. She snapped a few photos of herself, clad in minimal attire while seated on the toilet, and sent them to manager Song. As expected, he immediately capitulated. Humph, what a stubborn one, forcing me to unleash my ultimate weapon. Zhang Mingjia triumphantly gazed at manager Song's reply, then opened the photos she had just taken, intending to admire her own beauty. To her surprise, she soon noticed something peculiar. What is this? Zhang Mingjia magnified the image on her phone screen. There appeared to be a red that near the ventilation grill at the lower left corner behind the toilet. Furrowing her brows, she leaned down to inspect the ventilation. Within the vent, a miniature camera was glaringly visible. Chapter 2. Why were you secretly filming in the women's restroom? The following morning, Li Chang'an went to the office as usual. He had originally planned to clock in and then sneak off to the port area to continue his investigations, checking for any overlooked surveillance footage. However, before he could even exit the company's front door, he was intercepted by two security guards and taken to the office of his supervisor. What followed was an internal inquiry. Li Chang'an, if you admit that the pinhole camera in the women's restroom was placed by you, I might consider merely firing you. As he lifted his gaze, a pair of long, elegant legs adorned with black stockings came into view. Before him stood a voluptuous woman, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes beneath frameless glasses surveying him with utter disdain, as if he were refused. Her name was Li Xiangjuan, the deputy director of human resources at Ningzhou Port Group Company, Limited. This incident of clandestine filming is extraordinarily grave. It is the first of its kind since our establishment. The security department has already intervened in the investigation. If you remain so obstinate, I can no longer assist you. As she spoke, Li Xiangjuan cast her gaze upon Li Chang'an, attempting to glean information from his expressions. Yet, Li Chang'an's demeanor left her disappointed. He appeared utterly perplexed, resembling a bewildered university student. After listening for a while, Li Chang'an finally grasped the entire situation. It seemed there had been a similar incident of covert filming within the company in his previous life, but the culprit had been swiftly identified then. No, if that person truly was the perpetrator, it would not be him sitting here now. This meant that individual back then must have also been scapegoated. On the other hand, observing the silent Li Chang'an, Li Xiangjuan retracted her gaze, her brows knitting slightly. This naive boy still had the audacity to feign indifference at such a critical juncture? Indeed, he wouldn't shed tears until faced with coffin. We are currently in a crucial period for the group. The higher-ups place immense importance on the company's image. Hence, there remains a certain latitude for action regarding your situation. But this is only until the security department acquires concrete evidence. Seeing that Li Chang'an still had no intention of speaking, Li Xiangjuan withdrew her gaze. Think carefully. Li Chang'an organized his thoughts and looked at Li Xiangjuan, the deputy director of human resources. Upon noticing his willingness to finally speak up, Li Xiangjuan thought he was about to crack under pressure and prepare for a confession. Amidst her disdain for Li Chang'an, a subtle thrill of victory bubbled within her. Have you finally come to your senses? Li Xiangjuan leisurely sashayed towards the desk, her graceful waist swaying. With each click of her heels, her hand discreetly activated the recording function on her phone. Now, tell me, why did you engage in such activities in the women's restroom? To avoid raising suspicion, Li Xiangjuan subtly distanced herself from the desk. Now, if Li Chang'an were to confess, this scandal would not tarnish her year-end evaluation. If handled adeptly, it might even serve as a positive addition. With this thought, a barely perceptible smile graced Li Xiangjuan's lips. Deputy Director Li, I have already stated numerous times that this is truly a misunderstanding. Li Chang'an explained. The pinhole camera you mentioned was not placed by me. Enough! Li Xiangjuan interjected coldly, cutting off Li Chang'an's attempts at defense. Li Chang'an, you must understand this is not some schoolyard prank. I am trying to help you if you do not admit it now. All that awaits you is the police and prison. Li Chang'an stared speechlessly at the arrogant Li Xiangjuan, who had already branded him as the perverted voyeur. Before he could formulate a rebuttal, a knock sounded at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiangjuan composed herself and said indifferently, "Come in." Then, a security personnel entered, approached the imperious Li Xiangjuan, and whispered something in her ear. After the security personnel left the office, she did not look back at Li Chang'an, but leisurely walked to her desk. "You are fortunate the surveillance cameras near the restroom happened to be under maintenance and did not capture anything." As she spoke, Li Xiangjuan quietly deactivated the recording function on her phone. "The cameras near the vending machine did capture your image, so you have temporarily passed this hurdle." Li Chang'an. What did it mean to have temporarily passed? This whole incident had nothing to do with him. Li Xiangjuan turned around, her eyes briefly scanning Li Chang'an, who was staring at her. Her brows furrowed. She said coldly, "Now, you may resume your work. Is that it?" Even a clay bodhisattva has a temper furthermore. He had just traversed into this world and was on the verge of becoming a scapegoat. "Deputy Director Li, since this matter is a misunderstanding, do you have nothing else to say to me?" Li Chang'an looked at Li Xiangjuan with a displeased expression. Having wronged him, she should at least offer an apology. However, Li Xiangjuan remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Li Chang'an's feelings and displaying no desire to apologize. "No, you may leave." Just as Li Chang'an was about to open the office door to leave, Li Ziangjan's voice rang out again. "Wait, until your suspicions are completely cleared, you will remain in the company during this time." "Understood." Li Chang'an did not engage in further debate with Li Xiangjuan and pushed the door open to exit. At present, he was merely a lowly intern at Ningzhou Port Group. Li Xiangjuan was his direct superior. Creating a rift with her would not benefit his upcoming plans. Nonetheless, as he stepped out of the office and turned a corner, he overheard colleagues in his department discussing him. Did Li Chang'an really do it? This kid has been here for over 3 months. He rarely speaks and looks rather sleazy. Doesn't seem like a good person. Who else could it be? No wonder he never attends departmental gatherings. Turns out he was off doing such disgusting things. How revolting. How did the company hire this pervert? Upon seeing Li Chang'an enter, their voices abruptly ceased, but their varied expressions revealed everything. Li Chang'an couldn't be bothered to explain. Those with a clear conscience need not defend themselves. No matter how eloquently he spoke, any further explanation would be futile. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, whether these people would survive was already a question mark. It was merely a bit of wind and frost. There was no need to fuss over it. Li Chang'an cast a cold glance at them before returning to his workstation, idly passing the time. At precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Li Chang'an prepared to conclude his day of idleness and clock out, a familiar scent of Dior perfume wafted into his nostrils. Then, a mature, aloof voice unexpectedly rang out from behind him. "Are you fishing for gossip while at work? Do you think this company is your home?" Chapter 3. A Date with the Elegant Superior. At the mention of those words, Li Chang'an nearly toppled from his chair. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Li Xiangjuan, her mature and intellectually alluring visage framed by her rimless glasses. The expression in her eyes was one of palpable irritation that he quickly regained his composure, calmly closing the search page on his computer screen. "Deputy Director Li, what's wrong with checking the news after work? You seem to be quite the busybody." The moment those words escaped his lips, a dozen pairs of eyes in the office turned in shock, and no one had anticipated that Li Chang'an, a mere intern, would dare to confront Li Xiangjuan. That it was important to note that today's interns were merely management trainees, yet to be assigned a formal position. Consequently, Li Xiangjuan, as the Human Resources Deputy Director, was his direct superior. Holding the power over Li Chang'an's transition to a permanent role within the company, that Li Xiangjuan, arms crossed, was equally taken aback. However, she dismissed it as Li Chang'an's response to the unjust treatment he had received from her that morning. Had she not needed him for a specific task, she would have already ordered him to pack his things and leave. The others in the office were all eyes on Li Xiangjuan, curious to see how she would handle the situation with Li Chang'an. "Everyone else may leave for the day," Li Xiangjuan said, her brow slightly furrowed, after leaving that statement in the now silent office. She strode back to her office in her high heels. "You stay back and come to my office." Li Chang'an stood up, a nonchalant expression on his face as he followed her into the office. Inside, He had anticipated a reprimand, or perhaps a complaint about his meager salary. He had envisioned every conceivable workplace scenario under such circumstances. However, he never expected this aloof superior would suddenly ask, "Do you know how to drive?" Huh? Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation. Was this woman playing with contrasts? What kind of car are you referring to? Cars come in various forms, both abstract and concrete. Some requiring a license while others do not. And among those that do, there are classifications with their own complexities that Li Xiangjuan, not meeting his gaze, casually placed her phone into her LV handbag that a regular car. Like a BMW did Li Chang'an studied this enigmatic woman, confirming she was not jesting, that I can drive a bit, that I in his previous life, he had obtained his C1 license during the summer of his freshman year. Coupled with the driving skills he honed during his concentrated training in the Jiangnan war zone, handling a BMW was second nature to him. But that's good, she nodded. There's a business gathering this evening, and you'll be accompanying me. So she sought him out to serve as her free chauffeur. He had no intention of working overtime. The paltry internship salary he received hardly warranted such effort. 3,500 a month was hardly worth the trouble. Besides, he had significant plans for the evening that Li Chang'an was about to decline outright when Li Xiangjuan interjected, "I'll offer you triple overtime pay, and it's at a resort in the outskirts. Great food there. You can have a bite." Seeing the unspoken apology in her words, Li Chang'an was somewhat taken aback. After all, his impression of Li Xiangjuan had always been of someone haughty, with an air of superiority. Now, it seemed this arrogant superior was rather reasonable, at least not as acerbic as she appeared on the surface. Wait, a resort in the outskirts, before my demise. Wei Shihao had mentioned the place where he and Chun Wen had supposedly gotten engaged. It seemed to be a resort. Could it be such a coincidence? Are you talking about the Banshe Bay Resort? You know that place? Li Xiangjuan was somewhat astonished. How could a poor student like Li Chang'an have any connection to such an exclusive venue? Li Chang'an offered no explanation. All right, I can go with you. The triple pay was secondary. He primarily wished to assist his superior. Recalling memories from his past life, he remembered that Li Xiangjuan had indeed not come to work the next day, supposedly due to an accident involving her car and a tree. After traversing the southeastern outskirts of Jiangxing for over half an hour on the Ring Road and spiraling through the suburban highways for nearly 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the Banshui Bay Resort. Following Li Xiangjuan's instructions, Li Chang'an parked near a restaurant. From the outside, the establishment appeared unremarkable, yet the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, and G-Class Mercedes, hinting at its exclusivity. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Xiangjuan elegantly bent to retrieve her LV handbag. Casting a glance at Li Chang'an, who stood before the car, seemingly dazed, she felt a wave of disdain. A naive, impoverished student. This was likely his first encounter with such a high-end venue. However, as Li Chang'an turned away, she masked her coldness well, merely gesturing for him to follow. Li Xiangjuan had claimed she wanted Li Chang'an to accompany her to a business gathering, but in reality, she merely assigned him to a corner table in the lobby, instructing him to order whatever he liked while she ascended to the high-end private room on the 5th floor, accompanied by the attentive staff. In the lobby, Li Chang'an had little interest in the business gathering. Thus he had no objections to her arrangement, but he stood there, gazing up at the banner that read, "Congratulations to Mr. Wei Shihao and Ms. Chun Wen on their engagement." The bright and festive banner felt like a dagger, piercing through Li Chang'an's heart. He let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing his girlfriend was getting engaged while he remained oblivious. What an ironic and pitiful twist of fate. Li Chang'an? As anger began to boil within him, Li Chang'an quickly concealed the murderous intent in his eyes, but he turned to see a familiar face filled with surprise in the distance. Zhao Siki? The newcomer was an old acquaintance, the best friend and strategist of his girlfriend, Chen Wenwen. Today she was elegantly made up, her hairstyle and gown coordinated perfectly, nearly causing Li Chang'an to fail to recognize her. Zhao Siki appeared even more astonished than Li Chang'an. "Oh, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" Li Chang'an replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhao Siki. Noting her expression and attire indicated she was also a guest at Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao's engagement party. Recalling how he had once showered Zhao Siki with gifts out of affection for Chen Wenwen, Li Chang'an felt a wave of disgust. Zhao Siki frowned at his response that A.S. Chen Wenwen's close friend. She was accustomed to his previous obsequiousness, so his current demeanor was perplexing. Could it be? He has discovered something. Did you come alone? She scrutinized Li Chang'an, her mind racing. Although she had no idea why he was here. One thing was certain. Chen Wenwen would never invite him to tonight's engagement party that Li Chang'an had intended to retort, stating he could be wherever he pleased, but he abruptly changed his mind. I came with my superior. Your superior? Zhao Siki noted the nonchalant expression on Li Chang'an's face. Sensing he was not feigning to ask Chen Wenwen's friend, she was well aware of Li Chang'an's infatuation, of course. If Li Chang'an truly knew that his girlfriend was getting engaged to Wei Shihao here, he wouldn't be so composed. Nevertheless, Zhao Siki remained vigilant. Whether by coincidence or blunder, she could not allow Li Chang'an to linger. She needed to divert him before he noticed the engagement banner. Stop making excuses. Wenwen is sick at home, and you're here having fun. How can you face her? Zhao Siki's brows furrowed as she chastised him earnestly. Had it been the Li Chang'an of his previous life, he might have been easily intimidated by her. Ditto. Wenwen is sick again, Li Chang'an asked, feigning interest. You don't know your girlfriend is sick, and you still have the audacity to ask me? Zhao Siki glared at him, pretending to be exasperated. I truly feel for one. Li Chang'an remained silent. Seeing his lack of response, Zhao Siki felt a surge of triumph and quickly seized the opportunity to pull him outside. What are you standing there for? Go outside and call Wenwen. Li Chang'an followed Zhao Siki out of the hotel, arriving at a secluded spot. Zhao Siki had no intention of allowing Li Chang'an to call Chen Wenwen, knowing full well that she was likely with Wei Shihao at that moment. How would it reflect if Li Chang'an called her? Just as Li Chang'an was about to dial, Zhao Siki impatiently snatched his phone from him. What are you doing taking my phone? Zhao Siki, feeling relieved, spoke coldly. Do you really think Wenwen needs a few words of concern from you over the phone right now? Li Chang'an regarded this dramatic woman, thinking she would have made a fine actress had she pursued a career in the film industry. And what else should I do? If I were you, I would immediately take a taxi to the hospital. Zhao Siki crossed her arms and pointed out. Wenwen needs your company the most right now. You fool. Company, you say. The night was dim, and Zhao Siki remained oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Li Chang'an's gaze as she casually opened a ride-hailing app on WeChat. I've already ordered a car for you. You can leave now. To ensure absolute certainty, Zhao Siki insisted on watching Li Chang'an get into the vehicle as she spoke. They exited the resort in single file. However, instead of staying on the main road, Li Chang'an veered into a side path. Aren't we at the pickup point yet? Zhao Siki asked impatiently after walking for a while. Unbeknownst to her, Li Chang'an had quietly canceled the ride upon receiving his phone. Noticing Zhao Siki's inquiry, he surveyed the surroundings, paused, and indifferently replied, We've arrived. Chapter 4. Encountering Bad Girls. Don't waste it. Li Chang'an, are you mistaken? There's not even a light here. How can this be the pickup point? The surrounding darkness stirred a sense of unease within Zhao Siki. Shall we wait on the main road instead? You're mistaken. This is indeed not the pickup point. Li Chang'an turned to gaze at Zhao Siki, his eyes chillingly cold. Zhao Siki, seemingly still oblivious to the situation, was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed with anger. Li Chang'an, are you out of your mind? Why are you here if this isn't the pickup point? Because this is about to be the end of your life. What do you mean? As Zhao Siki watched Li Chang'an approach leisurely, an inexplicable fear gripped her heart. She furrowed her brow, wondering if it was the alcohol affecting her. How could she possibly be afraid of someone like Li Chang'an? On September 15th last year, Wei Shihao gifted you an LV bag to thank you for helping him pursue Chen Wenwen. During last year's National Day, you and Chen Wenwen falsely claimed to be traveling together to the Mountain City, when in fact, you were creating opportunities for Wei Shihao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have returned alone ahead of time. Then on April 17th, to cover for that wretched Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao's date, you just like today, lied about her being ill. Li Chang'an indifferently recounted every instance where Zhao Siki had aided this treacherous couple, not even including what he was unaware of. The once arrogant Zhao Siki grew increasingly anxious with each revelation. Snapping, what nonsense are you spouting? Wenwen is still unwell, and you dare suspect her of infidelity. Are you even human, Li Chang'an? Still putting on an act? Don't you think about what you're saying before you lie? Your script hasn't changed even a bit, Li Chang'an scoffed. And you don't honestly believe I'm unaware that today is the engagement banquet for that couple, do you? Zhao Siki, who had initially intended to continue her defense, was taken aback by Li Chang'an's mention of the very thing she wished to conceal, that Why You How. Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself retreating as Li Chang'an drew closer, and in her high heels. She stumbled, stepping on a stone and falling to the ground. Da-da! That hurts. In response to Zayasiki's cry of pain, Li Chang'an exhibited no semblance of compassion. Then he knelt before her, grasped her chin, and with a curious tone remarked, "Don't concern yourself with how I know. Just tell me, do you deserve to die?" Zayasiki stared into Li Chang'an's cold, profound eyes, and the tranquility of his words sent a chill down her spine. Coming back to her senses, she raised her hand to free herself from his intrusive grip. That Li Chang'an, are you insane? How dare you? What is wrong? No longer pretending. Learning that Li Chang'an was privy to everything, Zayasiki's fears dissipated, and she had had enough of her so-called friend's relentless pressure. "Oh, what if I did all this? Look at yourself. You're nothing but cheap goods. Wei Shihao could offer a single gesture that surpasses your entire annual salary. What do you have to compare against him? And what can you offer Qin Wenwen in terms of happiness? I was merely helping Wenwen seek true happiness. What is wrong with that? Should I die? If you're so bold, why not just storm up to the third floor of the hotel and kill Qin Wenwen and Wei Shihao? To flaunt your bravado here doesn't make you a man. It's utterly pathetic." With each word Zayasiki uttered, the icy demeanor in Li Chang'an's eyes intensified. Observing Li Chang'an's unyielding demeanor, Zayasiki's contempt grew, and she became more brazen. "So what if I say I deserve to die? If you have the guts, kill me right now." As she spoke, Zayasiki, seemingly unsatisfied, pulled a small knife from her Gucci handbag and hurled it at Li Chang'an. "Come on. You were so arrogant just now. I've even prepared a knife for you." However, the moment Zayasiki finished her words, regret washed over her when she saw Li Chang'an actually retrieve the knife. That a sense of dread crept into her heart. What if this man truly lashed out at her? Yet she soon calmed herself, thinking that if Li Chang'an had the audacity, he wouldn't have merely stood around in the hotel lobby looking dazed. Furthermore, given the well-placed surveillance in the resort, she felt emboldened to continue her taunts. "There are so many cameras in the resort capturing us leaving together. Do you really think you could escape if you killed me? You mean these?" Just as Zayasiki finished speaking, Li Chang'an snapped his fingers. Zayasiki, bewildered by Li Chang'an's sudden behavior, was left dumbfounded as a black hole appeared beside them, and a multitude of surveillance cameras clattered to the ground. How did you do that?" Seeing the cameras scattered on the ground, Zayasiki was utterly stunned. When had Li Chang'an dismantled these cameras? But before she could finish her thought, a knife precisely pierced her neck. "You talk too much." To Li Chang'an's calm, indifferent voice echoed in Zayasiki's ears. "Now you can die." Zayasiki looked at Li Chang'an in shock, feeling a sweet taste in her throat. That as she prepared to lower her head, an intense pain surged through her mind. Warm blood gushed forth from her neck and mouth as Zayasiki's face twisted in terror. She wanted to say something, but her mouth filled with blood rendered her speechless. Li Chang'an, concerned about blood staining his clothes, had already stepped back a meter away. Compared to Zayasiki's panicked attempts to halt the flow of life, he preferred her earlier defiant demeanor. Only when Zayasiki's consciousness began to fade, collapsing in a pool of blood, did Li Chang'an approach. Before personally severing her head, he politely remarked, "I'll borrow your head for a moment." That as the saying goes, when encountering a good girl, don't miss out. When encountering a bad girl, don't waste it. Even in her final moments, having some residual energy to exert, Old Li, can consider it a bit of karmic merit for you. Rest assured, that treacherous couple will soon join you. After storing Zayasiki's body and head in a different dimension, Li Chang'an returned to the resort under the moonlight. In the back kitchen of the restaurant, Li Chang'an, donning a service staff uniform, seamlessly blended into the bustling team. Time swiftly progressed to 7:30 p.m. As Li Chang'an, alongside numerous staff members, pushed a food cart into the freight elevator to the third floor's Phoenix Hall. Fragmented voices emerged from the slightly ajar ornate doors. "Wenwen, to encounter you amidst the vast sea of people is the greatest fortune of my life. Wei Shihao. Today, in the presence of so many friends and family, I hope you will agree to marry me." Chapter 5. Difficult to handle? Then don't handle at the moment Li Chang'an opened the hall door. A chorus of voices surged into his ears. Agree to him. Agree to him. At the forefront of dozens of dining tables, a spotlight illuminated a couple beneath its glow. The man, clad in a pristine white bespoke suit, knelt on one knee, cradling a bouquet of 99 roses, his smile radiant. Opposite him stood the object of his affections. None other than Chen Wenwen, the girlfriend of Li Chang'an for 4 years. Nay, one might say his fiancée, for Li Chang'an had dutifully paid the bride price of 388,888 as per her family's wishes. Li Chang'an lingered at the back of the crowd, observing the fiancé, who had bestowed upon him the crown of infidelity upon his recent rebirth. Setting aside the bitter truth, one could not deny that Chen Wenwen possessed an exquisite beauty. Dressed in a flowing gown of moonlight white, she exuded an elegance that was unparalleled. Her already statuesque figure revealed a shyness that Li Chang'an had never witnessed before. Perhaps this was the authentic visage of Chen Wenwen. She was not the aloof goddess of his dreams, but rather an ordinary girl, capable of joy and anger, fond of binge-watching dramas, and unafraid to reveal her vulnerable side before someone she cherished. Alas, that someone was no longer Li Chang'an. On stage, Chen Wenwen appeared blissfully oblivious to Li Chang'an's presence beside the door of the private room, amidst the jubilant cheers akin to a constellation of stars surrounding the moon. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a delicate lotus, overwhelmed by shyness that I do. Though the success of the proposal was a foregone conclusion, witnessing Chen Wenwen accept the roses and love of her suitor, Wei Shihao, filled his heart with an undeniable joy, prompting him to embrace her fervently. "Kiss her! Kiss her!" the surrounding crowd chanted, and Chen Wenwen, blushing sweetly, complied, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. However, just as she was about to lose herself in the ardent kiss from her wealthy boyfriend, she caught sight of a familiar face through the throng. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chang'an? She gazed incredulously at him, standing by the door. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be at Ningzhou port, laboring tirelessly to afford her a birthday gift? Moreover, she distinctly remembered that his name was absent from the invitation list. The sight of Li Chang'an rendered Chen Wenwen as if she had seen a ghost. Her mind racing with confusion, in an instant. Her hands turned clammy, and the romantic atmosphere evaporated. Li Chang'an's indifferent demeanor only served to stiffen her resolve. Sensing the change in his fiancée, Wei Shihao, after their kiss, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, thanking those around them. The engagement banquet, which was meant to be a celebration, seamlessly transitioned into the dining phase. Yet, throughout the evening, Chen Wenwen remained distracted, occasionally scanning the room for Li Chang'an, fearful that he might disrupt the engagement ceremony and jeopardize her chance to marry into wealth. At one point, she excused herself to the restroom. Inside, seated atop the toilet lid, Chen Wenwen retrieved her latest Apple phone from her Hermes handbag and opened WeChat, sending a message to Li Chang'an, whose contact was saved under the image of a fish. Li Chang'an, where are you right now? Who brought you here? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Li Chang'an, reply to me. Chang'an, I intended to tell you later because I feared you wouldn't take it well that I know you have feelings for me and have done so much for me. Truly, I appreciate your care and contributions to my family over the years. However, love is about feelings and fate. I have tried to love you, but realized I have always regarded you as merely a good friend. Seeing me find genuine happiness, you will be happy for me, right? In the hotel kitchen, Li Chang'an felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. While chewing on a piece of sushi, he fished out his phone, startled by the barrage of messages from Wenwen Baby. Was this woman out of her mind? Hadn't she just accepted Wei Shihao's proposal? How could she still have the presence of mind to chat with another man at such a gathering? As he unlocked his phone and opened the chat, another message popped up. Chang'an, are you reading this? Please don't do anything rash. Let me explain. Li Chang'an scrolled through Chen Wenwen's previous messages. What a revelation. She was worried he might cause a scene upon seeing her with someone else. The audacity. For years, he had tirelessly devoted himself to her, even selling his house for her father's medical expenses. Yet she had never clearly defined their relationship, accepting his unwavering care without hesitation while fostering the illusion of a shared future, only to now declare they were just friends, was a betrayal of the highest order. In short, she had calculated that he paled in comparison to the wealth of Wei Shihao and deemed him unworthy. Little did she know, Li Chang'an was no longer the lovesick fool he once was, willing to sacrifice everything for her. To prevent this shallow, thoughtless woman from further complicating matters, he chose to cut off all communication, powering down his phone. Do you think my presence at your engagement would create discomfort? Fine, if that's the case, then let it be. Just as Li Chang'an switched off his phone, Chen 11 in the restroom, press the call button. Unfortunately, all she received was the automated message stating that the number was out of service. Meanwhile, at the engagement banquet, Wei Shihao noticed Chen 11's prolonged absence and messaged her, concerned something might be amiss. Chen 11 replied that she would return shortly and, feeling absent-minded, exited the restroom. Upon returning to the Phoenix Hall, she scanned the room anxiously, relieved to find no sign of Li Chang'an. She reflected that she must have been mistaken. How could someone like him, who toiled daily, appear here without any warning, even if he knew? Surely he couldn't bypass the security checks. Reassured, Chen 11 regained her composure, returning to her poised and elegant demeanor as she settled beside her fiancé, Wei Shihao, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for her graceful presence. As she took her seat, the hall manager overseeing the event glanced around, then spoke into his intercom. "Kitchen, this is the Phoenix Hall. We are ready for the main course." "Received." "We are prepared," came the reply from the kitchen. Soon, the doors to the Phoenix Hall swung open once more, and a procession of 20 waiters entered, each carrying a silver-clad dish, which they placed at the center of each table. "Ladies and gentlemen, this dish is said to be the award-winning creation of a Michelin-starred chef brought in from abroad," Wei Shihao announced, standing graciously as he lifted the silver cover while introducing the dish to the guest of honor. However, before Wei Shihao could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream shattered the celebratory atmosphere. "Da-da!" The sudden shriek startled Wei Shihao, causing him to drop the silver cover onto the table with a clatter. The sight within the dish was far from a Michelin-starred masterpiece. It was, in fact, a bloodied human head. This head was none other than the severed gift Li Chang'an had acquired from Chen 11's dear friend, Zhao Siki, to present to her as an engagement token. Though he preferred to remain low-key and did not seek recognition for his actio, this engagement banquet, which was meant to be a joyous occasion for the hosts and guests alike, was abruptly marred by the shocking appearance of a bloodied, severed head. Amidst the cacophony of a clown's alarm bell, the festivities had to be cut short, compelling all attendees to redirect their course towards the police station for a rather unorthodox tea session, thus commencing the second act of the evening. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an had already extracted Zhao Siki's head from a dimension beyond, seamlessly placing it onto a serving platter during a fleeting moment as he brushed past a waiter before making his discreet exit. He remained indifferent as to whether this undoubtedly stunning main course would reach the table of Chen 11 and Wei Shihao. All that mattered was that the outcome aligned with his desires, and a minor deviation in the process was inconsequential. Simultaneously, this engagement banquet soon sparked a frenzy online. Key phrases such as luxurious engagement banquet, Michelin 3-star chef, a severed head belonging to the bride's close friend, and hundreds of social elites may seem rather mundane when isolated, but when woven together, they create a sensational narrative that dominates the trending topics in this era of entertainment. Shock! A severed head of the bride's close friend appears at the Wei family group's engagement banquet. Braised head as the main course, the engagement banquet unveils the Michelin 3-star chef's award-winning secrets. A sudden turn of events at the engagement banquet of the Wei group's heir, with the bride's close friend daringly intervening. Just 20 minutes before the police arrived, outside the restaurant, Li Xiangjuan emerged alongside director's son, who was reeking of alcohol. "Xiangjuan, your performance tonight was commendable," he said, his breath heavy with the scent of liquor as he jovially patted her shoulder. Yet he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, it lingered, slowly caressing the fabric of her attire. As he continued nonchalantly, "Several executives have a favorable impression of you." Noticing his inappropriate behavior, Li Xiangjuan furrowed her brow. Although she felt disgusted, she maintained a facade of composure. She merely sidestepped his hand, replying, "Director, you flatter me. It is thanks to your kind words." Director's son, pleased with her response, chuckled heartily before shifting the topic. "However, I've heard that today there was an incident of secret filming within the company. IT seems to be related to the trainee program you're overseeing." Li Xiangjuan was not surprised by his inquiry. The incident had already circulated throughout the company, making it impossible for the higher-ups to remain oblivious. She explained, "Regarding the restroom filming incident today, I have already collaborated with the security department for an investigation. It should have no connection to that trainee." Director's son nodded in agreement. "That's good to hear. With the year-end evaluations approaching, your chances for promotion this year are quite favorable." As he spoke, he reached out to caress her cheek. Li Xiangjuan did not flinch away immediately. Instead, she humbly said, "Thank you for your well wishes. I hope you continue to lend your support." His delight at her flattery was palpable. Of course, of course. His gaze unabashedly fixated on her neckline as he added. However, you are aware that the company is currently under scrutiny from the Securities Regulatory Commission, correct? If you could personally identify this secret photographer, your promotion would be virtually guaranteed. Li Xiangjuan, being astute, discerned the implications of his words. The internal filming incident necessitated a scapegoat. The higher-ups required accountability, and the employees of the group demanded justice. Moreover, she too needed leverage to secure her advancement. Rest assured, I know what needs to be done, she assured him. Director Sun acknowledged her with a grunt, his gaze lingering on the alluring woman before him, whose beauty was accentuated by the evening breeze that tousled her hair, igniting a fiery desire within him. You came here alone, didn't you? He queried, his fingers tracing her smooth, fair skin. Just as he was about to continue, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching through the tresses of her wind-swept hair. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his hand and straightened his tie. Feigning seriousness, Li Xiangjuan noted his sudden shift in demeanor and turned slightly to see Li Chang'an approaching. She responded nonchalantly, I had anticipated that tonight's gathering would involve drinking. So I arranged for someone to assist with driving. Under the night sky, Director Sun regarded the unexpected arrival of Li Chang'an, his displeasure momentarily flickering across his features. Indeed, one should never drive under the influence. Safety is paramount, he remarked, preparing to take his leave. Well then, let us part ways here. Do not disappoint me, of course, Director. Safe travels, she replied, as she watched the inebriated Director Sun re-enter the restaurant. Li Xiangjuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for her foresight in bringing Li Chang'an along, she would have found it quite challenging to navigate the evening with such a lecherous old man. Once Director Sun was dismissed, she resumed her usual poised demeanor. Have you had enough to eat? Still managing, he replied. Casting a cool glance at him, Li Xiangjuan noted his seemingly good spirits, since he did not proactively offer to reimburse her for the bill. She chose not to press the matter further. Shall we go? The two moved in tandem toward the parking lot. Li Chang'an proceeded directly to the driver's seat of the BMW sports car. Aware that Li Xiangjuan had invited him primarily to serve as her chauffeur, his recollection hinted that this assistant director, Li, had previously encountered an accident while driving home. Yet, Li Xiangjuan preempted him, opening the driver's side door and sitting inside. Get in, she said, casting a fleeting glance at Li Chang'an standing outside. Assistant Director Li, what? It's nothing. Since she insisted on driving, he refrained from objecting. After all, the car was not his, and he would not be at risk of being implicated in any potential DUI. He figured he would simply remain vigilant in the passenger seat, ready to alert her should any situation arise. As Li Chang'an maneuvered to enter the passenger seat, a young man in a flashy jacket nearby was left perplexed. Dressed in what appeared to be cheap, gaudy attire, he couldn't fathom how someone like him could be in the company of such an exquisite woman driving a BMW M3. He had been observing that woman for some time, and although he could not clearly see her profile, her strikingly alluring figure and flamboyant fashion left an indelible impression on him. He had initially assumed the young man was merely a chauffeur. Yet to his astonishment, he saw him occupy the passenger seat. As he pondered over this unexpected twist, he finished half a pack of cigarettes, still unable to comprehend how this man had charmed such a remarkable woman. What had he done wrong? Just as the jacket-clad youth was grappling with his confusion, the BMW M3 backed out from its parking spot and sped away on the outskirts of the city. Li Xiangjuan did not retrace her steps. After circumventing 3 blocks, she even veered off the national road, steering into a secluded side street. The narrow road, illuminated by dim yellow streetlights, offered greatly reduced visibility, particularly in the depths of night. Chang'an, you've been interning with us at Ningzhou Port Group for nearly 3 months now. Haven to you? Li Xiangjuan broke the silence. Li Chang'an responded with a nonchalant, uncertain of her intentions, I've noticed that your colleagues in the department seem to have a rather unfavorable impression of you. Li Chang'an shrugged. Really? I couldn't care less. Being misunderstood is a commonality in life. Being understood is a rare serendipity. With the end of days approaching, Li Chang'an, reborn, had no desire to squander time on trivial workplace socializing. Life does not offer definitive answers. Each individual has their own annotations. There is no need to overly concern oneself with the opinions of others or to reside in their world. As for those who relish gossiping behind closed doors, they could meet their demise wherever they please. It seems they are simply too idle. Perhaps you could assign them additional tasks. That way, they would have no time for office intrigue. He suggested that Li Xiangjun responded, "My point is that maintaining good relationships with colleagues is beneficial for work. Don't you wish to foster positive relations with everyone?" While driving, she surreptitiously observed Li Chang'an's expression, tentatively probing, "Or do you not intend to continue your career with our group? That's up to fate." He replied. Next to him, Li Xiangjun sensed that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid and deftly redirected the conversation back to the restroom filming incident. "What are your thoughts on today's incident regarding the secret filming in the ladies' restroom?" Li Chang'an's expression soured at her inquiry. "This woman just won tea, let it go. Will she? It wasn't me. How would I know?" Li Xiangjun maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze sliding past her glasses to gauge his reaction as she softly replied. "I was merely asking. There's no need to be emotional." The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. After a couple of minutes, Li Xiangjun sighed gently, breaking the silence. "I'll be frank with you. The internal response to this incident has been quite poor, and the upper management is aware of it. You are currently the prime suspect, which has led to a negative impression of you among the higher dash-ups." That Li Chang'an was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "But the security department's surveillance footage proves my innocence." "Doesn't it? The surveillance camera near the restroom is malfunctioning, but the one close to the vending machine indeed captured your image, which can only serve to temporarily exonerate you." Li Xiangjun spoke in a cold tone, her expression serious. "Moreover, the true culprit has yet to be apprehended, has he not?" Li Chang'an turned to face the Deputy Director of Human Resources, Li Xiangjun, directly. "Are you suggesting that you still suspect me?" Li Xiangjun did not deny it. "Ultimately, it boils down to your poor reputation within the company. No one trusts you." Li Chang'an felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Yet, he could understand the opinions of those who simply follow the crowd. Just like the rumors in the entertainment industry, the public may not genuinely care about the truth itself. They only believe in the facts they wish to see. Furthermore, it was Zhang Mingjia who maliciously labeled him as a perverted voyeur. Although she was also an intern in the management trainee program, her sweet appearance and feigned vulnerability before seasoned employees had garnered her considerable recognition over the past few months, given the circumstances. Li Chang'an was too apathetic to dwell on those dreadful rumors. Compared to Zhang Mingjia, a gold digger, he found himself more intrigued by why his proud superior, Li Xiangjun, was revisiting this matter at this moment. "Deputy Director Li, you have gone in circles to speak with me. Do you not have a solution?" Under Li Chang'an's intense gaze, Li Xiangjun shook her head without a glance elsewhere to know then. Li Chang'an was not surprised. He and Li Xiangjun were not related, as long as she did not take the opportunity to kick him while he was down, that if she were genuinely willing to assist him, that would indeed be a twist of fate. "What is your true intention?" In Li Chang'an's memory, Li Xiangjun was a quintessential urban elite woman. Such a capable individual would never act without reason. Her actions must be driven by a strong sense of purpose. He quickly recalled the events of the day. At the end of the workday, when so many people in the department had not yet left, she had specifically called upon him, her subordinate with a notoriously poor reputation, to accompany her to this so-called business gathering. Moreover, he had confronted her in front of so many people and was the primary suspect in the voyeurism incident. Chapter 8. Do you like me? Now that the so-called business gathering has concluded, Li Xiangjun not only refrained from allowing him to drive, but also did not take the quickest route back to Ningxing via the bypass highway. Instead, they took a lengthy detour, during which she required nothing of him, that if one were to suggest that this calculating and aloof superior of his had no ulterior motive, she would likely not believe it herself. Clearly, Li Xiangjun had not anticipated Li Chang'an's keen insight and directness. "What did you just say?" Li Xiangjun suddenly slammed on the brakes, caught off guard. "Deputy Director Li, you did not summon me out tonight merely for a simple dinner, did you?" Li Chang'an observed her with remarkable calmness, his demeanor shifting, akin to a seasoned negotiator well-versed in societal matters. "You are an intelligent person, yet I am not foolish. Let us skip the runaround. Please state your true purpose." Li Xiangjun adjusted her frameless glasses, gazing at Li Chang'an. She did not refute his assertion, but seemed somewhat unprepared for his sudden shift in attitude. How could a Na-VE University student possess such an inscrutable gaze? Was it merely an illusion? After a moment of silence, Li Xiangjun parted her lips, stating earnestly, "I shall be straightforward, that I hope that you will willingly admit that you were responsible for this voyeurism incident." While the unexpected caught him off guard, Li Chang'an, well aware of Li Xiangjun's ulterior motives, quickly pieced it together. Much like what Li Xiangjuan had previously mentioned at the company, this was a crucial period for Ningzhou Port Group. Any scandal could cause significant trouble. The voyeurism incident had been the talk of the company, and to mitigate the repercussions, a scapegoat was needed that Li Chang'an, lacking connections and with poor rapport, not to mention being an unofficial intern, was undoubtedly the best candidate to quell the storm. Furthermore, the year-end evaluations for the management were fast approaching, were they not? Are you serious? You think I would jeopardize my reputation in future, risking imprisonment, to willingly serve as a stepping stone for your promotion? Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. What makes you think I would sacrifice myself for your benefit? This woman must be out of her mind, truly believing she could manipulate him like a soft persimmon. Although he, Li Chang'an, had once been the unwitting victim of Chen Wenwen's betrayal, that was a past he wished to forget. Not to mention that even during that unfortunate episode, he and Chen Wenwen had shared several years of camaraderie as classmates. Li Chang'an felt exasperated. What kind of daydream was Li Xiangjuan indulging in? To simply expect him to take on such a heavy burden of blame? Had she consumed too much alcohol, or did she truly see him as a fool to be commanded? Typically, a fresh graduate like Li Chang'an would have reacted with outraged fury upon hearing Li Xiangjuan's words. But his current composure, combined with a logical dissection of the benefits she could derive, left Li Xiangjuan momentarily at a loss. She had never realized he possessed such an aspect. However, as long as Li Chang'an did not immediately exit the vehicle, there was still room for negotiation that in the adult world. Everything comes at a price. Considering your performance and reputation over the past 2 months, you should understand that your chances of securing a permanent position are slim. As you are bound to leave anyway, what does that so-called reputation truly matter? Li Xiangjuan parked the car and engaged the handbrake. As for the prospect of imprisonment, you need not worry. In such minor matters, the cost of legal proceedings is far too high. It is better to minimize the situation. Well, I must admit, Deputy Director Li, you truly are a loyal servant of the group. Li Chang'an remarked with a cold smile. Spare me the talk of the group. Tell me, why should I take the fall for you? Just because you treated me to a meal tonight. Not that Li Chang'an had even accepted a single dime from her for dinner. Even if he had, what kind of meal could warrant such a hefty price? To repay a meal with a prison sentence? Certainly not that Li Xiangjuan paid no heed to his sarcastic remarks, pressing the button beside her seat to unbuckle her seatbelt. Simultaneously, her tone softened. What do you think of me? Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her meaning. Noticing his silence, Li Xiangjuan's face suddenly lit up with a smile. However, this smile differed from her previous smirks and cold laughter. Her lips curved slightly, her flushed cheeks betraying the effects of alcohol, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of playful allure, accentuated by a few strands of hair dancing in the wind. Adding a touch of delicate charm, Li Xiangjuan gracefully removed her frameless glasses from her exquisitely beautiful face, her voice gentle. Do you like me? Chapter 9. Li Chang'an, you are quite bold. Suddenly, Li Xiangjuan seized Li Chang'an's hand, placing it on her body. Yet before Li Chang'an's rising adrenaline could provoke a surge of hormones, slap, slap, Li Xiangjuan's unexpected and unrelenting 2 slaps brought him crashing back to the stark reality that Li Xiangjuan. You? Li Chang'an covered his cheek, the sharp sting illustrating the adage that beautiful women are often like roses with thorns. Gazing at the bewildered Li Chang'an, Li Xiangjuan rubbed her fingers. The alluring countenance that had been charming moments ago was now replaced with an icy demeanor. In her cold, beautiful eyes, tenderness had vanished, replaced by boundless disdain. That gaze felt as though it were scrutinizing a piece of refuse that Li Chang'an. You are quite bold. Li Xiangjuan distanced herself from him, exclaiming in shock, I kindly brought you here to expand your network. And you dared to assault me. Li Chang'an was taken aback by her sudden and stark reversal. And oh, what nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who grabbed my hand and placed it on you. I haven't done anything. Huh. Li Xiangjuan let out a cold laugh, the corners of her mouth curling up as if she had heard something absurd. What a joke. You should take a look at yourself. What do you think you are? I would entice you. The truth of her words struck home. One was a management trainee intern with nothing to his name, and the other was the deputy director of human resources at a port group with a 14-year track record of leading throughput. One possessed status, the other beauty. Without irrefutable evidence, no amount of rhetoric would convince anyone that Li Xiangjuan would actively pursue him. She pointed to the edge of the rearview mirror, where the dashcam had been inadvertently turned on. even if you wish to deny it. It is of no use. It has captured everything. Li Chang'an took a deep breath of the chilly air, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over him. Was this truly a setup? However, he consoled himself with the thought that modern technology was quite advanced. She probably had no idea that car dashcams came equipped with audio recording capabilities. With a temporary sigh of relief, Li Chang'an spoke up. Since everything has been captured on film, our conversation must have been recorded as well. If you intend to use this device to slander me, you may find it more challenging than you anticipate. Li Xiangjuan, unfazed by his words, retained her composure and confidence, crossing her arms and scoffing at him. Oh, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The model I installed conveniently lacks a recording feature due to the sensitive conversations that often occur in the vehicle. Li Chang'an was taken aback. And no wonder this ruthless woman seemed so unrestrained. She had been waiting for him all along. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, you may have your clever schemes, but I have my own tricks up my sleeve. Once I seize that wretched dashcam using an alternate dimension. Let's see what you will do then. Observing Li Chang'an's expression, Li Xiangjuan seemed to discern his intent to forcibly destroy the dashcam and erase the evidence. She swiftly shattered any illusions he harbored. Don't even think about snatching or destroying the dashcam. It's connected to the internet, and the video has already been uploaded to my cloud account. You truly are a venomous woman. Li Chang'an couldn't help but think that Zhang Wuji's mother was right. One should never trust a beautiful woman. Faced with the impossibility of erasing the video, he contemplated eliminating the source of the problem directly. After all, it was dark and isolated here, a perfect setting for foul deeds. Moreover, he was no stranger to taking lives. A double homicide would be rather fitting. Yet this notion lingered in his mind for but a moment before he dismissed it to Li Xiangjuan, unlike Zhao Siki, whom he had merely encountered by chance. Had too many witnesses aware of her association with him since their departure from the company to the Bai She Wan Resort. Tio kill and silence her here would not only thwart his plans for gathering supplies for the impending apocalypse, but would also earn him a wanted poster for murder, an utterly foolish endeavor. Damn it, I can't outplay her, nor can I resort to violence. This is so frustrating, Li Chang'an thought, as Li Xiangjuan coolly declared, I'm giving you two options. Either admit you are the voyeur and leave our Ningzhou port group immediately. Or, she smirked, producing her phone and dialing the police, her slender finger poised over the call button, that I will hand the video over to the authorities. That I end that case. Not only will you be expelled, but you will also find yourself in a prison cell with a criminal record. You pride yourself on being clever. I trust you know how to choose, right? Chapter 10. The Key to Breaking the Deadlock. Li Chang'an looked helplessly at this unpredictable superior of his, realizing that the unfortunate soul, who had been hastily apprehended in his past life, had likely been coerced by Li Xiangjuan in a similar manner. However, having been reincarnated, he merely inherited the burden of that blame. With a sigh, he reflected on how on just the second day of his rebirth, he had encountered such a memorable lesson, even if he wished to tackle her and force her to hand over the original video footage. The ever-present threat of her dialing the police dissuaded him, but he had to admit that Li Xiangjuan's strategy was brilliantly orchestrated. Using herself as bait was a tactic few could withstand, though he felt a pang of annoyance at the prospect of losing his job. It mattered little. The apocalypse was just around the corner, and money would soon be worthless. What truly vexed him was that his meticulous plan for stockpiling supplies had been disrupted by a woman. Seeing Li Chang'an's continued silence, Li Xiangjuan decided not to wait for him any longer. His thoughts were of no importance. As long as he wasn't a fool, he should understand he had no other option but to take the blame and exit. Now, you may exit the vehicle. Li Chang'an, disheartened, protested. Get out here, in this desolate wilderness. How do you expect me to return? Li Xiangjuan looked at him disdainfully. How you return is your concern, not mine. Get out of my car immediately. I do not wish to share even a second in the same space as someone like you. Frustrated, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and opened the passenger door. As he watched the BMW M3 roar back to life. A gust of wind whipped through, amplifying his sense of desolation. It seemed that even with the advantage of an alternate dimension and the knowledge from his past life, he must remain humble and cautious. He knew that the night was dark, the roads treacherous, society complex, and human intentions difficult to gauge. Today's encounter with Li Xiangjuan served as a stark reminder. Yet, lessons aside, he still needed to initiate his plan for stockpiling supplies, his foundation for survival in the coming apocalypse. Ultimately, he resolved to hunker down at home once the apocalypse arrived, creating a sanctuary to weather the storm. Reflecting on his misfortunes, the remnants of his confidence in leveraging his unique abilities and past experiences to navigate the impending chaos faded away. Upon checking his phone, he realized he was still over 20 kilometers from the city. Given the time and the poorly lit rural roads, hailing a ride would be nearly impossible. Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Surely no one could be as unfortunate as him in their reincarnation. While protagonists in novels often found themselves in alternate worlds, awakening systems, and rewarded with vast fortunes, he had been left with a disloyal girlfriend who had suddenly married a wealthy heir, and a cunning female superior who had orchestrated a trap to make him take the fall. Truly, patience may bring calm, but retreating only breeds further frustration. Yet despite his frustration, life must go on. He needed to return home, wary of any lurking beast that might cross his path. With his dismal luck, he decided to navigate his way toward a busier road. However, before he could venture far, the screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. Screech, bang. Li Chang'an halted in his tracks. What was that noise? Suddenly, a realization struck him that in his memories, Li Xiangjuan had mentioned that she would not be at the office the following day due to car troubles. Could it be? He felt he had found a key to breaking the deadlock that a car accident, driving under the influence and crashing into a tree, resulting in a fatality, was entirely plausible. But he dashed through the underbrush towards the source of the sound, contemplating how he might do a good deed and assist Li Xiangjuan in her transition to the afterlife. Before long, he caught sight of a glow through the thicket. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly dumbfounded. It seemed a life was indeed at stake, but it appeared that the one in danger was not Li Xiangjuan. Moments ago, she had been flaunting her long, slender legs before him, but now she emerged from the driver's seat of the BMW, her heels clicking against the pavement. Upon witnessing the shattered headlight and the bloodied motorcyclist sprawled on the ground, her complexion turned pale, and she gasped, covering her alluring lips with her hand. Li Xiangjuan stumbled closer to the barely breathing rider. And as she approached, the bloodied hand of the motorcyclist reached out to her in a desperate plea. This sudden movement startled her, causing her to sway precariously, almost losing her balance. Help! Help me! Li Xiangjuan's delicate brows furrowed, and the summer breeze tousled her hair, causing cold sweat to trickle down her flawless face, dampening her silk blouse and revealing the outline of her black lingerie. As she regarded the dying motorcyclist, she hesitated to intervene. After a moment's pause, she glanced around, her eyes meeting Li Chang'an's hidden gaze from the bushes. Li Xiangjuan, unsteady in her high heels, began to retreat, picking up the shards of the broken lamp. She then opened the car door, starting the engine with a roar, and without a hint of remorse, she turned the vehicle around, preparing to flee. Yet perhaps in her moment of panic, she turned the steering wheel too forcefully, inadvertently running over the motorcyclist once more. Li Chang'an, witnessing the entire incident, felt a jolt of disbelief. This woman was truly ruthless. While it is true that her actions ought to be condemned on both moral and legal grounds, from a personal perspective, Li Chang'an can indeed comprehend her predicament. Had Li Xiangjuan chosen to render assistance, the ensuing troubles could potentially be endless. Driving under the influence and wearing high heels while operating a vehicle would undoubtedly place her at full fault. Furthermore, fleeing the scene of an accident would only exacerbate her transgressions. However, there exists a dilemma. There are no surveillance cameras present. Chapter 11. Step away. Do not touch me. In other words, had it not been for Li Chang'an as a witness, she would likely have evaded legal repercussions, thus saving herself a considerable amount of time, money, and effort. Rather, she would certainly have escaped unscathed. In her previous life, this woman faced no consequences whatsoever. Mad. It is indeed difficult for such a woman not to succeed. It is no wonder that she has attained a high position at such a young age and drives a BMW M3. Having witnessed Li Xiangjuan's departure in her vehicle, Li Chang'an emerged from the thicket to assess the condition of the would-be corpse. To his surprise, the fellow displayed remarkable vitality. After enduring 2 instances of being run over, he had not succumbed, and his defiant little heart continued to beat. As a model citizen of Jiangxing, Li Chang'an was not as merciless as Li Xiangjuan. Upholding a spirit of humanitarianism, he dialed T. Had it been in the past, she would not have looked down upon Li Chang'an. However, the circumstances have undeniably changed. The young master of the Wei family has taken a liking to Wenwen. Comparing the affluent Wei Shihua with his vast wealth to Li Chang'an, who can only reside in company dormitories, is akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. Once Wenwen marries Wei Shihua, not only will she lead a life of luxury as a grand lady of high society, but she could also elevate her family's status, allowing her and her son to bask in the glow of prosperity. Perhaps, if the Wei family is pleased, they might even assist in securing a marital home and a job for her son. The heart of a parent is filled with such aspirations. Who wouldn't desire a better future for their children? Thus, if blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Li Chang'an for lacking the ability to provide a superior life for Wenwen. People strive for greater heights while water flows downward. It is not our fault that let's take one step at a time. If things do not work out, I shall confront him. After all, this matter is already settled. And he must accept it, whether he likes it or not. That Wu Xiaoli then pondered. I see that Xiao Li is a reasonable person. He cannot possibly prevent you from seeking someone more excellent. If he cannot come to terms with it, it would merely indicate that he is unworthy of you, and such a person is not worth marrying. Chen Xiaojun wholeheartedly agreed with his mother Wu Xiaoli's words. Exactly. We never pressured him to mortgage his house. He insisted on offering money himself. Why should my sister suffer alongside him now? Once my sister marries her husband, she will enjoy a life of wealth and abundance. If her husband is in good spirits, he might even generously gift us a large house in the city. When I take the college entrance exam next year and graduate, I won't have to worry about my marital home or job. Being associated with the Li family could hardly lead to a good life. That would be a stroke of luck if we don't have to pay to support them. On the sofa, Chen Wenwen, having finished her shower and changed into a fitted red silk qipao, felt somewhat unsettled. That Wu Xiaoli noticed, and, thinking that she still could not let go of Li Chang'an, comforted her. My dear silly daughter, do not worry. Li Chang'an pales in comparison to Xiao Hao. Focus on being with young Master Wei and prepare to marry into a wealthy family to enjoy a life of luxury. Chen Wenwen hesitated but ultimately nodded. Ending her relationship with Li Chang'an might indeed be the best choice for both parties, as they are not from the same world. Furthermore, if anyone inquires about your relationship with Zhao Siki, simply state that you are not familiar, just ordinary friends, understood? However, Wu Xiaoli reminded her daughter Chen Wenwen. There is no however. You are destined to marry into a wealthy family. Do not allow a deceased person to tarnish your image in front of your in-laws. Yes, I understand, Mom. Over 20 minutes later, the doorbell of the Chun residence rang twice. Who is it? Upon hearing the doorbell, Chen Xiaojun jumped up from the sofa, tossing the apple in his hand into the trash bin. It must be my brother-in-law here to comfort my sister, fearing she might be frightened by the crowd at last night's banquet. Chen Xiaojun exclaimed, running to the door with excitement, but upon opening it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. To brother-in-law you? At the entrance, Li Chang'an stood with a bouquet in his left hand and a fruit basket in his right, smiling at his future brother-in-law Chen Xiaojun. Haha, Xiaojun, are you that surprised to see me? As he spoke, Li Chang'an stepped inside, changed his shoes, and handed the flowers to Chen Xiaojun. Here, hold this while I change. Chen Xiaojun blankly accepted the bouquet. In the inner room, Wu Xiaoli, radiant, approached the door, her voice preceding her. Xiaojun, it's Xiao Hao. The moment she spotted Li Chang'an, the smile on Wu Xiaoli's face froze. Yes, Xiao Li has come. Li Chang'an, noticing Wu Xiaoli's extremely unnatural expression, maintained a cheerful demeanor and greeted her. Long time no see. Wu Xiaoli snapped back to her senses, realizing her lapse in composure, and hurriedly replied, Oh, Xiao Li, what brings you here so suddenly? You didn't even inform Annie. Wu Xiaoli's heart raced. Uncertain of Li Chang'an's current state, he did not immediately display anger or demand retribution. It seemed he was unaware of last night's events. Li Chang'an replied with a calm smile. I wanted to give Wenwen a surprise. Though he said this, his heart was chillingly composed. You old hag, are you and Zhao Siki's cunning strategist from your previous life, both nothing but trash? Quite adept at pretending. No sooner had he spoken than smack. Li Chang'an turned at the sound, and there stood Chen Wenwen, elegantly dressed, frozen in shock at the corner of the living room. The cup in her hand shattered on the floor, scattering shards of glass. Chang'an? Chapter 13. How did you know? Chen Wenwen had expected it to be her fiancé Wei Shihua, but to her astonishment, it was her ex-boyfriend Li Chang'an. If asked whom she least wanted to see at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Li Chang'an. Upon seeing Chen Wenwen so beautifully adorned, Li Chang'an's smile brightened even further. He quickly placed a fruit basket on the shoe cabinet, took the bouquet from Chun Xiaojun's hands, and approached Chen Wenwen, presenting the flowers to her. Long time no see. Have you missed me? Chen Wenwen felt a surge of turmoil, responding dismissively. I missed you. Li Chang'an gazed quietly at Chen Wenwen, who could not meet his eyes, and playfully lifted her chin with his hand. Chen Wenwen clearly did not anticipate this gesture, and having just on a pair of high heels, she stumbled back against the wall. Chang'an, don't do that. Chen Wenwen shook her head slightly, trying to free herself from Li Chang'an's touch. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaojun, who had never liked Li Chang'an, rushed forward to intervene. Hey Li, what do you think you're doing? Let go of my sister. Smack, without turning his head, Li Chang'an swiftly slapped Chen Xiaojun across the face. It seemed he had not used much force, yet it knocked Chen Xiaojun out cold. Li Chang'an was not surprised. As an awakened individual, even without enhancements, his physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary people. How annoying that Li Chang'an seemed transformed, his tone icy and detached, as if that slap had nothing to do with him. Adults are speaking. What business is it of yours? Wu Shili gasped, reacting swiftly to rush towards her son. Chen Xiaojun, Xiaojun, Li Chang'an, why did you hit my son? Are you insane? Li Chang'an coldly glanced at Wu Shili, who was cradling her son on the floor, and with a forced smile, explained, Andy, I'm helping you. Wu Shili was evidently taken aback by this response, her furious expression faltering. Xiaojun is a child who lacks respect. He will inevitably suffer great losses. Rather than allowing him to be beaten by others outside, it's better I handle it. After saying this, Li Chang'an turned back to the close proximity of Chen Wenwen, his gaze playful. How much do you want? As he spoke, the warmth of his breath mingled with hormones filled Chen Wenwen's nostrils. But what truly widened her beautiful eyes was the left hand that was caressing the fabric of her qipao. Suddenly, Chen Wenwen's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with disbelief. You, how dare he? Is he thinking of this on Wei Shihua's bed? Li Chang'an casually remarked, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Yet his emotionally detached tone sent Chen Wenwen plummeting into despair. Was it during last night's engagement banquet? You. How did you know? In an instant, Chen Wenwen's mind raced, recalling the fleeting moment at last night's banquet when she kissed her fiancé Wei Shihua. And through the haze, she had glimpsed Li Chang'an's face. She had not been mistaken. It truly was Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an abruptly interrupted her thoughts. The scandal you two have caused is making waves online. It would be hard not to know that as he spoke, Li Chang'an lifted his damp finger and brushed it across Chen Wenwen's delicate cheek. You really are shameless. Just then, Chen Xiaojun, still cradled in Wu Shili's arms, regained consciousness and charged at Li Chang'an. His face swollen, that Li Chang'an remained unfazed, a fleeting glimmer of menace in his eyes. That my mood is mediocre right now. Do not provoke me. I in a daze. Chen Xiaojun seemed either frightened by that gaze or wary of Li Chang'an's words. He stood obediently in place, surprising Wu Shili, who was ready to intervene. After a moment of silence, Wu Shili, realizing that Li Chang'an was already aware of Chen Wenwen's engagement to Wei Shihua, decided against her previous plan of sweet-talking him away. Xiao Li, since you already know, Annie will not conceal anything further. Let me speak plainly. Wu Shili regarded Li Chang'an, her tone gentle. After much consideration, I believe that you and Wenwen are not suited for one another. It would be best for you to part ways now. Li Chang'an looked at Wu Shili, Chen Wenwen's mother, incredulously. Are you speaking sensibly? Chen Xiaojun, witnessing Li Chang'an's expression, quickly interjected. What is it to you? Li, do you really think you are worthy of my sister? Clinging onto our family like this? How amusing. Xiaojun, how can you speak to your elder brother Li like that? It is quite rude. Wu Shili feigned anger and shot a glare at her son Chen Xiaojun, then continued to persuade Li Chang'an. Xiao Li, consider your current financial situation. Even if Wenwen were to marry you in the future, it is certain that you would not find happiness. As someone who has been through this, I speak for your own good. Continuing with Wenwen would only lead to mutual burden. It would be better to part ways now. Allowing you to pursue someone more suited to you, benefiting everyone involved. Don't you agree? Chen Xiaojun, unyielding and aware that his mother was not genuinely angry, interjected, Exactly. We are only looking out for you. Think about it, your pitiful state. Coming over just to buy a measly fruit basket and a box of cheap milk. Does our family really lack your fruits or can't afford milk? Enough is enough. It's better to part ways early than to drag my sister into this mess. The words of the Chen family echoed like sharp daggers, further intensifying Li Chang'an's resentment. Then am I clinging to your sister? Li Chang'an turned a serious gaze towards Chen Wen. Do you think the same? Chen Wenwen, unable to meet his eyes, eventually sighed and whispered, Li Chang'an, I think we might not be suitable for each other, that we can still be good friends. Good friends? Li Chang'an chuckled darkly. What a splendid notion. Chen Wenwen, you truly are despicable. If I had been unaware of this today, how long did you all intend to keep it from me? What have I done to deserve this collusion against me? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaojuan's face turned crimson with indignation. Li, clean up your language. Silence. Li Chang'an shot a cold glance at Chen Xiaojun, envisioning the satisfaction of ending this insolent brat's life, had he not wished to see the Chen family meet a swift demise. Wu Xiuli, who had initially spoken kindly, became displeased at Li Chang'an's blatant hostility. Xiaoli, you should still call me Ani, that I am your elder. How can you speak to me like that? I called you Ani out of courtesy. Li Chang'an retorted, his gaze icy as he assessed Wu Xiuli with disdain. Without that courtesy, you are merely an old dog. Chapter 14. What you must give, why should it be returned to you? Li Chang'an learned of Wu Xiuli's fate just before his demise, through the boastful remarks of Chen Wenwen and Wei Xiao in his previous life. After Chen Wenwen became engaged to Wei Shihao, they swiftly relocated to a residential area hailed as the pinnacle of Jiangqing's luxury, the AT that time. He naively believed in the invincibility of pure love amidst a world rife with superficiality and cheap romances. While Li Chang'an diligently performed his duties at Ningzhou port, aspiring for a promotion and dreaming of marrying Chen Wenwen after repaying his debts, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had never truly entered the heart of the woman he adored. Others, however, lured her away with mere comforts. The idyllic pastures he had yet to tread upon belonged to someone else's daily routine, so were the expectations of ordinary people regarding love too lofty? Or was love inherently such? Thankfully, fate proved to be just. The retribution for Chen when first befell her mother, Wu Xiuli. After the apocalypse descended, in her struggle for survival, Wu Xiuli resorted to using her body as a bargaining chip, becoming the mistress of an elderly man who operated a Carrefour supermarket outside their community, later being shared with the man's associates at the grain station. Li Chang'an inadvertently discovered the fate of Wu Xiuli, having previously suppressed rumors due to Chen Wenwen's involvement. Now, reflecting on it, he wished he had known the true nature of this family sooner. Perhaps he should have fanned the flames instead of extinguishing them. At this point, he was weary of their empty chatter. Li Chang'an had come to confront them, eager to see how the Chen family would justify themselves, while also seeking to reclaim the unjustly spent money. After enduring 4 years of the apocalypse, he had witnessed humanity's myriad forms of depravity. While deceiving someone emotionally deserved severe punishment, swindling for money was utterly intolerable. That if they wished to part ways, they must return the 1.688 million he had initially given to their family. That he turned to Chen Wenwen, after all these years, I think it's reasonable to ask for a bit of interest. Let's round it off to 1.7 million. In your dreams. Why should we pay you back? Chen Xiaojun scoffed, deriding Li Chang'an. My sister has spent 4 years with you, wasting her youth. She hasn't even asked for compensation for that. And you dare to ask for money? Upon hearing the mention of money, Wu Xiuli grew anxious. Xiaoli, wasn't that money supposed to be for Wenwen's father's medical treatment? You never said it had to be repaid. What? You think you can sell me out and expect me to count the money for you? Li Chang'an coldly scrutinized Wu Xiuli, snorting in derision. You may be ugly, but your aspirations are quite lofty. He then glanced at Chen Wenwen, who kept her head bowed in apparent shame. That Li Chang'an felt a pang of regret for having once found her appealing. When her deceased husband fell ill, and they sought funds for his surgery, he had mortgaged his inherited property to help them. And this is how you repay me. He turned to Chen Xiaojun, who had yet to face the harsh realities of life. Chen Xiaojun, do you remember who came to bail you out when you got arrested for fighting and ended up in jail? Chen Wenwen, our 4-year relationship. 4 years. You could have raised a dog in that time, only for you to betray me for money and secretly get engaged to someone else. How could you live with yourself? Even now, they still sought to take advantage of him. Truly, a well-calculated scheme, a family of ungrateful beasts, you lower than pigs and dogs. Each of Li Chang'an's words struck like arrows, prompting Wu Xiuli's expression to darken. Li Chang'an, don't take it too far. The money was something you willingly offered. Did we beg you on our knees? Now that woman has found a better life, you should be happy for her. Instead, you speak like this that I once thought well of you, but now I'm relieved that Wenwen didn't marry you. Otherwise, you would have made our lives hell. Too far? What a joke. You truly are a dog. Li Chang'an mocked coldly. Is it only permissible for your family to act immorally while I must remain silent? You don't go overboard. Qin Wenwen's brows furrowed. Shut your mouth, you shameless harlot. Qin Wenwen was taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Chang'an's harsh words. After 4 years together, he had never spoken to her like this. Today, he shouted at her, calling her a shameless harlot. Her heart swelled with anger and hurt as she threw the bouquet in her hands at him. Leave, I never want to see you again. I hate you. Li Chang'an made no effort to dodge, allowing the bouquet to strike him before falling to the ground. The pink rose petals scattered like his heart. Wilting upon the cold floor, I will indeed leave, he replied coldly, gazing at the fallen petals as if they were funeral wreaths. That I am merely here to inform you that my patience is limited. If I do not see the money within a week, prepare to chase your dreams of grandeur behind bars. After departing the Qin household, Li Chang'an's expression swiftly reverted to one of indifference. He intended to hail a taxi to return home. Just as he reached out to flag down a cab, his peripheral vision caught the illuminated sign of a lottery shop across the street. And a flood of memories surged forth that if memory served correctly, on this very day in his previous life, someone in their class had won the second prize in the lottery. That Li Chang'an had never been particularly interested in gambling or lotteries. But a certain boisterous classmate had lamented missing out on a winning combination, claiming they could have won the grand prize, that if he recalled correctly, the winning numbers were Lai Zhou Mu Zhou La. The driver glanced impatiently at Li Chang'an, who stood frozen by the open car door. That Li Chang'an pulled out his phone to check the time. It was Saturday 7:42 a.m., meaning he had 18 minutes left to purchase a lottery ticket. Ultimately, he closed the car door and walked into the lottery shop across the street, relying solely on the hope of reclaiming the 1.7 million from Qin Wenwen, even when considering the additional funds from multiple mortgages on the house. Felt rather paltry. Chapter 15. The fury of the elegant superior. Although in the apocalyptic world, money has become nothing more than worthless paper, it still holds the power to facilitate numerous endeavors in the present moment. The owner of the lottery shop was a balding old man clad in a yellowish-white undershirt. Upon Li Chang'an's entrance, he was peering through his reading glasses, one hand wielding a fan and the other engrossed in his phone screen, savoring some content. Noticing a customer, he hastily shut off a foreign-language film featuring a duo in a secretive embrace. Boss, I'd like to buy a lottery ticket for the Super Lotto. Would you prefer a machine-generated number or a self-selected one? I'll choose myself. The machine is over there. Feel free to select. After delivering his words, the old man reclined back into his rocking chair, seemingly indifferent to Li Chang'an's presence. Unperturbed, Li Chang'an independently chose 7 numbers on the adjacent machine. 01, 02, 08, 12, 30, 05, 12. Once he completed his selection, the old man approached to collect payment. 3 yuan. I'd like to add a 60-fold option to this number. What? The Mediterranean elder was taken aback, staring at Li Chang'an as if he were a fool. Are you certain? You've selected just one set of numbers and wish to amplify it 60 times. That is practically inviting disaster. Li Chang'an nodded, extracting nearly all the cash from his pocket and placing it on the counter, leaving only a few coins for a taxi ride. Seeing someone willing to part with their money, the old man refrained from further comment and promptly printed the lottery ticket for him. As Li Chang'an exited the lottery shop, the old man muttered under his breath, "That kid must be quite old if he wins. I'll eat my hat." As he returned to his rocking chair, he suddenly remembered he hadn't yet selected his own numbers. He sauntered back to the counter, retrieving his personal number analysis book from a drawer. Coincidentally, the very numbers Li Chang'an had chosen appeared in his book as well. Donning his reading glasses that hung around his neck, he furrowed his brow while scrutinizing the 5 sets of numbers, crossing out Li Chang'an's selection before operating the machine to print his own ticket. With the lottery printout completed, only 2 minutes and 27 seconds remained before the draw. The old man reclined back in his chair, remote control and fan in hand, eagerly awaiting the evening's results. He felt an inexplicable premonition that he might just win tonight. At precisely 8:00 a.m., the broadcast began. Dear viewers, you are now watching the live draw for the Super Lotto, number 207574, that the lottery machine has been activated. Let us check our tickets and see where this grand prize will land. As the host pronounced the numbers distinctly, the first number rolled out. 01. The second number followed. 02. Upon seeing the second number, the old man, lounging in his chair, straightened up, a wave of anxiety washing over him. No way. Could it really be this fortuitous? When the third number emerged, he even forgot to breathe. Truly, it seemed that the more one feared, the more it came to pass. The third number was 08. The fan in his hand clattered to the floor as he gaped at the television, where the numbers continued to appear. When all 7 numbers were revealed, 01, 02, 08, 12, 30, 05, 12, he simply collapsed in disbelief. How is this possible? His mind buzzed with confusion, repeating impossible. But the digits on the screen confirmed the reality. A fleeting thought had cost him the grand prize. What was even more difficult to accept was that not only had Li Chang'an secured a win with just one set of numbers, but he had also amplified it by 60 times. This meant that the young man would claim a staggering 234 million yuan. The Mediterranean elder, consumed by regret over the missed opportunity, fainted in despair. The following morning at 10:30 a.m., Li Xiangjuan retrieved her repaired BMW from a nearby auto repair shop and drove to the office. In the underground parking garage, feeling uneasy, she once again searched for news regarding Jiangxing on her phone. She had traversed that route multiple times the night before and was certain no new surveillance cameras had been installed. Confident that the absence of new cameras would prevent any connection to the accident, she spent nearly half an hour searching. Indeed, there was no mention of the previous night's incident online, allowing her to finally relax as she grabbed her bag and exited the car, taking the internal elevator upstairs. "Good morning, Deputy Director Li." "Welcome back, Deputy Director. We heard you were unwell. Hope you're feeling better." "Good morning, everyone." Faced with the warmth and concern of her colleagues, Li Xiangjuan felt somewhat shy, offering her signature professional smile that "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Xiangjuan encouraged everyone to return to their duties and made her way to her office. However, just as she stepped inside, barely releasing the glass door handle, she was struck with astonishment at the sight behind her desk. There appeared to be someone seated in her swivel chair. "Who was there?" Li Xiangjuan frowned slightly, her tone tinged with irritation. "Who dares to intrude into my office and sit in my chair?" But when the intruder turned the chair around, her shock rendered her speechless. "That Li Chang'an?" Just yesterday, she had specifically inquired with Xiao Zhang from HR, who had told her that Li Chang'an had not clocked in for work. Did he truly prefer to risk imprisonment for harassment rather than accept his resignation? Could this fool truly be so reckless? "What are you doing here?" Li Chang'an regarded the astonished Li Xiangjuan with unruffled composure, reclining comfortably in her chair without any intention of rising. "Good morning, Deputy Director Li. According to company policy, arriving this late, would you classify it as tardiness or absenteeism?" "Mind your own business." Li Xiangjuan glared at the usurper in her chair, striding towards her desk while coldly retorting. "Why are you still here? I made myself clear the other night that Li Xiangjuan's glare could have killed, and if looks could slay, Li Chang'an would have perished at least 100 times. The termination notice from HR should have been issued yesterday, that if you possess any sense, you ought to leave immediately." Though aware of Li Xiangjuan's disdain, Li Chang'an remained unfazed and countered, "We have no grievances between us. Why are you intent on driving me to the brink?" Li Xiangjuan regarded him with contempt, arms crossed, her lips curling as she coldly replied, "I've shown you enough mercy." Chapter 16. How do you have this video? Or do you wish to choose the second path and taste prison food? Li Chang'an shook his head. "Let's not go there. I have no desire to carry a criminal record at such a young age." Seeing his reluctance, Li Xiangjuan assumed that Li Chang'an was simply intimidated by her. "Then why don't you get up?" She abruptly slammed her bag onto the desk, raising her delicate hand and pointing sternly at the office door, commanding, "Leave the company immediately before I summon security." Under Li Xiangjuan's scolding, Li Chang'an did indeed rise from the comfort of her chair. As he slowly walked away, he passed by her, unexpectedly seizing her wrist. "And what about you?" Startled, Li Xiangjuan's face paled as Li Chang'an gripped her wrist in one fluid motion. Li Chang'an pulled her closer, grasping her arm and pressing her against the office wall. "Deputy Director Li," he said with a chilling smile, his teasing gaze fixed on the beautiful superior mere inches away, "do you wish to experience the taste of prison food?" Li Xiangjuan, pinned against the wall, was bewildered, her lips parted slightly, glistening and inviting. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Li Chang'an chuckled, retorting, "Have you forgotten what you promised that night?" A particularly unforgettable farewell gift, as Li Chang'an spoke. The warm breath escaping his lips instantaneously transported Li Xiangjuan back to the sultry memories of the previous night spent in her BMW sports car. Yet, before she could delve deeper into her reminiscence, Li Chang'an's hand abruptly yanked her back to the present. Li Xiangjuan gasped in horror, staring at the offending hand. How dare he? Regaining her composure, she fiercely attempted to break free from his grasp, delivering a slap. However, this time, she did not succeed. Just as her palm was about to connect, Li Chang'an seized her wrist with a vice-like grip that Li Chang'an. "Have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed, desperate to escape yet realizing he had no intention of releasing her. "Let go of your filthy hands." To her disbelief, this audacious scoundrel dared to challenge her authority in her own office. "Get out before I call security." She believed her threats would intimidate him. But this time, Li Chang'an was not inclined to indulge her penchant for slapping others. With a stoic expression, he raised his hand and retaliated with a sharp slap to the arrogant woman who had once belittled him. The resounding crack echoed through the room, a stark contrast to the slap that had previously knocked Chen Xiaojun unconscious. This time, he restrained his force, for he needed Li Xiangjuan to remain conscious to respond. Nevertheless, the impact left her dazed, her head colliding with the wall with a muffled thud, her hair now disheveled. Li Xiangjuan's mind blanked. Yet the fiery sting on her cheek served as a reminder of her humiliation. She had just been slapped by the very subordinate she held in contempt. "You dare strike me?" Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Li Chang'an showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he frivolously grasped her chin, forcibly turning her face towards him. "Deputy Director Li, it seems you still haven't grasped who holds the reins here." With her chin pinched, Li Xiangjuan scowled, her anger palpable. When had she ever been so brazenly disrespected, and by none other than Li Chang'an, a mere neophyte in the professional world? Her pride ignited with fury. She could no longer tolerate this insufferable wretch and was determined to see him imprisoned. Yet just as she was on the brink of unleashing her wrath, Li Chang'an's other hand produced a mobile phone as if conjured from thin air. Unfazed by her shock, he unlocked the device, opened the gallery, and selected the latest video, presenting the screen before Li the audacity of Li Chang'an to harbor fantasies of possessing her, compelling her to willingly become his woman, is a notion both absurd and terrifying. Unmentionable images flashed through Li Xiangjuan's mind, plunging her into a state of icy despair. Overwhelmed by profound shame, that she truly unwilling to acquiesce to such a trivial demand. Li Chang'an, pinching her cheek, gazed at the once proud and haughty superior with a smirk. "It seems that in your eyes, this glamorous life holds little worth, that if that is the case, you might as well await the authorities to summon you for tea." As his words lingered in the air, the greed in his eyes swiftly transformed into an icy glare. He feigned a breakdown in negotiations and prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, Li Xiangjuan suddenly seized his sleeve. "No. Please don't eat it." Li Chang'an regarded her, patiently waiting for her to continue, "As long as you do not force me to be your woman." Li Xiangjuan's voice dwindled to a whisper, faint as a gnat. "Anything else?" I can accept that Li Chang'an was taken aback by her unexpected concession. Initially, his proposition for her to be his woman had merely been a tactic in negotiations. He had anticipated her rejection to subsequently present less extreme demands. This turn of events left him momentarily speechless. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Are you certain?" Li Xiangjuan, upon hearing this, looked at the impassive Li Chang'an, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Though she could not fathom the nature of his subsequent demands, she nonetheless added a precaution. "Also, it must not violate the law." Well, I didn't realize you were such a law-abiding citizen," Li Chang'an remarked mockingly, observing her incredulous expression. Li Xiangjuan recognized his derision. Shooting him an angry glance, Li Chang'an relished her discomfort. "Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in any illegal activities. After all, I'm a good person." Li Xiangjuan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this rogue would audaciously brand himself as a paragon of virtue. This left her utterly speechless. Li Chang'an had no interest in deciphering her thoughts. After all, the mind of this enchantress, with her captivating allure, concealed complexities that were not easily unraveled. "Since you are unwilling to be my woman," he stated, "then submit to me." His tone was casual, as if he were proposing a trivial matter. Yet those seemingly innocuous words rendered the somewhat relieved Li Xiangjuan's limbs rigid with apprehension. Li Chang'an, you scoundrel. Unless I perish, I shall never comply. Does that infringe upon the law? Li Chang'an interrupted, as Li Xiangjuan prepared to explode with indignation. Stunned, she momentarily faltered, realizing that it indeed did not contravene any legal statutes. However, the prospect of becoming his subordinate filled her with even greater shame. Impossible. Chapter 18. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiangjuan resolutely rejected. To be your slave, I would rather die. Observing her flushed face, reminiscent of a virtuous maiden, Li Chang'an thought that had she not previously ensnared him in her trap, he might have believed her words. Such an unappealing term, slave, he rephrased. I do not require you to toil for me. You may interpret it as being at my beck and call for this month, dutifully fulfilling my commands. Though the nature remained similar, the term subordinate carried a semblance of dignity. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chang'an's interpretation of submission, Li Xiangjuan's expression softened slightly. Li Chang'an then decided to provide her with no time for contemplation, seizing the moment that I now present you with two choices. First, accept my terms as long as you refrain from playing tricks. I can overlook that incident, and I assure you, starting next month, you shall not encounter me within the company. Furthermore, I will help you uncover the true culprit behind the recent scandal. Second, you know what that entails. Li Chang'an spoke with a hint of amusement, driving under the influence and fleeing the scene. How many years do you think you would spend behind bars? Yet, considering your beauty, you might fare quite well in there. Li Xiangjuan felt a sense of deja vu as he laid out what seemed like generous options. That I have no time to waste. You have 1 minute to decide. She gazed at him, torn between anger and helplessness. This scoundrel had managed to make her feel as though she willingly sought his presence. Are you truly confident in capturing the culprit? 42 seconds remaining. After an intense internal struggle, spurred by Li Chang'an's urging, Li Xiangjuan ultimately made the wisest choice. That I end the current predicament. Her best course of action was to agree to Li Chang'an, to feign compliance for her own safety, and later, to plot her revenge against this scoundrel. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Even as she resolved within, the act of uttering those words felt profoundly shameful. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself subordinate to Li Chang'an, this insufferable youth. Yet, the rogue feigned ignorance. What do you agree to? Li Xiangjuan's gaze faltered, her voice barely a whisper. To be your subordinate for a month. But I knew you were astute, Li Chang'an replied with a grin. Capable of making the right choice, that Li Xiangjuan felt a tumult of emotions. The words astute and smart now sounded painfully jarring to her ears. That Li Chang'an had obtained the answer he desired and returned to the chair of the Deputy Director of Human Resources. Satisfied. Now allow me to present you with a significant gift. That a gift. Li Xiangjuan was momentarily bewildered. What could a novice like Li Chang'an possibly offer? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she cautiously probed, Are you referring to that perverted stalker? Precisely, Li Chang'an nodded. You sought to expose this individual through all manner of schemes, did you not? His words bore an air of ambiguity. Yet in the adult world, results mattered far more than the processes leading to them. Given the gravity of the situation, capturing the stalker was imperative. The identity of the individual was secondary to the need for justice to be served. To be honest, Li Xiangjuan regretted her initial entanglement with Li Chang'an. Had she chosen a different person to confront, perhaps she would not have found herself in such a passive position. How did you ascertain the identity of the perpetrator? She inquired, perplexed. Moreover, if Li Chang'an had known the true culprit all along, why had he not revealed it sooner? I do not know who committed the act, Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly. So, are you toying with me? Please do not embellish your own role in this drama. Li Chang'an shot her a piercing glance, the glint in his eyes sharp. By the way, the person who falsely accused you of being the stalker was Zhang Mingjia, was it not? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangjuan was uncertain of Li Chang'an's intentions. Was he planning to throw Zhang Mingjia under the bus? Zhang Mingjia is a girl. She was the one who first discovered the micro-camera. Do you really think it appropriate to blame her? Li Chang'an smirked. Whether it is appropriate or not is not for you to decide. As the lunch break concluded, Zhang Mingjia entered the revolving glass doors of the company alongside her boyfriend, Manager Song. Unlike when they had gone out for lunch, she now carried the latest Hermes handbag. However, Before she could swipe her employee card to access the work area, she was confronted by two security personnel. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Mingjia, the management trainee, and Song Mingyi from the logistics department?" Zhang Mingjia, taken aback, hesitated before nodding. "I am," one of the security personnel stated gravely. "Please follow us. Deputy Director Li from Human Resources needs to speak with you." Beside her, Song Mingyi frowned. "Do I need to go as well? His department's business should have no ties to human resources. Why would Li Xiangjuan summon him? Or perhaps it was due to an office romance. The organization seemingly has not imposed any restrictions against romantic relationships among its internal employees. As Song Mingyi contemplated this, he and his girlfriend, Zhang Mingjia, were escorted by two security personnel into the office of the Deputy Director of Human Resources. Upon entering, they found Li Chang'an casually seated on the sofa, having vacated the chair previously occupied by Li Xiangjuan. The moment Zhang Mingjia laid eyes on Li Chang'an, her face betrayed a palpable disdain and cold indifference. Behind the desk, Li Xiangjuan's gaze swept over Manager Song and Zhang Mingjia before ultimately settling on the latter. "Mingjia, the reason for summoning you here is to further discuss the recent incidents of restroom voyeurism." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingjia, disregarding the presence of the implicated Li Chang'an, retorted bluntly, "Director Li, are you suggesting I confront this repugnant individual?" Recalling Li Chang'an's brazen and rude demeanor during their last encounter in the restroom, her ire flared uncontrollably. "I have no qualms about it. This perverted voyeur deserves to be punished." Chapter 19. "My dear, where are your trousers?" On the sofa, Li Chang'an observed Zhang Mingjia's unwavering conviction in labeling him as the voyeur, and coldly remarked, "What gives you such certainty that it was I? Did you witness me setting up a pinhole camera? Who else could it possibly be?" Zhang Mingjia retorted with a look of contempt directed at Li Chang'an. "If it wasn't you, then present your evidence." Li Chang'an nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. In this age of entertainment, the cost of defamation was alarmingly low. Accusations could be made with mere words, while the accused faced the arduous task of proving their innocence. Observing the unfolding drama, Song Mingyi felt increasingly out of place. Director Li, I have a client to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Before Li Xiangjuan could respond, Li Chang'an interjected, "Manager Song, are you leaving in such haste due to a guilty conscience?" This statement caught not only Song Mingyi off guard, but also left Li Xiangjuan and Zhang Mingjia momentarily stunned. Furrowing his brow, Song Mingyi demanded, "What do you mean by that?" "Zhang Mingjia, did you not just declare that all perverted voyeurs deserve punishment?" Li Chang'an said with a smirk, gazing at the fuming Zhang Mingjia. "What if I were to suggest that the culprit is none other than your companion, Manager Song?" His words detonated like a bomb in the office, catching even Li Xiangjuan by surprise as he redirected the accusation towards Song Mingyi. Behind her frameless glasses, Li Xiangjuan mused that this man was indeed one to hold grudges. After Zhang Mingjia had filed a complaint against him, he retaliated by implicating her boyfriend, which would surely vex her. Regardless of Song Mingyi's actual guilt, in fact, Li Xiangjuan had only partially grasped the situation. One of Li Chang'an's motivations for pinning the blame on Song Mingyi was indeed Zhang Mingjia's avarice. However, the primary reason stemmed from a past incident where Song Mingyi had been incarcerated for several months due to subway voyeurism, an event that had garnered considerable attention. Reports indicated that the police had discovered videos on his phone featuring each of his former girlfriends. With this precedent, he made the ideal scapegoat. Li Chang'an wagered that Song Mingyi's phone was certainly not free of incriminating content. "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Mingjia glared at Li Chang'an. "How dare you accuse Manager Song?" Song Mingyi's expression darkened, and he addressed Li Chang'an in a grave tone. "Director Li, I demand a reasonable explanation." Li Xiangjuan, who had been observing the scene unfold, felt the pressure as Song Mingyi directed it toward her. She fixed Li Chang'an with a cold stare. "Li Chang'an, if you claim that Manager Song is the true culprit behind the restroom voyeurism, what evidence do you possess?" Li Chang'an, prepared for this inquiry, responded swiftly, "It's simple. Have him surrender his phone for inspection by the security department. The truth will reveal itself." This proclamation, both Song Mingyi and Zhang Mingjia paled. Just before their lunch break, they had visited a nearby hotel for couples, and Song Mingyi had taken photographs. Despite Zhang Mingjia's vehement objections, he insisted it was merely for personal viewing, and she had not stopped him. Now that Li Chang'an suggested examining Song Mingyi's phone, Zhang Mingjia immediately protested. "Absolutely not." Li Chang'an shot her an exasperated glance. "Manager Song hasn't objected. Why should you bark like a dog? Step aside, you. Naturally, Manager Song was unwilling to endure such unfounded accusations that I don't see the need for this. Zhang Mingjia could hardly contain her fury towards Li Chang'an. Why do you get to decide what gets checked? Why not start with yours? I could accuse you of having a guilty conscience. I have nothing to hide. If it comes to it, I'll be checked as well, that Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Those with clean hands fear not the shadows. He turned to Song Mingyi. Wouldn't you agree? Li Xiangjuan. Song Mingyi. Li Xiangjuan shot a cold glare at the indifferent Li Chang'an. In her mind, she was seething. You think you're so righteous, using my leverage to take such risks. Yet, the one who felt most anxious was not Li Xiangjuan or Zhang Mingjia, but rather Song Mingyi, who had merely intended to observe the unfolding drama, but now found himself ensnared in it. Though he was unaware of Li Chang'an's reasons for suspecting him, he was painfully aware that his phone contained material he would prefer to keep hidden at that moment. Li Chang'an rose from the sofa, striding towards Zhang Mingjia and Song Mingyi, calling for the security personnel stationed outside. Manager Song, I recently learned a magic trick. Would you care to see it? Standing beside Song Mingyi, Li Chang'an seemingly brushed against the phone resting in Song Mingyi's pocket. What trick? Song Mingyi asked instinctively, bewildered by Li Chang'an's antics at such a serious juncture. As Li Chang'an rolled up his sleeves and extended his hand towards Song Mingyi, the moment of revelation arrived. Feigning mystery, he commanded, transform. As he opened his fist, it was empty. Zhang Mingjia shouted furiously at Li Chang'an. Are you out of your mind? But before she could continue her tirade, her peripheral vision caught sight of her boyfriend. Song Mingyi, who was inexplicably clad in only a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants-themed underwear. Dear. Why are your trousers gone? Feeling the chill on his thighs, Song Mingyi turned, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although he had no proof, he was certain that Li Chang'an was behind this. Li Chang'an, you son of a... Hold on, Manager Song. We're not done yet. Li Chang'an placed his hand behind his back, and as he spoke, a slender black void appeared in his palm, from which a brand new Apple phone fell. Li Chang'an waved the phone in front of Song Mingyi, then tossed it to the security personnel stationed by the door. Brothers from the security department, please check this phone. The reality dawned on him. Song Mingyi stared incredulously at the familiar phone, momentarily forgetting his lack of trousers. Li Chang'an, when did you take that? Don't worry about the details. Fuming, Song Mingyi lunged forward, grabbing Li Chang'an by the collar. You scoundrel, you're invading my privacy. I'll call the police and sue you. Chapter 20. The Truth Unveiled. Li Chang'an remained unflappable, unaffected by Song Mingyi's threats that go ahead and report me. It's not like I was the one looking at your phone, that you'll just end up battling it out with the corporate legal department. You. Song Mingyi's expression shifted from anger to uncertainty. He truly had no leverage against Li Chang'an. Ultimately, he had no choice but to release his grip. After an internal struggle, Song Mingyi revealed the shocking truth. Director Li. There's no need for an investigation. Li Xiangjuan observed him quietly as he hesitated, finally confessing, I admit, I'm the one who set up the pinhole camera. Li Xiangjuan. Zhang Mingjia? Li Chang'an. Wait, my friend. I admit I may have falsely accused you for the sake of a bet, but I didn't expect you to actually be the culprit. Li Chang'an thought, sensing that Song Mingyi's expression seemed genuine. Perhaps this was an unexpected twist of fate. Originally, he had merely viewed Song Mingyi as the ideal scapegoat and intended to vex Zhang Mingjia, the materialistic woman. Zhang Mingjia, still oblivious, believed that her boyfriend's confession was a means of protecting her from the exposure of their private photos. And she was moved to tears. Darling, you need not fear them, that I will retrieve your phone, and together we will take legal action against them. Even if it means standing against the world, I will be by your side. Song Mingyi. Upon seeing Zhang Mingjia preparing to stir up trouble in the security department, Song Mingyi grasped her arm, that if his phone contained solely videos and photos of Zhang Mingjia, Xiao, Jingjing, he would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the security department. However, the crux of the matter is that his phone indeed harbored incriminating evidence of those restroom surveillance videos. Darling, why are you holding me back? Zhang Mingjia glared at her boyfriend, Song Mingyi, her face twisted in anger. Noticing his expression of bitter resignation, she froze in place. Could it be? From behind the desk, Li Xiangjuan, recording the entire exchange, confirmed, Manager Song, do you affirm that you are the true culprit of the surveillance incident? Darling, please say you are not. Zhang Mingjia sensed something amiss but refused to accept it, anxiously urging her boyfriend, "Darling, say something." I confess." Having obtained the desired answer, Li Xiangjun pressed the button on her desk phone, instructing the security department not to investigate Song Mingyi's phone any further, while simultaneously dispatching personnel to escort the perpetrator away. The once furious Zhang Mingjia was now utterly despondent, unable to bear the reality, and fainted on the spot. Li Xiangjun said little more, summoning a security officer to take her to the hospital. After Zhang Mingjia and Song Mingyi were taken away, only Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjun remained in the office. "So, are you satisfied with this grand gift?" Li Xiangjun saved the recording on her phone, pleased that she had adeptly resolved the scandal, transforming a crisis into a highlight for her promotion assessment. To claim she was dissatisfied would be a falsehood. Yet she felt a twinge of discontent. It would have been better had Li Chang'an not intervened. "You are truly the biggest winner, having cleared your name while successfully defeating Zhang Mingjia. There are no secrets that remain hidden. The truth of Song Mingyi, being the actual perpetrator, would undoubtedly circulate, soon as for Zhang Mingjia, who had once been almost assured of securing a permanent position. It seemed likely that her prospects would now shift to Li Chang'an. Li Xiangjun scrutinized her subordinate, whose expression was as calm as a placid lake. How had she never noticed the depths of his cunning before? Could it be that all of this was a well-laid plan by Li Chang'an? The thought arose but was quickly dismissed. After all, Li Chang'an was merely a recent university graduate, incapable of such intricate scheming. However, one thing puzzled her greatly. If he knew that Song Mingyi was the true criminal, why did he not reveal it sooner? Furthermore, how had he performed that magic trick? Li Chang'an certainly had no intention of divulging the truth, not even bothering to offer a perfunctory response. "You should refrain from prying into matters of society. You, if possible." Li Xiangjun genuinely wished to expel this detestable individual from her office. Yet now, Li Chang'an held the power, while she was but a fish upon the chopping block at his mercy. Observing the irritated Li Xiangjun, Li Chang'an mimicked a line from a classic spy drama, saying, "Come here and kneel. I beseech you for a small favor, Li Xiangjun." To her surprise, Li Chang'an's requests were rather simple. First, he asked her to clock in for him for the next month. Second, he requested a transfer for him to Ningzhou Port for a month of business training. Upon hearing his demands, Li Xiangjun initially thought she had misheard, but after confirming repeatedly, she realized he was not joking. After Li Chang'an departed, Li Xiangjun stood by the office window, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as he left the building, murmuring to herself, "What on earth does this fellow intend to achieve?" Having resolved the scandal, Li Chang'an took a deep breath as he exited the building, feeling as though he were a liberated man. Though Li Xiangjun had ostensibly agreed to temporarily submit to his authority, Li Chang'an sensed a rebellious streak within her. Thus, his requests were kept simple, sparing her from being deeply involved in his plans for stockpiling supplies for the impending apocalypse. On the road, Li Chang'an felt the lottery ticket he had purchased the previous night in his pocket, intending to claim his winnings first. Meanwhile, the lottery shop near Chen Wenwen's neighborhood, which had been desolate the day before, was now bustling with activity. Oh my heavens, is this for real? Someone actually won 234 million Huaxia yuan in one go. Old man, are you spreading false news to trick us into buying tickets? No way, this is legit. I just checked the winning record. The person who won 234 million is actually from our Jiangsheng. Wow, boss, give me 10 lottery tickets, quick pick for the super lotto across the street. Wu Xiuli, who had just called her son Chen Xiaojun to prepare to go grocery shopping, was also drawn in. Gazing at the banner proclaiming that the lottery station had sold a 234 million yuan jackpot, Wu Xiuli gasped in shock. Had she known this lottery shop would yield such a grand prize, she would have insisted on buying 10 or 8 tickets yesterday. Perhaps she would have been the lucky winner. Though her daughter was about to marry into a wealthy family with 234 million Huaxia yuan, she would be rich herself. Xiaojun, you should buy a few lottery tickets too. Wu Xiuli pulled out a 100 yuan note from her bag, urging her son Chen Xiaojun to buy some tickets. Watching her son cross the street, she began daydreaming about how she would spend her winnings. Little did she know, an exceedingly unwelcome figure was approaching her line of sight. Chapter 21. Mom, we're about to strike it rich, damn. Why is this rude little brat back again? As Li Chang'an rode a shared bicycle closer, Wu Xiuli's expression changed dramatically. That hadn't this guy said he would give him a week to gather the money? Why was he here today? Truly a debt collector with an eye for profit. that Wu Shili completely forgot the kindness Li Chang'an had shown her family by selling his house to help them, and spoke harshly. Yet Li Chang'an seemed oblivious to her, appearing to head towards the lottery shop instead. Her guess proved accurate. Under Wu Shili's watchful gaze, Li Chang'an parked his shared bicycle and boldly entered the crowd of lottery players. Inside the lottery shop, Li Chang'an did not encounter the Mediterranean old man from the previous night, but rather a 30-something young man. "Hello, I came to—" Before Li Chang'an could finish his sentence, a familiar voice erupted. "Hey Li, do you have no manners?" Turning around, Li Chang'an was taken aback to find it was Chen Xiaojun. The young man in line recognized Li Chang'an, but, having learned a lesson the day before, he was no longer as impulsive. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Chen Xiaojun pointed at Li Chang'an from a distance, shouting, "Everyone is in line. What gives you the right to cut in?" Tete, it seems that slap from yesterday opened this kid's eyes. Now he knows to rally the people, thought Li Chang'an, easily seeing through Chen Xiaojun's petty thoughts. However, his plans would likely come to naught. Ignoring Chen Xiaojun entirely, Li Chang'an turned and unexpectedly pulled out a lottery ticket from somewhere. Placing it on the counter, "Boss, I'd like to claim my prize." The middle-aged man behind the glass counter, wearing glasses and somewhat portly, had initially assumed Li Chang'an was cutting in line to buy a ticket. However, upon realizing he was there to claim a prize, he swallowed his words. "All right, may I ask how much you won?" According to the regulations of Huaxia's lottery management, lottery tickets sold at physical stores within the province could be redeemed at any sales outlet for prizes of 10,000 yuan or less, provided the ticket was valid. The shop owner's question momentarily stumped Li Chang'an that he knew he had definitely won the first prize, but had no idea how much it amounted to. Especially after adding 60 times the stake. "I haven't calculated that. Li Chang'an replied honestly, "but it should be the first prize, with a 60-time edition." "What?" When Li Chang'an mentioned he had won the first prize, the shop owner was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the addition of 60 times, he was left utterly bewildered. Not only him, the previously boisterous crowd in the shop fell silent as well. The shop owner was the first to recover. His gaze fixed intently on the lottery ticket Li Chang'an had placed on the counter. Picking it up, he verified that the numbers on the ticket matched the first prize numbers announced the night before. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It turned out he was indeed holding the winning ticket for the staggering 234 million yuan prize. "I'm sorry, but you can't redeem this ticket here." The shop owner reluctantly returned the ticket to the glass counter. Li Chang'an frowned, questioning, "Why not? I bought this ticket with real money. Are you saying I can't claim my winnings?" The shop owner, recognizing that Li Chang'an was not a seasoned lottery player, understood he was clueless about the basic rules for redeeming lottery prizes at the same time. He felt a pang of jealousy. While he routinely purchased tickets for years without winning a single substantial prize, here was a young man, seemingly just in his 20s, who had struck it rich on his first try, winning an incredible 234 million yuan. Jealousy notwithstanding, he remained courteous, stating plainly, "The amount you have won is excessively high. You must redeem it at the provincial lottery center, a staggering 234 million. He mused. Even if he were to sell this lottery shop, he could scarcely afford a mere fraction of that sum. The shopkeeper's words ignited a frenzy among the eager patrons awaiting their chance to purchase tickets. "Brother, are you the big shot who won 234 million Huaxia coins? Hey, do you have any insider information? Spill the beans, buddy. I'll give you 500 yuan if you can advise me on which numbers to play this round." Yes, the crowd clamored, desperate to bask in the fortunate glow of Li Chang'an. A figure stood out amidst the throng, pushing his way out. This individual was Chen Xiaojun, his face alight with joy as he dashed out of the lottery shop, seemingly fearful of being caught. At the entrance, his anxious mother, Wu Shili, had just arrived when she saw her son Chen Xiaojun rushing out in a state of panic. She quickly grabbed him, asking Xiaojun, "What is the matter? Did you buy a ticket?" Fearing any further antics from Li Chang'an, Wu Shili urged, "If you didn't buy one, then let us hurry home." "Mom, we're about to strike it rich," Chen Xiaojun exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he looked at his mother. Without delay, he pulled her away from the shop, not halting until they were 2 streets away, panting heavily from the exertion that Wu Shili, bewildered by her son's exuberance, gasped, "Are you trying to kill me? Why are you running so fast? What on earth is going on? You're exhausting me." Youthful and vigorous, Chen Xiaojun soon regained his breath. Peering cautiously around, he noticed that Li Chang'an was nowhere in sight and carefully retrieved something from his pocket. Wu Shili focused her eyes and saw a crumpled lottery ticket. What on earth? It's just a lottery ticket. She smacked Chen Xiaojun on the back, exclaiming, "Why are you running around like that?" Ignoring the sting on his back, Chen Xiaojun carefully smoothed out the ticket in his hands. "You don't understand. This ticket is worth 234 million. What?" Wu Shili was taken aback. "What do you mean 234 million? Chen Xiaojun relayed the entire sequence of events that transpired in the shop, his pride swelling as he concluded. "And while they were all clamoring around that Li fellow, I managed to sneak this ticket away." That Wu Shili was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. Good heavens. The one who won 234 million is that little scoundrel Li Chang'an. Even if it is him, what of it? Chen Xiaojun gazed at the ticket with reverence. "Now that this ticket is in my possession, the money belongs to our family." Chapter 22. You claim it as yours. Does it acknowledge you? My dear son, does it hurt? Wu Shili tenderly rubbed Chen Xiaojun's back. Just moments before, when she had sent him to buy a ticket, she had been daydreaming about how they might spend the winnings if luck were on their side. She never anticipated that her son would indeed bring back a ticket worth a fortune. It seemed that even with her daughter Chen, when marrying into a wealthy family, they would no longer need to rely on their in-laws for assistance. With 234 million in hand, she could simply enjoy a life of ease for the remainder of her days. "Oh, Mom, stop rubbing. It doesn't hurt," Chen Xiaojun replied, brimming with excitement, "that we need to hurry to the provincial lottery center before that Li fellow realizes what has happened and tries to make a fuss." Yes, we must act swiftly," Wu Shili concurred, recognizing the urgency of the matter. Given the dubious nature of how they acquired the ticket, they needed to cash it in without delay, lest unforeseen complications arise. "I'll call your sister and have your brother-in-law drive us." Wu Shili trembled as she fished out her latest summer smartphone, but hesitated as she opened her contacts that "No, we cannot tell your sister." Chen Xiaojun inquired, "Why not? Think about it. If your sister and brother-in-law find out, what if they demand a share? A daughter married off is like water spilled. This money is thanks to you, and we cannot let it be divided with outsiders." Wu Shili's gaze darted around as she instructed Chen Xiaojun, "Neither of us will tell anyone. We'll go alone, and the money will be yours." After pondering his mother's advice, Chen Xiaojun realized the wisdom in her words. The ticket was rightfully his, acquired through his own cunning. There was no reason to share it. "Mom, you're right. The Chen family's money belongs to us alone." Wu Shili smiled at her son, her heart swelling with pride. Her child had finally matured and understood the value of responsibility. Without further ado, she hurriedly led Chen Xiaojun to hail a taxi and board a bus heading to Hangzhou. Upon their arrival in Hangzhou, dusk had already settled. Considering the time, Wu Shili surmised that the lottery redemption center would likely be closed, so she booked a room at the nearest Hilton hotel to the provincial lottery center. The following morning, Wu Shili and her son eagerly positioned themselves outside the lottery center, awaiting its opening. Once the doors swung open, they promptly approached the counter to announce their intent to redeem their winnings. A charming young lady greeted them and politely ushered them into the reception room. Aside from a table and 2 cameras for recording, the room was devoid of any furnishings. Soon, a well-dressed man entered, exuding authority as he took a seat before Wu Shili and Chen Xiaojun. "Good day to you both. I am here to assist you with the redemption process that Hello," Wu Shili replied, nudging her son. "Xiaojun, quickly present the ticket." With great care, Chen Xiaojun retrieved the winning ticket from his coat pocket, stating, "It's with me." The attendant extended his gloved hands expectantly. "Very well. Please hand over the winning ticket." Once in possession of the ticket, the attendant meticulously verified the numbers and scanned it with an unfamiliar device that Wu Shili and Chen Xiaojun watched anxiously, fearing any mishap with the ticket. However, they failed to notice that when the attendant flipped the ticket over, his expression turned serious. "Do you both have identification?" Yes, Wu Shili exclaimed, hastily rummaging through her bag for their identification and household registration documents. They had returned home specifically to gather necessary documents, fearful of any delays in the redemption process. The attendant, maintaining a grave demeanor, accepted the IDs from Wu Shili, scrutinizing the names before asking, "Please provide your household registration book." After receiving it from Chen Xiaojun, the attendant flipped through its pages and inquired, "May I ask how you acquired this lottery ticket?" "What do you mean?" Chen Xiaojun replied, feeling defensive. "We bought it from the lottery shop, of course. However, The attendant furrowed his brow, clearly about to elaborate when suddenly a knock sounded at the reception room door. All three turned their attention towards the door, which opened to reveal the very young lady who had initially greeted them. "Director Qian, there are two police officers here to see you." As her words faded, two uniformed officers stepped into the room, accompanied by a face that Wu Xioli and Chen Xiaojun had hoped never to encounter. "You needn't bother. These two are the ones who stole my lottery ticket." Emerging alongside the two officers was none other than Li Chang'an, the very person they wished to avoid. One of the officers approached the reception desk, addressing the stunned Chen family. "Are you Wu Xioli and Chen Xiaojun?" Despite her animosity towards Li Chang'an, Wu Xioli dared not act out in front of the police, responding obediently, "Yes, that it has come to our attention that the gentleman outside has reported that you have stolen his winning lottery ticket. We must ask you to accompany us, that you are talking nonsense." Chen Xiaojun sprang to his feet, indignant. "What grounds do you have to accuse me of stealing your ticket?" "Ha! I just lost a ticket worth 234 million. And you two show up at the provincial lottery center to redeem it. That if it isn't you who stole it, then who is it?" Li Chang'an regarded Chen Xiaojun with a look of disbelief. "Don't tell me you also happened to buy a ticket that won 234 million. Stop spouting nonsense," Chen Xiaojun retorted, emboldened by the presence of the police. "This ticket is mine. I bought it." Beside him, Chen's mother, Wu Xioli, was resolute about asserting the ownership of the lottery ticket. She pointed an accusatory finger at Li Chang'an and declared to the two police officers present, "I want to report this. This individual has slandered and infringed upon the personal and property rights of my son and me." "Li Chang'an, this is a predicament of your own making. Had you been more forthcoming, I might have generously bestowed upon you 1.7 million, but now, not only shall I ensure you witness my son and me claim our winnings, but I will also see to it that you receive none of that 1.7 million. As the two parties exchanged heated words, the two officers appeared somewhat exasperated. One of them turned to Li Chang'an, who stood by the entrance, and inquired, "Mr. Li, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that the lottery ticket belongs to you?" "Indeed, you claim the ticket is yours, but can it respond to your call?" Chen Xiaojun scoffed derisively at Li Chang'an, taunting, "Or does it bear your name written upon it?" Li Chang'an maintained his composure while gazing at Chen Xiaojun. But before he could utter a word, a voice suddenly interrupted from the reception area. "Excuse me, are you Li Chang'an? The Li from Yuzi Li, and Chang from Great Wall?" Chapter 23. Yuan Fong. "What are your thoughts on the apocalypse?" Everyone turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Director Qian, who had just been tasked with verifying the authenticity of the lottery ticket. Upon hearing the inquiry, Li Chang'an nodded nonchalantly, "Yes. Could you kindly provide your identification number?" 500242226. As Li Chang'an recited his identification number, Director Qian's gaze remained fixed on the lottery ticket in his hand. After listening, Director Qian addressed the two police officers in the reception area. "Gentlemen, I am Qian Yunxing, the director responsible for managing the prize claims at the Provincial Lottery Center. Upon my verification, this winning ticket indeed belongs to M.R. Li Chang'an." The previously courteous Director Qian's sudden reversal caught Chen Xiaojun and his mother, Wu Xioli, off guard. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Xioli exclaimed in a panic, refuting, "This ticket was brought here by my son and me from Jiangcheng. It is ours. On what grounds do you claim it belongs to that scoundrel named Li?" Chen Xiaojun, equally incensed, rushed forward, seizing Director Qian's collar as he shouted at the police officers in the reception area. "Officers, this man is in cahoots with that Li fellow. They're conspiring to swindle us common folk out of our money. Hurry and arrest them. Release him." The officers, witnessing Chen Xiaojun's aggression, swiftly intervened, admonishing, "Speak civilly, do not resort to violence. Let him go at once. What is your name?" "I am assisting you in apprehending a criminal," Chen Xiaojun retorted defiantly. "I warn you once more, you do not have the authority to enforce the law. Release him at once. It is clear to me. You are all in league." Chen Xiaojun, in a fit of rage, shouted, "I will not let go. Should anyone attempt to seize my ticket, I will make them pay." The officer, realizing that Chen Xiaojun was unyielding and armed with no weapon, chose not to waste further words. He drew out a stun baton and delivered a series of jolts. Moments ago, Chen Xiaojun had been belligerent, but now, under the onslaught of the stun baton, he curled up on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Resembling a stranded shrimp, "That my son!" Wu Xioli cried out, rushing towards her son, embracing him as she began to wail for help. "Oh my heavens, the police are attacking. We can't go on like this." Help, it's murder. Is there no law left? As Wu Shioli sat on the ground, desperately clutching her son, a shadow loomed before her. Upon raising her gaze, she found herself eye level with the belt. Continuing to look up, she saw Li Chang'an coldly gazing down at her. Foolish woman, did you not even check the ticket you stole? Wu Shioli was taken aback, bewildered by his words. What does he mean? Li Chang'an scoffed. Allow me to share a secret. I inscribed my name and identification number on the back of that ticket. AT is revelation. Wu Shioli's expression froze, as if struck by lightning. AT that moment. Director Qian was showing the two officers the name and identification number inscribed on the back of the ticket. Although they could not recall the number Li Chang'an had just recited in full, it was evident to anyone with discerning eyes whose ownership the ticket belonged to. With the truth now laid bare, the two officers solemnly produced a pair of handcuffs. We hereby arrest you on behalf of the state for obstructing law enforcement and theft of another's property. From this moment on, you may remain silent. Anything you say will be used as evidence in court. Since Li Chang'an had already provided his statement to the Hangzhou Police Department during his initial report, there was no need for him to return. As the officers escorted the culprits away, this farcical scene came to an end, and the Provincial Lottery Center's reception area returned to a state of calm. Li Chang'an chuckled as he set the chair that had toppled over back upright and took a seat. Director Qian, may we now proceed with the prize claim process? Director Qian adjusted his attire and smiled politely. Of course. After completing all the necessary procedures for the prize claim, including the taxes Li Chang'an had to pay and a symbolic donation, he ultimately received approximately 187 million. As he departed, it was Director Qian himself who accompanied him to the entrance. Even if Director Qian had remained silent during their time in the reception area, Li Chang'an could have easily proven his ownership of the ticket. However, due to Director Qian's righteous testimony, Li Chang'an felt indebted and intended to share a piece of insider information. Director Qian, I appreciate your assistance in the reception area earlier. Director Qian waved his hand dismissively. It was my duty. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Li. Are you a believer, Director Qian? Li Chang'an noted that Director Qian wore a bracelet made of golden silk nanmu and decided to steer the conversation in that direction. Seeing that Li Chang'an was not an official and realizing their connection was likely to be fleeting, Director Qian lowered his guard. I wouldn't call it faith, merely a personal interest. Public officials, apart from their singular ideological commitment, are not permitted to openly express other beliefs, relegating such matters to the realm of hobbies. However, even as a hobby, it must not be displayed too overtly, lest it be exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to intentional or unintentional missteps. How about you, Mr. Li? Do you have an interest in Buddhism? Director Qian inquired in return. Li Chang'an shook his head. I am utterly clueless about Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, but I do pay homage to the god of wealth. As a model citizen of the new era, he believed in science and scorned superstitions. However, the god of wealth was different. That was a cherished cultural inheritance from his ancestors, deserving of utmost respect. In his presence, no words were necessary. Even the most devout followers would bow deeply in reverence. No wonder I struck such a grand prize. Director Qian chuckled, recognizing Li Chang'an's jest, his demeanor visibly relaxing. It seems I too must invite a statue of the god of wealth home for worship tonight. Li Chang'an smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Having laid the groundwork, he decided to broach the main topic. I have a few words to share. I wonder if Director Qian would be interested in hearing them? Oh, Director Qian smiled. Please, Mr. Li. What are your thoughts on the apocalypse? Director Qian, the apocalypse? Director Qian paused, pondering the sudden leap in the young man's thoughts. Having just won 234 million, he had yet to bask in the warmth of his newfound wealth and was already fretting over the end of the world. To be honest, I have never considered such matters before, but even if there were an apocalypse, it would likely be many years away. Why then, we would both be but a handful of dust. Why worry unnecessarily? Director Qian's perspective echoed that of the vast majority of people today. Yet Li Chang'an, having been reborn 4 years after the apocalypse, understood their error. What if I told you that the apocalypse is set to descend upon us in just 1 month? If that were the case, it might not be so bad. Director Qian assumed Li Chang'an was jesting. With housing prices soaring in Hangzhou, if the apocalypse arrives, we would all be free from the burdens of mortgage payments. I am not joking, Li Chang'an replied, vivid memories of cities crumbling to ruins and civilizations regressing in the icy grip of winter flooding his mind. Perhaps you do not believe me now. But I speak the truth that in 2 weeks, the temperature on Earth will soar dramatically, heralding the onset of the apocalypse, that if you believe my words, you should hasten to stockpile supplies. Having delivered his warning, Li Chang'an took his leave, feeling he had done his part to alert Director Qian. Whether he acted upon it was now a matter of fate. Director Qian remained rooted in thought, the last words echoing in his mind. I sincerely hope individuals like you can endure a little longer. After concluding his business at the Provincial Lottery Center, Li Chang'an did not linger in Hangzhou, but promptly boarded a high-speed train back to Jiangxing. While most individuals would be content with a staggering 187 million huaxia coins idly resting in their accounts, he was likely already indulging in a lavish lifestyle, frequenting bars and enjoying the full spectrum of services provided by youthful models. However, Li Chang'an remained unperturbed. Although this sum appeared substantial, it paled in comparison to the extensive list of preparations he had for the impending apocalypse. Upon alighting from the train, his intention was to first seek a meal. After all, a man is like iron, and food is akin to steel. Missing a meal would leave one feeling quite famished. In the past, lacking both funds and means, he could only afford boxed lunches and fast food. Now, however, as a man of considerable wealth, he resolved to seize the opportunity to experience fine dining before the world descended into chaos. With this thought in mind, Li Chang'an confidently stepped into a high-end Western restaurant in the city center of Jiangxing. To his surprise, fate had conspired against him, as he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Chapter 24. Excuse me, it was intentional. The Seagull Restaurant, the sole establishment in Jiangxing awarded the prestigious Michelin 3-star rating, boasted a powerful brand reputation for its flavors, coupled with its prime location in the central business district. A meal here began at a minimum cost of 4,000 huaxia coins. Once earning a monthly salary of 3,500, Li Chang'an would have never considered dining here. After all, who would spend 4,000 on a single meal? Yet, with the apocalypse looming, money was but a pile of worthless paper, especially now that his bank account held over 180 million. Doing nothing for a day meant that merely closing his eyes and reopening them would yield over 10,000 in interest, that if it weren't for that damned apocalypse, there would be no end to his spending. Upon entering the Seagull Restaurant, he was immediately greeted by a server clad in a deep burgundy suit. The meticulous European-style service, combined with the impeccably dressed clientele, left Li Chang'an feeling somewhat like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. An inexplicable sensation that was not quite self-doubt, but rather an uncomfortable dissonance. Perhaps it was the figures in his bank account that lent him confidence. Preferring to remain inconspicuous, he requested the server to seat him in a corner. However, just as he finished placing his order, and the server departed with the menu, two figures appeared at the entrance, that a man and a woman. The man unfamiliar to him, fit and slender, exuding an air of a social elite who frequented the GYM. Li Chang'an's attention was drawn to the woman accompanying him. Strikingly beautiful and captivating. From the moment she and her companion entered the restaurant, she attracted the gaze of numerous gentlemen. Her raven black hair cascaded in soft waves over her shoulders, and her features resembled the ethereal beauty of the moon and spring blossoms. With delicate eyebrows and a complexion as refined as a peach blossom, adorned with a pearl necklace that accentuated her radiance, her slender waist was so delicate it could scarcely be grasped. Even clad in a simple long dress, her enchanting figure was undeniable, embodying a vision of grace and allure that if her beauty alone were not enough, Li Chang'an recognized her. She was none other than Li Xiangjuan, the deputy director of the Human Resources Department of Ningzhou Port Group, and his former superior, Dennis. He watched Li Xiangjuan ascend the stairs alongside the well-built gentleman toward the VIP room on the second floor. Li Chang'an could not help but realize he had underestimated her charm. The ever-changing beauty was indeed formidable. Yet he dismissed the notion quickly. Women would only complicate his plans for survival in the apocalypse. Just as he thought he could enjoy his meal in peace, fate intervened once more. Dennis's pasta and steak were served. Another couple entered, entwined in an affectionate embrace. The woman, with flowing locks and expertly applied makeup, donned high-end brands from head to toe, accentuated by a Louis Vuitton handbag worth over 200,000 to the man, while not exceptionally handsome, carried the unmistakable aura of someone who owned a Porsche 911, his car keys silently declaring his status. It was none other than the notorious couple, Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao. Upon spotting Li Chang'an, Chen Wenwen instinctively tightened her grip on her fiancé's arm. Wei Shihao, noticing her reaction, followed her gaze to the man casually devouring his steak. Darling, there's no one there. Let us sit over there, Wei Shihao suggested, feigning a smile while observing Li Chang'an's unrefined manner of eating. The couple chose a strategically positioned table diagonally across from Li Chang'an. As they placed their order, Wei Shihao spoke loudly, deliberately selecting the most expensive items, ensuring everyone heard him. Shihao, isn't that enough? We'll never finish all that, Chen Wenwen cautioned, concerned about the wastefulness that if we don't finish. We don't finish, and I'm not like some people who come to Siegel and only order pasta and steak, Wei Shihao retorted, pointedly implying Li Chang'an's choices. You are my woman. This little money means nothing. With me, the only hardship you'll face is choosing between Starbucks and other cafes. Li Chang'an remained silent, simmering with frustration. This fellow seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Although eager to confront the couple, Li Chang'an understood that now was not the opportune moment, for their presence could jeopardize his plans. Yet, they persisted in their antics. After the server delivered their extravagant meal, Wei Shihao, visibly displeased, addressed the server. I thought Siegel was Jiangqing's finest restaurant, but it seems otherwise, the server, taken aback, inquired. I apologize, sir. Has there been any issue with our service? Wei Shihao pointed disdainfully at Li Chang'an, who was nearly finished with his plate of pasta. You allow individuals like him into your establishment? Look around. Everyone else is in formal attire, dining with elegance. And then there's him, clad in what appears to be cheap casual wear, slurping his pasta and disturbing my wife and me. The presence of such a rude patron raises serious doubts about your restaurant standards. Wei Shihao's gaze was fixed on Li Chang'an, emphasizing the term wife with a hint of malice that he had long been aware of Chen Wenwen's relationship when he pursued her. And this only fueled his competitive spirit. Now that Chen Wenwen was his fiancée, he seized the opportunity to take revenge on Li Chang'an, the man he deemed a rival. The server, weighing the situation, approached Li Chang'an with an apologetic demeanor, stating, Sir, we have received a complaint. Li Chang'an, unfazed, replied coolly, I have ears. There's no need to repeat. With that, he casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, rose from his seat, and approached Wei Shihao and Chen Wenwen's table to eye in front of them. He tossed the napkin, now damp with soup, into their bowl. If I heard correctly, you were speaking about me. And if so, what of it? Wei Shihao sneered. You poor wretch, do you realize this bowl of soup alone costs more than your monthly salary? Is that so? Li Chang'an responded, retrieving the now soggy napkin from the bowl. Is it truly that expensive? Despite his words, Li Chang'an's demeanor suggested he found little value in the claim. Under the gaze of onlookers, he nonchalantly flicked the wet napkin onto Wei Shihao's person. However, I did it on purpose. Chapter 25. She still needs to go on blind dates? Wei Shihao's anger flared, and he stood, ready to strike Li Chang'an. However, the thought of the repercussions, a potential headline in the morning news, deterred him. Any altercation might adversely affect his family's company, and his miserly father would surely freeze his accounts for months if he found out. Ultimately, reason prevailed, suppressing his urge to retaliate. So, you're just going to sit there and take it? Li Chang'an, sensing Wei Shihao's internal conflict, continued to mock him. You never had the guts before, and it seems that hasn't changed. Whether in a past life or the present, Wei Shihao remains unchanged, daring only to resort to underhanded tactics from the shadows. Though he is not a fool, being a second-generation wealthy heir, he does not allow himself to be led by the nose by Li Chang'an's mere words. Nevertheless, he has no intention of letting this matter rest. Apart from violence, he possesses numerous methods to humiliate Li Chang'an, compelling him to kneel and beg like a dog. Li Chang'an, what are you so arrogant about? I know you despise me deeply, don't you? Are you longing for me to strike first so that you can retaliate, and then claim self-defense when the police arrive? Wei Shihao wore an expression that seemed to pierce through Li Chang'an's heart. Sneering, pauper, do you think I would indulge your whims? No, I will make you witness the chasm that separates us. He gestured toward the designer's suit stained with sauce. This suit is a bespoke piece from Italy. Worth 100,000 you, fresh out of school, can't even afford the dishes on this table, and I shall relish watching you compensate today. If you can't pay up, then prepare to sit in jail. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shihao abruptly changed his tone. Of course, if you kneel and bow to me 3 times before leaving this restaurant, I might be in a good mood and decide not to sue you. Upon hearing this, the entire first floor of the Sigil restaurant fell into silence. That on the surface, it seemed as if Wei Shihao was being magnanimous, offering Li Chang'an a way out without facing jail time or compensation. However, the discerning could see that Wei Shihao was deliberately making things difficult for Li Chang'an. Yet, the onlookers merely wished to observe as passive spectators, treating the situation as a mere interlude during their meal, with no one willing to speak up for justice. Just when everyone anticipated that Li Chang'an would swallow his pride and concede, his actions took everyone by surprise. "Waiter, please summon your restaurant manager." Li Chang'an beckoned to a nearby server. After making his request, he turned to Wei Shihao with a cold smile. 100,000. Is that a lot? Lacking Wei Shihao's contact information, Li Chang'an directly transferred 100,000 to Chen Wenwen right before everyone's eyes. Then casually used the soup bowl on the table to wipe his hands, eschewing napkins altogether, and instead used Wei Shihao's designer suit as a makeshift towel. "This suit is now mine. Is it all right if I wipe my hands with it?" Just then, the restaurant manager arrived. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Li Chang'an picked up a menu from a nearby table and, amidst the manager's confusion, handed it to him. "On this menu, every dish counts as one. And even if it's a set, it's fine that I would like 1,000 of each." This declaration elicited gasps from both the manager and other diners. Chen Wenwen was incredulous. "Heavens, Li Chang'an. Are you out of your mind?" "Be quiet. This is not your place to bark," Li Chang'an shot her a glare. The restaurant manager frowned deeply, his expression stern as he confirmed with Li Chang'an. "Sir, are you certain you are not joking?" Li Chang'an casually tossed a warm bank card to a nearby waiter. "Password is 260875. Please check the balance for me." Following the manager's gesture, the waiter took Li Chang'an's card and returned a few minutes later, respectfully handing it back. "Sir, your card balance is $187,430,421.30. Instantly, another round of astonishment swept through the Sigil restaurant. Chen Wenwen was left in a daze. Is this still the Li Chang'an she knew? Hearing the server's response, Li Chang'an turned to the manager with an indifferent gaze. "Do you still think I am joking?" The manager hastily shook his head, smiling obsequiously. No, our restaurant is honored to serve you. However, according to our dining policy, you might need to pay a 20% deposit in advance. That is acceptable." Li Chang'an nodded. After the manager respectfully took the card and departed, Li Chang'an turned back to Wei Shihao with a cold glare. "Aren't you quite wealthy? Why not show it off?" Wei Shihao was left speechless, unable to fathom that Li Chang'an's card held a staggering 180 million. That wasn't this kid supposed to come from a modest background? And wasn't he supposedly in debt? How did he suddenly become a millionaire? Although Wei Shihao was the future heir of the Wei Group, even with his family's wealth, he only had around 100,000 in liquid assets. Yet, refusing to lose face, he glared at Li Chang'an. "What are you so smug about? Even if you order 10,000 dishes today, it won't change the fact that Chen Wenwen is currently my woman. Just a promiscuous wretch." Li Chang'an was taken aback that Wei Shihao would use Chen Wenwen as a point of pride, sneering, "You can't possibly think I would covet a woman like her, who was available to anyone." Chen Wenwen's expression changed drastically. She anticipated Li Chang'an would humiliate her so publicly, her eyes welling with tears. "Li Chang'an, you are being too much." After all, Li Chang'an had once been with her. Even if they had broken up, there was no need to defame her in front of so many people, if we set aside the facts. Did Li Chang'an have no fault in this matter? If he had been as considerate and understanding as his fiancée Wei Shihao, would things have escalated to such an unpleasant confrontation? As Chen Wenwen seethed with resentment, Wei Shihao, eager to reclaim his dignity, pressed Li Chang'an. "If you look down on Chen Wenwen, then why don't you find someone better than her? Anyone can boast." Wei Shihao had expected to regain some ground in the battle for women. But to his surprise, Li Chang'an remained calm and confident. "I initially sought to dine as an ordinary person, yet this pair of adulterers insisted on humiliating themselves. Very well. Let this mountain pig witness what true beauty is." Wei Shihao, gritting his teeth, glared at Li Chang'an. "Fine, I will wait right here to see what kind of person you can bring." Li Chang'an retrieved his phone from his pocket, leisurely dialing a number. "What are you doing?" "None of your concern. That don't make me ask twice." After a moment of silence on the other end, a gentle and intelligent voice responded. "Blind date." What nonsense. Li Chang'an thought he must have misheard. With her looks and that devilish figure, how could she ever stoop to a blind date? However, that was not the point. Cough, cough. It was fortunate that Li Chang'an hadn't put the call on speaker. Otherwise, things would have gone awry. Li Chang'an forcefully ignored the mention of blind date. Don't eat yet. I'm on the first floor, hurry down. After another pause, the voice responded. Why? Why so much nonsense? Li Chang'an, fearing that the woman might lose her bearings, reminded her. As my woman, you need only obey. And next time, I don't want to hear you so why again. Do you understand? On the other end. Just a moment. Chapter 26. Oh no, my superior has a rebellious streak. On the second floor of the Sigil restaurant, Li Xiangjuan had lost her smile since receiving Li Chang'an's call. What trouble had arisen? The man across from her on the blind date noticed her demeanor and offered. Do you need my assistance? Li Xiangjuan hung up the phone, letting out a sigh. Honestly, so far, she had felt positively about the man sitting opposite her. But now it seemed this blind date was destined to fail. Feeling somewhat troubled, she reflected on how, ever since the incident in the restroom, nothing had gone her way. Mr. Su, I have an urgent matter to attend to. She said that, I can drive you, the man, referred to as Mr. Su by Li Xiangjuan, began to rise from his seat, but she quickly refused. No need. Let us end things here. Wait, may I ask why? He couldn't understand why. After several pleasant encounters, Li Xiangjuan had suddenly changed her mind after just one phone call that Li Xiangjuan, feeling frustrated, thought it absurd that Li Chang'an had chosen this moment, at this restaurant, to call her. What was worse, it seemed he expected her to play the role of his woman to satisfy his vanity. The key was, she couldn't refuse. It's nothing. I just feel we are not suited for each other. With that, Li Xiangjuan grabbed her Hermes handbag and departed, leaving the blind date man bewildered in the private room. As she traversed the long corridor with its wine-red carpet, she could faintly hear a boisterous voice. Li Chang'an. You like to put on a show, don't you? Today, I will see how you end this. On the second floor, Li Xiangjuan gazed down at the three individuals in the crowd that a seasoned participant in numerous social gatherings. She immediately recognized the man speaking as Wei Shihai, the wealthy heir of the Wei group. That it seemed that this young scion harbored a strong aversion towards Li Chang'an, deliberately pulling his female companion closer to him as he spoke. What was unfolding here? Was he vying for a woman's attention out of jealousy? Li Xiangjuan, assessing the situation, swiftly discerned the current dynamics below at a group of immature youngsters. How childish, she muttered to herself, piecing together the content of her recent phone call and arriving at a rough understanding of Li Chang'an's predicament. As she watched Li Chang'an falter, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within her. What was this feeling? If given the choice, Li Xiangjuan wouldn't mind watching this spectacle unfold indefinitely. However, Li Chang'an, estimating the time, glanced up towards the second floor, only to meet Li Xiangjuan's gaze at the staircase. Did this woman intend to witness my embarrassment? Li Chang'an stared intently at Li Xiangjuan above, his tone tinged with impatience. How long do you plan to watch? As the center of attention, Li Chang'an's words drew the gaze of dozens of onlookers, ultimately focusing on the elegantly attired Li Xiangjuan, who was strikingly beautiful. Once discovered, even though she was reluctant, Li Xiangjuan had no choice but to descend the stairs. It must be said, her talent for performance was remarkable. As she made her way down, she quickly fell into character, wearing a captivating smile as she approached Li Chang'an. Many in the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard, simultaneously re-evaluating Li Chang'an in disbelief, wondering what this stunning beauty saw in him. The key point was that this lad seemed blissfully unaware of his fortune. If they had such a beautiful girlfriend, they would cherish her like a priceless gem. Yet, Li Chang'an had flaunted his family status during the phone call, initially thought to be mere pretense, but now it appeared to be genuine. Could it be that such top-tier beauties favored a more dominant demeanor? Wei Shihai initially thought the woman seemed familiar, but he quickly recalled having encountered Li Xiangjuan at a high-end cocktail party 2 months prior. That time, she radiated brilliance, mingling effortlessly with the elite from various sectors. Attracting numerous admirers, Wei Shihai had intended to strike up a conversation and exchange contact information, only to be rebuffed. Afterward, he paid little heed to it, fully aware that such a stunning and formidable woman would never consider someone as ordinary as him. However, now, having heard Li Chang'an's words, she actually approached? Could it be that the true beauty Li Chang'an referred to was indeed her? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. She didn't even look at me. What merit could Li Chang'an possibly possess to attract her? Rather than believing that Li Chang'an had secured Li Xiangjuan's affections, Wei Shihai preferred to entertain the notion that the apocalypse was imminent. Wei Shihai was not the only one taken aback. Chen Wenwen, nestled in his embrace, displayed an equal measure of astonishment. Though not an employee of Ningzhou Port Management Group, she recognized Li Xiangjuan from their shared time at Jiangqing University during a recruitment event. Ningzhou Port Management Group, as the leading enterprise in Jiangqing and Z Province, had one of its representatives deliver a speech, and that representative was none other than the woman before her, whose presence made her feel inadequate. She had once fantasized about standing in the spotlight like Li Xiangjuan, exuding charm and earning the admiration and envy of all. Yet, she never expected to reunite with her under such peculiar circumstances. Li Chang'an observed the dazed expressions of Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihai, relishing the effect he had achieved. This was indeed the correct way to showcase the proud and contrasting demeanor of a female superior. Li Xiangjuan had originally intended to link arms with Li Chang'an, but unexpectedly, he grasped her delicate wrist and with a firm pull, drew her into his embrace. Was it enjoyable to observe your man being flaunted from above? As Li Xiangjuan faced away from the crowd, only Li Chang'an could see her disdainful expression, as if to say, "You scoundrel, who said I was yours? I'm merely fulfilling my professional duties. How else would I support you?" Indeed, this woman had a rebellious streak, and not just a minor 1.1 careless remark almost portrayed him as a mere kept man. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had previously revealed a glimpse of his substantial bank balance. Otherwise, he might have been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Li Xiangjuan. Nonetheless, despite her disdain, Li Xiangjuan proved to be an excellent ally at this moment. She was acutely aware that the unfolding scene was likely linked to the woman in Wei Shihai's arms. She subtly turned her body, her beautiful eyes appraising Chen Wenwen before lackadaisically shifting her gaze back to Wei Shihai. "Mr. Wei, it has been a while. Indeed, it has been a while. And who might this be?" She is my fiancée." Wei Shihai felt inexplicably flustered before Li Xiangjuan, like a schoolboy caught in mischief, losing the earlier bravado. Wenwen, this is Manager Li." Li Xiangjuan casually regarded the somewhat timid Chen Wenwen in Wei Shihai's embrace. Without waiting for an introduction, she interjected, "It appears Mr. Wei's taste." Chen Wenwen looked at Li Xiangjuan with some anticipation, curious as to her assessment. Surely it couldn't be bad. After all, she had been a campus celebrity during her university days. Well-liked by many. However, Li Xiangjuan's subsequent remark plunged her into icy despair. Not particularly impressive. Having spoken, Li Xiangjuan teased Li Chang'an, who held her waist. "He's not as good as my man, don't you think?" Dear, chuckling, Li Chang'an, though prepared for this display, found himself captivated by Li Xiangjuan's remarkable performance. The audacity of her playful arrogance was simply delightful. However, the last statement sounded suspiciously like self-praise. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary display from this woman today, he decided to overlook the minor details. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chang'an struck while the iron was hot, delivering a stinging blow to his rival. "Wei Shihai, you don't still think you're the one who stole my woman, do you?" As he spoke, he shot a cold glance at Chen Wenwen. "Speaking of which, a fickle woman like her seems rather well suited for you. What about me? Good dogs don't block the way." With those words, Li Chang'an led his enchanting companion, whose delicate waist he held, through the crowd, prompting onlookers to part ways in various states of astonishment. Outside the Seagull restaurant, at the corner of the street, Li Xiangjuan's expression returned to its usual aloofness. She glanced at the unwelcome hand still wrapped around her waist. "How long do you intend to hold on? What's the rush? I can always let you hold me again later." Li Xiangjuan had initially thought that after their little charade, she could avoid seeing this insufferable man again. Yet, Li Chang'an, with no sense of propriety, comfortably slid into the passenger seat of her BMW. This detestable rogue. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never invited him into the group. Not only had her blind date been ruined, but now she was also at his beck and call. Seeing his once lofty superior regarding him with icy disdain, Li Chang'an showed no signs of intimidation. "What are you staring at, Drive?" Currently, he was still carless, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Besides, it was just a casual ride, no emotional strings attached. Whereto Li Xiangjuan took a deep breath, her voice still cool, tinged with impatience that Li Chang'an understood that this proud and tempestuous female superior despised him. To her, being a vice president of human resources, she found it humiliating to be subordinate to a mere intern. Yet, she had failed to realize that Li Chang'an had never intended to include her in his plans. It was her own selfish desires that had compelled her to provoke him. Indeed, life is inherently unjust. Individuals like Zhang San and Li Si among the masses may endure humiliation to survive or accept a humble existence. However, they cannot accept being crushed under the heel of those who consider themselves noble. Nevertheless, having witnessed Li Xiangyuan's impressive performance at the Seagull restaurant, Li Chang'an felt in good spirits and paid no heed to his resentful subordinate. Responding casually, renting a warehouse at a warehouse, Li Xiangyuan furrowed her brows in confusion. What do you need a warehouse for? As the managing group of Ningzhou Port, which had held the title of the world's top throughput for 14 consecutive years, they possessed countless storage facilities that, as an internal employee, he could easily store items in one of their many warehouses. Why would he seek to rent one elsewhere? Moreover, considering his circumstances, he likely had nothing of value to store. Even if he did, the daily rent for a private warehouse would be far beyond what his meager monthly salary of 3,500 could afford, that Li Xiangyuan pondered, her brows slightly knitted. Suspecting that he might be viewing her as an ATM, expecting her to foot the bill. What else is there to do but store things? Lu Chang'an cast a bewildered glance at Li Xiangyuan. As if she were a fool, hadn't this woman been quite clever when she was scheming against him? Why did she now seem somewhat simple-minded? Li Xiangyuan felt a twinge of offense. Our group has numerous vacant warehouses. If you genuinely require one, I can coordinate a space for your use. Her proposition was indeed enticing. After all, who wouldn't wish to enjoy a free benefit rather than spend unnecessarily? Yet, this unnecessary expenditure was one that Li Chang'an would have to incur. For soon those idle warehouses would be filled with materials from various overseas capital groups. Assets that would serve as his lifeline in the future. He could not afford to lose even a fraction. With utmost seriousness, Li Chang'an shook his head and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Those assets belong to the nation and the people. How could I jeopardize the interests of the populace for my own personal gain? You shall not ensnare me in wrongdoing." While his words were commendable, Li Xiangyuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in his tone. Seeing that Li Chang'an was ungrateful, she decided not to press further. Merely stating, "Suit yourself, but you'll have to cover the costs of renting a private warehouse." Very well, Li Chang'an nodded, expressing no dissent, that he understood the underlying implication of Li Xiangyuan's words. Her concerns were utterly unfounded. With two modest goals in mind, he was hardly bothered by the small sum required for the warehouse rental. Moreover, there was no need for him to threaten her with the video of the accident and its aftermath to secure funding. Upon receiving Li Chang'an's acquiescence, Li Xiangyuan felt a sense of relief. During her years at Ningzhou Port Group, she had forged numerous connections within the logistics industry. However, as she had previously mentioned, most of them were people seeking to rent the warehouses owned by their group. As Li Xiangyuan skillfully maneuvered her BMW, contemplating whom to call regarding the availability of private warehouse rentals, she felt as though she had overlooked something. She meticulously recalled every detail from her outings over the past few days. Wait a minute, wasn't there a warehouse rental service near her residential area? Suddenly, she remembered spotting an advertisement for a warehouse for rent at an intersection while driving away earlier that day. A glimmer of insight flashed in her beautiful eyes behind her frameless glasses. Resolving to follow through, she made a U-turn at the next traffic light, steering her car back toward her residence, Happiness Community. Half an hour later, when Li Chang'an came across the slogan proclaiming their love for Jiangcheng, he instantly recognized that he was in the vicinity of Happiness Community. At first glance, this slogan, dubbed the city's calling card, felt warm and inviting, and the name Happiness Community itself was quite appealing, evoking a sense of home. However, with an average price nearing 100,000 per square meter, it was enough to extinguish the enthusiasm of most. He understood that one need not reside in Happiness Community to grasp the essence of happiness. Nevertheless, there was a rationale behind the high prices. The exorbitant costs were indicative of the developer's newfound ethical considerations regarding construction expenses. The extensive use of reinforced steel in the buildings had garnered the endorsement of the Jiangcheng government. Claiming it to be the safest community in the nation, Li Xiangyuan had intended to bring Li Chang'an to a warehouse near Happiness Community for the sake of discreetly observing what he intended to store. Indeed, Li Chang'an possessed incriminating evidence that could obliterate her entire existence. Yet Li Xiangyuan was not the type to sit idly by, naive enough to believe the man's words about working for a month before he would resign from Ningzhou Port Group and grant her freedom. Men's words are often deceiving, she mused. She trusted her instincts. Her feminine intuition told her that Li Chang'an's motives were far from simple. This could potentially be an opportunity for her to turn the tables and no longer be beholden to him, provided she could secure evidence of his wrongdoing. However, what Li Xiangjuan did not anticipate was that even if she had not brought Li Chang'an here today, he would have sought out this place on his own. As one who had been reborn after the apocalypse, Li Chang'an understood the safety of Happiness Community during the prolonged aftermath of the cataclysm. Aside from the steep prices, it had no apparent drawbacks. Now, that high cost was no longer an issue, as he had an abundance of funds in his bank account, possessing nothing else of value. Li Xiangjuan did not park directly in Happiness Community. She wished to conceal from Li Chang'an that she was a resident there, fearing it might arouse his suspicion. Instead, she opted for a paid parking space in Jiangcheng. Expensive perhaps, but worth it. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an refrained from disclosing his intentions to purchase a property here. Beneath her beautiful exterior lay a weighty disposition of rebellion, coupled with a shrewdness that made her a potential variable in his plans. The less she knew, the better it was for him. "This is the place," he declared. Under the guidance of her proud and contrasting demeanor, Li Chang'an finally arrived at the private warehouse rental district near the community. As he passed Li Xiangjuan, he headed toward the office. While she observed his retreating figure, her exquisite features cold and distant, murmuring to herself, "I hope your true intentions do not disappoint me." Chapter 28. Do you think I'm invisible? The private warehouse rentals near Happiness Community were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was roughly the size of a storage room, with a monthly rental of 2,000 huaxia coins. The second tier was slightly larger, akin to a classroom accommodating 40 to 50 individuals, with a rental fee of 3,500 coins per month. The third tier, the largest, spanned nearly 400 square meters, with a rental cost of 10,000 coins monthly. The owner introduced the various price tiers to Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan. She remained silent, observing coldly from the back. Li Chang'an, uninterested in haggling with the owner, simply transferred 10,000 coins via WeChat. After receiving the keys, he motioned for his proud female superior to resume her role as the driver. Next, they were off to Nanning Old Street. Li Chang'an, resting his eyes in the passenger seat of the BMW, instructed Li Xiangjuan. Nanning Old Street, a well-known hotspot in Jiangcheng, brimming with countless dining establishments. Most importantly, it connects to Tianyi Square and Chengwang Temple. Previously at Seagal Restaurant, Li Chang'an acknowledged that his reservation of 1,000 portions of various dishes was partially a display in front of Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao. However, the primary motivation stemmed from the apocalypse. After the calamity struck, even instant noodles became a delicacy as time passed. Given his rebirth, he aimed to utilize the time differential and his otherworldly abilities to stockpile ample provisions. On the road, Li Chang'an suddenly inquired, "Having spent so long in Jiangcheng, you must have visited many high-end restaurants. Are there any recommendations for Nanning Old Street?" His intent was merely to solicit her suggestions. Yet Li Xiangjuan seemed to misinterpret his inquiry. She assumed that Li Chang'an had a change of heart, realizing that she had barely eaten during their time at Seagal and was now planning to treat her to a meal. Li Xiangjuan, feeling emboldened, promptly listed several restaurants that rivaled Seagal in price. "Want to play the big spender? I'll indulge you this time." As she drove, she mentally calculated which expensive dishes to choose, delighting in the thought of Li Chang'an's embarrassment. Nanning Old Street was only a 20-minute drive from the private warehouse, and upon parking the car, the two approached the first restaurant Li Xiangjuan recommended. Before at Seagal, countless eyes turned their attention toward them. Led by a server, they sat at an empty table. The server smiled as he placed menus before Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan. Just as she was about to open hers, Li Chang'an directly addressed the server, saying, "Hello, could you please summon your manager?" The server, though puzzled, complied without further inquiry and soon returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man standing before them. "Hello, sir, my name is Zhang Wei, the manager of this restaurant." Li Chang'an nodded, handing him the menu. Zhang Wei, puzzled, inquired, "What does this mean, sir?" Manager Song, "Your restaurant should be able to accommodate banquet reservations, correct?" Upon receiving confirmation, Li Chang'an continued, "Indeed. Next week is my wedding with my beloved. And I've heard excellent things about your cuisine, so I wish to make a reservation here. Li Xiangjuan. Beloved? If looks could kill, Li Chang'an would have been annihilated. Zhang Wei quickly understood the situation and adjusted his demeanor accordingly. Beginning to extol the virtues of their offerings, after a lengthy self-promotion, he smiled and asked Li Chang'an, "Which package are you interested in?" "No need for that." Li Chang'an glanced at the menu in Zhang Wei's hands. Just prepare each dish from the menu. 1,000 portions each will suffice. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, he was utterly dumbfounded. 1,000 portions of each dish. After years in the catering industry, he had never encountered such an extravagant customer. Could this unassuming young man possess such wealth? Might he be the son of some hidden tycoon? Are you certain? Li Chang'an did not respond. Instead, he produced his Jiangqing Rural Credit Cooperative Bank card. Please proceed with the transaction. Witnessing Li Chang'an's decisiveness, Manager Zhang ceased his inquiries and promptly instructed a waitress stationed to the right to fetch the POS machine, calculating the bill on the spot and deducting a 20% deposit. When Li Xiangjuan beheld the successful payment of 490,000, she was left utterly speechless. She suddenly realized that since their meeting in the office, she had increasingly found him inscrutable. The ostentatious spendthrift before her. Was this truly the Li Chang'an she had come to know? Amidst her astonishment, Li Chang'an disclosed the address of his private warehouse to Manager Zhang, leaving behind a contact number. He then departed the restaurant with a dazed Li Xiangjuan in tow. Outside the establishment, Li Xiangjuan voiced her lingering question. Where on earth did you acquire such a fortune? Earlier, when she had chosen to let Li Chang'an take the blame, she had already investigated his family background and financial situation. From her findings, he possessed no assets and was burdened with over 300,000 in debt, allegedly from a bank heist. Li Xiangjuan certainly would not fall for Li Chang'an's tall tales. Did he take her for a fool? A bank robbery? His fabrications were so absurd she wondered why he didn't claim he had won the lottery instead. Forget it. I have no interest in knowing. This is for the best. Li Chang'an's motive for bringing Li Xiangjuan along for the procurement was twofold. He viewed her as a mere tool and also intended to showcase his capabilities. He had anticipated her inquiry and deliberately sought to plant a seed of doubt in her mind. Should she choose to investigate, the truth would eventually surface, albeit requiring time and effort. Li Chang'an had no intention of maintaining the deception indefinitely. His rationale was simple. A woman with a rebellious streak should not be allowed too much leisure, lest trouble arise. After departing the restaurant, Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan visited several other eateries she had previously recommended, as well as a few establishments that had piqued his interest along the way. Without exception, each one had the same menu item ordered in 1,000 portions, employing similar tactics and rhetoric as the first restaurant. Throughout the afternoon, Li Xiangjuan was referred to as dear at least 25 or 26 times by Li Chang'an. Yet this was not what infuriated her the most. What truly vexed Li Xiangjuan was that despite accompanying Li Chang'an for an entire afternoon, her legs sore from wearing high heels. He had spent millions, yet had not even treated her to a meal. She had pushed aside a quality suitor to accompany him, and he treated her like air. Complaints aside, she still had to pay for the fuel herself. Dutifully driving Li Chang'an back to the dormitory, Li Xiangjuan wrestled with fatigue and resentment. Li Chang'an reappeared outside her BMW, tapping on the window. With a cold expression, she lowered the glass, revealing her exquisitely sculpted profile. What do you want? After a long day, I found a nearby Sha County eatery with delightful fare. Allow me to treat you. As she observed Li Chang'an producing a crumpled 20 yuan note from his pocket, her anger surged to new heights. She slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring as she sped away. Get lost. Chapter 29. Cry louder for me. Having served as Li Chang'an's tool for an entire day, Li Xiangjuan returned home, seething and unable to sleep. In stark contrast, Li Chang'an enjoyed a restful night, waking naturally at 10 the following morning, unburdened by the constraints of clocking in and out. Upon leaving the company dormitory, he found the weather splendid, with street vendors preparing to close their breakfast stalls. Li Chang'an summoned a ride using a mobile app, heading directly to the sales office of Happiness Community. Due to years of rapid development, Jiangqing had birthed numerous affluent demolition residents. Thus, even with the exorbitant prices of Happiness Community, upon his arrival at the sales office, many were already viewing properties. Unlike the other prospective buyers who debated orientations and floor heights, Li Chang'an was decisive, requesting the saleswoman to recommend several layouts. Subsequently, he selected a spacious 6-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom flat, ready to make a purchase. Sir, are you certain you do not wish to negotiate the price? The saleswoman was taken aback by Li Chang'an's straightforwardness. She had prepared her sales pitch, yet here he was, ready to seal the deal. Li Chang'an smiled. No need, just prepare the contract. After all, he had no intention of paying in full. When the apocalypse arrived, he would not be responsible for the mortgage either. It would be rather excessive to haggle at this point. Very well. Please hold for a moment. As the seemingly naive saleswoman departed, Li Chang'an returned to the model unit to chat with the other prospective buyers. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Li Chang'an and the other viewers turned towards the entrance to find a mischievous child had shattered a decorative general's vase placed at the door. A woman adorned in gold and silver, presumably the child's mother, rushed forward to scoop him up, shouting indignantly. When the sales staff arrived, she unleashed a torrent of accusations. What is wrong with you? Why place fragile vases at the entrance? My son is destined for Huazhong University. If he had been injured, could you compensate for that? Apologize if apologies were effective. Li Chang'an, observing the scene, felt his eyes sharpen at the sight of the unreasonable woman, who was none other than his aunt, Song Yunmei, in his past life. Following his parents' tragic accident, Li Chang'an, still a minor, had his guardianship entrusted to his father's half-brother, Li Wenbin, although they shared the same surname. There was no blood relation. Li Chang'an's father had been adopted by Li Wenbin's parents. After they had Li Wenbin, they continued to treat Li Chang'an's father with kindness, leading him to regard Li Wenbin as a brother and assist his family in numerous ways. Initially, when young Li Chang'an moved in with Li Wenbin's family, they treated him relatively well. However, once he turned 18, Aunt Song Yunmei abruptly suggested that he transfer his household registration to their name, claiming they were family and should not remain so divided, meanwhile transferring the property left by his parents into their ownership. When Li Chang'an refused, she berated him as an ungrateful wretch and cast him out. It was only after the apocalypse, upon awakening as a power-enhanced individual and undergoing background checks from the Jiangnan battle zone, that he comprehended the depths of that family's shamelessness. They not only coveted his property, but had long since concealed their occupation of the insurance compensation left by his parents. As countless memories flooded back, the commotion at the entrance appeared to reach its conclusion. Coincidentally, Song Yunmei spotted Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, what are you doing here? She was equally astonished. Although this was a sales office, she had never connected Li Chang'an with property buying. Was she unaware of her nephew's financial situation? Last year, in trying to fund his girlfriend's father's medical treatment, he had sold his house and even considered borrowing money from her family. Seeing him here, Song Yunmei presumed he was working in sales. Don't tell me you are now working in sales here. Li Chang'an, who saw through her facade, harbored no fondness for Aunt Song Yunmei. New grudges added to old resentments. He frowned. Does it concern you? What good is all that education if you end up here selling properties? Song Yunmei interpreted Li Chang'an's attitude as a sign of embarrassment and retorted. If you had listened back then, how could you have fallen so low? Tiske. Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Had he listened to her, he might not have survived the apocalypse. The more Song Yunmei spoke, the more emboldened she became. Still resentful for not having swindled Li Chang'an out of his property. Now that she finally saw him down on his luck, she was determined not to let the opportunity slip. With her hands on her hips, she imperiously commanded, "Fine, let us not say your Aunt isn't helping you. Quickly show us the prime properties in your community, and I expect the commission to go to you. You must have internal pricing for employees. Right. Sign me up at that rate and throw in a few of the most expensive gifts for home buyers." The more Li Chang'an listened, the more speechless he became. Goodness, even the four greatest miserly figures would bow to this foolish woman. Li Chang'an countered. "Internal pricing is for employees. You expect to buy the house in my name. On what grounds would you purchase it in your name?" Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei promptly refused, saying, "Our family is spending money to buy a house. What does it have to do with you?" "So you are aware that it has nothing to do with me." Li Chang'an's expression turned icy. "Then why are you shamelessly spouting nonsense?" "Get lost, you." Song Yunmei, still holding on to her position as an elder, retorted. "Li Chang'an, how dare you speak to me like this? Did your professors teach you to behave in such a manner while at university? A good dog doesn't block the way. Move aside." Today, Li Chang'an had matters to attend to and was disinclined to engage with her. Don't rush. There's plenty of time. Not a single one of them will escape their fate. "You ungrateful wretch, I have toiled for years to raise you." Slap. Before Song Yunmei could finish her tirade, Li Chang'an swiftly delivered two resounding slaps. "How dare you mention my parents?" These two slaps bore the same force as those he had delivered to Chen Xiaojun a few days prior. Behind Song Yunmei, Li Wenbin, who had been spectating, was taken aback that Li Chang'an dared to strike his wife in front of him. Reacting quickly, he rushed forward to help the fallen Song Yunmei, calling out, "Wife, wife." After calling out twice, he shot Li Chang'an a furious glare. "Li Chang'an, you ungrateful little wretch. How dare you hit someone? TSK, I thought you were incapable of speaking." Li Chang'an's gaze was frigid. "Since you can speak, why didn't you say anything when this wretched woman was cursing my parents?" Although Li Wenbin had not mistreated Li Chang'an over the years, he understood that many of the malicious thoughts stemmed largely from Aunt Song Yunmei's influence. However, that did not mean that the weak-willed Li Wenbin was a good person. When darkness descends, the silent bystander shares in the guilt. "You," embracing his wife, Li Wenbin, aware of his own guilt, barked, "Who do you think you are? What's wrong with a few curses? The elder brother and his wife gave birth to such an ungrateful child like you. I say it's justified." "Well said." Hearing this, Li Chang'an's cold eyes fixed on this incompetent and cowardly man. If his parents had any guilt towards Li Wenbin, Li Chang'an might have felt a modicum of sympathy. Yet, they had not only been guiltless, but had also cherished him throughout his childhood, helping him establish a family. "What? Do you still want to hit me?" At that moment, someone in the crowd watching the spectacle called out, "Watch out." Li Chang'an turned around and saw a bare child, who had witnessed his mother being slapped unconscious without shedding a single tear, gripping a shard of porcelain he had picked up from somewhere, silently lunging at him from behind. Seeing this, Li Wenbin, who was still holding on to his wife, realized the impending danger and thought, "No, don't. He is just a child who knows nothing." Li Chang'an had no intention of heeding him. Not only had he seized the insurance compensation, but he also dared to insult his deceased parents, right? How could this couple have birthed such an ungrateful child? Just a child. There are plenty of children in the world. What does it matter if this little brat grows a bit taller or loses a few eggs? As the oblivious bear child approached, Li Chang'an delivered a swift kick, sending the child sprawling to the ground with a thud. Overwhelmed by intense pain, the child began to wail, "Wah, mama, 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 wah." But Li Chang'an was not like Song Yunmei. He would not indulge him, that he placed a foot on the bear child's soft face. "Ill-mannered little bastard," as he spoke, he adjusted the pressure of his foot slightly on the child's ear. In his previous life, this little brat had been in the 2nd grade in Fenghua District. After injuring someone in a fight and causing blindness in their eye, he had been transferred to this school. It was highly likely that some of the compensation paid to the victim came from Li Chang'an's parents' insurance claim. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Spending his parents' insurance compensation and trying to stab him with a piece of porcelain? He increased the pressure beneath his foot. Has this little brat not eaten? Cry louder. Chapter 30. Lay down personal decency and enjoy a life of immorality. Wah! As Li Chang'an increased the pressure, the bear child's cries grew louder. The onlookers, including potential buyers and sales personnel, fell silent. The Song family had caused a ruckus since they entered the sales office, and everyone had witnessed their behavior. Though the child was young, no one felt sympathy for him. Many even found it satisfying. Evil people would face their reckoning, and now they were being dealt with, son. As Li Wenbin watched his son being treated like trash beneath Li Chang'an's foot, he grew furious, even neglecting his wife in his rage, ready to charge at Li Chang'an. However, as he loosened his grip, Song Yunmei's head collided with the ground, startling her awake. "Son?" Upon waking, Song Yunmei's mind was hazy, and her first sight was her precious son wailing beneath Li Chang'an's foot. She paid no heed to the burning pain on her face and crawled toward Li Chang'an. Seeing this, Li Chang'an's cold eyes held no trace of compassion or kinship. He simply did not want the snot-nosed, tear-streaked harpy to dirty his pants. Disgusted, he lifted his foot and kicked, sending her wailing son flying a meter away. Li Wenbin was the first to reach the fallen child, with Song Yunmei following closely behind. "Wah, you surnamed Li, are you even a man? Your son was hit by that little wretch, and you just stand there watching." Seeing the bear child's ears flushed and red, Song Yunmei, with a quivering voice, scolded her husband, "Li Chang'an, you scoundrel, he is your cousin." With her hair disheveled like a shrew, after scolding her husband, she turned her venomous rage upon Li Chang'an, shouting, "He is just a child. Do you really need to hit him so hard? You bastard." As she spoke, Song Yunmei sprang to her feet, claws outstretched, charging at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's expression remained calm. "Is that how this is going to go? Who isn't a 264-month-old baby? As Song Yunmei lunged at him in a frenzy, Li Chang'an decided to remind her of her favorite slap to deepen her impression. Slap, shut up, the sharp sound echoed as Song Yunmei fell to the ground. Not far away, Li Wenbin, witnessing this, rushed toward his wife, still holding his crying son. Wife. Li Chang'an looked down at the Li Wenbin family, feeling a slight release of the pent-up frustration he had held for so long. At that moment, the welcoming attendant, who had been at the entrance and had been wrongfully accused by Song Yunmei due to the bear child's blunder, leaned against the door, watching the scene unfold. Beside her were several security personnel who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Zhao Ge, I think it's about time to intervene. The attendant flashed a sweet smile at the head of security. Zhao Ji.Li Chang'an had been dealing with Aunt Song Yunmei's family for quite a while without any security personnel intervening, precisely because she had stopped them. Upon hearing his beloved speak, Zhao Ge, with a serious expression, led his team inside. What is going on? Why all the noise? Upon seeing the security personnel arrive, the crowd immediately parted to make way. The head of security quickly spotted Song Yunmei, her face swollen like a pig's, lying on the ground, alongside Li Wenbin cradling their son. What are you all doing? Why are you only showing up now? Li Wenbin vented his frustration on the security staff. Didn't you see that little wretch hitting someone? Hurry up and arrest him and call the police. Hearing this, Zhao Ji's expression changed, responding sternly, you better clean up your mouth. We work for the property management company of Happy Community. And what does that have to do with you? Initially feeling a twinge of guilt upon seeing the family's plight, the security personnel now felt no remorse after Li Wenbin's indiscriminate insults. They readily set aside their personal decency and embraced a life of immorality. Are you even a resident of the community, just barking here? You. Li Wenbin, rendered speechless by the security personnel's retorts, could only glare at them with malice. The security staff, young and brimming with vigor, were unafraid of Li Wenbin's resentment and shot him cold glares in return. Zhao Ge, knowing that regardless of his intentions to let it go, Li Chang'an would still face the police, patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Brother, we all witnessed what happened just now, don't worry. We'll cooperate with the police to ensure this is seen as self-defense. Though Li Chang'an was puzzled as to why the head of security was being kind to him, he was not one to bite the hand that feeds him. He smiled and replied, thanks that it's a small matter. I should be thanking you, Li Chang'an, a bit confused by the response, decided not to dwell on it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing, so he accepted it. Subsequently, Zhao Ge commanded his subordinates to restrain Li Wenbin and his family. Damn it, daring to cause a ruckus in Happy Community. Are you tired of living? Yi Chang, hurry and call the police. All right, brother. Li Chang'an cast a fleeting glance at his uncle and his family, who were pinned to the ground and unable to move, before redirecting his gaze to the saleswoman who had previously attended to him. How about we sign the contract first? Huh. The saleswoman, holding the contract, initially failed to grasp his suggestion. Once she regained her composure, she hurried over to Li Chang'an's side. All right, please follow me, sir. After signing the contract, both Li Chang'an and his uncle's family were taken to the police station by the officers who had arrived in response to a report. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face among the apprehending officers, one of the two officers who had handled the scene on the night of Li Xiangjuan's hit-and-run incident. Well, what a coincidence to meet again so soon. In the interrogation room, the officer recognized Li Chang'an and jested, you seem to have a knack for attracting attention. So many people claim you are the true victim here, that to be frank, when observing the family confined in another room, especially the woman who bore the brunt of the assault. One couldn't help but wonder how anyone could believe that Li Chang'an was the actual victim. However, considering how he inadvertently assisted the police in capturing a fugitive last time without seeking fame or reward, the officer found himself inclined to side with Li Chang'an on a personal level. With a helpless smile, Li Chang'an corrected him. Well, that is merely an objective fact. Please refrain from misrepresenting it. All right, objective fact it is. In reality, the delineation of justifiable self-defense is rather ambiguous. Given the current circumstances, the police could indeed classify Li Chang'an's actions as excessive self-defense. Nevertheless, he was fortunate to encounter an officer who held a favorable impression of him, coupled with numerous witnesses attesting to the legitimacy of his self-defense, which tilted the case towards that narrative. Ultimately, the primary reason for the determination of his self-defense was the surveillance footage, from the angle captured by a specific camera provided by the security personnel at the sales office. It was evident that the woman, who had been assaulted to the point of appearing like a pig's head, had initiated the confrontation. Chapter 31. Is 160 million enough? With surveillance and witnesses, this interrogation, replete with direct evidence and testimonies, swiftly concluded, and after completing his statement, Lee Chong-in was released without charges. His aunt, Song Yun-mei, and her family, however, were not as fortunate, as they remained detained on charges of disturbing the peace. Upon leaving the police station, Lee Chong-in did not return home, but instead proceeded as initially planned to undertake his next task. Following the relentless efforts of the previous day, he was confident that the restaurants would be able to resolve the issue of sustenance within the week. Post-apocalypse. Next, he intended to renovate the newly purchased shell of an apartment. The renovations Lee Chong-in envisioned were not merely about laying down flooring and applying a coat of putty before acquiring furniture. His ideal sanctuary prioritized comfort, but above all, it emphasized security. Despite the facade of societal harmony, adorned with slogans promoting civility, he understood that should an actual apocalypse strike, the scarcity of survival resources would become increasingly pronounced over time. As societal order teetered on the brink, the first casualty would be the law, swiftly followed by moral constraints. One must never overestimate the inherent goodness of humanity, unless one possesses absolute control over all malice surrounding them. Following the betrayal and entrapment by those closest to him, Lee Chong-in, reborn, resolved this time to forego even the official fortifications established in the Jiangnan war zone. Wherever there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. As the saying goes, Jianghu is not merely about conflict, but about human affairs. Rather than engage in the tumultuous power struggles rife with treachery, which could render one a mere pawn in the game, he preferred to create a cozy, impregnable haven for himself, stocked with resources sufficient to last a lifetime, merely waiting for the inevitable. After all, one must recognize that sometimes human nature can be far more terrifying than any disaster that an apocalypse may bring. The lesson learned from Li Xiangjuan's orchestrated trap served as a stark reminder. Based on the results of his online research before bed last night, Li Chong-in discovered that there were 3 companies in Province Z capable of transforming his newly acquired residence into a secure haven: Zhanglong Security Company, Fernandez International Security Company, and Shenzhen Security Company. Zhanglong Security was promptly dismissed from consideration due to its distant location in Hangzhou, which would inevitably delay progress. The latter 2 companies, however, both had branches in Jiangcheng. Yet Li Chong-in unhesitatingly chose Shenzhen Security. This decision was not based on any inadequacy of Fernandez International Security, but rather because Shenzhen Security had engaged in extensive strategic collaborations with several of the nation's leading material research institutions, including the Jinling Aerospace Research Institute. Even within the confines of the Jiangnan war zone, Shenzhen Security's presence remained palpable post-apocalypse. Soon, a ride-hailing vehicle halted in front of a towering edifice that Li Chong-in alighted and paused briefly, gazing up at the iconic shield emblem reflected in the fountain. Truly, this was a company that had withstood the trials of the apocalypse, as evidenced by its reassuring name and logo. Upon entering Shenzhen Security, 2 receptionists greeted him with warm smiles. "Welcome, Shenzhen Security is at your service, sir. How may we assist you today?" Lee Chong-in articulated his purpose to the receptionist. After understanding his request, she asked him to wait momentarily and promptly dialed the relevant department's number from the desk phone. Once she received instructions, she respectfully escorted Lee Chong-in to the VIP lounge on the 8th floor. "Sir, please take a seat here. Our manager overseeing the safe house operations will be with you shortly." "Thank you. May I inquire what type of tea you prefer? We have black tea, green tea, chrysanthemum tea." "No need, thank you. Should you require anything, feel free to call me." After the receptionist exited the VIP lounge, approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, exuding competence, entered after knocking lightly. Observing his meticulously styled hair, one could discern a lightning bolt pattern above his ear. This man gave off an air reminiscent of a ruthless antagonist from an action film. "I apologize for the wait," he said with a smile as he approached, extending his hand to shake Lee Chong-in's. "My surname is Zhang, with the single character Jing. I am the business director responsible for safe house operations at Shenzhen Security. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, sir?" The safe house division differed from other departments. Although it had the lowest annual transaction volume, its clientele was predominantly affluent, meaning that securing even one contract could keep the other departments busy for half a year. Though Lee Chong-in's attire was modest and his aura distinct from the wealthy clients Zhang Jing had encountered, he did not allow this to breed complacency. Instead, he treated Lee Chong-in with equal respect and courtesy. Please, no need for formality. My surname is Li. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Zhang Jing unfastened a button on his blazer and sat beside Li Chang'an. I understand you wish for Shinden Security to construct a safe house for you? Indeed, Li Chang'an nodded. The receptionist should have briefed you on my situation, that I have purchased a spacious flat in the Xingfu community and hope that your company can undertake the renovations there. A spacious flat? Zhang Jing expressed mild surprise. Typically, those who approached him sought to build bunkers or transform villas. While a spacious flat was indeed feasible, it posed higher operational challenges and offered limited profit margins, categorizing it as an ungrateful endeavor. However, despite his surprise, Zhang Jing displayed no sign of disdain for the unexpected business opportunity. May I ask the area of the flat you purchased and your requirements regarding the safe house's specifications? At that moment, a professional attire-clad waitress entered the VIP lounge, carrying 2 cups of steaming coffee, which she gracefully placed on the table before them. Approximately 300 square meters. Once the waitress departed, Li Chang'an took a sip of his latte, narrowing his eyes slightly. As for the specifications, please utilize the highest grade materials you can procure. The highest grade? Zhang Jing's interest peaked immediately. May I inquire about your budget? He did not let the excitement of Li Chang'an's remark cloud his judgment. It was essential to clarify the specific budget. Without seeing the money, even the most eloquent promises could amount to empty assurances that 160 million sufficient. Based on Li Chang'an's estimation, this amount should be more than adequate. After all, there were countless wealthy individuals in the world willing to spend millions on private nuclear shelters. Although he could only afford 160 million, the area requiring renovation was merely 300 square meters. As anticipated, upon hearing that figure, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up and his smile widened. What he initially perceived as a small morsel had unexpectedly turned out to be a substantial feast. Chapter 32. Allow me to serve you. Enough. A budget of 160 million for the renovation of a 300 square meter safe house was simply more than sufficient. This monumental business transaction, amounting to hundreds of millions, mirrors the lucrative contracts the company undertook 2 years ago in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Leaving Zhang Jing, the business director, positively exhilarated at a rare opportunity to engage with such a significant client. Upon the completion of this deal, his commission could easily reach 5 million. Rest assured, we shall craft for you the most premier safe house. Observing the eager expression on Director Zhang's face, Li Chang'an knew his expectations were not misplaced. A budget of 160 million was more than adequate. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, he might have negotiated for a lower price. But with the end times approaching, no amount of wealth would ultimately amount to anything more than mere scraps of paper. When it comes to matters of life and safety, spending is of little concern. Li Chang'an spoke. I have no doubts regarding your company's capabilities. You need not economize on the 160 million budget. Even a few million more would pose no issue. I have but one request. Zhang Jing understood Li Chang'an's implication. He was not short on funds, nor did he care about the 160 million, but it was imperative that he felt the value of his expenditure. Such a generous client must certainly be catered to, with unwavering confidence in his company's prowess. Zhang Jing smiled and replied, Please, do continue. Li Chang'an held up 2 fingers. I require that you complete the project to the highest standards within 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Upon hearing Li Chang'an's demand, the initially ecstatic Zhang Jing fell into deep contemplation. The budget was robust, and with Shinden Security backed by the country's leading materials research institutions, there were no technical issues to contend with. However, the timeline for delivery was exceedingly tight, especially for a high-rise apartment. The complexity was not to be underestimated. 2 weeks would be a challenge, but it must not exceed 3 days. This was Li Chang'an's bottom line. Should the project not be completed on schedule, all this expenditure would be rendered meaningless. If your company can meet this demand, I am prepared to sign the contract with you right now. This statement was the final impetus for Zhang Jing's resolve. Opportunities are fleeting, and he recognized that if he declined this significant client today, Li Chang'an would undoubtedly become a prized asset for a rival competitor. This would not only result in the loss of a substantial commission, but would also diminish his prospects for promotion at year's end, perhaps even serving as grounds for accountability. Zhang Jing swiftly assessed the feasibility of securing this contract. If he personally oversaw each step of the process, while it would be laborious, he believed the timeline could be met. With that realization, He no longer hesitated, extending his hand to shake with Li Chang'an to Mr. Li. May our collaboration be fruitful. Zhang Jing refrained from probing into Li Chang'an's insistence on a 2-week completion. Infringing upon a client's privacy is a grave breach of protocol. Particularly with a client of such generous means. The client has needs, and it is their duty to provide the requisite services. Nothing more, nothing less. Subsequently, Zhang Jing quietly instructed through his earpiece, "Prepare the conference room. I shall be there shortly." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Jing led Li Chang'an into another small conference room. When they arrived, the staff member who had previously delivered coffee had already set up the projector and other necessary equipment. Presenting Li Chang'an with a sleek black tablet. "Good day, Mr. Li. I shall be at your service from here on." Yes, the charming and poised staff member spoke. She gestured for Li Chang'an to examine the tablet. "As you can see, every item displayed on the tablet has been meticulously selected according to your requirements, featuring the highest specifications. Should any particular item pique your interest, a mere tap will suffice, and I will provide you with a detailed introduction." Ah, indeed, it is said that wealth can work wonders. Just days prior, Li Chang'an was but a contract worker earning a modest salary of 3,500 at the Ningzhou Port Group. And now he found himself in the conference room of a top-tier security firm, accompanied by a director and attended to by a lovely staff member. As he gazed at the enchanting young woman, Li Chang'an momentarily lost himself in thought, recalling the insufferable Chun. It was likely that scoundrel Wei Shihao had similarly employed such overwhelming financial allure to win her over. Women, it seems, are indeed a fascinatingly pragmatic species that you am. "Sir?" Li Chang'an snapped back to reality and replied nonchalantly. "Yes, of course." That he then proceeded to navigate through the itemized list on the tablet, opening each option one by one. The lovely staff member at the conference table began her amiable explanations, her words enunciated clearly, her gentle tone imbued with a profound respect for wealth. After approximately an hour of her diligent presentation, Li Chang'an formed a general assessment of the various materials on the tablet, but he then promptly returned to the entry door. In contrast to the contemporary trend of electronic locks, Li Chang'an opted for the more straightforward and robust traditional key door. Technology can be a double-edged sword. Should a tech-savvy hacker attempt to breach his home? What then? He preferred to place his trust in the tangible key in his hand. The primary material for the door would be akin to that used in bank vaults, albeit with enhancements offered by Shindun Security, which could customize security measures according to client specifications. For instance, they could electrify the lock, delivering a powerful shock to any unwitting burglar attempting to pick it. Concerned that an enemy might inadvertently gain entry, Li Chang'an requested an additional inner door of the same caliber at the entrance hallway, serving as a second line of defense. Next, they addressed the exterior wall. Thanks to the conscientious construction practices of the developer at the Happiness Community, the structural integrity of the walls was already commendable, with rebar integrated liberally. However, for a safe house, this was merely insufficient. Following Zhang Jing's advice, Li Chang'an ordered the complete removal of the existing cement, replacing it with a newly developed material co-created by Shindun Security and 6 premier research institutions, including the Shanghai Aviation Materials Research Center and the Jinling Research Institute. This state-of-the-art material had yet to be released for civilian use. Had it not been for Li Chang'an's generous budget exceeding 160 million, it would have remained inaccessible. The material's hardness surpassed that of rebar by 20-fold. While its weight was only marginally greater than that of an equivalent volume of concrete, in terms of cost, it was exorbitantly priced. Glaring at the tablet's exorbitant per square meter rates, Li Chang'an remained unfazed. He demanded not only the external layer be replaced, but also insisted that the internal walls be treated with the same material to enhance aesthetics. He ordered several layers of copper and steel plating to be interspersed atop the material, with 42-grade concrete used for sealing and reinforcement. Next was the balcony facing the river. Li Chang'an specified that the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows be sealed, employing the finest triple-layer bulletproof heat-insulating glass. With the onset of a new ice age approaching, it was critical that the home's thermal insulation be optimal. Contemplating further, Li Chang'an deemed it prudent to install 2 5-centimeter thick copper doors at the junction between the balcony and the living room, leaving no opportunity for potential adversaries. Chapter 33. For the first time, a sense of guilt. After selecting the materials for the doors, walls, and windows, it was time to address the interior of the spacious apartment. With the apocalypse looming, reliable access to water and electricity would soon become a luxury that mitigate against power outages. Li Chang'an first requested the installation of 2 generators and an oversized battery bank in one room, converting it into a power distribution center to supply energy for all smart home devices. Simultaneously, given that he lived alone, 2 bathrooms would be superfluous. Instead, he opted for a large water storage tank to be installed, transforming one originally designated as a guest bathroom into an independent water supply room, entirely detached from the official municipal water system, ensuring water access during outages that AS for air conditioning. He decided to install it as well. Although the external unit would likely fail in temperatures plunging below freezing, it could still prove beneficial in certain circumstances. Some items may appear unnecessary, yet they cannot be dismissed entirely that a fireplace was essential. In the face of impending doom, it represented a vital source of warmth, far superior to the ineffectual air conditioning. Li Chang'an selected an upscale European-style fireplace, designed to efficiently heat all rooms through the heat generated during combustion. Given the enclosed nature of the space, proper ventilation was also a consideration. Glancing at the projected total cost, which barely surpassed 100 million, and with the budget still far from the 160 million mark, he decided to authorize a $5 million investment in an air filtration system. The remaining funds should be allocated for potential replacement materials and other furnishings. After selecting all conceivable necessities, Li Chang'an set the tablet back onto the table. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jing and stated firmly, "As long as you can deliver on time and to the required quality, you may exercise discretion in the allocation of resources." Li Chang'an was aware that the 2-week deadline he had set was somewhat unreasonable. However, at its core, it boiled down to whether the funding would be adequate in any industry. When profits reach 10, there will invariably be those who stir with ambition. When profits soar to 50, some may even dare to take risks. And when profits escalate to 100, there are those who would brazenly trample upon all laws of humanity. Yet when profits reach 300, even death itself would tremble in its wake. As expected, when Zhang Jing heard Li Chang'an's words, his eyes widened in astonishment, akin to brass bells. The remaining 50 million, fully at their disposal. Even if he were to hire the best construction teams to work day and night, labor costs would max out at a mere few million. This meant that the final sum of over 40 million would be pure profit. Zhang Jing was taken aback. It was the first time he felt a twinge of guilt over the prospect of earning money. Mr. Li, even if we exclude the final labor costs, there would still be around 40 million remaining. Zhang Jing felt a profound shock at Li Chang'an's extravagant proposition, yet he understood that those millions would ultimately not land in his hands. The leverage of this promotion and salary increase was sufficient. Rather than allowing the company to benefit, he preferred to do a favor. Out of professional ethics and the desire for future collaboration with this esteemed client, he kindly cautioned, "This is not a trivial sum. You could accomplish many things with it." Zhang Jing's words and deeds served as a reminder to Li Chang'an. He was still in need of 2 difficult items. Once the renovation of his spacious apartment was completed by the Shield security. As long as he didn't venture outside, no one could touch him. However, one should always be cautious. Should there come a day he needed to step out, it would be unwise to do so empty-handed. What if someone laid in wait for him? "Mr. Zhang, I do have 2 matters for your assistance." Zhang Jing gestured for his female subordinate to leave the meeting room before smiling and asking, "Mr. Li, please go ahead, if it is within my power, I will certainly oblige. You at Shield Security must have channels to acquire firearms, correct?" In the solitude of the room, Li Chang'an saw no reason to hold back, directly stating his request. Zhang Jing's smile faltered slightly. It is crucial to note that the nation of Huaxia is not like the gun-laden land of America. Within its borders, even controlled knives are strictly regulated, let alone firearms. Even the police must file reports for the entry and exit of weapons, with time limits for their return. Recently, in a crime drama, a police officer accidentally lost his gun, resulting in a citywide lockdown as all officers were mobilized for the search. This is no exaggeration. Art is rooted in reality. Mr. Li, you must be aware that our laws prohibit non-military personnel from possessing firearms. Zhang Jing did not agree outright, but also did not completely refuse. A lack of outright denial implied there was a channel to Li Chang'an remarked, "Rules are rigid, yet people are dynamic. Laws, in essence, are designed to constrain the majority of the common populace. They do not apply to a select few who wield power and resources." Someone like Zhang Jing, backed by a somewhat gray area company like Shield Security, would undoubtedly be the best choice for Li Chang'an should he wish to procure weapons before the impending apocalypse. If you can manage it, I am willing to offer this SUM. Li Chang'an spread his 5 fingers. 500,000. Li Chang'an chuckled. No, it is 5 million. What? 5 million? Zhang Jing's brows furrowed as he pondered the proposition. After a moment, he asked seriously, "May I inquire as to what you intend to use it for?" To be frank, the exorbitant sum of 5 million was indeed tempting. However, he was no fool blinded by monetary allure. The motivation behind such an expenditure must be significant, that if Li Chang'an intended to acquire firearms for nefarious purposes, any ensuing investigation could potentially implicate him, that I merely wished to keep them at home for emergencies. Li Chang'an had no intention of seeking vengeance. Thus, he had no reason to conceal his true intent. While the safe house you are constructing for me will undoubtedly be secure, having a few weapons at home brings a sense of reassurance. This rationale aligned well with the persona Li Chang'an had established in Zhang Jing's eyes. Wealthy individuals who sought safe houses were typically very cautious of their lives. After all, who wouldn't desire additional security? Nevertheless, Zhang Jing still did not relent. "I am afraid I cannot assist with firearms. Please proceed to your second request." Seeing Zhang Jing's refusal to procure guns, Li Chang'an didn't dwell on it, as it had merely been a casual suggestion. "Very well." Li Chang'an feigned disappointment, then continued, "I would also like to entrust you with procuring a batch of medicine for me to survive the impending apocalypse. 3 essentials are indispensable: a sufficiently secure shelter, ample supplies, and medicine to treat ailments that I in the wake of the last cataclysm. Human civilization was decimated, with at least half of the population succumbing to disease." Initially, Li Chang'an had intended to procure the various medications himself, but considering his current status as an ordinary citizen, such an unusual act could attract unwanted scrutiny, jeopardizing his plans to intercept resources from overseas capital conglomerates. Zhang Jing, however, was different. He possessed connections and influence that by having him procure medications, efficiency would be heightened, and prices might even be lower. With the request for firearms already laid out, Zhang Jing feared Li Chang'an might continue to present difficult demands, such as acquiring specialized flour. Upon hearing that Li Chang'an merely sought to procure medications, Zhang Jing felt a sense of relief. "This is no problem. I shall take care of it." The business director of Shield Security. Zhang Jing had mingled in society for many years, forming connections with numerous wealthy individuals across various industries. Assisting Li Chang'an in obtaining medications was a straightforward task. After all, medicines were not contraband. "What specific medications does Li wish to procure?" Zhang Jing inquired, rising to fetch a notebook to jot down the details. Li Chang'an, unpretentious, promptly articulated his requirements: 1 million worth of common medications such as cold and fever remedies, followed by 2 million for a batch of specialized cancer treatment drugs. The two deliberated for nearly 20 minutes, with Li Chang'an's core idea being simple: a comprehensive variety and ample quantity. Once that matter was settled, they returned to the main topic. When the female staff member returned with the drafted contract, Li Chang'an readily signed it and promptly paid a deposit of 50 million for the safe house renovation via card. Subsequently, he discreetly transferred another 30 million to Zhang Jing for the procurement of medications that in their earlier discussions, Li Chang'an had made it clear that the prices for the medications would be based on market value. And how much Zhang Jing could negotiate was a testament to his skills. Zhang Jing escorted Li Chang'an to the building's entrance, watching as he prepared to depart. His brow furrowed slightly as he weighed the pros and cons. Seemingly having made a resolution, Zhang Jing called after him, "Mr. Li, please hold." Li Chang'an turned back, puzzled. "Is there something else?" Zhang Jing produced a pen and a business card from his suit pocket. He wrote down a name and a phone number on the card before handing it to Li Chang'an. "This is the number of a friend of mine who currently operates a shooting range in Zhoushan. Regarding the matter you mentioned previously, perhaps you could consult him." Zhang Jing was reluctant to wade into murky waters, but felt compelled to offer assistance due to Li Chang'an's generous terms. Thus, he devised a compromise, providing a lead for Li Chang'an to pursue on his OWNAS for the likelihood of success. That was a different matter altogether. Li Chang'an understood Zhang Jing's unspoken implication and gratefully accepted the card. "Thank you immensely. I shall treat you to a meal sometime." I look forward to it." After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Li Chang'an intended to call a taxi back to his dormitory. However, before he could even open the ride-hailing app, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. "Hello? Upon answering, he was met with a cold, suppressed voice filled with fury. "You bastard. Did you leave my number yesterday?" That unmistakable voice belonged to Li Xiangjuan. Li Chang'an was not surprised by her possession of his number. After all, she was the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, and obtaining the contact information of a mere management trainee would be a trivial matter. "Yes, what about it?" Li Chang'an recognized that she was referring to the incident at the restaurant when he did not leave his number, but rather hers that "don't forget your own identity." Sensing she was slightly bewildered about who held the upper hand, he reminded her, "You fuss over such trivial matters. What use are you to me? I might as well send you off to prison." On the road, inside a speeding BMW sports car, Li Xiangjuan was seething with anger. This scoundrel had treated her like a mere tool yesterday, neglecting even to concern himself with dinner. Yes, if that were not enough, she had no desire to partake in his hospitality. The crux of the matter was that this damned Li Chang'an had carelessly left his phone number with those restaurants without informing her, resulting in her phone incessantly ringing with delivery calls just as the management meeting commenced, compelling her to attend to them. To make matters worse, today's meeting also included the vice president. Through her earpiece, Li Chang'an's voice resounded once more. "Where are you right now? Hurry over to the warehouse and sign for the incoming stock." Suddenly, Li Xiangjuan recalled that when they parted yesterday, it made sense why Li Chang'an had entrusted her with one of the keys to his private warehouse. She had foolishly thought that this scoundrel had lowered his guard around her, only to realize he was waiting for her here. The more she pondered, the more regret she felt. Why had she ever provoked that rascal Li Chang'an? Had she chosen a more honest employee to shoulder the blame earlier, the outcome might have been vastly different. Here she was, a dignified deputy director of human resources, compelled to bow to a mere management trainee who had barely been on the job for 3 months. She was both furious and resentful, yet the current situation left her powerless against Li Chang'an. Ever since he had personally exposed Song Mingyi, that perverse voyeur, in her office, she had been utterly at his mercy. The only leverage she had over Li Chang'an was the video stored in her cloud drive. However, even if she were to retrieve that video and report it to the authorities, what would it accomplish? Dismissing Li Chang'an, or perhaps a brief detention? This scoundrel had splurged millions on banquet reservations just yesterday. Did he truly care about a trainee's meager salary? Once the FAAD was shattered, Li Chang'an would likely only spend a few days in detention. Yet, should he expose the crash video on his phone, the repercussions for Li Xiangjuan would extend far beyond merely losing her driving license. With a sigh, Li Xiangjuan chose to endure the indignity. Feigning compliance. "I'm on the way down on the other end of the line." Li Chang'an's lips curled into a smirk. "You'd better adjust your tone when speaking to me in the future. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Understood?" At that moment, a police car whizzed past, providing an unexpected twist. The sudden blare of sirens through a Bluetooth headset startled Li Xiangjuan, and she thought, could that scoundrel be near the police station? "Where are you right now?" Her heart raced, conjuring distressing images in her mind. Hearing her inquiry, Li Chang'an glanced back at the police car vanishing around the corner and realized she might have misunderstood the situation. However, he had no intention of correcting her, opting instead to play along. "Guess that Li Chang'an, don't do anything reckless. If we both go down, nobody will have a favorable outcome." Then go ahead and report me." Li Chang'an doubted this woman possessed the audacity to confront him head-on. With a trump card in hand, how could she possibly back down? "How about we meet at the police station's entrance later?" After a moment of silence, Li Xiangjuan conceded, her frustration evident as she coldly retorted, "You are truly an ungrateful scoundrel." "Thank you for the compliment." Nothing pleased him more than the impotent rage of an adversary. Although at that moment, Li Xiangjuan hardly qualified as his enemy. Chapter 35. How about a wager? After a brief silence, she inhaled deeply, resolving to endure the humiliation for now. Once she had gathered evidence against Li Chang'an, she would ensure he paid back 100-fold for the grievances he had caused her today. What infuriated Li Xiangjuan was that she had just parked her BMW in a space, still yet to turn off the engine, when she caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Li Chang'an striding away, phone in hand. Hadn't he just called her from the police station? In that moment, Li Xiangjuan realized he was deceiving her. The nearest police station to this private warehouse was at least 2 kilometers away. If he had truly been at the police station, how could he have arrived here within less than 5 minutes of their call? Unless this scoundrel had the ability to teleport. gripping the steering wheel tightly. She contemplated whether she should shift into gear and run over this deceitful liar. Why the silence? Furious, Li Xiangyuan chose not to respond to Li Chang'an, hanging up instead, standing in front of the private warehouse. Li Chang'an listened to the beeping tone in his ear, puzzled. Why did she hang up? Just as he was bewildered, a cool, accusatory voice drifted from behind him. Some people claimed to be at the police station. Didn't they? Upon hearing those words, Li Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, reminiscent of being caught red-handed for mischief in middle school by the homeroom teacher. Turning around, he beheld Li Xiangyuan clad in a deep blue figure-hugging dress that accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. Li Xiangyuan, observing Li Chang'an's dazed expression, was oblivious to his thoughts, perceiving him as no different from any other insufferable man. Had it been in the past, had this fellow dared to gaze at her so brazenly, she would have relegated him to the most arduous and thankless tasks until he resigned. Perhaps she could have even profited from a breach of contract compensation for the company. However, times had changed. She could only jot down another offense of Li Chang'an in her mental ledger, vowing that when the day came for her to turn the tables, she would demand 100-fold retribution from this scoundrel. Feeling a twinge of regret, Li Chang'an returned to reality, meeting Li Xiangyuan's icy glare with a composed demeanor. It's merely your vivid imagination. You scoundrel! Li Xiangyuan was taken aback. Not only had she caught him in the act, but this rascal was denying it and even shifting the blame onto her, frowning slightly. She retorted, "You clearly said on the phone." Wait a moment. Just as Li Xiangyuan was about to expose this shameless individual, her voice faltered as she recalled the content of their earlier conversation. When she had inquired about his whereabouts, he had not explicitly stated he was at the police station, merely offering a vague response. So could it be? Was it truly her fault? Images of serving him tea and water flashed through her mind, and no, that was incorrect. This rascal had done it deliberately. He had intentionally said he was on his way, granting her 3 seconds to lose her composure and thus conclude that he was nearby, inciting her to make irrational decisions. Yes, it was all this scoundrel's fault. Fully grasping the situation, Li Xiangyuan coldly fixed her gaze on Li Chang'an. Are you that immature? You say that as if you have suffered a great injustice. Li Xiangyuan found herself speechless, as if she had just heard the most awkward joke in the world. Isn't that the case? Seeing her expression of disbelief and derision, Li Chang'an remained unfazed, calmly observing his aloof superior. How about we make a bet? Li Xiangyuan's heart raced with suspicion. What scheme was he concocting now? Having just been thoroughly deceived by Li Chang'an, she was wary, as if bitten by a snake, now terrified of ropes. Tentatively, she asked, "What kind of bet?" Upon hearing her question, Li Chang'an's demeanor shifted, ignoring her displeasure as he continued. "I bet that within a month, or at most 2, you will come to me seeking refuge." Li Xiangyuan was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Li Chang'an. It was utterly absurd. She felt as though she had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Had Li Chang'an lost his mind? Were it not for the leverage he held over her future, she wouldn't even deign to glance his way. With a cold laugh, Li Xiangyuan declared, "Even if I were to die, I would never do such a thing." Don't speak too soon. With a confident smile, Li Chang'an replied, "Just say whether you accept the bet." "That I accept." Li Xiangyuan resolved to fight for her dignity, unable to fathom any reason she could lose. "What if you lose?" Li Chang'an responded, "If I lose, I will delete the backup of that video from my cloud drive." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xiangyuan's gaze turned sharp, her eyes glaring daggers at him. "Don't look at me like that. I learned it all from you that night." Li Xiangyuan took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to obliterate this scoundrel before her. "That's not fair." "Fair?" Li Chang'an chuckled. "Do you even believe in fairness?" Li Xiangyuan fell silent. This wager had been entirely crafted by Li Chang'an, devoid of any semblance of fairness from the start. Her only freedom lay in the ability to choose whether or not to participate. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiangyuan inquired, "How can I trust you 1T keep a backup?" "I 1T did all right. I accept your bet." Li Xiangyuan stated seriously, "I hope you will honor your promise." Seeing her take the bait, Li Chang'an replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I navigate this world guided by a principle of sincerity." Li Xiangyuan. Watching the skeptical expression on Li Xiangyuan's face, Li Chang'an shifted the topic. "And if you lose?" "What nonsense." "I 1T lose," Li Xiangyuan, brimming with confidence, replied. "What do you want?" Li Chang'an surveyed Li Xiangyuan, perceiving her alluring demeanor reminiscent of a mature woman, and thought it would be a disservice to her bestowed title of a versatile enchantress if she did not venture into the world of anime. Are you familiar with the game Honor of Kings? There exists a hero named Hua Mulan, who boasts a valiant skin worth 588 vouchers that Li Chang'an remarked, "That day, I hope to witness Hua Mulan." In Chapter 36, Li Xiangjuan, having heard of the popular mobile game selected for the Asian Games, was aware of its existence, but had never played it. She recognized Hua Mulan, yet was oblivious to what the 588 voucher valiant skin entailed. Was it akin to a costume change? Regardless, it mattered not. She was resolute in her belief that she could not possibly lose. Li Xiangjuan replied indifferently, "Fine." Upon the establishment of their wager, Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan strode side by side towards the private warehouse. Upon their arrival, at least 7 or 8 trucks were stationed in the vacant lot before the entrance that Li Chang'an instructed Li Xiangjuan to open the warehouse door while he ventured to a nearby convenience store to procure a pack of cigarettes, distributing a packet to each of the laborers and workers present. Approximately half an hour later, the warehouse was brimming with an array of delicacies from various restaurants. Standing before the warehouse door, Li Xiangjuan gazed at the lavish dishes and inquired, "What do you intend to do with these?" Previously, she had pondered the reason behind Li Chang'an's extravagant food order. Li Chang'an, savoring the aroma wafting through the air, casually replied, "We can just leave them here for now." "What?" Li Xiangjuan frowned, noticing Li Chang'an's expression lacked deceit. "Have you lost your mind? This is not a cold storage facility, and it's summer. Leaving this much food out overnight will surely spoil." "That's my concern." Dismissing Li Xiangjuan's skepticism, Li Chang'an was disinclined to offer explanations. "You only need to focus on the tasks I've assigned you. The rest is not your concern." Seeing that Li Chang'an had not directly addressed her question, Li Xiangjuan refrained from further inquiries. "Whatever, if it spoils, it spoils. It's not my money." After a brief silence, she suddenly felt a pang of hunger and coldly stated, "If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Care to join me for a meal?" Li Chang'an glanced at his watch, noting it was 5:30 that I saw a Sha County restaurant nearby when I arrived. "Considering your compliance today, I'll treat you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangjuan was instantly transported back to the day she felt like a free laborer. Her expression darkened as she retorted, "Get lost." Without further ado, she turned to leave, not wishing to linger a moment longer with Li Chang'an. However, he called out to her, asking, "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" Yes, on an instinct told her that Li Chang'an harbored ulterior motives, perhaps intending to make her toil as he had done before. Moreover, she genuinely had commitments. As provincial leaders were visiting Ningzhou port for an inspection, and as a member of the port management, she was required to accompany them. Yet, Li Chang'an clearly had no regard for her schedule. "All right, cancel be at the dormitory by 8 tomorrow morning to pick me up. We're heading to Zhoushan." That Li Xiangjuan felt somewhat speechless. Since he had already made up his mind, why bother asking about her availability? Fuming, she departed, not wishing to spend another second in his presence. After Li Xiangjuan left, Li Chang'an dined alone at a nearby Sha County restaurant, enjoying a bowl of fried rice. That as night fell, he returned to the private warehouse area. After ensuring that no surveillance cameras had been left behind by Li Xiangjuan, he felt at ease to utilize his spatial abilities, transferring all the fragrant delicacies into another dimension. Before long, the warehouse was entirely emptied of thousands of delectable dishes. As Li Chang'an departed, he remained oblivious to the fact that, less than a kilometer away in a nearby residential building, Li Xiangjuan was observing him lock the door through binoculars. Just then, the phone in the living room vibrated. Interrupting her thoughts, clad in silk home attire and slippers, Li Xiangjuan returned to the living room to check the caller ID and answered the call. "Hello, is this Miss Xiangjuan?" The voice on the other end was none other than the president of the Jiangxing Agricultural Bank. She had recently discovered Li Chang'an's account information, and due to some business dealings, she had a rapport with the bank president, who had agreed to look into Li Chang'an's financial activities. After some pleasantries, the bank president stated, "I have news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. There was indeed a substantial deposit into the account of one Li Chang'an last Wednesday, amounting to 187 million. "What?" Li Xiangjuan gasped, astonished. Why would Li Chang'an suddenly possess such a fortune? There was definitely something amiss that Li Xiangjuan sensed the scent of crime surrounding Li Chang'an, and she felt a surge of excitement. As if a chance to escape from his clutches was now within reach. She steadied her breathing and calmly asked, "And what was the source of the transfer?" "I looked into that as well." The funds originated from the official account of the Hangzhou Sports Lottery Prize Center, so it's clean. The Sports Lottery Prize Center? Li Xiangjuan was taken aback. How did this link back to the lottery? Could it be that the 187 million sitting in Li Chang'an's bank account was from winning the lottery? Li Xiangjuan furrowed her brows and quickly grabbed her tablet to search for the latest lottery results in Jiangxing. If that amount truly was a lottery prize, it ought to be in the news. Sure enough, as she typed Jiangxing Astronomical Lottery Prize into the search bar, a slew of articles appeared. Shocking! Jiangxing lottery players scoop an astonishing 234 million in Super Lotto. Unbelievable! Selecting a set of numbers and adding 60 times, winning the astronomical prize of 234 million. How did he manage that? Jiangxing has produced yet another outrageous lottery winner. Li Xiangjuan clicked through the articles. All dated recently. She did the math. 234 million pre-tax winnings after taxes would indeed amount to over 187 million, though what she had initially hoped would lead her to incriminating evidence against Li Chang'an had instead revealed his incredible stroke of luck, leaving her feeling rather deflated. After expressing her gratitude to the bank president, she hung up and lay back on the sofa, her thoughts tumultuous. The following morning, at 8:10, Li Xiangjuan's BMW was already parked by the roadside, awaiting Li Chang'an. Did you not sleep well last night? On the highway, Li Chang'an noticed her complexion appeared somewhat haggard compared to the previous day. In truth, Li Xiangjuan had not merely slept poorly. She had not slept at all. She never imagined she would lose sleep over a man. What? Are you worried I might fall asleep at the wheel and take you down with me? Li Xiangjuan retorted curtly. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Your thoughts are rather alarming. Have you entered an early menopause? Li Xiangjuan silently pressed the accelerator, the speed of the BMW rapidly climbing beyond 160. Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking with you? In Chapter 37, realizing that Li Chang'an could feel fear, Li Xiangjuan's enthusiasm seemed to revive somewhat. Yet, Li Chang'an showed no signs of the reaction she desired. Nor did he plead with her not to act impulsively. While accompanying you to the underworld may be somewhat disadvantageous, it is not entirely unacceptable. Li Xiangjuan, focused on controlling the speeding BMW, found herself at a loss for words. Did this guy not comprehend the absurdity of his statements? What did he mean by somewhat disadvantageous, but not unacceptable? Men pursuing her could line up all the way to Paris. It was as if she were somehow doing him a disservice. As Li Xiangjuan mulled this over, a hand unexpectedly rested upon her shoulder. This sudden development triggered her instinct to flinch, causing her to jerk the steering wheel. The speeding BMW veered off course, narrowly avoiding a collision with the roadside greenery, thanks to the lack of traffic on that stretch of road. Regaining her composure, Li Xiangjuan steadied the wheel and shot an angry glare at Li Chang'an in the passenger seat. You idiot! Are you trying to kill us both? Isn't this what you suggested? Li Chang'an replied, his expression devoid of the gravity such a near miss warranted that I call this mutual fulfillment. Upon hearing his explanation, Li Xiangjuan felt a mix of anger and helplessness. She had never anticipated that a flippant comment of hers would be taken seriously by Li Chang'an. You're absolutely insane. Glad you recognize that. Li Chang'an refrained from arguing, maintaining a smile, though his tone had undeniably turned so next time, before joking about death, ensure you're prepared for it. For the next 2 hours, after providing Li Xiangjuan with an address, Li Chang'an reclined the passenger seat and began to rest with his eyes closed, leaving the journey in silence. Zhoushan City is merely over 100 kilometers from Jiangxing. Strictly speaking, it should be referred to as Zhoushan Island, which is connected to the mainland by a cross-sea expressway. Originally, Zhoushan was part of Jiangxing, governed by it, but due to certain historical reasons, it gained independence as a city. When Li Xiangjuan arrived at the destination driving the BMW sports car, as per Li Chang'an's instructions, she found not a shooting range, but an expanse of boundless Li Chang'an promptly dialed the number from the business card Zhang Jing had given him yesterday. Upon explaining his purpose, the other party instructed them to drive their car to a nearby dock and wait. After circling around the vicinity for a while, they indeed found a rather rudimentary ferry dock. Approximately 10 minutes later, a modified fishing boat appeared on the horizon. As the boat docked, a muscular young man clad in a light green t-shirt disembarked and approached Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan, removing his sunglasses and introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Li. I am here to take you to the shooting range as arranged by Boss He. You may drive your car onto the shuttle boat. Li Chang'an nodded slightly. Thank you. Once on the boat, during a conversation with a muscular young man, Li Chang'an gleaned some information about the shooting range. The boss he mentioned was He Jijun, who had previously served in the military in France. After retiring a few years ago, he returned to China and ventured into the live-fire shooting business, utilizing the connections he had established abroad. Due to the stringent gun control laws in Huaxia, he did not operate on the mainland, but instead rented an island for his activities. Compared to other live-fire shooting experiences, Bossy's range was far more thrilling and favored by the elite and affluent. According to the muscular young man, there was nothing that Silver Fox shooting range could not provide if one could imagine it. As the two conversed animatedly, Li Xiangjuan, who was quietly listening, grew increasingly alarmed. From the young man's words, it seemed that Boss He, while referred to as a businessman, could more bluntly be described as an arms dealer. In Huaxia, those who could engage in such enterprises were invariably powerful figures with connections to both the legitimate and illicit worlds. How could Li Chang'an possibly have ties with such a perilous individual? Moreover, why would he bring her along for this illicit affair? Gazing at the sun-drenched, shimmering sea and hearing the engines roar in the water, Li Xiangjuan regretted boarding this dubious venture. However, it was too late for regrets. She could only follow Li Chang'an to the so-called Silver Fox shooting range. After the shuttle boat docked on a small island in the Zhoushan archipelago, Li Xiangjuan parked the BMW in a makeshift outdoor parking lot by the shore. Besides her BMW M3, there were several luxury vehicles. The road conditions on the island were rather poor, but it was manageable. The shooting range had sent specialized off-road vehicles to pick them up. After about 20 minutes, Li Chang'an finally beheld the true visage of Silver Fox shooting range. The entrance of the shooting range reminded him of a resort on the outskirts of Jiangxing. Upon their arrival, a middle-aged man dressed in camouflage and sporting sunglasses awaited them near the entrance. "Hello, Mr. Lei. I am He Jijun." He Jijun greeted them with a strong Hong Kong and Taiwan accent, warmly embracing Li Chang'an. When he turned his attention to Li Xiangjuan, his eyes lit up, yet he maintained decorum, merely extending his hand for a brief shake. "Hello." Mississippi Li Xiangjuan had already learned about He Jijun's background during the shuttle ride. Smiling, she shook his hand. "Hello, bossy up Mr. Li. You truly are fortunate." He Jijun remarked with a smile, "Your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also has a delightful voice." Li Chang'an chuckled, opting not to clarify anything. Bringing Li Xiangjuan along served dual purposes. She was not only a companion, but also a means to enhance his image. As the saying goes, don't miss out on a good woman. And don't waste time on a bad one. It that moment, Li Xiangjuan played her part well, stepping into the role of Li Chang'an's girlfriend. Observing her interaction with Boss He, Li Chang'an felt a sense of unfamiliarity and silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Impressive. She truly is the versatile enchantress I have chosen to Li Chang'an mused, imagining if the sycophants at his company witnessed their esteemed female superior, who was usually seen as untouchable, displaying a more feminine demeanor. Their minds would surely be blown. What a pity that only I can appreciate this. Chapter 38. You're not plotting a rebellion with this, are you? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the owner of Silver Fox shooting range, He Jijun, led the two inside, enthusiastically introducing them to his independent kingdom. The entire Silver Fox shooting range encompassed most of the island, divided into 4 distinct areas: the hunting area, leisure area, residential area, and shooting area. The hunting area, as the name suggests, was designated for customers to pursue and hunt wild beasts, with animals released by the Silver Fox shooting range beforehand. Customers would enter with provided bows, crossbows, or firearms to experience the primal thrill of the hunt. The leisure area was comprehensive, featuring a small golf course, a swimming pool, and even artificial hot springs, as well as the gambling excitement typically found in Hong Kong and Macau, albeit with a minimum entry requirement of 30 million in assets. The residential area required little elaboration, but the shooting area was the main attraction. The shooting area boasted an extensive array of firearms. With the exception of heavy weaponry like RPGs, it offered a comprehensive selection. Although prices were several times higher than other domestic shooting ranges, those who could afford to visit were invariably affluent. Under He Jijun's guidance, the group headed directly to the shooting area. At that moment, several individuals were engaged in shooting, with bullets paid for in US dollars flying off at an astonishing rate in the hands of these wealthy youths. "Mr. Li, would you care to try your hand at a few shots?" He Jijun inquired, keenly observing to deny such an opportunity would be disingenuous. Firearms possess an inherent allure for M.E.N. A.S. Li Chang'an watched the dismal accuracy of the rich youths. He felt a twinge of eagerness and promptly replied, "Haha, that is precisely my intention." Subsequently, He Jijun led him to the firearm selection area that Li Chang'an's gaze immediately fell upon a row of AK-47s displayed on the rack. This legendary firearm forever stands out amidst a multitude of weapons. Its inception is steeped in dramatic history. The gunsmith who created the AK-47 intended for its emergence to swiftly end World War II, reduce bloodshed, and usher in lasting peace. Who could have predicted that this very weapon would achieve the highest kill count in history, remaining a favorite among fervent warlords to this day, having awakened as an enhanced ability user in his previous life? Li Chang'an was conscripted into the Jiangnan district and had acquired extensive knowledge of various firearms, making him quite familiar with their usage. He picked up an AK-47 from the rack, weighing it in his hands. From the moment he grasped the weapon, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He positioned the gun against his shoulder, swiftly entering a shooting stance. Witnessing his adept manipulation of the weapon, He Jijun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Were it not for the fact that this was not a battlefield abroad, but rather within the country, such seamless execution of the bolt-action maneuver would suggest either an insider or a formidable criminal. "Oh, Mr. Li, have you handled firearms before? Are you a novice?" He Jijun, a former professional soldier, could easily discern that Li Chang'an returned the AK to the rack with a smile. "I've played around with them a few times." As he spoke, he approached another table, observing a collection of handgun parts, and skillfully assembled a complete firearm before the gathered onlookers. After checking the safety and trying the trigger, though the magazine was empty, an expert could tell from the sound that it was of high quality. Bossy gestured for his subordinates to fetch a magazine for Li Chang'an, and together they proceeded to the shooting range. Li Chang'an donned ear protection, positioning himself with his right hand raised and the firearm aimed. His gaze, the firearm's sights, and the target formed a precise alignment that at this moment, his deep-set eyes revealed not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Resembling the frigid depths of the Bermuda Triangle. Bang, 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 as the magazine emptied, onlookers rushed forward to inspect the target paper. After firing so many rounds, how could there be only one bullet hole? Li Xiangyuan observed that on Li Chang'an's target paper, there was merely a single bullet hole at the center, whereas the targets of the nearby wealthy youths were riddled with holes. While He Jijun praised Li Chang'an's marksmanship, he patiently explained to Li Xiangyuan, "Although it appears there is only one bullet hole, the reality is that this hole signifies much more. It indicates that every shot Li fired struck the same spot." "What?" Li Xiangyuan stared in astonishment at the gun-wielding Li Chang'an upon hearing Boss He Jijun's explanation. Was this truly the Li Chang'an she knew? As she was taken aback, a hand snapped its fingers in front of her, forcibly pulling her thoughts back. "Don't idolize me too much. I'm merely a legend." Well, this fellow remains the same scoundrel. Subsequently, Li Chang'an casually concocted an excuse to divert Li Xiangyuan's attention, for the ensuing business was not meant for her ears. That He Jijun, seasoned in the realm of commerce, immediately understood the implication and instructed his subordinate to escort her to the leisure area for a bite to eat and some relaxation. Once Li Xiangyuan had departed, Li Chang'an candidly inquired, "Boss He, may I ask how you intend to sell?" Acknowledging the open card played by Li Chang'an and realizing they were alone, He Jijun laid his cards on the table. "Mr. Li, in truth, before your arrival, old Zhang had already briefed me on this business. Perhaps we should first inspect the goods before discussing the specifics." Li Chang'an nodded in agreement. "Very well." That He Jijun gestured for him to follow, and the two made their way to a nearby off-road vehicle. After traversing a rugged path for several minutes, they arrived at a rocky cliff on the northern side of the island. Under Li Chang'an's watchful gaze, He Jijun moved a small stone aside and pressed a hidden mechanism within. Gradually, a stone door in the dim recesses of the cliff creaked open. Following He Jijun, Li Chang'an entered a cave that had been specially modified, revealing crates of firearms and ammunition. In addition to the firearms, there were modern compound bows, crossbows, and air guns used in major competitions such as the Olympics. Li Chang'an gazed in awe at the dazzling array of weapons within the cave, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. But he had known that this boss from Hong Kong and Taiwan, He Jijun, was formidable, but he had not anticipated such an impressive display of power. Observing Li Chang'an's astonishment, He Jijun confidently remarked, "So, Mr. Li, are you satisfied with these offerings?" Li Chang'an approached and opened two crates for inspection before posing his request. "Boss He, Please quote me a price. What does MR.LI require? Li Chang'an briefly surveyed the weapons in the cave and articulated his needs. 5 AKs, 10 boxes of 7.62mm ammunition, 592 modifications, 1,000 rounds of 9mm bullets. Moreover, considering that crossbows and compound bows seem more fragile than firearms, he requested 10 of each, along with 2,000 steel-tipped arrows for the crossbows and another 2,000 arrows for the compound bows. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's demands, even He Jijun was taken aback. Brother, are you really considering such an arsenal? You don't intend to stage a rebellion, do you? Chapter 39. A woman worthless beyond her beauty? In recent years, many influential individuals had approached He Jijun seeking illicit firearms. Yet most merely sought a 92 modification and a handful of bullets for sport. Li Chang'an's request for 2 AKs and 10 boxes of ammunition marked him as an unprecedented big buyer. This is the mainland of Huaxia. We aren't in the lawless Golden Triangle. Li Chang'an chuckled. Boss He, you jest. The nation is at peace. I wish to live a few more years. That He Jijun found it hard to believe. Anyone truly wishing to live longer would not dabble in such affairs. Cautiously, he asked, Mr. Li, might I inquire what you intend to do with such a large quantity of firearms, possessing the capability to establish the exclusive Silver Fox shooting range for the elite in Huaxia? He Jijun had powerful protective backing in the government. Originally, his old comrade Zhang Jing had asked him to extend a favor to Li Chang'an, and he agreed to do so as a simple act of goodwill. Yet, given the sheer volume Li Chang'an sought, even He Jijun felt hesitant to proceed with the sale. If this young man were to use these weapons for subversive purposes, the repercussions would be significant, and he might find himself unable to continue operating on the mainland. Feigning hesitation, Li Chang'an had already formulated a plan in his mind. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that the other party would likely be reluctant to sell such a substantial quantity. To be honest, I am affiliated with the Jiangnan War Zone. He Jijun exclaimed, clearly astonished. Simultaneously, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. That Mr. Li, you aren't jesting with me, are you? His mind raced. If Li Chang'an's claim were true, he would need to contemplate the implications of allowing him to remain here indefinitely. As for the woman above, whether innocent or knowledgeable, it mattered little. Li Chang'an smiled. I trust you noticed during our shooting session that I am no ordinary person. In Huaxia, are there others of my age with such capabilities? A truly skilled lie often contains a kernel of truth. Li Chang'an could indeed be considered part of the Jiangnan War Zone, although that was a reality of his past life after an apocalyptic disaster. Presently, he was merely an ordinary man. Once he uttered these words, He Jijun was convinced. The gun that had been resting at his waist now pointed directly at Li Chang'an's forehead. What is your purpose in seeking me? The previously friendly demeanor of He Jijun vanished, replaced by the steely gaze of a man accustomed to navigating both the legal and illegal worlds. Ordinary individuals would likely crumble under the pressure of a gun aimed at their head. Yet Li Chang'an maintained his composure, gently nudging He Jijun's gun aside. No need to be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the only ones here. He Jijun remained silent, his vigilance unwavering as he scrutinized Li Chang'an. This was a point of confusion for him. If a decision had been made to act against him, he would have sensed some hint of it, that if the highest authorities had directly commanded the military of the Jiangnan War Zone to intervene. How could it be that only Li Chang'an and that ordinary woman, who lacked any notable qualities apart from her beauty, had arrived? Furthermore, Li Chang'an boldly revealed his identity in front of him. He Jijun reluctantly lowered his weapon, willing to hear Li Chang'an out. Li Chang'an continued. Recently, the situation in the northern regions of Myanmar has become increasingly rampant. I trust you have heard of it as well. Boss He Jijun nodded. The northern regions of Myanmar were notoriously complex, often referred to as a haven for criminals. Numerous powerful figures had ventured there to establish enclaves, leveraging local forces for fraudulent schemes. In recent years, this had become particularly rampant, especially following media exposure that stirred public outrage in Huaxia. But what does this have to do with the weapons you wish to purchase? He Jijun inquired skeptically. Are you planning to procure arms to expand your influence there? Expand my influence? Li Chang'an retorted. Let us be honest, that Forsaken Place offers little security, and its quality of life pales in comparison to that of Huaxia. Who would willingly venture there apart from those who were deceived or fugitives on the run? Perhaps I might consider it, but you, Boss He, could certainly give it a shot. Li Chang'an's expression turned serious. The authorities are enraged by the rampant criminal activities in those enclaves and plan to dispatch a team to carry out decisive actions against those on the blacklist. He Ji-jun's eyes widened in realization. So, you need a batch of untraceable weapons. The Jiangnan war zone belonged to Huaxia and held no jurisdiction abroad, that if they were to engage in cross-border operations, they would have to sever all ties with their homeland. Li Chang'an nodded. Now you understand why I went to such lengths to seek you out. That He Ji-jun fell silent, and as a man who had faced the chaos of gunfire, he couldn't help but feel a profound respect for Li Chang'an. Each cross-border operation carried the weight of potential death. Should one perish, they would die far from home, unable to return to their native soil. Suddenly, He Ji-jun asked, Mr. Zhang, you are still quite young. Are you not afraid of never returning? To protect my homeland, death is merely a consequence. Li Chang'an replied with a smile. What does it matter where one rests in death? Life is filled with mountains of green, wherever one may roam. What a poignant sentiment, He Ji-jun exclaimed, startling Li Chang'an momentarily. Yet ultimately, it was a positive turn of events. He Ji-jun was now entirely convinced. This deal shall be made. He Ji-jun, will see it through. To be honest, I am a patriotic businessman with a heart for my country. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an felt a twinge of embarrassment at the absurdity of it all. A patriotic businessman with a heart for his country. What kind of patriotic businessman deliberately engaged in illicit dealings? The two then settled on the price, with Li Chang'an ultimately spending 6 million to procure the arsenal. Additionally, He Ji-jun generously included 2 crates of grenades and several finely crafted Damascus steel military knives. That as he brandished the knife, it was not quite as sharp as cutting through iron, but surely it would cleave flesh with ease. After reaching a mutual agreement, the two departed the weapon-laden cave, returning to the shooting range's leisure area in the off-road vehicle. Following the payment of 3 million as a deposit, He Ji-jun reverted to his role as Li Chang'an's half-brother, urging him to enjoy a few days of leisure. Seeing that the day was indeed growing late, Li Chang'an acquiesced. Having already spent millions here, what harm was there in indulging a little? However, as he spotted Li Xiangjuan leisurely reclining on a sunbed by the pool, he realized that she was the true connoisseur of enjoyment. This woman, perhaps, remained blissfully unaware that she had danced dangerously close to the precipice of death. While traversing the cavern, had He Ji-jun not succumbed to Li Chang'an's persuasion, it is likely that he and Li Xiangjuan would have met a dire fate together. To Li Xiangjuan, reclining in her chair with her eyes closed, sensed someone approaching and, upon opening her eyes, discovered it was Li Chang'an. Are you leaving? She inquired, preparing to rise, only to be gently pressed back down by Li Chang'an. What is the rush? Let the music play and the dance continue. We shan't return today. That he settled into the chair beside her, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the remnants of the setting sun. Having returned from rebirth, this was the first time he allowed himself to savor a moment of tranquility. How splendid it would be if the cruel calamities of the apocalypse did not exist. Meanwhile, Li Xiangjuan observed Li Chang'an's profile, sensing a profound sorrow emanating from this inscrutable man. That I certainly do not wish for you to perish prematurely due to someone else's reckless driving. Well, he remains that insufferable scoundrel. Chapter 40. Am I a magnanimous person? The following morning at 9 o'clock, Li Chang'an and Li Xiangjuan, under the escort of He Ji-jun's muscular aide, the same one who had brought them to the island the previous day, returned safely to Zhoushan City. En route via the Jiangzhou Expressway back to Jiangcheng, several restaurants called in succession. Fortunately, Li Xiangjuan had the foresight to leave the keys with the security guard at the guardhouse when she went to pick up Li Chang'an the previous morning and paid him 200 yuan to assist with the door when the delivery vehicles arrived. While she was on the phone, Li Chang'an reclined in the passenger seat, seemingly unbothered. That Li Xiangjuan glanced at him, uncertain whether he was genuinely asleep or merely feigning it, and considering the lavish dinner from the night before, she chose not to admonish him just yet. However, it was not long before Li Chang'an's phone rang that he opened his eyes, glanced at the screen, and promptly hung up without hesitation. To his surprise, the persistent caller dialed him again. Making several attempts, without a moment's thought, he blocked the number. Yet tranquility was short-lived as another call came in, this time from an unfamiliar number. Li Chang'an scrutinized the number, suspecting it might belong to Zhang Jing from the Shield Security Company or He Ji-jun, the owner of the Silver Fox shooting range, as he had not saved either number in his phone. However, upon answering, he realized his suspicions were unfounded. To Li Chang'an, why haven't you been answering my calls? Even without the speakerphone, he could feel the palpable fury emanating from the woman on the other end to in the driver's seat. Li Xiangjun recognized the voice. It belonged to the girl from the Seeger restaurant a few days prior. Her name escaped her momentarily, but then she recalled. Chen Wen's Li Xiangjun drove. She strained to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Focus on your driving. Keep your speed under 130. Or I shall deal with you. She warned that Li Chang'an shot her an exasperated glance before turning his attention back to the phone. What do you think you are to me? That I must answer your call. You on the other end. Chen Wenwen was momentarily taken aback by his retort. However, she swiftly shifted her approach. I demand to know why you reported my mother and brother to the authorities. Her voice was laced with indignation. Isn't it just 170,000? I can have my husband repay you. You must come to Hangzhou and withdraw your complaint, or you shall receive not a single cent. How absurd to refer to her partner as husband before marriage. Li Chang'an's tone turned icy. Hey, you wretched woman, are you attempting to use my money to coerce me? Chen Wenwen hesitated, not willing to concede directly. Call it what you will. Just come to Hangzhou and withdraw your complaint, or else my brother will have a criminal record, and he needs to take the college entrance exam next year. Whether he attends university is of no concern to me, Li Chang'an, you scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment. Did I ask there anything else? If not, do take care. You. Chen Wenwen's voice rose in urgency. Wait, don't hang up. I'll give you an additional 30,000 if you come to Hangzhou and withdraw your complaint, all right? Clearly, Chen Wenwen was growing desperate that Li Chang'an surmised that prior to calling him, she had likely consulted her lawyer and leveraged whatever connections the Wei family possessed. If she had any means, she would not have come to him to plead for a withdrawal point 170,000. It must be transferred to my bank account within 5 minutes. Li Chang'an hesitated briefly, then hung up before Chen Wenwen could respond. From the driver's seat, Li Xiangjun inquired, You don't expect me to drive you to Hangzhou, do you? Having overheard the conversation, she pieced together the situation was a financial dispute between the two. After having already aided him once, she was loath to become embroiled in his troubles again, especially after suffering for 2 days post that incident. Li Chang'an retorted, Do you truly believe I am the type to be magnanimous? Li Xiangjun shook her head. Had he been so reasonable, she wouldn't have ended up as a chauffeur. However, but you just instructed her to transfer the money to you. Did you not? I merely asked that wretched woman to return what is rightfully mine. Li Chang'an stretched languidly and added, I never agreed to go to Hangzhou to withdraw the complaint. Understanding dawned on Li Xiangjun. It made sense now why he was willing to forfeit 2 million in favor of having Chen Wenwen transfer 170,000. It was a calculated weight. At that moment, Li Chang'an's phone chimed. The transfer of 170,000 yuan had been completed. Almost immediately, Chen Wenwen's call came through again. The money has been sent. When will you arrive in Hangzhou? Glancing at the notification from the bank, Li Chang'an replied, Noted, I shall visit when I have the time. When you have the time. Chen Wenwen was momentarily stunned, unable to process his nonchalance. What specific time? Perhaps in the next lifetime. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Wenwen's voice escalated in anger. Li Chang'an, you bastard. I've sent you the money. What more do you want? That money was rightfully mine. Returning it is merely a matter of due process. Li Chang'an remained unfazed by her fury, merely chuckling at her ineptitude. Furthermore, it appears your mother and Chen Xiaojun have not been truthful with you. What do you mean? Did they not inform you that the reason they were arrested by the police was not due to the 170,000 they owed me, but rather for stealing my winning lottery ticket? Lotto? What lottery? From the implication in Chen Wenwen's words, it seemed her family had indeed withheld the truth about the lottery. Li Chang'an squinted, finding amusement in the family's predicament. They wished for Chen Wenwen to marry into wealth, but feared her return would jeopardize their newfound fortune. Truly, they were not of one family, nor could they share the same door. Li Chang'an resolved to enlighten Chen Wenwen further. A few days ago, I won the lottery, and your thieving brother seized my winning ticket amidst the chaos. When he and your mother attempted to claim the prize in Hangzhou, they were apprehended by the police. What did you think was the reason for their arrest? Don't you dare speak ill of my brother. You are the thief. Li Chang'an was at a loss for words. How could such a foolish woman focus on the trivial? He pointedly remarked, Shouldn't you consider why your dear family chose to secretly claim the prize without informing you? Chapter 41. The Subtle Thoughts of the Superior Female Boss. Li Chang'an ended the call, as anticipated. Chen Wenwen did not attempt to harass him further. However, This left Li Xiangjuan in the driver's seat more wary of him, questioning whether he might betray her as he had with his former girlfriend. Lacking any leverage over Li Chang'an, she could only comply with his whims. Beneath her frameless glasses, Li Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes flickered with calculation, pondering her next move. Given that the source of Li Chang'an's substantial funds was legitimate, perhaps she could leverage his rented private warehouse. She couldn't believe he had gone to such lengths at the Silver Fox shooting range merely for a day of amusement. The owner, He Jijun, must possess significant connections to operate such a business in Huaxia, and surely he had better things to do than indulge Li Chang'an's frivolities. Moreover, during his business discussions with Boss He at the shooting range, he deliberately excused himself, clearly indicating some clandestine dealings. By the time they returned to Jiang City, it was already 3:20 in the afternoon. After escorting Li Chang'an to the dormitory building of the company, Li Xiangjuan took a brief tour of the Human Resources Department at the group. Due to Li Chang'an's absence from work for nearly 2 days, a considerable number of documents awaited her signature and seal. Having completed her tasks, she found it was precisely 5 o'clock, the end of the workday. Upon returning home, Li Xiangjuan hastily consumed a nutritious meal, and then, while applying a facial mask, she perched herself in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, using an astronomical telescope, a gift from a previous suitor, to observe any activity in the direction of the private warehouse. Heaven rewards the diligent. At 8:50 in the evening, she finally spotted him. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Li Chang'an approached the private warehouse, hands tucked into his pockets, his slender silhouette gradually advancing, casting a long shadow in the light. Li Xiangjuan, monitoring the duration of Li Chang'an's stay in the warehouse from the moment he entered until he exited, noted that it was nearly 10 minutes shorter than the previous night. To ensure that Li Chang'an had indeed departed, she deliberately waited an additional 10 minutes before donning casual shoes and a mask, then took the elevator down. Upon reaching the private warehouse, she used her spare key from her pocket to unlock the door. To her astonishment, the vast storage space was devoid of any contents, save for the lingering aroma of dishes in the air. How could this be? Gazing at the empty warehouse, Li Xiangjuan furrowed her brow in confusion. Where were the dishes that had been delivered that morning? While driving back from Zhoushan, she had received numerous calls stating that the food Li Chang'an had ordered from various restaurants had already been delivered to the warehouse. As a dual master's degree holder from the University of Manchester, Li Xiangjuan was a staunch advocate of scientific rationality. Thus, she did not connect the disappearance of the food with Li Chang'an's otherworldly space, merely assuming that after dropping him off at the employee dormitory, he had arranged for a vehicle to retrieve the meals. However, the more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. If Li Chang'an had an alternate storage location, why would he still rent this private warehouse? Moreover, with over 20 restaurants providing hundreds of thousands of exquisite dishes, what on earth did he intend to do with such a vast quantity? Even if 1,000 people were to dine, it would still be an insurmountable task to consume it all. Li Chang'an, what secrets are you concealing? Li Chang'an's recent peculiar behavior left her bewildered, yet she did not consider herself capable of the deductive reasoning akin to Sherlock Holmes or Adaga Conan. So she resolved to adopt a more straightforward and forceful method of surveillance. Li Xiangjuan activated her phone's flashlight feature and began to pace through the dim warehouse, searching for the optimal spot to conceal a surveillance camera. This location had to be sufficiently discreet, leaving no filming blind spots. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the ventilation duct overhead. Having chosen her target, Li Xiangjuan maneuvered a ladder from the wall and positioned it beneath the vent. While installing the miniature camera, she cast a furtive glance towards the tightly shut warehouse door, feeling a twinge of guilt for engaging in such clandestine activities. Perhaps it was her first time doing something of this nature. And lacking experience, she momentarily envisioned Li Chang'an leaning against the wall by the door, arms crossed, coldly observing her. Startled, Li Xiangjuan nearly lost her balance on the ladder. But when she looked again, the space was once more empty. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she took a deep breath and cautiously retrieved a miniature camera from her pocket, her expression a mix of emotions. This camera was not one she had purchased. Rather, it was evidence from the scandalous restroom voyeurism case that had caused quite a stir. Zhang Mingjia had discovered it in the ladies' room and promptly handed it over to Li Xiangjuan, only to find that the culprit was none other than her boyfriend, Song Mingyi. Even Li Xiangjuan herself had not anticipated that one day she would engage in such behavior. After a moment of distraction, she regained her focus and hurriedly secured the miniature camera in place. Once she exited the private warehouse rented by Li Chang'an, she donned her mask again, glanced around, and departed hastily. That it was not until she returned to the happy community that she finally exhaled in relief. However, she failed to notice that just as she stepped through the community's entrance and proceeded towards Building 13, Li Chang'an happened to emerge from the elevator at the first floor of Building 8. It turned out that after transferring all the gourmet food from the private warehouse into his otherworldly space, Li Chang'an did not return to the employee dormitory of the port group, but instead retraced his steps to the happy community to check on the construction progress of the Shinden Security Company. Li Chang'an was equally surprised to see Li Xiangjuan here. What was she doing in this location? Although she was wearing a mask and her attire was less revealing than usual, not as alluring. After spending so much time together, her figure was still undeniably captivating, and he recognized her at once in the late evening, wearing a mask. This appearance resembled those female celebrities who, upon disembarking from a flight, conceal themselves with masks and sunglasses, drawing unnecessary attention. I Chang'an observed Li Xiangjuan's graceful silhouette under the streetlight and quietly followed her. It was only when she entered the elevator that he halted, intently watching the floor buttons. Within 2 minutes, only the buttons for the 4th and 12th floors flickered a few times, indicating that Li Xiangjuan likely resided on one of those 2 floors. To confirm his hypothesis, he pressed the button for the 1st floor. The elevator, which had stopped at the 12th floor, descended directly to the 1st floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing, as expected, an empty space. Li Chang'an surveyed the vacant elevator, narrowing his eyes. So she indeed resides here. With this revelation, he departed from Building 13 and headed towards the exit of the community. Now, the only question troubling him was what clandestine activity Li Xiangjuan was engaged in at such a late hour. Wait a moment. Li Chang'an suddenly halted on the sidewalk outside the community gate, glancing towards the private warehouse. Chapter 42. Mr. Li, this is my resignation letter. Outside the private warehouse, shrouded in darkness, Li Chang'an stood expressionless before the tightly sealed warehouse door. Just a wall away, a tiny camera appeared through the gaps in the ventilation grate, surveying the empty warehouse within. First, Li Chang'an took out his phone and opened an app designed to detect hidden cameras. Originally created to prevent malicious spying on other residents and vacation rentals, this app functions by searching for signal sources within a limited range, but it would be ineffective against micro-cameras that utilized memory cards. Li Chang'an suspected that Li Xiangjuan's sneaky return to the community at this late hour certainly harbored ulterior motives. This private warehouse had been her suggestion, and she lived nearby, so her intentions were not difficult to surmise. Now, standing outside the warehouse door, Li Chang'an used the app to search for signal sources, aiming to ensure the safety of the warehouse's interior, at least confirming that it did not contain remotely operable surveillance cameras. Indeed, it was Li Chang'an noticed the first strong signal source on the anti-surveillance app interface. Within a 10-meter radius, there was no other place but the private warehouse before him. This proud and aloof superior had never disappointed him in matters of surprise. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen into Li Xiangjuan's trap. With a raised eyebrow, Li Chang'an produced a key and gently unlocked the warehouse door before slipping inside, quickly pressing himself against the wall. Based on his previous observations of the warehouse, he knew that one side of the door was obscured by a pillar, and there were no nearby locations to conceal any surveillance devices, rendering it relatively safe. Next, Li Chang'an's gaze swiftly scanned the warehouse for any potential hiding spots for wireless cameras. Firstly, the location needed to be discreet, somewhere that would not attract attention. Secondly, it had to offer a good vantage point, covering as much surrounding area as possible. Locations meeting both criteria were scarce in this empty warehouse, and Li Xiangjuan's stay had been briefed. As he pondered, his gaze gradually focused on the small ladder propped up in the corner. Yes, the place where she concealed the wireless camera must at least be an elevated point. Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the only ventilation exhaust window in the warehouse. Now everything began to make sense. That he quietly moved along the wall adjacent to the exhaust vent toward the ladder. Upon reaching the proximity required to access the otherworldly space, he concentrated, and a dark opening materialized beneath the ladder, devouring it. Subsequently, Li Chang'an stealthily exited the warehouse and propped the ladder against the outer wall. Reaching out, he pulled open the exterior vent cover, illuminating the interior with his phone's flashlight, revealing a miniature camera lying within. Li Chang'an, with a calm demeanor, extended his hand into the vent, retrieving the miniature camera that Li Xiangjuan had placed. After locating the power button and forcing it to shut down, he examined the camera in his hand, noting that despite its small size, it was fully equipped. Wait, isn't this the one belonging to that scoundrel Song Mingyi? Last week, I still vividly recall the moment when he appeared utterly baffled as he was escorted into Li Xiangjuan's office by the Group S security personnel. At that time, Li Xiangjuan confronted him with that very device, pressuring him to admit that he was indeed the perverse voyeur. Little did Li Chang'an anticipate that merely a week later, he would once again encounter this miniature camera in such an unexpected manner. With a resigned smile, he mused to himself about how resourceful this woman was, utilizing everything to its fullest potential that as he spoke. Li Chang'an placed the miniature camera back in its original position and turned on the power switch. Rather than eliminate this known hazard, he preferred to leave it be for the time being, allowing Li Xiangjuan, this woman brimming with defiance, to indulge in what she believed to be a foolproof scheme, which might keep her somewhat subdued. Thus, he decided to play along. During the following week, Li Chang'an did little else. Adhering to the arrangements he had previously instructed Li Xiangjuan to implement, he tirelessly roamed Ningzhou Port each day. And with his upgraded staff card, he could freely enter and exit the bonded area. His compliance and restraint surprised Li Xiangjuan immensely that in fact, she discreetly drove to Ningzhou Port in the past couple of days to retrieve surveillance footage of Li Chang'an's recent activities. To her astonishment, she discovered that he had genuinely been going about his work in a normal fashion, tirelessly traversing the port under the blazing sun, diligently taking notes with a pen and the notebook provided by the group. He was the epitome of an exemplary employee, so much so that even the upper echelons of the group would be moved to tears upon witnessing his dedication in the deputy director's office. Li Xiangjuan's delicate fingers rested lightly on the mouse as she pondered the images displayed on the screen. This footage had been specifically copied from Ningzhou Port. How strange it was. Could it be that Li Chang'an had truly changed his ways? After watching the video several times, her eyes growing weary, she still could not discern any clarity. Li Xiangjuan removed her frameless glasses and rubbed her eyes. Over the past week, there had been no anomalies in the surveillance of her private warehouse either. As the deputy director of human resources, she observed that Li Chang'an was behaving himself at the front line of the port, and everything seemed to have returned to its original course. Yet for Li Xiangjuan, who was aware that Li Chang'an was now worth billions, his continued presence at Ningzhou Port was the most glaring anomaly. Just as Li Xiangjuan found herself at a loss, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Li Xiangjuan tidied her slightly disheveled hair and donned her frameless glasses once more. To her surprise, the person who entered was none other than Zhang Mingjia, recently affected by the scandal of the restroom voyeurism. She had faced her share of cold remarks from colleagues once the truth came to light. Li Xiangjuan had assumed that as a young woman, she would have long since succumbed to the pressure and resigned. Yet here she was, still persevering. Li Xiangjuan concealed her true feelings behind a captivating smile that commanded respect. Mingjia, is there something you wish to discuss? She could sense that Zhang Mengjia's spirit was notably low. The girl before her was a stark contrast to the vibrant, youthful Zhang Mingjia she had known in the office. Standing silently in front of her desk, Zhang Mingjia placed an envelope before Li Xiangjuan. Li Zong, this is my resignation letter. Li Xiangjuan cast a fleeting glance at the words resignation letter written on the envelope, but remained silent. That an intern in the management training program was inconsequential. If she chose to leave, it would hardly matter, as the group was never short of such individuals. Zhang Mingjia, sensing the atmosphere, turned to leave. Behind her, Li Xiangjuan observed her solitary figure with a tinge of regret. Wishing that she could swap Zhang Mingjia with Li Chang'an, that as Li Xiangjuan contemplated this, she intended to continue her analysis of the copied surveillance footage when suddenly, a thought struck her. Mingjia, wait a moment. Chapter 43. Women should help each other. Upon hearing Li Xiangjuan's voice, Zhang Mingjia paused by the office door. She turned around, her brow furrowed in confusion. Li Zong, are you referring to the handover of work? Zhang Mingjia assumed that Li Xiangjuan had called her back to remind her to complete the necessary handover tasks before departing, that I've already coordinated everything with Wang Shuzhen. That's not what I meant. As Li Xiangjuan approached Zhang Mingjia, the click of her Saint Laurent heels echoed on the floor. Are you truly willing to leave just like this? What do you mean? Zhang Mingjia looked at her superior, bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Li Xiangjuan would bring this up at such a moment. Did she truly wish to leave? Of course not. Yet what could she do? All she could do was lament her misfortune for becoming involved with someone as loathsome as Song Mingi, the perverse voyeur. But she was innocent. It was Song Mingi who had erred. Why should she be the target of disdain behind her back, as she recalled the attitudes of her once sympathetic colleagues? Her expression darkened. She managed a bitter smile. At this point, even if I'm unwilling, what does it matter? There's no place for me at Ningzhou Port anymore. Sighing, Li Xiangjuan took Zhang Mengjia's slightly cold hand. In truth, I believe that you should not be the one to leave. Zhang Mingjia stared at her in disbelief as Li Xiangjuan continued. If it weren't for Li Chang'an dragging Song Mingi into this, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering. While speaking, Li Xiangjuan attentively observed Zhang Mengjia's expressions. When she revisited this narrative, she noticed a flicker of unnameable resentment ignite in Zhang Mengjia's previously disinterested eyes. Recognizing this, Li Xiangjuan realized her assumptions had been correct. Zhang Mingjia had indeed attributed her misfortunes to Li Chang'an. Had he not publicly exposed her boyfriend Song Mingi as a voyeur, she would not be in this predicament. Mingjia, let me show you something. Seizing the moment of Zhang Mengjia's rising ire, Li Xiangjuan led her to the desk and clicked to play the surveillance footage copied from Ningzhou Port. Initially puzzled, Zhang Mingjia queried Li Zong, "What is this?" "This is the recent work surveillance of Li Chang'an at Ningzhou Port," that Li Xiangjuan explained, her gaze fixed on the video she had scrutinized multiple times. Since that day, I assigned him to the most arduous position at Ningzhou Port. As Zhang Mingjia watched the footage of Li Chang'an, a sense of discomfort enveloped her. He appeared to be rather cheerful. Why was that? Why could he waltz about as if nothing had happened while she faced the scorn of others? Behind Zhang Mingjia, Li Xiangjuan's lips curled into a slight smile, her words brimming with sympathy for Zhang Mengjia's plight. "I initially intended to punish this disruptor of camaraderie, but unexpectedly, it has only benefited him. Now, witnessing you, a fellow victim, suffer unjustly, I genuinely feel remorse." Both Zhang Mingjia and Li Chang'an were young graduates, navigating through life without encountering significant setbacks. Recently, her experiences in the company had marked the darkest period of her life. Each word Li Xiangjuan spoke resonated within her like melodic notes, evoking tears that brimmed in Zhang Mengjia's eyes. Blurring her vision, Li Zong, "Dear girl, if you feel like crying, let it out." Li Xiangjuan, filled with compassion, embraced Zhang Mingjia, her gentle words prompting the latter to dissolve into tears. "That it's all right." After Zhang Mingjia had a good cry in the office, Li Xiangjuan, resembling a caring older sister, sat beside her on the couch and even handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. At that moment, Zhang Mingjia felt deeply moved by Li Xiangjuan's kindness. "Mingjia, I hope you won't resign so easily." Li Xiangjuan rose and retrieved the resignation letter from the desk, personally returning it to Zhang Mingjia. "You know how much I value you." Li Zong, you were so kind." Zhang Mingjia felt overwhelmed as Li Xiangjuan was the first person in days to encourage and recognize her efforts. Just as she was about to shed more tears from this heartfelt moment, Li Xiangjuan gently reached to wipe her eyes with a tissue and tentatively asked Mingjia if there were an opportunity to capture evidence of Li Chang'an's wrongdoing. Would you seize it? At Li Xiangjuan's words, Zhang Mingjia froze, her entire being stiffening. Are you serious? Zhang Mingjia harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Chang'an. If Li Xiangjuan's words were true, that there was indeed a chance to ruin him, she would undoubtedly wish to take it. The only thing she desired was to inflict upon him a fraction of the agony she had suffered. Li Xiangjuan, pleased with her response, continued, "Recently, I discovered that Li Chang'an has made multiple large purchases in Jiangqing, totaling over 3 million. Zhang Mingjia, astonished, thought she must have misheard. 3 million? She gasped. How many LV, Gucci, or Chanel items could that buy? Li Xiangjuan nodded and remarked, "You heard me correctly. Considering Li Chang'an's family circumstances, it is inconceivable that he could possess such a substantial sum of money. Coupled with his recent peculiar behavior at Ningzhou Port, I harbor suspicions. Are you suggesting that Li Chang'an has accepted bribes and colluded with unscrupulous individuals to undermine our group's interests?" Zhang Mingjia grasped the implication immediately. Her understanding clear. Indeed, otherwise, how could Li Chang'an suddenly acquire such wealth? Li Xiangjuan, as before, concealed the news of Li Chang'an's lottery win, skillfully guiding Zhang Mingjia to follow her train of thought. Initially, I intended to notify the security department to investigate this matter, Li Xiangjuan said gently. However, your presence has altered my decision. I believe you may now be in greater need of an opportunity. But why would you help me? Zhang Mingjia inquired, somewhat perplexed that if this matter were true, it would yield a significant merit. On one hand, exposing the internal corruption within the group, and on the other, preventing the loss of state assets. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangjuan felt a tightening in her heart. But she quickly devised a response. Because we are both women, and women should support one another. Seeing you suffer at the hands of that scoundrel Li Chang'an pains me greatly that you're so kind. Li Zong, Zhang Mengjiao exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 44, Zhang Mengjiao at the port. Under Li Xiangjuan's comforting words, Zhang Mengjiao retracted her resignation letter, fueled by her intense hatred for Li Chang'an. She complied with the arrangement and was transferred to Ningzhou port to work alongside him. That morning, as usual, Li Chang'an arrived at work, preparing to take his notebook to record the inventory movements and monitoring points across various port areas. When he noticed a luxurious handbag unexpectedly placed on an otherwise vacant desk. Where did this bag come from? Just as he was about to approach and investigate, a familiar voice called out from the doorway behind him. Get your filthy hands off my bag. Turning around, he saw Zhang Mingjia, clad in the uniform of port staff, glaring at him with a disapproving expression. Li Chang'an was taken aback. What are you doing here? What do you think? Zhang Mingjia retorted, striding over to snatch her bag from his grasp. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this wretched place. Well, didn't realize you were so fond of me, Li Chang'an teased. Fully aware that Zhang Mingjiao was upset because he had exposed her boyfriend Song Mingyi's true colors, leading to her receiving unjust treatment at the company and ultimately being sent here. But had she not considered that when she falsely accused Li Chang'an of being a perverted stalker, he too had to endure misunderstanding and ridicule? Li Chang'an deliberately misinterpreted Zhang Mengjia's words, exclaiming in surprise, "So you came here for me? You're talking nonsense." Under Li Chang'an's unexpected provocation, Zhang Mengjia's face flushed with indignation. Although her figure was not as voluptuous and alluring as her superior Li Xiangjuan, she possessed a fresh and vibrant charm. If Li Xiangjuan could be likened to a ripe, juicy peach, then Zhang Mingjia was akin to a crisp, fragrant pear, and the perfectly fitted work attire added an extra allure. Zhang Mingjia retorted angrily, "Who would like someone like you? Shameless." To her astonishment, instead of being offended, Li Chang'an boldly pulled her closer. Inhaling the scent of her perfume, he chuckled. "Did you not say you came here because of me? Now that it's just the two of us, there is no need to be shy about it." That Li Chang'an gazed intently into Zhang Mengjia's eyes and added, "What Song Mingyi can do, I can certainly do as well." Zhang Mingjia stared at Li Chang'an in astonishment. His words evoked images from certain films in her mind. "You jerk, who would want to—" Zhang Mingjia shot him a furious glare, raising her hand to strike him across the face. However, Li Chang'an was quick, seizing her wrist before her hand could land. "You scoundrel! Let go of me! Why do you women always resort to slapping people?" Li Chang'an said with a wry smile, tightening his grip on her delicate wrist. She had not anticipated that Li Chang'an would possess such strength. It felt as though a vice was clamping down on her wrist, causing sharp pain. "Let go of me! It hurts!" In her distress, Zhang Mingjia dropped her luxurious handbag, desperately trying to free herself from Li Chang'an's grasp. Tears of pain welled in her eyes, seeing that she was on the verge of tears. Li Chang'an decided to relent. He didn't want to create a scandal with a woman crying in a confined space, especially if any passing port workers were to witness it. As Zhang Mingjia struggled, he loosened his grip. She exclaimed, losing her balance and tumbling into Li Chang'an's arms. Li Chang'an looked down at her playfully and remarked, "No wonder Song Mingyi, that voyeur, is so fond of you. You certainly have your charms." Zhang Mengjia's eyes brimmed with tears as her face turned crimson, and in a flurry, she scrambled to her feet and rushed out of the office. Watching her leave, the playful expression on Li Chang'an's face faded into neutrality as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and called Li Xiangjuan. In the office of the vice director at the Port Group building, Li Xiangjuan had just turned on her computer when she noticed her phone vibrating on the desk. Pressing the answer button, she said, "I'll give you a chance to explain. How did Zhang Mingjia end up here?" As soon as the call connected, Li Chang'an's voice, filled with barely concealed irritation, came through. "Don't tell me you had no idea." Anticipating that sending Zhang Mingjia to the front line would alert Li Chang'an, Li Xiangjuan calmly replied, "Due to Song Mingyi's influence, Zhang Mengjia's reputation within the group has become quite awkward. The higher-ups ordered her transfer to the port to mitigate the impact until her probation period concludes." Li Xiangjuan deftly shifted the blame to the vague higher-ups while simultaneously distancing herself from the situation, indirectly informing Li Chang'an that she could not change this outcome, that I in the Ningzhou port office. Li Chang'an glanced at the handbag Zhang Mingjia had left behind, narrowing his eyes. Are you implying that this matter has nothing to do with you? Of course, Li Xiangjuan would not admit to any involvement. Her lips parting to say, no, now we are in the same boat. Betraying you would bring me no benefit, that ha. Li Chang'an scoffed, warning, remember your words. Otherwise, you'll experience what it means to face the wrath of the master. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Having realized that Li Xiangjuan had secretly installed miniature cameras in the private warehouse he rented, he understood that this woman was nearly all treachery beneath her charming facade. In the vast port group with numerous positions available, it was curious that Zhang Mingjia, who had a contentious relationship with him, was assigned to work at his side. The higher-up's intentions. It was an insult to his intelligence to think he would accept this as mere coincidence. Li Chang'an's gaze sharpened, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickering in his deep eyes. Chapter 45. Dead Woman. Is your father's diary interesting? Zhang Mengjia's presence introduced an element of unpredictability for Li Chang'an. Yet at this critical juncture, he resolved to proceed with his original plan that, of course, should this materialistic, double-standard woman persist in seeking her own demise, he would not hesitate to send her on her way before the impending chaos arrived. With this thought, Li Chang'an approached his workstation, feigning the act of opening a drawer while discreetly retrieving his notebook from an alternate dimension, continuing his meticulous documentation of the remaining port areas. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengjia's whereabouts remained unknown until the afternoon, when Li Chang'an finally spotted her in the office. Having spent the day under the scorching sun, Li Chang'an was too preoccupied to engage with her. Ignoring Zhang Mengjia's resentful gaze, he placed his notebook and pen into the open drawer and departed. Once Li Chang'an left the office, Zhang Mingjia, who had been sitting silently at her desk, immediately sprang to her feet. She cautiously approached the window, peering through the glass to watch Li Chang'an's receding figure. Once she confirmed that he had indeed left for the day, Zhang Mingjia hurriedly locked the office door from the inside and swiftly made her way to Li Chang'an's workstation. Opening the left-hand drawer, she found Li Chang'an's notebook lying there. How foolish of you to leave such an important item here, she smirked, retrieving the notebook, that I must see what scandalous content you have been writing in secret. Before arriving, Deputy Director Li Xiangjuan had informed her that if the opportunity arose, she should promptly obtain the notebook in which Li Chang'an had recorded his observations from the surveillance footage, as her analysis suggested it contained incriminating evidence against him. Zhang Mingjia, who had initially been unsettled by Li Chang'an's previous intimidation, found herself hesitating about whether to indulge in a brief, sweet reprieve, reasoning that if she could procure this scoundrel's criminal evidence and ensure his irreversible downfall, it might be worth it. Yet the thought of actively seducing Li Chang'an, whom she held in contempt, made her feel queasy. Even if it did not necessitate a consummation of their interaction, to her astonishment, fate intervened when Li Chang'an inadvertently left his notebook in the office. Zhang Mingjia eagerly opened the notebook and turned to a page filled with writing. August 11th, clear skies. Zhang Mingjia, that gold digger, has accused me of being a perverted voyeur. Deputy Director Li Xiangjuan, in pursuit of her own promotion and salary increase, attempted to seduce me while driving home at night, hoping to coerce me into confessing and resigning from the company. Fortunately, my wits prevailed to be why the way Zhang Mingjia seems to. I shall have to test it next time that Li Chang'an had the audacity to label her a gold digger in secret. This contemptible rogue, on what grounds did he dare to assign me such an unflattering nickname? As Zhang Mingjia read the contents, particularly the last line, her fair complexion flushed crimson. Li Chang'an had actually touched Director Li. She was taken aback, realizing that there was more to the voyeurism case than she had anticipated. Initially perplexed by Deputy Director Li Xiangjuan's willingness to assist her, given that Li Chang'an had exposed the true perpetrator behind the bathroom voyeurism incident, it all began to make sense with this revelation. Continuing to flip through the pages, she discovered that the subsequent entries were largely mundane diary entries. Growing impatient, she flipped to the most recent entry, only to find herself seething with rage. August 25th. I never expected that Zhang Mingjia, this gold digger, would come knocking at my door. Did Li Xiangjuan arrange for her to come to prevent me from exposing her crimes? However, I must admit, she is rather underwhelming. Li Xiangjuan is far superior. Li Chang'an, you scoundrel. Furiously, Zhang Mingjia slammed the notebook down onto the table, cursing Li Chang'an's lineage. This insufferable cad had the audacity to compare her to Deputy Director Li Xiangyuan, and to criticize her as well. Staring daggers at the notebook, it dawned on her that both she and Li Xiangyuan had misjudged the situation. This wretched notebook was utterly inconsequential, despite Li Chang'an's facade of diligence and ambition in the surveillance footage. It was all a ruse. He was merely slacking off. At that moment, a gentle evening breeze wafted through the crack of the opposite window, causing Zhang Mengjia's peripheral vision to catch a glimpse of a page that appeared to bear some drawings. She took a deep breath to quell her fury and picked up the notebook once more, flipping to that particular page. There, she found a drawing of a hand making an obscene gesture, accompanied by the words, "Dead woman, does your father's diary look appealing?" Zhang Mengjia's pupils dilated in shock, and the anger she had just subdued surged back uncontrollably to Li Chang'an. As Zhang Mengjia came to this startling realization in an office at Ningzhou Port, Li Chang'an strolled beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, feeling the breeze against his face. Surely, that gold digger had seen what was written. The thought of her likely expression upon reading the notebook made him chuckle. Fool. If it were truly significant, would I allow you to see it? Earlier in the office, observing Zhang Mengjia's hostility, Li Chang'an had intended to give her a small gift. The notebook containing crucial information about Ningzhou Port had long been secured in his alternate dimension space. The act of leaving it in plain sight was a spontaneous decision on his part. Although the notebook belonged to the company, its contents were creatively embellished that he was certain that she would succumb to temptation and read it. If this gold digger truly was sent by Li Xiangyuan, it could serve a dual purpose. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiangyuan had indeed played a role in ensuring Song Mingyi's imprisonment, that if Zhang Mengjia were to uncover the deliberately left information in the notebook, the situation would become even more intriguing. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Zhang Jing of the Shield Security Company. "Mr. Li, this is Zhang Jing." After connecting the call, Zhang Jing's resolute voice resonated through the speaker. Li Chang'an responded and inquired about the purpose of the call. Zhang Jing explained, "The batch of pharmaceuticals you had me procure last week has been finalized. Where should I deliver them?" "So soon?" Li Chang'an had entrusted Zhang Jing with procuring a diverse array of pharmaceuticals, many of which were rare and hard to come by. He had anticipated a longer wait. But it seemed Zhang Jing had invested considerable effort into this matter. Zhang Jing chuckled. "Of course, the customer is king." Pleased, Li Chang'an provided him with an address, instructing him to deliver the goods to a private warehouse near Happy Community. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhang Jing's next words made Li Chang'an furrow his brow. "Mr. Li, there is something I believe I should inform you about." Li Chang'an assumed Zhang Jing was seeking to negotiate additional time for the project. He had anticipated such a scenario from the outset, setting a strict timeline of 2 weeks, with a maximum extension of 3 days. In truth, a delay of a few days would not pose a significant issue. He merely hoped for diligence in their work. Li Chang'an replied calmly, "Go ahead." Zhang Jing's words caught him off guard. "Earlier, one of my subordinates reported that this afternoon, a woman claiming to be your aunt visited the construction site to inquire about your whereabouts." Li Chang'an's brow furrowed. Had Song Yunmei's family been released so soon? Had they already begun to stir trouble barely 2 days after their release? "All right, I understand." Li Chang'an expressed his gratitude to Zhang Jing and instructed him to ensure that no outsiders approached his safe house. Zhang Jing acknowledged this, recognizing the importance of maintaining absolute privacy and security for a safe house that had been modified at a cost of over 100 million. Then, Zhang Jing added, "Mr. Li, a few of my friends in the pharmaceutical industry wish to express their gratitude to you. Would you be available for a meal tomorrow?" After contemplating for a moment, Li Chang'an realized that despite their brief acquaintance, Zhang Jing had indeed provided substantial assistance, with the core logistics of his plan nearing completion and no pressing matters for the following evening. He could afford to honor this social gesture. "Sure," Li Chang'an replied amicably. "Just decide on a location and send me the address." After ending the call, Li Chang'an returned directly to the employee dormitory, retrieving a salt-baked Australian lobster and a plate of pineapple rice from his alternate dimension space. Notably, while his alternate dimension could not preserve living beings, everything else stored within remained in its original state, effectively rendering time stagnant within that realm. Upon leaving the alternate dimension, the salt-baked lobster was still warm, and the fragrant pineapple rice was still steaming. After a simple meal, Li Chang'an changed his clothes and proceeded to the private warehouse near Happy Community. Upon his arrival, several large trucks were preparing to depart after unloading their cargo. At the entrance, a logistics worker was engaged in conversation with Li Xiangjuan, handing her a receipt for her signature. "How much is left to unload?" Li Chang'an interjected coldly from behind her, causing Li Xiangjuan to flinch. With her long legs and high heels wobbling, she nearly stumbled into Li Chang'an's chest, narrowly avoiding a fall. Regaining her composure, Li Xiangjuan glared at him and retorted, "You nerve." Her tirade was cut short. Perhaps due to Li Chang'an's sardonic demeanor or her wariness of the leverage he held over her. Her anger quickly dissipated, and she replied with a slight frown, "This is the last truck." As she spoke, she handed Li Chang'an the delivery receipt she had just received from the logistics worker, and he glanced at the receipt, then tucked it into his pocket. "Very well, once the unloading is complete. Ensure the doors are locked." Li Chang'an departed after speaking, not returning that evening. From the direction of the private warehouse, he gazed at the diagonal building across from the happy community, which happened to be the residence of Li Xiangjuan. Specifically Building 13, considering his previous observation of trailing Li Xiangjuan to the elevator. Li Chang'an surmised that she likely resided on the 12th floor, with a high probability of having a clear view of the area in front of the private warehouse. It was conceivable that this woman meticulously watched this side every night with binoculars. Additionally, she had installed a miniature camera at the ventilation outlet of the private warehouse, rendering Li Chang'an's plan to stealthily transport the pharmaceuticals into another dimension during the night utterly impossible. In the staff dormitory, lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, Li Chang'an pondered thoughtfully that it appeared necessary to create some trouble for this woman. The following morning, as Li Chang'an headed to the office at Ningzhou Port, he discovered that Zhang Mingjia had surprisingly arrived even earlier than him. However, it seemed she had only just arrived and had not yet changed into the port personnel's uniform, still dressed in a fashionable and avant-garde manner. Although this gold digger had questionable taste in boyfriends, her sense of fashion was commendable. At the very least, she understood how to match her attire to her looks and figure appropriately, that if she weren't so insufferable, she might actually be quite likable. Upon seeing Li Chang'an enter, Zhang Mengjia's expression instantly froze, her icy gaze fixed on him. "What are you staring at?" Li Chang'an broke the eerie silence in the office with his words. However, his remark ignited Zhang Mengjia's temper, reminding her of the previous day when she had spied on the notebook that Li Chang'an had deliberately left in the office. The recollection of being first teased by this man and then humiliated fueled her anger. "Li Chang'an, you despicable jerk." Zhang Mingjia glared at him. "Do you find it amusing to toy with me?" Li Chang'an bluntly replied, "Actually, I do find it quite enjoyable." Zhang Mingjia was momentarily speechless, stammering you. She hesitated to confront him directly about the notebook in his drawer, as she had read it without his consent. Noticing her struggle to articulate her thoughts, Li Chang'an, uninterested in indulging her sulking, opened the drawer, swapped the notebook with the one from the alternate dimension, and left the office with it as usual. However, he soon realized he had underestimated Zhang Mengjia's tenacity, and he had expected that after enduring multiple humiliations, her aversion to him would lead her to avoid him entirely, seeking a place where she wouldn't have to see him. Yet wherever Li Chang'an went, Zhang Mengjia's silhouette was never more than 10 meters away. This situation hindered Li Chang'an's efficiency in recording his observations, which was now less than half of what it had been the previous day. To prevent Zhang Mingjia from discerning his true intentions, he even resorted to some misleading gestures. Ultimately, he grew weary of running and approached her directly. Upon noticing Li Chang'an advancing towards her, an ominous premonition washed over Zhang Mengjia, prompting her to turn and flee. However, Li Chang'an quickly caught up, grabbing her wrist in pain. Zhang Mengjia exclaimed, "Li Chang'an, are you out of your mind? Let go of me." With a swift motion, Li Chang'an pressed her against a scorching container, teasingly remarking, "I must say, you cling to me like a dogskin plaster. Have you truly developed feelings for me?" "You are the dogskin plaster. Your whole family is made up of dogskin plasters," Zhang Mengjia retorted, glaring at him, incensed by his comparison. Realizing she was being ambiguously pinned against the container, she struggled fiercely. "You scoundrel, let me go, or I'll scream for help." Calling me a scoundrel repeatedly. How charming, Li Chang'an mused, feeling his irritation rise due to the disruption of his work efficiency caused by this gold digger. Under the blazing sun, his temper flared that I shan't let go. What will you do about it? Chapter 47. An Experience of Nightlife. Zhang Mengjia observed the mischievous expression on Li Chang'an's face and felt a sense of foreboding. You dare! Mempich, before she could finish her sentence, Li Chang'an's lips captured hers in an unexpected kiss. Caught off guard by the sudden kiss, Zhang Mingjia stiffened, but upon regaining her senses, she whimpered and attempted to turn her head away. Yet Li Chang'an's hand firmly held her face, leaving her no chance to escape. Yes, she struggled. She whimpered a muffled protest. After dominating her lips for over 2 minutes, Li Chang'an finally released her, gazing at Zhang Mingjia, who was now pale and flustered. Li Chang'an smirked and teased. You don't impress me much. You're not even as good as Deputy Director Li. Embarrassed and furious, Zhang Mingjia was momentarily taken aback, ignoring her swollen, heated lips from the kiss. You jerk. Her ears flushed crimson as she summoned all her strength to push Li Chang'an away. After managing to distance herself, she fled in a mix of shame and anger. Li Chang'an made no move to pursue her. He knew if he truly wanted to keep Zhang Mingjia there, she wouldn't escape. Not far from her escape, Zhang Mingjia heard Li Chang'an's voice behind her. If you come to bother me again, I won't let you off as easily as today. After the port escapade, Li Chang'an returned to the office to grab his bag and leave, with the attendance being marked by Deputy Director Li Xianjuan. It mattered little if he left a bit early. After hailing a cab back to the staff dormitory, Li Chang'an took a quick nap. That he awoke at precisely 5:30, recalling his promise to have dinner with Zhang Jing from the Shield Security Company. He promptly got up, took a quick shower, and changed into a clean set of casual clothes before heading out. While in the taxi, he received a text message from Zhang Jing that Mr. Li, the address is. In fact, Zhang Jing had sent this address the previous night, and he was now reminding Li Chang'an of it, highlighting his attentiveness to their meeting. That it was no wonder Zhang Jing thrived in the social scene. Adeptly navigating the nuances of human interactions, that I am the taxi, Li Chang'an replied, Okay, I will be there shortly. Zhang Jing and his friends had chosen a private dining establishment, decorated in a traditional Chinese style, exuding an air of elegance that spoke volumes of its pricey nature. Upon arrival, Li Chang'an informed the attendant of his purpose and was led to the Plum Blossom private room on the second floor. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, Zhang Jing eagerly rose to introduce him to the other 5 attendees. Mr. Li, this is Lu Huan, the marketing manager of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Hello, Mr. Li. This is the representative from Tianji Life Technologies. As Zhang Jing introduced each of the impeccably dressed corporate executives, they all stood to greet Li Chang'an with enthusiasm, as if they were long-lost friends. Had it been in the past, Li Chang'an, merely a junior management trainee at Ningzhou Port, would likely have gone unnoticed by these individuals. Thus, it is often said that money is a powerful ally. As the saying goes, the poor in bustling markets go unnoticed, while the rich in remote mountains of distant relatives. Though it may not be omnipotent, it at least allows one to engage with life with a smile. The dinner proceeded pleasantly, concluding harmoniously amid mutual compliments and clinking glasses. However, the end of the meal did not signify the end of the gathering. Before everyone dispersed, the marketing manager from Pfizer, the first introduced by Zhang Jing, suggested heading to a nearby business KTV to sing and unwind. Although it was framed as a singing outing, there were underlying intentions at play. As a child, one might naively believe that princesses only existed in fairy tales, but as one grows older, they come to realize that business KTVs also host their fair share of talent, each more skillful than the last in various arts. Li Chang'an, wary of the possibility of encountering a police raid targeting illicit activities, which could jeopardize his plans to intercept a major capital influx at Ningzhou Port in a few days, politely declined under the pretext of having a prior engagement. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing and the others, Li Chang'an did not return home to sleep immediately. While the prospect of meeting talented graduates from various arts programs at a business KTV was tempting, he felt it was still acceptable to enjoy a drink or two. As he strolled toward a nearby bar, he embraced the evening breeze to dissipate the effects of the Moutai he had consumed earlier. His destination? Tianshang Renjian Bar. Sharing the same name as a legendary nightclub in the capital from many years ago, this is also a popular bar in Jiangcheng before the apocalypse. Long before, during Li Chang'an's university days, rumors circulated around campus. Jiangcheng cannot be without its own heaven on earth, just as the West cannot do without Jerusalem, due to the connections of Chun Wenwen's family. In his past life, Li Chang'an had never even set foot in a regular bar, let alone heaven on earth, living like an NPC. With the sudden onset of the apocalypse, such experiences were even further out of reach. Now reborn, while these entertainment venues have yet to close their doors, He feels compelled to indulge in the nightlife of Jiangqing's youth. That the most extravagant bar in Jiangqing. The entrance to heaven on earth boasts a futuristic design, illuminated by vibrant, colorful lights showcasing its name. Nearby, a group of young men in tight jeans engage with several flamboyantly dressed girls. In the parking lot, luxury cars abound. A Mercedes G63, a Porsche Cayenne, a Panamera, and even a dark purple Lamborghini. Naturally, these top-tier vehicles are accompanied by young women chatting nearby. Whether they are there to fish for wealthy patrons or are simply enjoying the company of others remains a topic of intrigue. Li Chang'an descends the illuminated steps leading to the true entrance of the bar located on the basement floor. As he approaches the door, a melodious electronic voice greets him. Welcome to heaven on earth. The grand bronze doors slowly swing open, revealing a rush of cool air mixed with a hint of perfume and the thunderous beats of bass-heavy music. The entrance. A charming waitress in a burgundy qipao warmly approaches him. Asking, "Sir, are you alone?" With a smile and a nod, Li Chang'an engages in a brief conversation, requesting a private booth for himself. After the waitress explains the table fees and hears him say that money is no object, her eyes light up, and her demeanor becomes even more enthusiastic as she leads him to a booth closer to the inner area. Shortly after the waitress departs, a young man in a suit and earpiece rolls over a small cart filled with drinks, accompanied by 4 beautiful women dressed in maid outfits. Each of the maidens carries a platter adorned with an array of colorful fruits. After placing the platters on the table, the suited young man sets out the beers from the cart. These drinks and fruit platters are all complimentary, with Li Chang'an's table fee of 15,000, mostly consisting of low-alcohol wheat juice, with only a few bottles of fine liquor. The young man, feeling familiar, sits beside Li Chang'an and skillfully opens 2 bottles of beer. He hands one to Li Chang'an, stating, "Brother, thank you for visiting heaven on earth. Let me toast to you." With that, he clinks his bottle against Li Chang'an's and takes a swig. Li Chang'an follows suit with a symbolic sip. Continuing, the young man says, "All your drinks are served. Is there anything else you need?" Since the bar's lively festivities commence at 11, the music is still at a level where conversation is feasible, albeit requiring raised voices to be heard. As he speaks, he gestures towards the 4 maidens standing beside the booth, suggesting, "Our lovely princesses are quite understanding. You know, Chapter 48. The music plays on, and the dance continues. Following his gaze, Li Chang'an observes the 4 pure and attractive maids, each standing over 1.7 meters tall with delightfully curvy legs. He takes a sip of his wheat juice and casually inquires of the suited young man, "How much for one?" Nothing comes without a price. The bar doesn't offer free access to beautiful legs. While the 15,000 table fee includes some drinks and fruit, it seems implausible that a drinking companion could be complimentary. "Brother, these princesses are university students working part-time. Just 2,000 each," he replies, making a hand gesture to emphasize his point. University students? In other words, vocational or junior college students. There is only one true university in Jiangqing, Jiangqing University, while the rest are either private second-tier institutions or vocational schools. Students from Jiangqing University wouldn't typically engage in such work. However, nothing is absolute, and Li Chang'an harbors no disdain for education, as he himself graduated from Jiangqing University, where graduates may appear to have respectable jobs, but often earn a meager salary of 3,500 per month, perhaps even less than what these maidens could earn in a few nights. Earning money is not shameful. For instance, a former internet celebrity named Xiao A. Zhao changed her name to Zhang Yapeng after achieving financial success. Observing Li Chang'an in silence, the bar's promoter mistakenly thinks he is contemplating his options and encourages, "So, brother, have you set your sights on someone? Tonight?" Li Chang'an prefers not to overthink. He boldly declares, "Forget choosing. Keep them all." The promoter beams with delight at this response, exclaiming, "Brother, you are generous. Let me toast to you again." He then opens another bottle of wheat juice and calls out, "Chi-chi, Qian Mumu Ker, what are you waiting for? Come and keep our brother company." After finishing the toast, he instinctively makes space on the sofa, inviting the 4 maidens to sit beside Li Chang'an. The maidens, understanding the cue, giggle as they surround him. "Brother, is this your first time visiting us?" The most beautiful among them, Chi-chi, asks in a flirtatious tone, resting her icy arm around Li Chang'an's. "Well, what do you think?" Li Chang'an replies, unabashedly caressing Chi-chi's back and teasingly pinching her waist, eliciting delightful laughter from her. While while embracing Chi-Chi with his left arm. His right hand engages in a game of dice with Mumu. It must be said that these nighttime princesses are quite adept at breaking the ice, quickly putting Li Chang'an at ease. During the dice game, they incorporate a game of truth or dare. Their playful banter is not merely punishment for losses, but rather a special little benefit. The boldest among them, Kur, with her pure and alluring visage, easily captivates hearts. During one round, after losing, she chooses dare. And Qianqian suggests that she sit on Li Chang'an's lap and maintain eye contact for 10 seconds. Initially shy, Kur protests that Qianqian is being vindictive, but ultimately, she accepts her fate, swinging her long legs over to sit atop Li Chang'an. Wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing deeply into his eyes. "Brother, am I beautiful?" she asks, her voice like sweet music to Li Chang'an's ears that he chuckles softly, wrapping an arm around her waist and sipping his whiskey. Replying, "Little enchantress, are you not afraid I might devour you?" "Oh, I'm quite scared." She giggles that Kur laughs. Li Chang'an, with an air of authority, leans in for a kiss. The other three maidens on the sofa gasp and cheer, teasing Li Chang'an and Kur. Unsurprisingly, Kur did not anticipate his directness, but knowing it was all in good fun, and finding him somewhat charming, she doesn't resist. After the kiss, she appears slightly unsatisfied, biting her red lips and casting a flirtatious glance at Li Chang'an. Saying, "Brother, you're so naughty that as the saying goes, men are only loved if they're a little bit I Chang'an grins mischievously and asks, "What? Don't you like it?" Kur pretends to ponder, then playfully winks at him with her clear eyes. Saying, "If I say I do, will you kiss me again?" "Brother, I've never been kissed by another guy before, so you must take responsibility." Nearby, Chi-Chi joins in with Qianqian, teasing, "Brother, didn't you say you liked Chi-Chi the most?" Truly, all men are the same. Despite the teasing, the music continues, and the games must go on. However, in a twist, Kur, who sits straddling Li Chang'an's lap, merely adjusts her position to shake the dice without getting off him. Such service is worth every penny of the 8,000 spent at the same time. Li Chang'an reflects on his past self with disdain. In his previous life, he believed in pure love, sacrificing everything for his girlfriend Chen Wenwen. Only to become the biggest joke in the end. 2000 might only afford a dinner at a fancy restaurant with a crush, where she might even take his kindness for granted. Yet at heaven on earth, one can summon a gentle and charming night princess like Kur, who gazes at him with longing and shares the world's most enchanting words, "So to hell," with the pure-hearted youth. As time passed, the clock struck 11. Suddenly, all the music and lights came to an abrupt halt. Just as Li Chang'an thought there had been a power outage, a beam of white light descended from above, illuminating the central stage of the dance floor. Under the gaze of the crowd, a slender metallic pole slowly ascended from the center of the circular platform. Following this, a voluptuous woman, adorned in high heels, made her entrance onto the stage. As she stood beside the pole, the DJ behind the control panel, wearing headphones, deftly manipulated a myriad of instruments, unleashing pulsating music that resonated amidst the crowd's ecstatic screams. The rhythmic beats, fervent rapping, and sultry dance moves heralded the commencement of the second half of the revelry. The alluring dancer, swaying to the music's rhythm, exuded the charm reminiscent of a K-pop girl group as she twirled around the metallic pole. At the climax of her performance, she dramatically tossed her outer garment onto the stage, heightening the bar's atmosphere to its zenith with each article of clothing she shed. In that moment, the opulence of the extravagant bar enveloped the entire venue. Li Chang'an found himself seated on a sofa, captivated by the enchanting dance of four maid-clad night princesses. Suddenly, amid the throng of revelers, a portly figure donned in American streetwear and sunglasses swaggered to the front, beckoning to the bikini-clad dancer on stage. Remarkably, she paused and sauntered over to the edge of the stage with a smile. Chapter 49. A plank for the taking, due to the overpowering music and the chaotic interplay of lights. Li Chang'an could not discern the conversation exchange between the rotund man and the enchanting dancer. However, the radiant smile gracing her face suggested she was quite pleased. Amused by the scene, Li Chang'an reached for a pair of ice cubes from a nearby bucket, adding them to his glass. In this desire-laden, glamorous metropolis, every individual donned dual facades, a mask before the world, cautiously navigating their connections. Yet in the anonymity of the night, amidst the pulsating rhythms of music and the disorienting lights of the dance floor, they could shed the pretense of daylight, momentarily cast aside their discontent, and even forget themselves, indulging in the strongest whiskey and encountering a mysterious, wild lover for a night. Nothing else mattered. Amidst the neon lights and flowing drinks, one could simply revel in the grand celebration of the soul. After lingering in this atmosphere for over an hour, Li Chang'an decided to excuse himself to the restroom before heading home. Upon exiting, he splashed some water on his face and prepared to make his way towards the exit. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure not far off, although he could not clearly make out her features. The silhouette felt oddly recognizable. Perhaps it was the effects of drink that clouded his memory momentarily. Yet he soon identified another individual, a scoundrel he could never forget. There stood a woman, clutching a Gucci bag, unsteadily leaning against the wall as a man approached her with concern. Wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulders without hesitation, Li Chang'an focused his gaze. He realized it was none other than Wei Shihao. That scoundrel. Though he couldn't see his face clearly, Li Chang'an was certain the woman he now held was not the wretched Chen Wenwen. "Who are you?" It was evident that the woman was resisting Wei Shihao's advances. Weakly protesting, "I don't know you. Please don't touch me. Beautiful lady, you've had a bit too much to drink, that I'm just worried you might encounter someone dangerous." Wei Shihao's gaze lingered hungrily on the woman as he swallowed hard, his thirst intensifying. Had it not been for the crowded surroundings, he would have relished the opportunity to take her right then and there. "I'll take you home. No, I can go back by myself." "Let me go." Li Chang'an leaned against the restroom wall, coldly observing the scene. Amidst the woman's struggles, he finally recognized her. It was Zhang Mingjia. Li Chang'an couldn't help but marvel at how small Jiangqing was. To encounter her here, had it simply been a case of meeting a drunken Zhang Mingjia, Li Chang'an would have likely ignored her plight. Ideally, the brother who dragged her off to a hotel would have a few screws loose, making the situation even more perfect. Unfortunately, the one picking up the pieces for Zhang Mingjia was Wei Shihao. Zhang Mingjia, merely a fragile woman, stood no chance against Wei Shihao's grasp, especially in her inebriated state. Without hesitation, Wei Shihao scooped Zhang Mingjia into his arms and headed towards the bar's exit, leading to the parking lot. "Put me down. I want to go home. Everyone's out here for a thrill." Don't pretend to be some virtuous maiden, Wei Shihao chuckled, planting a kiss on her cheek, causing Zhang Mingjia to squeal. "Ah, don't touch me. Don't worry, once we reach the hotel, I'll take good care of you." Wei Shihao thought to himself, his desires ignited by Zhang Mengjia's coy protest. He had already envisioned the pleasures he would indulge in at the hotel with this tempting little vixen. "Get away from me, you jerk!" In his arms, Zhang Mengjia struggled fiercely, delivering a slap across Wei Shihao's face. "You dare hit me, you dead woman? Let me go!" As Zhang Mengjia's resistance intensified, Wei Shihao began to feel a twinge of frustration. If he simply took her to the hotel like this, he risked not only failing to fulfill his intentions, but also being reported to the authorities. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a dimly lit office building for rent behind the parking lot. Shrouded in darkness with not a soul in sight. "Oh, you like to shout, do you? I'll make sure you shout plenty." Without hesitation, Wei Shihao raced towards the abandoned office building, clutching Zhang Mingjia. Finding a slightly better lit spot, he set her down and, like a ravenous beast, pounced on her, tearing at her clothing without a second thought. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden, unfamiliar cough interrupted Wei Shihao's fervor, causing him to stiffen and turn. He barely had time to react as a wooden plank struck him squarely in the face. Crack! The plank shattered, and Wei Shihao collapsed unconscious before he could utter a sound. Li Chang'an observed the man who had wronged him and longed to end his life right there, but such an easy demise felt unworthy. However, he couldn't simply stand by. Contemplating, he dragged the unconscious Wei Shihao to the side of a nearby Range Rover, which he had noted belonged to a hefty woman weighing at least 200 pounds. As the saying goes, a hefty woman drives a Range Rover, and the earth can absorb dust. He wondered if Wei Shihao could withstand the consequences of his actions tonight. That is, for Zhang Mingjia. Still in the abandoned office building, Li Chang'an had other plans. When he returned to the derelict building, he found Zhang Mingjia in a daze, drenched in cold sweat, mumbling about feeling hot. Li Chang'an realized that her condition was likely not solely due to intoxication. She may have been drugged by Wei Shihao. That he lifted Zhang Mingjia into his arms and made his way to the nearby Red Romance Hotel. This was a love hotel, and the price for a room was steep. But Li Chang'an was unconcerned, as he was utilizing cash from Zhang Mengjia's handbag. After placing Zhang Mingjiao on the heart-shaped bed in the room, she, under the influence of the drug, began to undress herself, removing everything except her stockings while mumbling about feeling hot. Li Chang'an had not anticipated that the first woman to openly trust him since his rebirth would be Zhang Mingjia, the very woman he found utterly detestable. After calming himself, Li Chang'an took out Zhang Mengjia's phone before leaving, capturing her unexpected performance on video. The next morning, at 9:30, Zhang Mingjia slowly opened her eyes on the heart-shaped bed, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I?" She sat up, surveying the scene, only to find her clothing scattered chaotically about the room, even her stockings in tatters. As her pupils dilated in horror, panic set in, yet she could recall nothing. At that moment, her phone on the bedside table vibrated repeatedly, drawing her attention. "Baby, did you sleep well?" Chapter 50. Let us await the arrival of death together. Waking up on the heart-shaped bed in the Love Hotel. Zhang Mingjiao was in utter despair. Clearly, she had been picked up from the bar last night and brought to this hotel. The most terrifying part, she had no idea who had done this, nor if it was. Overwhelmed with regret, Zhang Mingjia despised Li Chang'an more than ever. Had he not bullied her at Ningzhou Port yesterday, she wouldn't have felt compelled to visit that bar. If she hadn't gone to the bar, none of this would have occurred. In the silent room, the vibrating phone on the bedside table seized Zhang Mingjia's attention amidst her self-reproach. She picked up the phone, and upon seeing a message from an unfamiliar number, she froze. Receiving such a message at this hour from a stranger. Undoubtedly, it was from that perverted scoundrel who had taken her to the hotel while she was intoxicated. Fuming, Zhang Mingjia typed furiously on her phone. "You bastard. I'm going to sue you." On the other end, it was Li Chang'an, who upon reading Zhang Mingjia's reply, felt no panic at all. "You certainly weren't this rude last night. Were you?" Zhang Mingjia gazed at the message, utterly convinced. That scoundrel was undoubtedly the same wretch who had brought her here last night. "You bastard." Upon receiving this outrageously vulgar text, Li Chang'an immediately noticed several frantic messages from Zhang Mingjia, brimming with insults and threats of retribution, insisting he would pay dearly and spend time behind bars. Unperturbed, Li Chang'an composed a reply. "Don't be so quick to anger. Take a look at your phone's photo album. There's a surprise waiting for you." In the Love Hotel, Zhang Mingjia was momentarily taken aback by the message on her screen that a surprise in her photo album. A wave of foreboding washed over her as she opened it, revealing 4 or 5 videos, each approximately 20 seconds long. Zhang Mingjia clicked on one, only to be left utterly speechless. Just then, a new message arrived. "Are you still planning to sue me?" Zhang Mingjia could no longer contain herself and dialed the number. However, before she could utter a word, the call was abruptly disconnected. When she attempted to call again, the line was perpetually busy. "You bastard, pick up the phone! Damn you. May your entire family suffer a wretched fate." After sending a dozen scathing messages, her fingers ached from typing that moment. Another message appeared on her screen. "I bought you a special gift. Don't leave just yet, please sign for it later." A gift? Stunned, Zhang Mingjia wondered if this arrogant fool planned to placate her with a designer handbag. "Don't think that buying me a bag will end this. I will demand the compensation you owe me." Seconds later, the reply came. "Rest assured, it's not a bag. It's something far more special than luxury items." Upon reading the message, Zhang Mingjia was convinced that the sender was indeed affluent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved that since her body had already been compromised by this scoundrel, reporting him to the authorities would yield her no benefits. Instead, she decided to maximize her gains by demanding compensation from him. Nodding to herself, she planned to collect the gift first and then arrange a meeting to negotiate the compensation. Approximately 15 minutes later, a knock echoed at her door. Knock, knock, knock. The voice of the delivery man resonated. "Hello. Your express delivery has arrived. Just leave it at the door." Zhang Mingjia hastily donned some clothes, opened the door, and retrieved the package. The square, flat box felt relatively light. Could it contain jewelry? Eagerly, she tore open the delivery box to unveil its contents. Yet as she lifted the lid, her expression turned to shocked. In her fright, Zhang Mingjia dropped the box, and the contents spilled out. The clothing inside was ordinary at first glance, but the realization struck her. The garments were funeral attire, meant for the deceased. Zhang Mingjia quickly sent an accusatory message. "What do you mean by sending me funeral clothes? Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right?" Zhang Mingjia fumed. Surprise my foot. Have you lost your mind? Bingo. I am indeed nearing death. Zhang Mingjiao was stunned. Had she been forced by a terminally ill wretch last night? If that were true, how could she possibly demand compensation? Frustrated, Zhang Mingjiao retorted. Your impending death is of no concern to me. Oh no, it certainly is. Confused, Zhang Mingjiao stared at the screen, unsure of the sender's reasoning. But in the next moment the sender continued, because I have AIDS. He what? He has AIDS? Zhang Mingjiao felt a chill sweep over her. As if plunged into an icy abyss. She finally understood the motive behind the funeral attire. Welcome to our world. Let us await death together. The final message concluded with, darling, your body is simply exquisite. After sending that last message, Li Chang'an promptly discarded the newly acquired SIM card, tossing it into the sea below. You think this will scare me? Of course, Li Chang'an did not have AIDS, nor had he crossed the final threshold with Zhang Mingjiao. Even if she reported him, it would be futile. There would be no evidence tying him to the matter, and he could easily take advantage of Wei Shihao in the process, unbeknownst to Li Chang'an. Wei Shihao had just awakened from the second-floor master bedroom of a suburban villa. As he opened his eyes, he felt as though his waist no longer belonged to him. Glancing around the room and seeing his own naked subsequently, he swiftly glided past the brass door connecting the balcony to the living room and proceeded to introduce the design of the internal structure of the safe house by Shenzhen Security. The residence of Li Chang'an comprises 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. As per the initial negotiations, Shenzhen Security transformed one of the rooms into an electrical distribution room, installing 2 generators and configuring 5 sets of ultra-large capacity battery packs to cater to the household's power requirements. For everyday usage, 2 battery packs are more than sufficient, while the remaining 3 serve as a contingency for unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the bathrooms, the guest bathroom was discarded, and 1/5 of the living room space was repurposed into an internal water supply room. Independent of the official municipal water system, responsible for providing water to the entire residence in the event of a supply disruption, based on the customized capacity of the oversized water tank. A full tank can sustain normal usage for a month, and with prudent conservation, it can extend to a month and a half out of the remaining 5 rooms, apart from the master bedroom for Li Chang'an's rest and 1 guest room. The others were converted into functional spaces. Point 1 was fashioned into a soil-less cultivation room for growing fruits and vegetables during necessary periods, while another was transformed into an esports and multimedia room, featuring computer configurations that cost over $1 million, identical to those in Principal Wang's residence. To thwart external hacking attempts, Shenzhen Security established a robust internal network for the safe house, simultaneously connecting a computer to 67 high-precision cameras for real-time security monitoring. The last room was half designated as a family gym, with the other half repurposed as a storage room for equipment. Zhang Jing also took the time to inform Li Chang'an about the most convenient placements for various firearm types. After detailing the functionalities and capabilities of each room, the two returned to the main living area. In accordance with your request, we have installed the latest Swedish 11-798 fireplace system in your safe house. The heat generated during combustion will be distributed through pipes embedded in the walls to regulate heating across all rooms. The central air conditioning system adheres to the standards of Arctic research stations, with the external unit mounted on the outer wall, ensuring functionality even at temperatures as low as -40 degrees. The ASA precaution. We installed 2 additional external units, allowing for immediate internal replacement should one malfunction. Lastly, regarding the air filtration system, we utilize surplus funds to provide you with a superior model, and I hope you do not mind my unilateral decision. After listening to Zhang Jing's exposition, even Li Chang'an, who had anticipated the impressive nature of the arrangements, was utterly astonished. This was no mere safe house. It was the embodiment of his dream dwelling. He could scarcely express his gratitude, let alone harbor any resentment. Li Chang'an smiled at Zhang Jing and remarked, I am thoroughly satisfied with the efficiency and quality of your work at Shenzhen Security. Should the need arise again, I will undoubtedly seek your services. Although he knew that such a necessity was unlikely to arise, social niceties had to be observed. Zhang Jing reciprocated with a smile. Thank you for your affirmation. I look forward to collaborating with you again. Soon after, Zhang Jing extracted the acceptance documents from his briefcase, awaiting Li Chang'an's signature to finalize the acceptance, promising that the remaining payment would be settled within 3 days. Following this amicable conclusion, both parties departed harmoniously. Just as Li Chang'an contemplated returning to the company dormitory to pack his belongings, his phone suddenly rang again. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After answering, however, he was greeted by a voice he recognized all too well. "Hello, is this Shaoan?" Chapter 52. After all, it wasn't me who got beat up. How did you acquire my phone number? Li Chang'an's tone was icy, for the voice on the line belonged to none other than his aunt. Song Yunmei. He recalled that Zhang Jing had mentioned a few days prior that this malicious woman had previously come to the construction site to inquire about him. Now, having somehow obtained his phone number, he wondered what her ulterior motives could be. On the other end of the line, Song Yunmei seemed to have forgotten the enmity stemming from her being pummeled into a pulp by Li Chang'an 2 weeks prior. Upon hearing his voice, she expressed her delight. "It really is you, Shaoan. I'm your aunt." Li Chang'an had no desire to engage in idle chatter with her. He would rather utilize this time to expedite his packing. He impatiently responded, "Spit it out quickly. If you have nothing to say, I will hang up." That on the other end, before she could utter more than a couple of sentences, Song Yunmei, sensing Li Chang'an's intent to end the call, hastily exclaimed, "Wait, Shaoan, please don't hang up. I have something urgent to discuss with you." "Urgent?" Li Chang'an found it hard to fathom what urgent matter Song Yunmei could possibly have, responding indifferently, "What does your urgent matter have to do with me?" At the entrance of the happiness community, Song Yunmei's expression darkened. Internally, she cursed Li Chang'an 1,000 times. Yet considering he could afford such a grand house, rumored to have cost several million just for the renovations, she suppressed her anger and replied amiably, "Don't say that, Shaoan. We are family. How can it not concern you? I'm only thinking of your well-being." Flattery often masks ulterior motives. Li Chang'an was disinclined to entertain her insincere attempts at emotional manipulation. Cutting her off, "Enough with the pretense, just get to the point." Seeing that Li Chang'an was willing to listen, Song Yunmei's spirits lifted instantly. However, she did not disclose the urgent matter immediately. Instead, she spoke mysteriously. "Shaoan, I can't explain everything over the phone. I am currently at the happiness community, and this matter is of great importance. How about I come to your place, and we can discuss it in person?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an, seated on a luxurious French-imported sofa, felt a flicker of uncertainty. This woman seemed to be taking things quite seriously. Perhaps there was indeed something significant at hand. After mulling it over, he decided there was no harm in hearing her out. After all, she likely wouldn't stir up too much trouble. Firm in his resolution, Li Chang'an replied, "Come over then." Great. Elated by Li Chang'an's consent, Song Yunmei exclaimed several times, "I will be there shortly." Yet before she could finish her sentence, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed in her ears. Song Yunmei's smile faltered, her hypocritical demeanor replaced by a frigid glare. "How dare that ungrateful wretch hang up on me?" After muttering a few curses directed at Li Chang'an, her resentment ebbed slightly. Upon entering the happiness community, she followed the route she had previously taken to reach Building 8. The first 15 floors housed ordinary small apartments, while the upper floors featured spacious luxury residences that ensure security and emphasize the disparity in pricing. Access to the 17th floor required a specific code or a summons from Li Chang'an above. The last time Song Yunmei managed to visit was because she had caught sight of the code input by Shenzhen Security personnel. Now that the renovations were complete, Zhang Jing had coordinated with the property management to change the code, rendering Song Yunmei's attempts to access the elevator with the old code futile, as it displayed incorrect entries 3 times in succession. Left with no choice, she dialed Li Chang'an again, pleading for the new code. However, Li Chang'an was no fool. He had no intention of providing the code to someone as devious as Song Yunmei that he outright refused, opting instead to take the stairs and manually summon the elevator for her. As soon as Song Yunmei exited the elevator, she was captivated by the sleek and elegant corridor, her awestruck fingers brushing against the exterior door of Li Chang'an's home. My goodness, this door must have cost a fortune. "Don't touch anything." Li Chang'an shot her a cold glare, his voice laced with irritation. "Or else. You can leave." Song Yunmei's face shifted from red to pale, ultimately retreating her hand in dejection as she followed Li Chang'an inside. Once officially inside, she stood in the living room, utterly astonished by the opulent decor. Compared to the 3-bedroom apartment her family of 3 was planning to purchase on the 11th floor, this truly epitomized a home. Normally, as the host, Li Chang'an should have offered her a cup of tea when guests arrived, yet he displayed no welcoming demeanor towards Song Yunmei, bypassing the customary gesture entirely. Li Chang'an settled himself on the sofa. "Can we talk now?" The momentarily lost in thought Song Yunmei was jolted back to reality by Li Chang'an's words that I in the next instant, her attention fixated on the luxurious sofa beneath him. This couldn't possibly be that imported sofa valued at 788. 888, could it? Li Chang'an, now finding her presence increasingly irksome, lamented that he should never have allowed her entry. Regaining her composure, Song Yunmei, aware of her nephew's impatience, recalled her primary purpose for visiting. She approached Li Chang'an, placing a carton of milk and a bag of apples, purchased from a supermarket outside the community, on the coffee table, then composed herself, smoothing her qipao as she seated herself on the single armchair. Setting aside her venomous heart, Song Yunmei was indeed quite presentable. Today, she donned a beautifully embroidered qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure. In her early 40s, yet seemingly only in her 30s, perhaps due to her diligent self-care. She radiated a charm that, while not comparable to the likes of Li Xiangjuan and Zhang Mingjia, was nonetheless captivating. As the saying goes, even a half-aged beauty can still retain her allure. Shaoan, I have come today primarily to apologize. She spoke in a tone that exuded the grace of a devoted wife and respectable elder. I was in the wrong during our last encounter at the sales office. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow at her words that, the sun must be rising in the west today. Unable to grasp the intentions of the unusually malicious aunt, Li Chang'an magnanimously forgave her, stating, it's nothing. After all, I am not the one who was beaten. Song Yunmei was momentarily rendered speechless. Who taught this kid to converse in such a manner? Li Chang'an, unfazed by her awkwardness, delved straight into the matter. If your so-called urgent business is merely to apologize, you may leave now. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's dismissal, Song Yunmei hastily replied, No, it's not that. Then please speak quickly. Li Chang'an was curious to know what her urgent matter was. I have no time for idle chatter. I have other matters to attend to. That? Shaoan, you are aware of your brother Zishuan's transfer, right? Li Chang'an nodded, directly exposing the hidden truths behind the boy's transfer. I know, but I have heard it was due to that little brat bullying others, which led the school to expel him. How can you say such things about your brother? Song Yunmei's son, Li Zishuan, was her Achilles heel. She would not allow Li Chang'an to speak ill of her precious child. Zishuan is just a child. He knows nothing at such a young age. Moreover, if others did not provoke him first, how would he resort to violence? Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Li Chang'an was astonished that Song Yunmei could utter such twisted reasoning. However, what left him even more dumbfounded was yet to come. Chapter 53. A family should support one another? What a ridiculous notion that a child knows nothing at all. Hearing Song Yunmei defend her family's unruly child, Li Chang'an scoffed with derision. If he causes trouble at such a young age, what will become of him as an adult? If I were you, I would have dealt with him long ago to prevent him from wreaking havoc on society. To Li Chang'an's surprise, even after such a remark, Song Yunmei remained unperturbed. After a brief silence, she merely offered an awkward smile and said, Shaoan, you are still so humorous that I will make sure to pay more attention to Zishuan's upbringing. This wicked woman, how could she endure so much today? Her current demeanor was utterly inconsistent with her usual character. Observing the deviation from the topic, Song Yunmei feigned forgetfulness and asked, Shaoan, where were we just now? We were discussing how to deal with your son. After a moment of awkwardness, Song Yunmei recalled, I remember now. I was talking about Zishuan's transfer to Li Chang'an watched the self-directed performance of Song Yunmei. Feeling second-hand embarrassment for her, persistently trying to steer the conversation back, Song Yunmei continued, I, along with your uncle Wenbin, have pulled many strings and finally secured a spot for Zishuan at Jiangdao Affiliated Primary School. Jiangdao Affiliated Primary School, fully named Jiangqing University Affiliated Primary School, was the only double first-class school in the entire Jiangqing, thus naturally endowed with abundant educational resources. That Song Yunmei could secure an admission slot for her son indicated the considerable effort she had exerted. However, what did this have to do with Li Chang'an? What concern is it of mine? Li Chang'an replied indifferently, Are you here to flaunt how well-connected you are? Even if Li Zishuan got into Jiangdao Affiliated Primary School, I wouldn't care. Not to mention if he were admitted to Jingdao's elite class, it would still be of no consequence to me. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei quickly denied it and hesitantly stated, Shaoan, it's just that you should know. Under Li Chang'an's penetrating gaze, Song Yunmei finally revealed her primary purpose for visiting. If Zishuan wishes to attend Jingdao-affiliated primary school, we must purchase a property in the school district for him to reside in while studying. And your uncle and I. Li Chang'an finally comprehended that this wicked woman had taken such a convoluted route merely to ask him for money. Before Song Yunmei could finish, Li Chang'an promptly interrupted her. There is no money. And I won't give up my life, either did I ts one thing that I didn't demand my parents' insurance compensation from you, but to think you would come here trying to milk me for cash in broad daylight. What a pipe dream! Song Yunmei did not expect that Li Chang'an would reject her before she could even finish her sentence. Shaoan, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have approached you. Song Yunmei continued to play the emotional card. But Zishuan is still young. He needs an education. You have so much money and have purchased such a large house that we are family. Blood is thicker than water. You can't be so cruel as to refuse help. Li Chang'an regarded Song Yunmei as if she were a fool, retorting, if you truly lack funds, why were you at the sales office the other day? We intended to buy, Song Yunmei explained, but our money was only enough for the down payment. The economic situation has been poor these past 2 years, and your uncle Wenbin is under significant pressure. Only enough for the down payment? Li Chang'an discerned the implications of her words. This wicked woman was not merely asking to borrow money, but was brazenly seeking a loan of 1 to 2 million for a full house purchase. Sure enough, Song Yunmei's next words were, Shaoan, could you lend us 2 million? Huh? Lend? Li Chang'an thought he must have misheard. She was not merely asking to borrow money. She was outright demanding it. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had underestimated this woman's shamelessness, and he flatly rejected her. All my money is tied up in buying this house and renovating it. Don't even mention 2 million. I don't even have 20,000 at what? Song Yunmei was evidently taken aback that Li Chang'an had squandered all his money. Spent it all on buying and renovating? Indeed, that single armchair you were sitting on is worth 210,000. Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei, momentarily disregarding the mockery in his tone, stared in shock at the single armchair she occupied. My heavens, 210,000 for a chair? Just for a chair? Why would you buy something so expensive? My money is mine to spend as I wish. It's none of your business. That Li Chang'an, who had never held her in high regard, now felt even less inclined to tolerate her. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may leave. With that, he stood up, preparing to usher her out. Unexpectedly, Song Yunmei suddenly interjected, Shaoan, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking yet that I thought about it. You are short on money, and we have plenty. Li Chang'an paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Are you planning to give me the money for your house? Song Yunmei nodded with a smile. Yes. We are family. A family should support one another. Had Li Chang'an not known this venomous ant's true nature, he might have almost believed the sun would rise in the west. Not to mention, Li Chang'an had no interest in their meager savings. Even if he took it, it would be of no use. He still had tens of millions in his bank account, as the saying goes. Penny wise, pound foolish. Li Chang'an did not trust this snake-hearted woman would act selflessly. He feigned delight. That sounds splendid. Now let us transfer the funds. Not so fast. I can give you the money, but you must first promise to do me a small favor. Hearing this, Li Chang'an was not surprised and asked with a smile. What is it? Shaoan, your house is so large, and there are so many empty rooms that as Song Yunmei spoke, she surveyed the house's decor. Your uncle Wenbin, Zishuan, and I have nowhere to stay. It wouldn't be a problem for you to spare us 2 rooms, would it? Spend tens of thousands just to move in here. It is impossible for me to agree. In my plans for retirement in this apocalyptic world, there is no room for your family of 3. However, Li Chang'an did not directly refuse. There was still one thing he did not understand. He inquired, even if I agree, what will happen to that little brat? Zishuan's schooling. Are you planning to transfer his household registration to my name? Without a property deed in the school district, how could her son attend school? If Song Yunmei truly had such intentions, she could only imagine how her troublesome son would react. In the future, when we meet, I will call you brother, and you will call me father? How would he reconcile this with that timidly Wenbin, making them brothers-in-law? With that thought, Li Chang'an took a keen interest in scrutinizing this middle-aged woman, who, despite her age, still possessed a certain charm. Feeling Li Chang'an's lingering gaze, Song Yunmei frowned, harboring deep disgust within her. Yet, she maintained a facade of elder-like warmth, smiling as she said, there is no need for such trouble. Just transfer your house to our family, and that will suffice. Chapter 54. Summoning a god is easy, but sending them away is difficult? What on earth? Li Chang'an began to doubt whether he had misheard. Initially, he thought it was outrageous enough that she asked for 2 million. But now she was aiming for his house. If I heard correctly, Li Chang'an asked Song Yunmei once more, you just suggested I transfer the house to you, correct? Yes, that way, the issue of Zishuan school district housing will be resolved. And you will have money in hand. As she spoke, her expression suggested she believed herself quite clever. Of course, you can still live here with us. Li Chang'an felt like he could stab her heart at that moment. This was his home. According to this woman's logic, he would need the consent of her family to even continue living here. Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. He rose from the sofa and abruptly hurled the milk and gifts that Song Yunmei had brought towards the door. Expecting a favorable response to her proposal, Song Yunmei was taken aback by his sudden outburst and gazed at him in astonishment. Shaoan, what are you doing? The smile on Li Chang'an's face had long since vanished. He could scarcely muster the energy to engage with her, coldly gesturing towards the door and commanding, take your things and leave. Shaoan, please don't be angry that if there is anything you're dissatisfied with. We can sit down and discuss it calmly. Not having achieved her goal, Song Yunmei was unwilling to vacate, anxiously insisting, at worst, once Zishuan graduates from elementary school, I can return the house to you. At worst? Return it to you? This is utterly ridiculous. Li Chang'an felt exasperated beyond measure. Do you believe the money is insufficient? If so, I can certainly offer you a bit more. Chang'an's gaze was devoid of warmth as he disdainfully replied. What are we even discussing? I spent 1 billion just on renovations. Do you think a mere few 100,000 will suffice to send me off? What did you say? Song Yunmei was astounded, realizing that he had indeed invested 1 billion in the renovation of this house, indicating that he was previously a billionaire. Having never encountered such wealth in her life, she stared incredulously at her nephew. The question escaping her lips, where did you get so much money? Does it concern you? Li Chang'an's remaining patience evaporated in an instant, and he issued an eviction notice to Song Yunmei. Leave my house immediately. No, I cannot go. Unperturbed, Song Yunmei remained seated on the sofa, unyielding in the face of Li Chang'an's expulsion. Today, either you give me 2 million to help us secure the funds for a house, or you agree to my proposal to temporarily transfer this property to our family for Zishuan. Otherwise, I will not leave. Song Yunmei's audacity further altered Li Chang'an's perception of her. Heh, so you wish to play a game where inviting the deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Since his rebirth, aside from his formidable female superior, this wicked woman was the second to dare to threaten him. Are you certain you want to leave? Song Yunmei, anticipating that Li Chang'an would not dare take action against her, replied with an air of calm, I have made myself very clear. If you agree to my terms, I will leave. Otherwise, I will remain. Very well, the opportunity has been presented to you, and since you do not cherish it. Upon hearing Song Yunmei's refusal to depart voluntarily, Li Chang'an decided to forego any semblance of decorum. That a malicious grin spread across his stern visage. Then do not blame me. Seated on the single sofa, clad in her qipao, Song Yunmei felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere, sensing an unsettling premonition as Li Chang'an transformed into a completely different person. What are you going to do? She asked with unease. Is it not normal for a lone man and woman to find themselves in a room together, where anything could happen? Li Chang'an smirked. Now it is just the two of us. As long as you remain silent, no one will know. Don't you agree? With a startled gasp, Song Yunmei stumbled and fell into Li Chang'an's embrace, immediately thrashing about in a frenzy, with Li Chang'an allowing her to escape. She scrambled to her feet and rushed toward the door. However, the 2 custom-made doors of Li Chang'an's home proved to be a formidable barrier. In her panic, she found herself unable to open them. Frantically searching for a way out, Song Yunmei noticed that Li Chang'an had risen from the sofa and was approaching her. Finally, with a click, she inadvertently managed to open the inner door. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out and swiftly opened the outer door leading to the hallway, fleeing into the corridor. Once in the elevator, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, as she exited Building 8, recollections of Li Chang'an's lewd remarks and actions flooded her mind, leaving her with lingering trepidation. Damn that little beast, I will ensure you suffer. Chapter 55. the goods from Silver Fox shooting range have arrived. Unbeknownst to Song Yunmei, Li Chang'an held no interest in her whatsoever and had no intention of pursuing her. He merely sought to expel her from his life. After driving away his aunt, Li Chang'an stored the milk and fruit at the entrance into an alternate dimension, even though he harbored disdain for that venomous woman. Food was innocent, especially in a post-apocalyptic world, where this box of milk and bag of apples could prolong one's life for many days. Securing the door, Li Chang'an reacquainted himself with every room in his new home and then comfortably lay upon a mattress worth millions. Indulging in an afternoon nap, he was roused from his slumber by an unfamiliar phone call. Initially, he thought it was that wretched Chen Wenwen, but upon closer inspection, he noted that the number was different from previous calls. Upon answering, the voice of Yi Jijun, the owner of Silver Fox Shooting Range, greeted him in a thick Hong Kong accent. "Mr. Li, how are you? It's you, boss." Li Chang'an yawned, propping his head on a feather pillow and lazily responding. "I must say, despite its high price, this mattress is truly comfortable." On the other end, He Jijun continued, "Mr. Li, the goods that Lei purchased from me have been dispatched as per his requirements that I called to inquire whether Lei will personally sign for them or if someone else will collect them. After all, this was a shipment worth 6 million, comprising firearms and ammunition. In Huaxia. Such dealings required utmost caution, unlike the gun-laden America." Although He Jijun had been convinced by Li Chang'an's fabricated identity as a special forces soldier from the Jiangnan war zone, he had to ensure that everything went smoothly. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences if the police traced any issues back to him. "I'll be near the warehouse. Have your men call me when they arrive," Li Chang'an stated. While he could send his capable superior, Li Xiangjuan, to handle the reception of other goods, he knew he needed to be present for this shipment of firearms. That He Jijun nodded in agreement, pleased that Li Chang'an would oversee the transaction personally. "All right, it's settled then." After hanging up, Li Chang'an tossed his phone aside and slept until 6 in the evening. At precisely 6:23, He Jijun's subordinate called to inform him that the goods had arrived. When Li Chang'an made his way to the private warehouse, he discovered that the muscular youth who had previously accompanied him to the Silver Fox shooting range was once again the one escorting the shipment. Their method of delivering firearms and ammunition mirrored the classic portrayal of gang smuggling in films, loading a truck filled with an assortment of fruits and vegetables to conceal the true cargo. Though cliché, the approach was both safe and efficient. After the workers unloaded the truck's contents into Li Chang'an's private warehouse, the muscular youth instructed everyone to wait outside before leading Li Chang'an inside. Inside the warehouse, he carefully selected the marked fruit boxes and presented them to Li Chang'an. "Mr. Li, these are the goods you purchased from Silver Fox Shooting Range." The muscular youth stood by, stating seriously, "You may inspect them on the spot for any discrepancies." Li Chang'an glanced at the 30 or so boxes stacked before him, but did not approach to open them. "No need. I trust boss He's credibility." He had already pulled in the Jiangnan war zone's reputation, and with 10 of Yi Jijun's lives at stake, he would not dare to deceive Li Chang'an with counterfeit goods. Upon hearing this, the muscular youth reminded him, "If you're certain there are no issues, our delivery task is complete, and we will not be responsible for any events that occur after we leave." "Understood." Just as Li Chang'an and the muscular youth were exiting the warehouse, a faint red light flickered through the gaps in the dimly lit walls and ventilation fans. In the living room of Building 13, on the 14th floor, Li Xiangjuan, freshly bathed, sensed something amiss at the private warehouse. Without even drying her hair, she hastily wrapped a towel around her damp locks and rushed back to the living room. At that moment, she was clad in a silk nightgown, her skin slightly moist, rendering the fabric semi-transparent and increasingly alluring. A droplet of water slid down her smooth, delicate face, landing on the tablet resting on her thigh. Yet she paid it no mind, her beautiful eyes fixated on the screen. That the person from Silver Fox Shooting Range. The tablet displayed footage of Li Chang'an and the muscular youth whispering to one another. Previously, for other shipments, Li Chang'an had left her contact information to instruct her on receiving them. But this time she was entirely unaware of the delivery, with Silver Fox Shooting Range personnel present. Li Xiangjuan furrowed her brow, observing the 24 fruit boxes singled out on the screen. And a bold hypothesis took shape in her mind. Could there possibly be firearms inside? Regrettably, she did not witness Li Chang'an unboxing and inspecting the goods, rendering her unable to validate her suspicions. After Li Chang'an and the individual from the Silver Fox Shooting Range departed the storage room, The miniature camera that Li Xiangjuan had discreetly placed in the ventilation fan could no longer capture their images. She could only step onto the balcony and observe through binoculars that as she watched Li Chang'an bid farewell to the delivery truck sent by the Silver Fox shooting range and return to the private warehouse. Li Xiangjuan hastily grabbed her tablet to monitor him in real time. However, to her surprise, Li Chang'an's figure was absent from the surveillance footage. Perplexed, Li Xiangjuan returned to the balcony, only to find nothing outside through the binoculars. How strange. Where could he be? Just as Li Xiangjuan was pondering this, the screen of her tablet suddenly went black, followed by the ominous words "no signal." The abrupt change sent a chill down her spine. And a terrifying thought emerged. Could it be that Li Chang'an discovered the miniature camera hidden in the ventilation fan? The key to the private warehouse was solely in her and Li Chang'an's possession. If he found the camera, he would undoubtedly suspect her involvement. Gazing at the ominous "no signal" on her tablet, Li Xiangjuan's expression grew grave. The atmosphere in the living room felt eerily silent and oppressive. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table vibrated, startling her. She took a deep breath and picked it up, only to find it was a news alert. Xinhua News Flash. The Foreign Affairs Department recently engaged in discussions with the United States regarding the sovereignty of the Southern Islands. The U.S. firmly supports extremists and claims that if our country forcefully deploys military forces, comprehensive sanctions will be imposed on us. Furthermore, multinational conglomerates such as Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Walmart, and Sam's Club announced that they would gradually withdraw from China starting today. Chapter 56. Now you think of fleeing. How naive. Upon realizing that the text on her phone merely consisted of a news brief, Li Xiangjuan exhaled in relief. Her greatest fear was that Li Chang'an would call her to interrogate her about the miniature camera. Looking at the no signal displayed on her tablet, she speculated with a hint of hope. It must simply be a malfunction of the camera itself. She still had confidence in the place where she had concealed the miniature camera. Besides, Li Chang'an was not a deity. How could he possibly suspect that she had installed a camera in the private warehouse? With that thought in mind, Li Xiangjuan took her tablet to the balcony and used the binoculars to observe the direction of the private warehouse. After approximately 5 minutes, upon seeing Li Chang'an exit the storage room, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the previously black screen of her tablet had suddenly resumed displaying images. Li Xiangjuan found herself speechless, internally lamenting the poor quality of the miniature camera purchased by Song Ming. At a critical moment, it had failed to capture anything. Fortunately, through the binoculars, she noticed that Li Chang'an seemed to carry nothing as he left the private warehouse, indicating that the goods he had acquired from the owner of the Silver Fox shooting range, were still stored inside. With her beautiful eyes glistening with determination, Li Xiangjuan thought that since the monitor had failed to capture anything, she might as well go directly to the scene. Her sixth sense told her that the goods concealed in the private warehouse were definitely extraordinary, perhaps even her opportunity to break free from Li Chang'an's control. Li Xiangjuan was a woman of remarkable decisiveness. Having made up her mind, she quickly shed her silk nightgown and changed into a more inconspicuous hoodie and casual wear. Before leaving, she deliberately donned a mask. To ensure that Li Chang'an had indeed left and would not suddenly return, she did not head straight to the private warehouse, but instead took a couple of laps around the happiness community. Upon unlocking the storage room door, Li Xiangjuan refrained from turning on the lights. This time, she had brought a flashlight from home. Illuminated by its beam, she swiftly approached the boxes she had previously seen on the monitor. "Let me see what secrets you hide," she mused. Placing the flashlight beside one of the boxes, the light illuminated her exquisitely crafted features, accentuating the pallor of her profile. She then reached out to open the topmost box, only to be taken aback by its contents. Grapes? No, it can't be. Li Chang'an went to Zhoushan with great effort, even taking a boat to the island, surely not just to buy fruit. Besides, where could one not find grapes? The Silver Fox shooting range is hardly an orchard. Li Xiangjuan furrowed her brows in contemplation, and after a moment's thought, she removed the grapes from the box. At last, she discerned that there was more than met the eye. Pulling aside the foam padding beneath the grapes, she was met with a layer of straw. She curiously pushed aside the straw. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "This is a gun?" Li Xiangjuan stumbled back in terror, realizing that Li Chang'an had procured firearms. Connecting the dots of his recent strange behavior, his excessive reservations at various restaurants and bulk purchases of assorted medicines, she now found it alarming that he had escalated to buying guns from the owner of the Silver Fox shooting range. All of his actions suggested he was straying further down a path of lawlessness. The more she considered, the more fear gripped her heart, birthing a horrifying possibility. Had he joined some antisocial cult? Aside from this possibility, she could not fathom the purpose behind Li Chang'an's gun purchases. After all, he had recently won a staggering $234 million in the lottery. He could live comfortably for the rest of his life. With her heart racing, Li Xiangjuan opened several more boxes, each revealing a fade of innocuous items hiding firearms and ammunition. After the initial shock, she regained her composure, a smile unexpectedly gracing her stunning visage. Regardless of whether Li Chang'an had joined some nefarious organization, the fact remained that he was engaged in the illegal trade of firearms on a large scale. She had endured humiliation under Li Chang'an in the following days. Li Chang'an continued to reside in the employee dormitory of the Ningzhou Port Authority Group. Each day, during his commute, he marveled at the multitude of overloaded trucks transporting copious supplies to Ningzhou Port, a sight that filled him with immense joy. Silently, he applauded the efficiency of those affluent capitalists who rushed to deliver the goods. However, to his surprise, his rebellious superior, Li Xiangjuan, had been unusually quiet during this period. She held evidence of his crimes in her hands. One would expect her to confront him immediately regarding the hit-and-run video that Li Chang'an, though curious, did not dwell on it further. His primary focus was on the incessant stream of supplies destined for Ningzhou Port, while other matters could be postponed for the time being. Once he had successfully stored these resources in the dimensional space, he would address his defiant superior, allowing her to experience the sting of divine retribution. 2 days passed, and both online and in real life, people were increasingly attentive to the escalating national crisis. Meanwhile, the northern nation of the Korean peninsula released a bombshell revelation. For the past decade, the Japanese had secretly been discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Faced with the undeniable evidence presented by the Korean government, Japan seized its facade and sent out an environmental minister to publicly drink the nuclear wastewater, asserting that it was treated and safe for consumption, akin to tap water. They outright declared their intention to continue discharging nuclear waste into the sea unabashedly. China, vast and rich in resources, had ample reserves of salt from inland salt lakes that could last over 1,000 years. They could simply forego seafood in favor of river fish. However, the situation was different for Korea, a nation reliant on the sea for sustenance, which erupted in outrage, with the populace vehemently opposing Japan and demanding that their American allies speak out. As Li Chang'an perused the daily news updates on his phone, he remained remarkably composed. Everything unfolded according to the trajectory of his past life. Although he was a reincarnator, the broader course of history would not be altered by the existence of a mere insignificant figure like him. The impending apocalypse loomed, and he felt powerless to prevent it, nor had he ever contemplated the folly of meddling in affairs beyond his scope. Such misguided altruism would only invite endless calamity. Who would willingly become the fool drenched by the rain while holding an umbrella for another? He resolved that his sole responsibility during these tumultuous times was to live diligently and persevere. However, as the appointed moment for action drew near, Li Chang'an discovered that his sleep quality was deteriorating. Each night, he tossed and turned, engrossed in the intricate layout data of various regions within Ningzhou Port that he had meticulously recorded. On the night before his planned operation, he found himself wide awake at midnight, unable to rest. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks at the door jolted him from his thoughts. Startled and under immense pressure, he sprang upright, intently focusing on the door. With a wary tone, he inquired, "Who is knocking?" Silence greeted him, save for the persistent knocking. In that moment, the first person who came to his mind was Li Xiangjuan, the starkly contrasting superior who fancied herself in possession of his incriminating evidence. Her recent uncharacteristic quietude undoubtedly hinted at a brewing storm, but as he steeled his gaze, a dark portal appeared beside him, through which a razor-sharp Nepalese army knife fell onto the wrinkled striped bedspread that at this juncture, anyone outside, if they posed a threat to his plans, would meet their demise. Rising from his bed, Li Chang'an grasped the knife and concealed it behind him. With a grave expression and a glint of lethal intent in his deep-set eyes, he approached the door, cautiously twisting the doorknob to reveal a narrow opening. To his astonishment, the figure outside was indeed a woman. But it was not Li Xiangjuan. It was Zhang Mingjia. "What are you doing here?" Li Chang'an frowned, his grip on the knife tightening. It was the dead of night, and he found himself perplexed by Zhang Mengjia's presence. as he believed she did not reside in the employee dormitory. Had she discovered his prank regarding her supposed HIV status? Or did she think her days were numbered and sought to drag him down with her? In such a scenario, he could not conceive of a third possibility. Mind your own business. I can go wherever I please, Zhang Mingjia slurred, her speech laced with drunkenness, punctuated by a hiccup. Yet Li Chang'an did not ease his vigilance. Such moments were prone to impulsive actions that you're insane, he muttered, preparing to shut the door. He was already on edge, battling insomnia and anxiety, and had no inclination to indulge Zhang Mengjia's drunken antics. However, just as he closed the door, her sobs pierced through, compelling him to reopen it. Gazing at Zhang Mingjia, who had inexplicably shed her outerwear, he exhaled exasperatedly. Could you not cry here? There are others living here too. They might think I've harmed you. You bastard, sob. Everyone bullies me, she wailed, tears streaming down her face. Already agitated, the sound of her crying only heightened his irritation. Yet what troubled him further was the illumination of several rooms above and below, indicating that others were awakening. Ultimately, he could not permit Zhang Mingjia to continue her lamentations here. Though he was no paragon of virtue and his reputation was far from stellar, it was best to avoid drawing unnecessary attention at such a critical juncture. Assessing Zhang Mingjia, he confirmed she bore no weapons and promptly returned the Nepalese knife to the dimensional space, that in a swift motion. He opened the door and yanked Zhang Mingjia inside. Ouch, she exclaimed, landing unceremoniously on the floor, her eyes red and glaring at him. You hurt me. Li Chang'an displayed no semblance of sympathy as he pulled a chair over for her. Can we converse civilly? As he remained silent, Zhang Mingjia erupted again. You bastard. Who are you to command me? It's all your fault, sob. If it weren't for you, how would so many people be talking behind my back, sob? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to that wretched port. If it weren't for you, that night wouldn't have happened. You all bully me. Bastard. Chapter 58. Drunken tantrum? No, you've come to the wrong grave to cry. Li Chang'an grasped the situation. Zhang Mingjia believed that all the slander she had endured stemmed from his exposure of Song Mingyi as the true perpetrator of the restroom filming incident. How absurd! Shouldn't she blame her poor judgment for choosing a boyfriend with a penchant for voyeurism? All right, conceding 1,000 steps, perhaps Li Chang'an bore a smidgen of responsibility. But who had provoked him first? In a world where they had no grievances, why was he to be unjustly accused as a perverted voyeur? Though he admitted that shifting the blame to Song Mingyi had a tinge of malice intended to irritate Zhang Mingjia, had he not inadvertently captured the real culprit? If anything, Zhang Mingjia ought to be thanking him for helping her identify a scoundrel. Li Chang'an did not consider himself a good person and had no expectation of gratitude from her. He merely wished for her to cease her cries and leave promptly. Thus, he stated, if you have grievances, take them up with your imprisoned boyfriend. What brings you here to weep in the dead of night? However, he soon realized that reasoning with an irrational woman was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Suppressing his annoyance, he covered Zhang Mengjia's mouth with his hand. Hiss, in the next moment. Feeling her bite on his palm, Li Chang'an recoiled, swiftly withdrawing his hand. Observing the imprint of her teeth on his skin, he seethed, Are you a dog? Seeing him flustered, Zhang Mingjia seemed delighted. Her eyes reddened as she coldly scoffed. Who told you to bully me? Li Chang'an was truly exasperated. Who was truly bullying whom? Here he was, sleepless and irritated, now further aggravated by this drunken gold digger biting him in his own home. He had no desire to prolong this encounter. Pressing his hand against the bite mark, he issued an ultimatum. If you detest me so much, why not gracefully exit, should you provoke me further? The consequences shall be yours to bear, in recent days. Zhang Mingjia has been unable to sleep, haunted by the trauma of being assaulted in a bière to make matters worse, the scoundrel who violated her. Li Chang'an had the audacity to confess that he is an HIV patient. His words shattered her composure, and fueled by alcohol, Zhang Mingjia, in a fit of rage, lunged at Li Chang'an, expecting her to strike him. Li Chang'an instinctively raised his hands in defense to push her away, only to be taken aback as she unexpectedly kissed him instead. Confounded, he wondered if she truly understood who was in control of the situation. He forcefully shoved her away, stepping back to create distance between them, exclaiming, What are you doing? Li Chang'an was surprised to find himself in the position of the one being toyed. With that, it seemed that even boys needed to learn how to protect themselves. Zhang Mingjia, her cheeks flushed from the drink, gazed intensely at him, declaring, Didn't you say the consequences are mine to bear? Let us see how much of a man you really are with that. She lunged at him again, brazenly attempting to embrace him. Wait, don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant, he stammered as he pushed her away once more, though he felt a tinge of fear towards this seemingly delicate yet predatory woman. The more he resisted, the more emboldened she became, taunting him. Li Chang'an, weren't you quite the bully at Ningzhou Port? Why the pretense of being a gentleman now? Come on, I'm giving you a chance. Li Chang'an, already in a state of agitation, grasped her wrist with his left hand and tightened his grip around her neck with his right, pressing her against the wall as he said in a low voice. I am not in a good mood right now, that don't push your luck. Gasping for breath, Zhang Mengjia's eyes welled with tears as she struggled against his grip, patting his hand in a desperate attempt to escape. With a disdainful snort, he tossed her aside like refuse and retreated to the comfort of his bed. Leave before I change my mind, he added, ignoring the sight of her slumped on the floor. Minutes later, Zhang Mingjia rose and made her way to the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, restoring silence to the room. However, before Li Chang'an could enjoy the peace, footsteps echoed once more. Opening his eyes cautiously, he glanced towards the door, the moonlight streaming through the window. Outside, the streets were alive with the bustle of traffic, while within the dark room, an eerie silence loomed. Chapter 59. Let us see how long you can be proud. The following morning, Li Chang'an retrieved a clean outfit from the wardrobe beside his bed, calmly donning his trousers. Zhang Mingjia, her tear-stained face pale and devoid of hope, stared blankly at the ceiling. After zipping up his jacket, Li Chang'an noticed the overcast sky outside and turned to her, saying a typhoon is approaching. You can stay here today. Zhang Mingjia, still lying in bed contemplating her identity and whereabouts, instinctively opened her mouth to retort, but fell silent. Recalling the events of the previous night, wordlessly, she watched as Li Chang'an departed, only exhaling in relief once the door slammed shut. Lying back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, her previously sorrowful visage now bore a sly smile. Free of resentment, Li Chang'an, I wonder how long you can bask in your triumph. Ever since that despicable man had sent her a coffin-like garment and confessed via text that he was an HIV patient, Zhang Mengjia's mental state had spiraled downward. She had been living under the shadow of a death countdown, questioning why she had to endure isolation from her colleagues in the company, why she had to be bullied by someone like Li Chang'an, and why she had to be assaulted by an HIV patient. The thought that while she suffered, the instigator, Li Chang'an, lived carefree and even enjoyed himself, stoked the flames of her fury. Thus, she meticulously orchestrated the embrace of the previous night. The mere thought of Li Chang'an one day, suffering as she did, ultimately succumbing to the same fate, filled her with a sense of exhilaration. In the empty room, her laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Scoundrel, let us descend into hell together. As Zhang Mingjia spoke to herself, she was unaware that just a door away, Li Chang'an had not truly left, that he had turned back to grab an umbrella and inadvertently overheard her self-indulgent musings. From her laughter and fragmented words, he began to piece together her unusual behavior since last night. Li Chang'an stood quietly by the closed door, a smirk creeping onto his face. He mused that if he were to burst in and reveal that the HIV revelation had been a mere prank, her reaction would undoubtedly be entertaining. Yet he ultimately refrained from doing so, holding on to a semblance of principle. Having made up his mind, he calmly lit a cigarette and strolled out of the dormitory building. Outside, he inhaled deeply, taking in the fresh air while casting his gaze upward at the darkening sky. Li Chang'an's decision to act today was not without reason. Jiangcheng, located by the Eastern Sea, experienced a peak in typhoons every August and September, and today marked the anticipated landfall of Typhoon Jinitami in Province that the entire Jiangcheng had issued warnings for typhoon preparedness, and the Port Authority where he worked announced the temporary suspension of operations at Ningzhou Port. This meant that tonight, apart from the countless tons of goods, Ningzhou Port would be utterly deserted. Chapter 60. Flexibility is key. Sun Huaqiang. In the afternoon, the sky grew darker, and a light rain began to fall. The howling cold wind mixed with the rain engulfed the entire Jiangcheng. Clad in a black hooded sweatshirt and wearing a mask, Li Chang'an walked alone down the sparsely populated street, holding an umbrella. To facilitate tonight's operation, he needed to procure a vehicle with an untraceable history. Following the apocalyptic events of his past life, he had encountered a fellow refugee from Jiangcheng in the official barriers of the Jiangnan war zone. This man, named Sun Huaqiang, had once dealt in second-hand cars before the end of the world, trading in flood-damaged and accident vehicles, turning a hefty profit after running them through his repair shop before selling them to unsuspecting buyers. Li Chang'an stood before the entrance of Baoshu's second-hand cars, confirming he was at the right place before stepping inside. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" A well-dressed receptionist greeted him as he entered. Li Chang'an nodded, his tone calm as he said, "Please summon your boss, Sun Huaqiang." "Certainly, please wait a moment," she replied. Upon hearing this, the receptionist assumed Li Chang'an was a friend of the boss and led him to a seating area while she went to inform Sun Huaqiang in his office. Sun Huaqiang, intrigued by the unexpected visitor, pondered why a friend would not arrange a prior greeting or simply come to his office directly. After considering for a moment, he stood up and headed out. "Let us see who this friend is." Upon entering the lobby, he quickly spotted Li Chang'an seated on the sofa. Given that Li Chang'an was wearing a hat and mask, Sun Huaqiang could only discern that he was male. "Brother, I hear you're looking for me." Sun Huaqiang greeted with a smile, taking a seat across from Li Chang'an while scrutinizing him, trying to gather information that Li Chang'an regarded the man as forced smile, struggling to reconcile him with the forlorn figure he had encountered in his previous life. Clearly, the apocalypse had profoundly transformed him. After a moment of reflection, Li Chang'an bypassed pleasantries and stated directly, "I need a clean second-hand car." Upon hearing this, Sun Huaqiang immediately recognized that he did not know this man. Yet, he also understood that the nature of the transaction was likely clandestine, given the request for a clean vehicle. In this context, clean implied two things. Firstly, it could refer to an accident vehicle devoid of any haunting memories. And secondly, it suggested that the vehicle's origin must remain confidential, ensuring that the buyer's identity could not be traced. Sun Huaqiang chose not to respond immediately, instead probing further. "What do you mean by that, brother? All the cars here have a clean history." Seeing Sun Huaqiang feigning ignorance, Li Chang'an's voice turned cold. "Is it that my explanation wasn't clear, or do you have a hearing problem?" Sun Huaqiang's countenance hardened. Had he not yet grasped the tactics of this young man before him, he would have drawn his knife and demanded whether this greenhorn could ensure his safety. "My dear brother, do you have any inkling of what befell the last person who spoke to Sun Huaqiang in such a manner?" Beneath his hat, Li Chang'an, without uttering a word, reached into his pocket. Sun Huaqiang, assuming he was about to produce a cigarette as a gesture of concession, was taken aback when Li Chang'an instead revealed a handgun and placed it upon the table before him. "Pray tell, what had happened to the last person?" Yet Sun Huaqiang, having long navigated the murky waters of both the underworld and legitimate society in Zhangcheng, was hardly intimidated by a mere firearm. With a dismissive scoff, he retorted, "Do you truly believe that brandishing a gun will daunt me? Is it not enough?" Li Chang'an, surprised by the unexpected bravado of the bald man who had previously been subservient in the Jiangnan war zone, continued undeterred. He then extracted 2 hand grenades from his pocket and placed them on the table. And now, at the sight of the grenades, Sun Huaqiang felt a shift in his composure. What on earth was this young man's background? In a nation where gun control was so stringent, those able to procure firearms were undoubtedly formidable characters. This individual not only possessed a gun, but also carried 2 grenades at all times. Reluctant to sour relations with this enigmatic figure over a mere vehicle, Sun Huaqiang pondered the unpredictable nature of this man. Who knew if he might suddenly go berserk and pull the pin on a grenade? After a forced chuckle, he spoke, "All right, you've made your point. How may I assist you?" Li Chang'an replied coolly, "Let us discuss the fate of the previous individual." Sun Huaqiang hesitated. "Perhaps we should instead talk about the car?" Noticing Li Chang'an's silence, Sun Huaqiang, though internally agitated, maintained an appearance of calm and continued, "I have the vehicle you desire, guaranteed to be pristine. However, the price may be 20% higher than elsewhere. Do you find that acceptable?" Without hesitation, Li Chang'an responded, "That will suffice." He was unconcerned about the cost. To him, money was merely a string of meaningless numbers in his bank account, but if spending a bit more could facilitate his objectives, then so be it. Observing that Li Chang'an had not even questioned the price or attempted to negotiate, Sun Huaqiang surmised that he was likely a naive outsider and resolved to take advantage of him. "Splendid. Shall we proceed to inspect the vehicle?" Li Chang'an nodded and followed Sun Huaqiang to his clandestine repair shop. As they drove away, neither noticed a delivery van lurking in the rain-soaked shadows just 50 meters from the Baoshu used car dealership. Inside the driver's seat, A cold-eyed, middle-aged man with long hair watched as Li Chang'an and Sun Huqiang departed, glancing down at a reward notice on his phone that he then extracted a cigarette from a pack tucked in the handbrake compartment. Lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled contentedly. What splendid weather for a demise. Sun Huqiang, piloting his Porsche Cayenne, brought Li Chang'an to the secretive repair shop located 3 kilometers away. Though it was called a repair shop, it was essentially a medium-sized warehouse repurposed for modifications. Upon arrival, as Sun Huqiang swung open the large doors, a bustling scene unfolded within, with 10 or so technicians diligently at work, witnessing the numerous severely damaged luxury vehicles lining the warehouse. Li Chang'an found himself believing the boastful claims of the bald man from his previous life. Had it not been for that accursed apocalypse, he would certainly have been among the most carefree and fortunate individuals. "Brother, over here," Sun Huqiang called, glancing back at the silent Li Chang'an, who was scrutinizing the secretive repair shop, a swell of pride swelling within him. They traversed the repair area and entered the rear half of the space, separated by plastic sheeting. Once the lights flickered on, at least 20 vehicles, comparable to brand-new luxury cars, stood impeccably lined up. Sun Huqiang eagerly began his detailed exposition. "These 5 here are relatively inexpensive. Priced at 400,000 each, they have minor blemishes, but should be fine for about half a year. The next 7 vehicles were previously accident cars. The body damage was not severe, and each could be taken for 1,400,000. As Li Chang'an surveyed the array, McLaren 720S, Porsche 911, Aston Martin, all luxury sports cars valued in the millions, now offered at a mere fraction of their worth. He felt the temptation rise, while the prices were appealing. Sun Huqiang had omitted a crucial detail. Each of these vehicles bore a shadow of a past life. Those bold enough to drive such cars would need to possess a fortitude that could withstand the eerie specter of a face appearing suddenly on the window during a nighttime drive. Noticing Li Chang'an's lack of enthusiasm, Sun Huqiang proceeded to the 3rd row. "These are your pristine options, with original parts refurbished, ensuring they cannot be traced by authorities. Each priced at 1 million, that the vehicle Sun Huqiang was now presenting. Even if new, typically averaged between 7 to 800,000. Only a few high-end models exceeded 1 million, that any ordinary customer hearing such prices would surely assume he had lost his mind. Why not simply purchase a brand-new vehicle at a dealership instead of opting for refurbished accident cars?" Yet Sun Huqiang was unconcerned about sales. Those who sought these vehicles were less interested in brand value and more focused on their cleanliness. So immaculate, in fact, that even if the police were inclined to investigate, they would find themselves at a dead end. Ultimately, Li Chang'an settled on a BMW SUV. Following the transfer of funds, he drove away. Sun Huqiang, having pocketed 1 million, cheerfully returned to his Baoshu used car dealership. However, no sooner had he parked and settled into his office chair than the welcoming receptionist approached him once more to "Mr. Sun, there is a gentleman outside seeking your presence." "Another one?" Sun Huqiang exclaimed, scratching his bald head. "Goodness, am I truly experiencing such a stroke of fortune today?" Chapter 61. Cleaner than the Japanese invading the village? As Li Chang'an filled his newly acquired second-hand BMW SUV with fuel at the nearest gas station. The clock approached 5 in the afternoon. Early September evenings typically did not descend until after 6. However, due to the powerful typhoon Kanama's influence, dark clouds had long since enveloped the cities along the eastern coast. Standing at the entrance of the gas station's convenience store, Li Chang'an observed the tempestuous winds and rain, unfazed compared to the gas station staff who speculated about the impending destruction the typhoon might wreak upon Jiangxing. Li Chang'an's calmness stemmed from his knowledge that this colossal storm, born in the Philippine Sea, would ultimately veer away from Jiangxing. Despite the current wind and rain, in just 2 hours, Typhoon Kanama would redirect towards the nation of Fusang. Interestingly, the typhoon would not only change direction but also trajectory, tumultuously bouncing across Fusang, leaving its citizens in despair. While the citizens of Fusang suffered, their neighbors in Korea rejoiced, indulging in the consumption of millions of fried chickens and countless beers, whimsically dubbing Typhoon Kanama as Fusang's judgment. At this moment, after paying for the fuel via WeChat, Li Chang'an did not immediately drive towards Ningzhou port. Instead, he pressed the accelerator hard, directing his vehicle along the elevated road towards Jiangxing Science and Technology Park. When this park was inaugurated, he had just started his freshman year. It was said that even the governor of Z province attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony in his junior year. He had the fortune of visiting the park with a practical team from Jiangxing University. Like most university students passionate about science, he had once fantasized about becoming a part of this technological hub, earning a decent salary while contributing to society. Little did he expect that on his third visit, things would not go as planned. Not only had he not become a member of this esteemed community, but he also intended to exploit it for personal gain, to extract its wealth as a mere opportunist. After parking his car near the science park, an idea struck Li Chang'an that he retrieved a prepared raincoat from the other dimensional space and donned it. Amidst the torrential downpour, he concealed his BMW SUV within that same realm. Wrapped securely, Li Chang'an then scaled the wall to enter the park. He opened his phone and, following the promotional video of Jiangxing Science and Technology Park he had found online, he first sought out the agricultural research area. This section consisted of merely a four-story building, with the remaining space occupied by numerous glass greenhouses that by this time, Li Chang'an had shed any guilt about undermining socialism. Armed with an ancestral axe retrieved from the other dimensional space, he proceeded to hack away at the locks barring his path, as if entering an unguarded realm. After a week of scorching heat, the repercussions of the nuclear wastewater discharged by Fusang would ripple across the globe, unleashing a deluge of intense acid rain that would devastate over half of the vegetation. The remaining flora would be mercilessly ravaged by the impending Third Great Glacial Period, with survival being a rarity. The onset of such a cataclysm was utterly unforeseen, and the vegetables, fruits, saplings, and flowers within those greenhouses were cultivated using advanced technological methods, representing the hard-earned money of millions of taxpayers in Huaxia. To prevent waste, Li Chang'an, with tears in his eyes, gathered them into the other dimensional space to ensure the survival of these delicate plants. He even excavated the soil, taking along the nutrient solutions as well. After thoroughly pillaging the agricultural research area, he followed the promotional video's guidance, wandering through the sprawling technology park. With each floor he traversed, the sounds of locks falling and glass shattering echoed around him. When he arrived, he bore only an axe. When he departed, the place lay in desolate silence, cleaner than a village raided by invaders. Within a mere 2 hours, out of the 30 or so buildings, only the last one stood intact. Li Chang'an, proficient in his task, swung his axe and broke in. This 13-story building appeared to focus on research related to fabrics and textiles, although Li Chang'an had little experience with the technological intricacies. The abundance of textiles and chemical products was undeniable. Just as he was about to hastily complete his search and leave, he was taken aback by a fingerprint lock on the 13th floor corridor. However, this posed no significant challenge. Such glass door fingerprint locks were no match for Li Chang'an. Nothing could not be resolved with a single strike of his axe. If that failed, he would simply break the door down. At the corridor's end lay a laboratory, which, judging by its decor and the sophistication of its instruments, was clearly of a much higher caliber than those below. To his surprise, he discovered that even the scientists here had their quirks. Li Chang'an was quickly captivated by a glass display cabinet in one corner of the lab, particularly by the garments within that he had not anticipated encountering the attire of the newly appointed villain from the anime Bad People, which he had watched as a child, complete with a one-to-one replica of the mask. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an collected both the glass cabinet and its contents into the other dimensional space, before further exploring the laboratory to see if there were any other treasures to be found. Initially, he was merely checking for any overlooked items, but to his delight, he stumbled upon something noteworthy. That he picked up a document from an office desk, the cover boldly stating on the constant temperature performance of YM, LK-45, and the future of temperature-controlled apparel. Flipping through a few pages, he found the very battle attire he had just stored in the other dimensional space illustrated within. It seemed that the researcher responsible for this paper was the conspicuous individual from the laboratory. As he continued to peruse, he was astonished by the contents. According to the data recorded in the paper, garments made from the YM, LK-45 fabric could stabilize the human body's perceived temperature between 26 and 29 degrees Celsius, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. A must-have for home and travel. It was no exaggeration to say that once this paper was published, it would revolutionize the fashion industry. At that point, the researcher, an enthusiast of the two-dimensional realm, would reap a bountiful fortune. However, if the executives of the fashion industry learned that the patent holder was a mere otaku, they might very well facilitate his dreams. Organizing fashion shows and conventions. Clearing his mind, Li Chang'an gazed at the paper in his hand with a complex expression. Had this paper been published and widely adopted in his previous life, it could have saved countless lives. That he briefly reflected on this thought. Then, with a flicker of intent, a dark portal connecting to the other dimensional space materialized beside him. That he tossed the invaluable paper into the portal and subsequently made his way downstairs. Scaling the wall to exit Jiangqing Science and Technology Park. Chapter 62. The frantic exploitation of capitalists at 8:45 p.m. On the Jiangqing Ring Expressway, Li Chang'an drove his BMW SUV at full speed along the elevated road. The wind howling as torrential rain pelted the vehicle's windshield. In the months since his rebirth, he had visited Ningzhou port countless times, yet none had stirred his emotions as intensely as this moment. Perhaps there was a hint of anxiety, but after a night of intimacy with Zhang Mingjia, which left him drenched in ecstasy, much of his apprehension had dissipated, replaced now with exhilaration. That he pressed the accelerator once more. Pushing the BMW SUV's speed to 162 km/h, after half an hour of reckless driving in the rain-soaked night, he finally arrived at Ningzhou Port, the place that had consumed his thoughts for days. As the world's largest port, having retained the title of global throughput champion for 14 consecutive years, Ningzhou Port was typically bustling with trucks. Thus, it had no grand entrance, only a security booth to log vehicles entering and exiting. This night, due to the onslaught of Typhoon Kinedom, Ningzhou Port was deserted, save for Li Chang'an and the dozens of surveillance devices and smart alarm systems ensuring the port security. Tonight, he intended to teach those dependent on technology a lesson, demonstrating that an over-reliance on intelligent systems could lead to significant losses. After taking a moment to calm himself with a cigarette on the road outside the port, Li Chang'an released the handbrake and drove his BMW SUV through the barrier at the port entrance. Following the information he had gathered about the area, he skillfully navigated to avoid all surveillance cameras, weaving through the vast port as a former employee of Ningzhou Port, coupled with his recent relentless research on the facility. He knew every nook and cranny, enabling him to execute his plan with precision. The BMW SUV came to a halt in front of a massive warehouse to mitigate any potential oversight from his previous reconnaissance. He had changed his appearance and donned a dark red mask scavenged from Jiangqing Science and Technology Park before shutting off the engine and exiting the vehicle. Li Chang'an gazed at the tightly shut door of the super warehouse before abandoning the idea of using his employee card to gain entry. Instead, he unleashed his ancestral axe from the other dimensional space. With swift, decisive strikes, the lock of the warehouse door was soon rendered inoperative. Taking a deep breath, he pried open the enormous door, which weighed a ton. Upon entering the super warehouse, he immediately turned on the lights, revealing shelves densely packed with goods. According to the insider information Li Chang'an had obtained, all the inventory in this vast facility belonged to Walmart. The retail giant had transported all its supplies from the South China region to Ningzhou Port, and besides the over 14,000 tons of goods before him, another super warehouse next door was filled with their merchandise. As he walked between the rows of shelves, he conjured two dark portals linked to the other dimensional space, which appeared 2 meters beside him. Everything in their path was consumed within, after thoroughly pillaging both of Walmart's super warehouses. An hour had passed. Exiting the now empty facility, he took out paper and pen, marking an X in the Walmart section. Then, eyeing the slightly wrinkled paper in his hand beneath the warehouse lights, he squinted. Next, he would head to the Hankyu Group's super warehouse rented by the Fusang invaders. After stowing the paper and pen back in his pocket, Li Chang'an braved the pouring rain as he made his way to the super warehouse leased by the Fusang Hankyu Group. Employing the same method to breach its entrance, with a resounding crash, he noted with some amusement how meticulous the Fusang invaders were in their operations. Li Chang'an stood at the entrance of the warehouse, gazing inside. Unlike the previous super warehouse used by the Walmart Group for storing goods, the Hankyu Group from Fusang had meticulously divided every inch of space within the storage facility into designated areas for beverages, grains, and electrical appliances. Although this method of organization seemed rather cumbersome, it allowed for a more rational utilization of every square inch of the warehouse, thereby reducing inventory costs significantly. Li Chang'an could not help but acknowledge the commendable work ethic of the Fusang folk. However, it ultimately proved futile, as everything would eventually find its way into his alternate dimension. After efficiently plundering all the resources from the Hankyu Group, Li Chang'an's next target was the Sam's Club in America. Upon forcefully entering the super warehouse of Sam's Club, he was taken aback by how this American conglomerate mirrored the organizational habits of the Fusang people, opting to categorize and stack their goods like the Japanese housewives. Having emptied the Sam's Club of its entire inventory, Li Chang'an glanced at the time and, without pausing, emotionlessly proceeded to the next super warehouse, transforming into a harvester of resources. The subsequent 8 super warehouses, aside from Carrefour, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and Siemens of Germany, were jointly leased by a dozen foreign groups. It wasn't that these foreign entities lacked strength. Rather, they simply had fewer goods to transfer back to their home countries compared to the previous few. Of course, Li Chang'an treated them all equally and did not discriminate against their resources simply because they shared the lease. After depleting the inventories of 10 super warehouses, Li Chang'an's alternate dimension was brimming with supplies that would last him 10 lifetimes. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he drove his BMW SUV towards the bonded port area. In recent days, those large foreign capital groups had been hastily transporting truckloads of goods to Ningzhou port, but that was merely a fraction of their holdings in South China. The majority of their goods had already been stockpiled in this bonded port area, which enjoyed domestic and foreign policy benefits, requiring no movement whatsoever. Li Chang'an forcefully crashed through the tightly shut doors blocking his path, driving straight in. Even though the front hood of his BMW SUV was now utterly mangled, he felt no remorse, as he would no longer need the vehicle after today. The entire bonded port area was essentially a single warehouse covering all regions. And the 10 super warehouses he had just raided appeared as insignificant as a child compared to a grown man in its presence. Faced with the entrance to this warehouse, Li Chang'an found it impossible to break through with the axe in his hand. Even if he swung with all his might, the door would remain steadfastly shut. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had prepared well. With a thought, a box of Fuji apples fell from an inexplicably dark portal. Opening the box, he cleared away the first layer of apples and the straw beneath, retrieving 2 magnificent treasures. Rely on you now. Chapter 63. The Rogue Leader in the Cold Storage. Li Chang'an smiled as he pulled the safety pin from the grenades in his hands, tossing them towards the heavy door. After counting to 3, the explosions resounded, echoing for several kilometers despite the raging storm. From a safe distance, Li Chang'an looked towards the warehouse door, where the heavy entrance had been blasted open with a gaping hole. However, just as he approached with a grin, ready to slip through the opening into the bonded port warehouse, a sudden alarm blared to life. Wail, wail, wail. Li Chang'an was momentarily startled, his heart racing as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, when did they install a sound-activated alarm system here?" He hadn't anticipated that his extensive reconnaissance had ultimately overlooked this detail. Quickly shaking off his self-reproach, he steeled himself for action. It seemed he had to move even faster now. Upon entering the bonded port warehouse, Li Chang'an retrieved a brand-new Yachty electric scooter from his alternate dimension. Having previously utilized a Port Authority badge to access this area, he was well acquainted with the warehouse's layout. He rode the scooter first to the fuel storage area, where he found it filled with iron barrels over a meter high, containing gasoline, diesel, and other chemical fuels. Behind the thousands of barrels were hundreds of tons of well-packaged, neatly stacked anthracite coal. What a treasure, he mused. The gasoline and diesel could provide fuel for his home generator during power outages, while the anthracite coal would ensure warmth for his fireplace, solving a significant concern. Calculating his needs, he figured he could afford to conserve some gasoline and diesel, but the coal would suffice for a lifetime. With a thought, he emptied the fuel area of its contents. The next zone was the living supplies area, stocked with essentials like rice, oil, salt, and soy sauce. Although Li Chang'an had already amassed a considerable amount of these supplies, in an apocalyptic world, who would ever complain about having too much? Unperturbed, he collected the 20,000 bags of imported rice and wheat, over 1 million packs of salt, MSG, and various seasonings, along with hundreds of thousands of bottles of cooking oil and flour, filling his alternate dimension once more. Suddenly, he found his path blocked by towering white plastic barrels, each over 3 meters high, labeled in both Chinese and English as the beverage area. The 8,000-plus barrels contained imported water from abroad. Had Li Chang'an not appeared, their ultimate owner would have been either wealthy or elite, as ordinary folks were content with drinking local bottled water. Only the affluent would willingly pay a premium for what they believed to be superior foreign water. After absorbing the 8,000 barrels into his alternate dimension, He did not overlook the subsequent 10,000 boxes of liquor. Although he cared little for the taste of red wine, it did not deter him from making the most of the haul. While Li Chang'an was engrossed in his frenzied scavenging within the bonded port warehouse, over 20 kilometers away, security personnel at the Ningzhou Port Authority were napping on duty when the alarm from the port's monitoring system jolted them awake. "What the hell is going on?" one exclaimed, shaking his head and glancing around the empty monitoring room. However, before he could relax, he noticed that the 30 or so surveillance screens were all flickering with static. What is this? He rushed to the monitoring console, scrutinizing the malfunctioning camera numbers. Ningzhou Port Camera 17, 21, 38. All the cameras displaying anomalies were from Ningzhou Port itself. The security officer turned in disbelief towards the flashing alarm light, which indicated that the warning originated from the bonded port area. His instincts told him that this was no mere coincidence. How could so many cameras suddenly fail? And given the super typhoon, Ningzhou Port should be deserted, right? In a state of confusion, the security officer quickly maneuvered the mouse on the computer screen, attempting to access other surveillance cameras throughout the port to uncover what had transpired. Finally, after 43 minutes, he discovered something through the surveillance feed outside the cold storage area of the bonded warehouse. The security officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the computer screen. Is that the rogue leader? During his idle hours, he often indulged in watching series and anime, and having seen the Hua Jianghu, the rogue series, he instantly recognized the figure in the footage, donned in the menacing mask of the rogue leader. He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was mistaken. But upon a second glance, the figure had vanished, yet the open cold storage doors confirmed the reality of the situation. Swallowing hard, the security officer thought how absurd the world had become. A character from a two-dimensional realm had somehow materialized in the three-dimensional world. Wait, have I forgotten something? Moments later, the dazed officer snapped back to reality and immediately dialed the phone number of Zhang, the head of the security department, who was currently enjoying a deep slumber at home. "Zhang? Brother Zhang, we have a serious problem." The voice on the other end was noticeably irritable. "What is all the fuss about? Speak quickly if there's something, but don't disturb my sleep that I in the background." Faint sounds of a woman's playful cooing could be heard. "Brother Zhang, it seems there's trouble at Ningzhou Port." "What kind of trouble could there be?" "It's a typhoon. Ningzhou Port is deserted. That I just saw someone near the cold storage area on the monitor. And all the surveillance cameras around the 10 super warehouses in the port are malfunctioning." "What?" At these words, the department head Zhang's drowsiness vanished, and he demanded loudly, "Did you see the person's face?" "Who was it?" In the duty room, the security officer scratched his head. It seemed to be the rogue leader." "The rogue leader? Who is that?" "A character from a domestic anime." After he finished speaking, Brother Zhang on the other end of the phone fell silent for a few seconds, and then a torrent of furious curses erupted from the speaker. "Wu Baozhu. You son of a b! Is this how you entertain yourself by calling me in the dead of night? Damn you, just wait and see how I deal with you tomorrow, you filthy rat." "No, Brother Zhang, let me explain. Get lost, beep beep beep." Chapter 64. You don't seriously think you can escape, do you? What was intended to be a report within the scope of duty unexpectedly turned into a tirade of insults. In the duty room of the port group building, the security personnel, already feeling somewhat disgruntled by the typhoon duty, was now even more enraged. "Damn it, I won't deal with this anymore." He furiously stood up from his chair and lay back down on the sofa by the duty room door to continue his sleep. After all, he had already reported the issues at Ningzhou Port to his superior. Even if problems arose later, he would not be held accountable. Meanwhile, Zhang Kong, the Mediterranean man who should have been steadfastly guarding the group's duty room during the last shift before the typhoon's arrival, was blissfully unaware of the grave responsibilities awaiting him the next day as he lay in a hotel in the city with his mistress, that on the other side, at Ningzhou Port, it was already 2:30 in the morning. The rain had begun to diminish, but the wind still howled like a wailing ghost. After tirelessly working for more than 6 hours, Master Li had successfully secured over 700 million tons of goods that various foreign investment groups were preparing to withdraw from Huaxia. He had also stumbled upon dozens of fuel tankers and over 100 large oil storage tanks in the logistics warehouse. Each storage tank capable of holding 150 cubic meters, equivalent to the total capacity of a first-class gas station. These tankers were originally meant to refuel the massive ships transporting goods from afar. Now that the foreign capital supplies had been intercepted by Li Chang'an, there was no need to refuel them. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Li Chang'an took the liberty of seizing those over 100 large storage tanks as well. After completing all this, Li Chang'an retrieved the second-hand BMW SUV he had purchased just the previous afternoon from an alternate dimension. In truth, he didn't have to drive this battered SUV, with a crumpled hood and a completely altered appearance. After all, he had discovered plenty of imported luxury cars in the bonded port area, including Ferraris and Bugattis. However, he needed to drive this SUV for a specific purpose. Once the last scene was finished, it could officially wrap up that Li Chang'an opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and pressed down hard on the accelerator. The BMW SUV swung sharply around the corner, navigating through a maze of containers. With a loud crash, it tore through the broken half of the barrier at the port entrance and sped down the road. Rather than heading back toward the city, Li Chang'an drove along National Highway G3695 toward Taichung. It wasn't that he intended to flee. If that were the case, he wouldn't have purchased a home in the happiness community and hired the Shield Security Company to create a safe house for him. Moreover, the police likely hadn't even realized what had transpired yet. Fleeing now would be akin to declaring his guilt. The reason for driving boldly in this war-damaged BMW SUV toward Taichung was to prevent the police from uncovering any clues that could mislead their investigation. He had confidence in the Huaxiao police's investigative capabilities, but what did it matter? The apocalypse was just around the corner. Who cared about solving cases? The journey between Jiangxing and Taichung was obstructed by a range of hills and mountains. Once he successfully entered the mountainous area, Li Chang'an's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. Now he only needed to drive to Taichung's borders, let the local surveillance capture a glimpse of him, and find a place to store the car in the alternate dimension. Thus concluding the matter, as he hummed a tune in the car, Li Chang'an's attention was drawn to a blinding light in the rearview mirror. Turning back to glance at the truck behind him with its high beams on, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is it already so welcoming in Taichung that one can feel the local hospitality before even entering? It was well known that the nighttime in Taichung featured a dazzling array of car lights. Initially, Li Chang'an thought the driver behind him merely wanted to overtake, so he willingly slowed down to grant the truck the right of way. However, the truck did not pass him. Instead, it continued to trail behind his second-hand BMW SUV. After a few more turns, Li Chang'an began to sense something was amiss. Observing the truck in his rearview mirror, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that this guy is deliberately following me?" His heart raced with apprehension that if he wanted to ascertain whether he was indeed being tracked, it was simple enough to test the next fork in the road, instead of continuing along the winding path. Li Chang'an veered onto the mountain road leading to Wencheng. Upon noticing that the truck continued to follow him, he confirmed his suspicion. That driver was indeed after him. This complicated matters that Li Chang'an pondered whether the driver was from the port group or the police. After all, during the earlier raid at Ningzhou port, he had made an error that triggered the sound-activated alarm that should have been deactivated in time. The only individuals who could be tracking him at this moment were linked to the Ningzhou port raid. There was no other possibility. However, the driver neither attempted to pull him over nor alerted the authorities or called for reinforcements. He merely maintained a distance and followed. What could this mean? Li Chang'an's mind raced, trying to decipher the intentions of the driver in the truck behind him, but regrettably, he couldn't fathom the motives of the individual driving the box truck. Fortunately, he still had one advantage: his vehicle's superior performance. Stealing a glance at the truck trailing behind him, a smirk crept onto Li Chang'an's lips. "You enjoy following, do you? Let's see just how fast you can go." With that, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator, and the engine of the BMW SUV roared to life, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, weaving through the stormy night. After a series of sharp turns, Li Chang'an left the truck far behind, its annoying lights disappearing from view. The truck seemed to have no intention of pursuing any further and came to a halt by the roadside, in the driver's seat. A long-haired man with a cold gaze watched as the BMW SUV suddenly accelerated and vanished around the third bend. An expression of surprise flickered across his face. "Have I been discovered?" Suddenly, a wide grin spread across his face, growing more maniacal. "Foolish Chinese, you can't possibly think." The long-haired man licked his dry lips. "You can escape, can you?" Chapter 65. Encountering the Fuso assassin at the corner. After shaking off the truck that had been tailing him, Li Chang'an turned once more at the next intersection, redirecting his path toward Wenling. He couldn't determine whether the truck driver was affiliated with the port group or the police. But regardless of which side he was on, they would undoubtedly attempt to intercept him upon realizing he was headed toward Wencheng. Thus, diverting to Wenling and then continuing as originally planned to Taichung remained the optimal choice. After driving for over half an hour, the torrential rain finally began to subside, with the clamor of rain silenced and no pursuers in sight. Li Chang'an's tense mood relaxed somewhat. However, just as he navigated a sharp turn in the BMW SUV, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the windshield and illuminated his face. Damn it. The strong light startled Li Chang'an, prompting him to slam on the brakes and shield his eyes with his hand, cursing under his breath. After a couple of seconds of adjustment, he looked up to see a large truck barreling toward him with its high beams blaring. Just 10 meters away, bang, the truck's front collided with the side of Li Chang'an's BMW SUV, violently pushing it toward the outer guardrail. Terror gripped Li Chang'an's heart as he realized that this truck was likely connected to the one that had been following him earlier. What the hell? Who are these two bastards? Are they trying to kill me? However, with his life hanging in the balance, Li Chang'an had no time for contemplation. Clang! The roadside iron guardrail groaned under the pressure. Cracking ominously to Li Chang'an, drenched in cold sweat, felt a palpable sense of mortality for the first time since his rebirth a month prior. It was as if a reaper had taken a seat in the B as the BMW SUV crashed through the guardrail. Teetering on the brink of disaster, he swiftly darted towards the passenger seat. Just as the vehicle was about to plummet off the cliff, he made the bold decision to leap out of the window. Taking the plunge, inside the large truck, the assassin clad in a black cap seemed momentarily taken aback by Li Chang'an's audacious move, momentarily stunned by the prospect of his willingness to embrace death. However, whether he jumped from the vehicle or was pushed off the cliff along with it, the outcome remained the same: inevitable demise. Having completed his mission, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he opened the door and approached the edge of the guardrail. Ensuring that Li Chang'an was not clinging perilously to the cliff's edge as depicted in cinematic portrayals. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stating with solemnity, "Mission accomplished, target confirmed deceased from the fall." On the other end of the line was a nonchalant middle-aged man with long hair, leisurely maneuvering a cargo truck, with one hand gripping a cigarette and the other holding the phone. He displayed no trace of surprise upon hearing the news. After receiving the assignment on the dark web, they had promptly traveled to Huaxia and had been observing Li Chang'an for several days. The previous afternoon, after Li Chang'an purchased the BMW SUV from Sun Huaqing at Baoshu Secondhand Cars, he had sought out Sun Huaqing. Unlike Li Chang'an, he was not interested in acquiring a vehicle. Instead, he sought to purchase a tracking device that in a past life. Sun Huaqing had only mentioned to Li Chang'an that he was a businessman operating in the gray market of secondhand cars before the apocalypse, omitting many details. For instance, every vehicle that left his possession was equipped with 1 or 2 micro GPS tracking devices, a precautionary measure for self-preservation and locating individuals in case of emergencies. The tracking device the long-haired middle-aged man intended to buy was the very one installed in the BMW SUV that Li Chang'an had driven away. Initially, Sun Huaqing had feigned ignorance, but after enduring a merciless beating from the long-haired man, he reluctantly retrieved the tracking device from a secret chamber in the back of his office once a sharp dagger was pressed against his neck, drawing blood to that moment, the long-haired man. Fujisawa Haruka leisurely took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Wait for me to arrive." Then on the other end of the line, the assassin, now back in the driver's seat of the truck, chuckled. "Fujisawa, what is the point of coming out to this desolate place? We could simply meet in Wencheng and find a nightclub." Having heard tales of the lively women in Huaxia, he added with a lecherous glint in his eye, "Haruka, don't you long to ravage them like our forebears? Yangjiro, are you truly that desperate?" He laughed heartily to the sole male heir of the Kamita family. "If I don't indulge a little, our lineage may face extinction." In response to this banter, Fujisawa Haruka smiled, neither outright rejecting nor readily agreeing. "Let us finish our business first. One must see the living and the dead before we head to the nightclub to find a few fine Huaxia women to propagate the glorious genes of our great Fusang Empire." Amidst their brazen conversation, just 2 minutes prior, Li Chang'an had leapt from the passenger window of the BMW SUV, plummeting down the cliff. The wind howled past his ears, and his heart rate skyrocketed beyond 150 beats per minute. A typical individual would have succumbed to panic, paralyzed by fear at the prospect of imminent death. Yet, having lived 2 lives and survived 4 years in a post-apocalyptic world, coupled with his awakening as a strengthened ability user and subsequent military training in the Jiangnan war zone, Li Chang'an was no stranger to death. However, a lack of fear did not equate to an acceptance of his grim fate. With his eyes closed and brows furrowed, he focused his thoughts, plunging into a boundless alternate dimension. Within this space, he could sense and control everything that was drawn into what should have been a situation where survival was impossible. His only hope lay in discovering something within this alternate realm that could save his life. A toilet brush, no, a mattress, a Lamborghini, a parachute, a mattress akin to that used by a celebrity from the Treasure Island. Wait, a parachute? That's it. Joy sparked in Li Chang'an's eyes as a neatly packaged parachute appeared in his hands. However, he quickly realized that he was far too low to deploy it safely. What should he do? His heart raced once more. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? No, he had yet to exact his vengeance. Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao, that despicable pair, had not faced their reckoning yet. Why should he succumb to such a pitiful end? He refused to accept this wretched fate, having been betrayed to death by Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao in his past life. He certainly would not allow himself to die pitifully again. His thoughts raced chaotically through the alternate dimension, desperately seeking a final glimmer of hope. Time was running out. It had to be the mattress. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an placed his last hope in the mattress akin to those used by the celebrity from the Treasure Island. In a flash, a dark void opened up half a meter below him, and hundreds of expensive British luxury mattresses cascaded from the opening as if they were free for the taking. With a thud, just 20 meters from the ground, Li Chang'an collided with the soft mattress. Despite this, he felt as though his entire body was on the verge of falling apart. Yet there was no time to lament his pain. The mattress's inherent elasticity propelled him back into the air. Enduring the agony, he retrieved a 2-meter-tall Disney strawberry bear plushie from the alternate dimension, cradling it beneath him as a cushion. With a crash, thud, and rumble, Li Chang'an rolled off the plushie and onto the scattered luxury mattresses of the Westin. The cushioning from the strawberry bear significantly alleviating his suffering. However, soon after, the damp forest nearly claimed his life. At a height of 5 meters, the stacked mattresses propelled him into the trunk of a tree a meter away. With a series of cracking sounds, the overloaded branches broke, tearing through Li Chang'an's clothing and the skin on his hands. Gritting his teeth, he stifled a groan and decisively abandoned the plush strawberry bear that had been bearing his weight. With both hands, he pushed off just as a jagged branch threatened to pierce his side, evading the cursed tree. Immediately, Li Chang'an summoned another 2-meter-tall strawberry bear plushie from the alternate dimension, continuing his descent onto the Westin mattresses. Ultimately, he landed in a disheveled heap, rolling through the thicket and sharp stones before finally coming to a stop amidst the underbrush. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself mere millimeters away from a sharp branch. Had the plush strawberry bear not been there to shield him, he would have certainly lost an eye. Trembling with residual fear, he released his grip on the plushie and lay on the damp grass, greedily inhaling the fresh air after the rain. With each breath, the pain in his organs intensified. Coughing, Li Chang'an looked through the shadowy trees toward the overcast night sky. The cold evening breeze brushed against him, and damp leaves drifted down. He coughed a few more times, and a smile crept across his face. This laughter was not merely a celebration of his survival. It also carried a trace of murderous intent born from the harrowing experience. Those 2 wretches before the apocalypse, I will personally ensure your demise. He was overwhelmed with a desire for vengeance. If his hatred for Chen Wenwen and Wei Shihao stemmed from a need for them to suffer excruciatingly before death, then his animosity towards the assassins pursuing him tonight was a longing to eliminate them without delay. After lying on the ground for a while, Li Chang'an realized that this was not the time for rest. He was still in imminent danger, that if he lingered any longer, and those 2 assassins came to confirm his demise with their own eyes, it would mean certain death. Thus, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth against the pain that coursed through his entire body and rose from the ground. Swiftly storing away the strawberry bear plushie into a pocket dimension, he began to gather the luxurious imported mattress he had previously discarded midair. Subsequently, he ventured alone through the darkened forest, searching for the BMW SUV that had fallen off the cliff. Upon discovering the second-hand BMW SUV he had picked up just the day before, he noted with dismay the extent of its ruin. Gasoline leaked from the tank, seeping into the mud, glaring at the pitiful sight of the BMW SUV. Li Chang'an felt a surge of relief for his earlier decision to leap from the vehicle. Had he remained inside, he would likely now be nothing more than a corpse, inhaling the faint scent of gasoline that hung in the air. Li Chang'an approached the driver's seat of the SUV, retrieved the soiled strawberry bear plushie from his dimensional space, and stuffed it into the shattered driver's window. Yet he did not depart immediately. After surveying the surrounding terrain, he chose a spot to conceal himself beneath the damp, decaying leaves that end the life-and-death decision made earlier on the cliff. He had gambled and emerged victorious. Now, he decided to gamble once more, wagering that the two assassins would not hastily conclude their mission. They would undoubtedly return to verify his demise. Li Chang'an had come to the firm belief that the two assassins were neither affiliated with an official organization nor with the Ningzhou Port Group. Their appearance was likely connected to him personally, perhaps indicating that their employer bore a grudge against Li Chang'an. Approximately an hour and a half later, distant movements confirmed Li Chang'an's suspicions, concealed beneath the layers of decaying leaves. His expression was as calm as a still lake, his eyes narrowed, harboring hidden malice. The flashlight flickered deep within the thicket. He lowered his head further, revealing only his watchful eyes. Emerging from the depths of the forest was none other than the assassin, Kamita Yujiro, who had previously struck Li Chang'an with a large truck. Impatiently, he thought it unnecessary to wait for his companion, Fujisawa Haruta. Since the target was already dead, he intended to photograph the body to confirm the kill. And by the time he exited, Fujisawa Haruta would likely have arrived, allowing them to seek out two Chinese women to vent their frustrations upon, thereby disseminating the esteemed genes of the great Fusang people. Catching the faint scent of gasoline in the air, Kamita Yujiro soon located the site of the vehicle's crash. Damn those Chinese pigs. How could the crash site be so difficult to find? He grumbled, staring at the battered BMW SUV before him. After lighting a cigarette and enjoying a couple of puffs, he leisurely approached the vehicle. Wasn't that Chinese pig supposed to have jumped out? Why is there still someone inside? He distinctly remembered seeing Li Chang'an leap from the SUV when it collided with the guardrail on the mountain road, yet now he perceived a shadow in the driver's seat. Puzzled, he furrowed his brow, instinctively becoming wary. However, he quickly dismissed it, attributing it to a trick of the light. After all, who would willingly seek death in such a situation? Moreover, falling from such a height, even if one had remained in the vehicle, survival was unlikely. What was there to fear from a corpse? Baka! Damn Chinese pig. Even in death you cause me concern, he muttered, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before tossing the butt aside and approaching the disfigured BMW SUV. Kamita Yujiro was in a foul mood, contemplating that after snapping the photo, he would surely sever the head of that Chinese man and pour the noble urine of the Fusang people upon it. However, as he jumped into the pit and shone his flashlight towards the driver's seat, he was struck dumb. Nanny? Upon closer inspection, the figure in the driver's seat was not the corpse of the Chinese man, but rather a filthy strawberry bear plushie. Nanny the fuck? Chapter 67. Overwhelming dominance, seeking death. Damn it. Where is that Chinese man's corpse? Kamita Yujiro exclaimed, shining his flashlight upon the dirty strawberry bear, which seemed to grin foolishly at him, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, from the darkness behind him, a cold, iron crossbow bolt whistled through the air, piercing through his thigh with deadly precision. The bewildered assassin Kamita Yujiro instantly lost his balance and fell, the sharp pain in his thigh flooding his mind. The flashlight that dropped to the ground fortuitously illuminated his direction, casting a bright light upon him. The crossbow bolt protruded grotesquely from his thigh, the barbed tip glinting menacingly in the beam. Bakayuru! Kamita Yujiro gritted his teeth against the searing pain as he struggled to his feet, drawing a standard-issue short blade from his lower back. Panic-stricken, he glanced around, cursing profusely. Not far away, Li Chang'an, concealed beneath the layers of decaying leaves and branches, could not comprehend Kamita Yujiro's foreign tongue. However, having learned some Fusang language from his instructors such as Shirakawa Myo, Hashimoto Yuna, and Momoki Kana, he could discern that the assassin was speaking Fusang. Wearing the night vision goggles retrieved from his dimensional space, Li Chang'an remained silent, merely tightening the bowstring of his crossbow. With a swift motion, he pulled the trigger again, launching another cold bolt that accurately struck Kamita Yujiro's arm, the one wielding the knife. Another scream echoed as Kamita Yujiro seemed to have learned from his previous mistake. refraining from cursing in Fusang, that he had surmised that the man he had knocked off the cliff had not only survived, but was also the one attacking him now. Peering through the night vision goggles, Li Chang'an observed the Fusang assassin limping towards the BMW SUV. Presumably seeking cover, Li Chang'an had no intention of granting him that wish. Seizing the moment, he launched another bolt that pierced Kamita Yujiro's other leg. The shelter was just within reach, but as hope flickered in Kamita Yujiro's eyes, the bolt struck him, causing him to lose balance and tumble into the mud. Da! After his wailing, Kamita Yujiro's pitiful attempt at speaking Chinese emerged. Don't shoot, don't shoot, Chinese pig. No, I mean great brother from Huaxia. Please don't shoot. How about that? This Fusang bastard can speak Chinese after all, but a dog that dares to call me a Chinese pig in my own territory deserves to be shot. With that, another iron crossbow bolt was fired, piercing through Kamita Yujiro's other hand and embedding itself in the earth. Recalling the close brush with death he had experienced at the hands of this Fusang assassin, Li Chang'an felt a surge of anger. Regardless of Kamita Yujiro's pleas and cries for mercy, he remained expressionless, firing several more bolts. Upon closer inspection, although Kamita Yujiro lay in the pit, riddled with bolts, he had somehow avoided any fatal injuries. Only after confirming that Kamita Yujiro had lost all capacity to retaliate did Li Chang'an rise, wielding the crossbow as he approached. With a leap, Li Chang'an effortlessly jumped into the pit. Noting that Kamita Yujiro appeared to be unconscious, he unhesitatingly delivered a kick to the assassin's head. Did you think you could sleep? Who gave you permission? Kamita Yujiro, now flipped on his back, felt the piercing pain of the iron crossbow bolt that had entered his body. Jolting him awake from his stupor, Baka Yuru, Li Chang'an frowned, raising his leg to deliver several more kicks to Kamita Yujiro's face. Speak in human language, don't kick me, I can speak a little Chinese. You can speak, and yet you dare to insult me. After receiving another kick, Kamita Yujiro was utterly devoid of temper, suspecting that this Chinese man was merely intent on kicking him. With the night vision goggles on, Li Chang'an observed the half-conscious Fusang assassin sprawled in the mud, stepping on his head as he inquired, "Hey, Fusang bastard, what is your name?" Struggling for breath in the muck, Kamita Yujiro incredulously replied, What are you? Human or ghost? How can this Chinese man be unharmed after falling from a cliff hundreds of meters high? This is unscientific. At this, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, his expression betraying his impatience. Before Kamita Yujiro could react, Li Chang'an's foot suddenly exerted force upon his head. Damn it, I didn't ask for your questions. This Fusang fool truly could not comprehend the situation, bringing up topics that had nothing to do with the matter at hand. Kamita Yujiro, having endured humiliation after humiliation, seemed to regain some of his spirit, shouting, "Despicable Chinese! It is better to be killed than humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me." Hey, who would have thought you? A Yamato still possessed some bravery. Li Chang'an was somewhat surprised, offering a nod of approval. Impressive. Yet in the next moment, his expression darkened. Seeking death. I was driving and singing along the mountain road, and you suddenly barreled in with a truck, trying to end my life. And now you have the audacity to call me despicable. To hell with your so-called honor, you Yamato scum, amidst the intertwining layers of personal vendettas and national grievances. Li Chang'an nearly succeeded in extinguishing the life of that Japanese assassin. Moments later, gazing upon the barely conscious figure of the Japanese foe, Li Chang'an resolved to repurpose the useless wretch. With a mere thought, he summoned 2 grenades from a dimension beyond. After pulling the pins, he placed one into the hand of Kamita Yujiro, who was pinned to the ground by a crossbow bolt, rendering him immobile. The other he stuffed into his mouth, while Kamita Yujiro stared at Li Chang'an in terror, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Shoo! Li Chang'an sneered coldly. I advise you to conserve your energy for the grenades in your hand and mouth. With that, he rose and stealthily moved to the left, disappearing from Kamita Yujiro's sight. Given the events of the evening, Li Chang'an surmised that besides this Japanese brute who had driven a truck into him, there must be another individual operating a van. The reason for this lone Japanese assassin's presence, he speculated, was either due to his impatience for solitary glory or the underestimation of his comrades, who believed one man was sufficient to confirm Li Chang'an's demise. That Li Chang'an preferred to believe the former scenario. However, in anticipation of the latter, he opted for a crossbow instead of a more conspicuous firearm. It must be said, the crossbow proved to be remarkably effective, serving as a veritable instrument of treachery, as for sparing the life of that Japanese assassin. It was not out of magnanimity, but rather a desire to surprise the remaining killer. Indeed, just as Li Chang'an had surmised, Fujisawa Haruta, driving the van, leisurely approached the scene. Upon noticing his companion's truck parked at the cliff's edge, he brought his vehicle to a halt at the roadside. "Hey, Yujiro, Kemida Yujiro," the long-haired man called out as he exited the vehicle. Upon reaching the vicinity of the truck and failing to see his comrade, he deduced from the muddy footprints that Kemida Yujiro had likely ventured alone to confirm the target's corpse. This fool, driven by lust, was so eager to ravage a Chinese woman. Chapter 68. "You have infuriated me beyond measure," Fujisawa Haruta scoffed, cursing in Japanese, before leaning against the truck and lighting a cigarette. However, after waiting for over half an hour without any sign of Kemida Yujiro, his patience began to wane. "Baka, has Yujiro gotten lost? Can't he handle something so trivial?" With a scowl, Fujisawa Haruta stubbed out his fourth cigarette and returned to retrieve a flashlight from the truck. Following the muddy trail left by his companion into the dense forest, tracking Kemida Yujiro's footprints, combined with the faint scent of gasoline wafting from the ruptured tank of the BMW SUV, he quickly located the crash site of Li Chang'an's vehicle. Kemida Yujiro, pinned and rendered immobile by the steel crossbow bolts, noticed the beam of Fujisawa Haruta's flashlight. "Whoa!" From a distance, Fujisawa Haruta heard the faint sounds emanating from the pit. His brow furrowing as he cautiously inquired in Japanese, "Yujiro, is that you? Whoa, Baka! What are you doing? Why are you silent?" He laughed derisively as he approached the edge of the pit, but his mirth quickly evaporated upon shining the flashlight on his bloodied comrade. Kemida Yujiro, riddled with iron bolts. The smile on his face froze instantly, an ominous premonition coursing through him as a professional assassin. He held a firm belief in his instincts and did not hesitate to leap into the pit, concealing himself against the wall. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously as he jumped, a steel crossbow bolt whizzed through the AI, Li Chang'an, concealed beneath a pile of decaying leaves and branches, noted with disappointment that the bolt had not struck the long-haired man as anticipated. At the edge of the pit, Fujisawa Haruta cautiously approached Kemida Yujiro. "Oh." Kemida Yujiro shook his head in a futile attempt to signal his comrade to stay back, but with a grenade lodged in his mouth. Only indistinct sounds escaped him as Fujisawa Haruta moved within 2 meters. He appeared to notice something amiss in Kemida Yujiro's mouth. He directed the flashlight towards Yujiro's face, only to have his pupils constrict in horror. Damn! It dawned on Fujisawa Haruta why his comrade could not speak. That treacherous scoundrel had stuffed a grenade into Yujiro's mouth. Cold sweat broke out on his brow as he swiftly retreated along the pit's wall. At that moment, Kemida Yujiro seemed to have lost all hope for survival, his last shred of strength fueled by Fujisawa Haruta's presence. Estimating that Fujisawa had retreated to a safe distance, Kemida Yujiro strained against the tension in his neck. Expelling the grenade from his mouth and hurling it, along with the one in his hand, towards the mangled BMW SUV. "Fujisawa, that Chinese man is hiding in the bushes to the left," Kemida Yujiro roared. "Avenge me!" The word revenge had scarcely left his lips when the grenade he tossed detonated midair. The shockwave propelled Kemida Yujiro against the muddy wall of the pit, while the abandoned BMW SUV ignited from the gasoline fumes in the air. In an instant, fire and explosion intertwined, the blazing vehicle illuminating the darkness within a 30-meter radius, in the aftermath of the secondary explosion. Fujisawa Haruta, covered in mud, shook his head in discomfort, his mind buzzing with a persistent ringing in his ears. Once he regained his senses, he was met with the sight of his bloodied comrade's lifeless body, eyes wide open in death. "Damn that Chinese man. You have truly enraged me." Fujisawa Haruta laughed maniacally, drawing forth a traditional Japanese dagger from his waistband, his expression betraying a lethal intent. "I shall use your wretched soul to honor Yujiro." In the next moment, Fujisawa Haruta surged forth from the pit, intending to maneuver to the left through the underbrush and flush out Li Chang'an, who lurked in the shadows. Yet he could hardly fathom that the message conveyed by his trusted partner, Kemida Yujiro, was a grievous error. No, it should be said that Kemida Yujiro himself was unaware that Li Chang'an had not concealed himself in those bushes at all. When Li Chang'an had stuffed the grenade into Kemida Yujiro's mouth, he had intentionally walked towards the left. After crouching down, he had stealthily withdrawn, making a wide arc to return to the right side of the pit, burying himself beneath the decaying leaves and branches. Seeing Fujisawa Haruta heading directly towards him took Li Chang'an by surprise. His rudimentary Japanese was gleaned from video recordings with his Japanese instructors, and he had not comprehended Kamita Yujiro's dying words. Mistakenly believing that this long-haired foe had seen through his ruse in that fleeting moment, Li Chang'an's expression hardened, and he made a swift decision. Damn it, strike first or be struck. No matter what this ambiguous Japanese man intends. Since he has crossed my path, I shall act decisively. Li Chang'an inhaled deeply, lowering his form hidden beneath the foliage, aiming the steel crossbow at the approaching assassin. Fujisawa Haruta 0.5 meters, 0.4 meters, 1.8 meters. With a cold countenance, Li Chang'an calculated the distance to Fujisawa Haruta, suppressing his urge to act until they were just 1.5 meters apart before decisively squeezing the trigger of his crossbow. Whoosh! As Fujisawa Haruta charged forward, intent on flanking Li Chang'an from the left, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air, his pupils dilating in shock. What? Nanny? At such a close range, the moment he recognized the sound, the cold iron bolt struck his calf, the barbed tip piercing through flesh. In an instant, Fujisawa Haruta's balance faltered, and he tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap. Li Chang'an, concealed just a meter away beneath the decaying leaves, hesitated not for a moment, discarding his crossbow. With a mere thought, a dark void manifested, and a Nepalese military knife forged from Damascus steel fell from the opening. Before the knife could hit the ground, Li Chang'an erupted from his hiding place, gripping the knife's hilt, and lunged at Fujisawa Haruta. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye in the face of an enemy. Especially one intent on his demise, Li Chang'an would show no mercy. In a flash, before Fujisawa Haruta could react, Li Chang'an delivered a knee strike to his spine, pinning him firmly into the muddy underbrush. Simultaneously, the knife descended. The Nepalese military knife pierced through Fujisawa Haruta's right hand, impaling his grip on the weapon. Chapter 69. I can guarantee my noble character. Don't move, Li Chang'an spoke coldly, his voice as chilling and relentless as the wind howling through the trees. Otherwise, I shall end you, as they conversed. Li Chang'an subtly adjusted his grip on the hilt of the Nepali knife. Even though the razor-sharp blade had pierced the back of his hand, Fujisawa Jinna had managed to stifle his cries of pain. Despite his hardened resolve, he could distinctly feel the excruciating agony as the Nepali dagger twisted, prompting involuntary shudders. The short knife, standard issue from Fusang, slipped from his grasp and fell aside. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Fujisawa Jinna pleaded, "Please don't turn it anymore." Li Chang'an ignored his desperate whimpering, retrieving the muddied short knife from the ground. Without a flicker of emotion, he severed the tendons in Fujisawa Jinna's left hand. The sight of his hand impaled by the Nepali dagger, contorted like a shrimp in agony, elicited no trace of compassion in Li Chang'an's eyes in the aftermath of the apocalyptic world. Fusang had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. With resources depleted and the living conditions resembling a hellish nightmare in their quest for survival, the radical factions of Fusang had gained the upper hand domestically and, after many years, set their sights on the vast and resource-rich lands of Huaxia. At that time, Li Chang'an, an enhanced ability user belonging to the Jiangnan battle zone, had inevitably clashed with the Fusang forces. The stark reality became clear through the countless corpses of his compatriots. When confronted with the Fusang invaders, one must strike decisively. These beasts, unworthy of humanity, would not entertain notions of humanitarianism. After incapacitating Fujisawa Jinna's hands, Li Chang'an finally rose from his crouched position. "Stop whining like a dog. I have a few questions for you." The reason he had spared Fujisawa Jinna's life, albeit temporarily, was not out of any sense of mercy, but rather a need to quell the uncertainties that plagued his mind. Fujisawa Jinna, trembling and curled up at Li Chang'an's feet, endured the searing pain and replied in a somewhat clumsy rendition of Huaxia's language, "As long as you spare my life, I will agree to anything you ask." Li Chang'an, suppressing the urge to deliver a lethal kick to this androgynous Fusang man, replied coolly, "If your answer pleases me, I may consider sparing you." Are you serious? Huaxia people do not deceive Fusang scum," Li Chang'an stated with grave sincerity. "I can assure you with my noble integrity." Fujisawa Jinta remained silent, his expression betraying disbelief. That I Chang'an continued. My patience is limited. I grant you 3 seconds to contemplate your answer. As Fujisawa Jinta grappled with the pain coursing through his limbs. He realized he had no choice but to comply. Fine, you may ask. Seeing him relent, Li Chang'an smiled approvingly. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. It seems you possess more wit than your deceased compatriots. Fujisawa Jinta, filled with bitterness, cursed silently. Were it not for the reckless actions of Kitade Yujiro, who had disobeyed orders and acted independently, he would not have fallen victim to the treachery of this cunning Huaxia man. To make matters worse, that fool had dragged him into this predicament even in his dying moments. Li Chang'an, observing Fujisawa Jinta's pained expression, inquired, First question, why did you two Fusang scum come to kill me? Initially, Li Chang'an had suspected they were affiliated with the police or the Port Authority, but after being rammed off a cliff by Kitade Yujiro's truck, he had concluded that these two were in no way associated with any official organization. Fujisawa Jinta, struggling to rise to his knees before Li Chang'an, hesitated before responding truthfully. I don't know. Is it? Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he caressed the edge of a short knife. No matter, I will assist you in recalling. With that, he seized Fujisawa Jinta's left ear and, without hesitation, severed it with the blade, mixing mud and blood in the process. Duh! Fujisawa Jinta screamed in agony, instinctively reaching for the gaping wound on his left ear. But with the tendons in his left hand severed and his right palm pierced, he could only writhe helplessly on the ground like a stranded shrimp. This scene, enough to reduce even the most stoic observer to tears, was met with a chilling command from Li Chang'an. Silence. Pick up your ear. Seeing Fujisawa Jinta continue to writhe and wail without complying, Li Chang'an mercilessly kicked him in the face. Didn't you hear me? I said to pick up your ear. The force of the kick left Fujisawa Jinta momentarily subdued. Enduring the excruciating pain, he hunched over in the mud, desperately searching for his severed ear amidst the blood and filth. Subsequently, Li Chang'an retrieved the bloody ear from his hand, carelessly discarding it as he asked, Do you remember now? Fujisawa Jinta, truly frightened, realized that this Huaxia man was a complete lunatic. In that moment, he could hardly distinguish who the real, cold-blooded killer was. Is it typical for the youth of Huaxia to be so impulsive? He stammered that we received the order through the dark web. I truly don't know who the employer is. As warm blood poured from his left ear, streaming down his neck and into his clothing. He hurriedly recalled every detail of the job, fearing that Li Chang'an might be dissatisfied with his answer and take the other ear as well. In a desperate bid to placate Li Chang'an before his patience ran out, he added, Although I don't know who placed the order on the dark web, we agreed to settle payment via phone contact after the job was completed. If you spare my life, I can not only give you the 1 million Fusang yen from this job, but I can also help you contact the person who wants you dead. Furthermore, Fujisawa Jinta laid out every bargaining chip he could muster, hoping to awaken the kindness and compassion that might linger within this young Huaxia man, or perhaps to stir the greed that lay deep within his humanity. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chang'an's account was already flush with 8-digit figures, rendering the mere 1 million Fusang yen. He offered utterly insignificant that Li Chang'an cast a cold gaze upon Fujisawa Jinta, remarking indifferently, It seems you still need to reflect further. As the words left his lips, Li Chang'an prepared to advance once more. Wait! Don't cut my ear! Fujisawa Jinta exclaimed hurriedly. I remember. Yujiro had a phone call with the employer. And I think I heard a woman's voice. Yes, a woman's voice. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an halted his actions. A woman's voice. He quickly assessed the implications. If what this Fusang scum claimed was true, the woman on the other end of the line must indeed be the employer. In his recollection of grievances since his rebirth, for women came to mind. Chen Wenwen, Li Xiangjuan, Song Yunmei, and Zhang Mingjia. Chen Wenwen was a certainty. She was the most suspect given that he had imprisoned her mother and brother, not to mention the multiple occasions he had humiliated her with her wealthy fiancé. Her motive to hire a hitman to eliminate Li Chang'an seemed overwhelmingly plausible. Next was Li Xiangjuan, who had been unusually compliant lately and possessing enough funds to afford a home in the happy community. She might also be contemplating a permanent solution to silence him. Aunt Song Yunmei was also highly suspect. She had long coveted the property left to Li Chang'an by his parents, upon learning that he had purchased a lavish flat in the happy community. She would have been hard-pressed not to feel envious, especially after he had previously taken advantage of her. As for Zhang Mingjia, well, she could be easily dismissed, not due to any infatuation on Li Chang'an's part after their recent encounter, but simply because this materialistic woman lacked the funds to engage a hitman, evidenced by her desperate midnight visits to provide services. Regardless of who it was, the pool of suspects had narrowed down to 3. And with some time, Li Chang'an was confident he could uncover the truth. Returning to the present, he regarded the kneeling Fujisawa Genta with satisfaction and remarked, "See, you've recalled something after all." Fujisawa Genta remained silent. Li Chang'an pressed on with his inquiries. "Next question. How did you find me today?" For Fujisawa Genta, this was an easy question that he cursed Li Chang'an inwardly for not asking this first. It would have spared him the loss of his ear. "Your vehicle is equipped with a tracking device." "What?" Li Chang'an was taken aback. When Sun Huaqiang sold him that BMW SUV, he had sworn it was absolutely pristine. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as an unlikely possibility crossed his mind. And he queried, "Is that scoundrel Sun Huaqiang one of your people?" "No, it's not," Tung Zawantai replied, "that I bought the tracking device from him." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's thoughts fell into place. No wonder these 2 Japanese had been able to track and corner him with such precision. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the unscrupulous dealings of that merchant, Sun Huaqiang, "that I've told you all I know. Please spare my life." Tung Zawantai pleaded, his face drawn with despair, "that I promise I will never set foot in Huaxia again." Smack! Li Chang'an, unimpressed by the Japanese man's lamentations, delivered a sharp slap. Silence. Just as Tung Zawantai felt utterly exhausted and filled with hopelessness, he heard Li Chang'an say, "Hurry and leave while I haven't changed my mind." Caught off guard, Tung Zawantai's heart surged with joy, as if he had been granted a reprieve. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. That in his heart, he vowed that once he returned to Japan, he would spare no effort in placing a bounty on Li Chang'an's head. He would not rest until he had exacted his revenge. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a gunshot rang out behind him. Bang! Tung Zawantai's escape faltered as he looked down in disbelief to find a small hole in his chest, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Slowly, he turned to face Li Chang'an, incredulous that Li Chang'an regarded him with a mocking smile and taunted. "You really thought you could run? No. You are a liar." Tung Zawantai glared at Li Chang'an with fury, his life ebbing away. "That weren't you supposed to be honest with the Japanese? Integrity is a matter of principle. And you are not worthy." Before Tung Zawantai could continue, Li Chang'an raised his gun once more, aiming at his forehead and pulled the trigger. "Die, Japanese scum!" Bang! The bullet struck true, penetrating Tung Zawantai's forehead and embedding itself in a nearby tree. His body collapsed backward, warm blood gushing from the wound, rapidly soaking the ground around him, creating a crimson pool. Li Chang'an stowed his handgun into a pocket dimension and leisurely approached the lifeless Tung Zawantai, extracting the Nepalese kukri knife embedded in Tung Zawantai's right palm. This blade had been tempered with the blood of Japanese foes. It was too valuable to abandon. Subsequently, he severed Tung Zawantai's head and discarded it into the pocket dimension. Satisfied as he made his way out of the dense forest, as for the remains of the 2 Japanese men, he had no interest in burying them. They could serve as fodder for the wild beasts. Following the footprints of the 2 Japanese, Li Chang'an soon discovered their parked vehicle. To avoid attracting official scrutiny, he refrained from driving their truck and instead retrieved an inconspicuous old Santana from his pocket dimension. This model had long been discontinued, and Li Chang'an surmised it was likely brought back by some wealthy enthusiast of vintage cars from overseas. After filling a gas can, he opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. With a twist of the key already in the ignition, the Santana began to crawl along the winding mountain road. Moments later, as the car emerged onto the national highway, Li Chang'an had become familiar with the manual transmission of the old Santana and was pleasantly surprised to find that it appeared to have been modified. Accelerating, he pressed the gas pedal, the engine roaring. In the midst of the rain-soaked night, it thundered down the road like a feral beast unleashed. As his speed increased, so too did his exhilaration, while Li Chang'an focused intently on driving. Approximately 14 kilometers ahead along the serpentine road, 6 or 7 modified sports cars were casually parked by the roadside, with several affluent young men leaning against them under umbrellas. By a fiery red sports car stood a casually dressed young man, chewing gum and sporting an earpiece. "Where are we now?" he inquired in a nonchalant tone, his gaze fixed on the winding mountain road ahead through the rain. His words faded. "A young man with ash-colored short hair, wearing Sony headphones and holding a tablet, switched the drone's camera feed and replied, "We're about to enter the death spiral. Nakazato is temporarily in the lead." Upon hearing this, Liang Jie remained unfazed. It was an expected outcome. But suddenly, the short-haired youth exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chapter 71. What the hell? That guy is a lunatic. What is going on? Liang Jie asked, frowning as he turned to look at the tablet in the youth's hands. Did Nakazato mess up and get overtaken by another racer? With his skills, that shouldn't be possible, that we're in big trouble. A car just appeared out of nowhere, heading straight towards the race in the wrong direction. And it's moving fast, that we need to warn Nakazato to be cautious. Upon hearing the shout, the others who had been sitting in their cars smoking and flirting hurriedly gathered around. This moment. Liang Jie had taken the tablet from the short-haired youth, but he pressed his earpiece. But before he could speak, a string of expletives erupted from the earpiece. What the FK? How could there be a car going the wrong way? Liang Jie furrowed his brow, realizing there was no need to reiterate the warning. They had already encountered the situation, that he hoped that they had not been affected by the oncoming wrong-way vehicle. He asked, "What is happening now? Is everyone safe?" One of the others replied over the earpiece, "There's a car speeding towards us in the wrong direction." A deep, composed voice rang out over the earpiece. It was none other than Nakazato. "We're just 2 turns away from the death spiral. The car is moving fast. I estimate it's over 140 miles per hour. Next to the fiery red sports car." Liang Jie listened intently to Nakazato's voice and that of the other racers over the earpiece, murmuring to himself, "A wrong-way vehicle in the death spiral at over 140 miles per hour. And it can avoid high-speed racing cars? This is intriguing." That he then directly asked, "Nakazato, this is Liang Jie. Did you catch the license plate of that car?" Over the earpiece, Nakazato fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. "No, I just know it was an old Santana. It was moving quickly, using the drainage ditch to maintain its speed, nearly brushing against my car." The drainage ditch for cornering? Liang Jie thought of a certain individual, a genius driver. While Liang Jie conversed with Nakazato, others were also on the communication channel. Just as Nakazato finished speaking, a shout echoed over the public channel. "What the hell? That guy is a lunatic. This guy is definitely insane. He's driving that old Santana, using the barrier for a blade overtake maneuver. Damn, that is outrageous. In all my years, I've never seen racing executed like this." Just as Nakazato's mention of the drainage ditch cornering had ignited Liang Jie's competitive spirit, the blade overtake maneuver at the death spiral further fueled his desire to meet this mysterious Santana driver. "Give me the car keys," Liang Jie said, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze burning with ambition as he turned to a young man with green algae-like hair. The young man was taken aback for a moment but quickly grasped Liang Jie's intention and tossed him the keys to a Maserati from his pocket. Liang Jie effortlessly caught the keys with his right hand and swiftly entered the fiery red Maserati. The car's lights illuminating the surroundings as the engine roared to life, prompting those with umbrellas to swiftly step aside. Liang Jie released the handbrake, shifted gears, and the fiery red Maserati sped onto the road. Just as he set off, 2 headlights suddenly appeared at the distant bend. Vroom! The old Santana driven by Li Chang'an sliced through the rain, roaring defiantly against the wind. Even Liang Jie was taken aback. The Santana's speed through the death spiral exceeded his expectations. Could this driver be cornering without losing speed? After a moment of astonishment, Liang Jie's competitive spirit surged, and without hesitation, he yanked the steering wheel, perfectly coordinating the clutch and brake as the fiery red Maserati executed a stunning drift through the rain, sending splashes of water soaring into the air. Vroom! The Maserati's engine roared with ferocity, its twin headlights seemingly locking onto the audacious Santana ahead. In an instant, a sharp glint flashed across Liang Jie's eyes as he steered this extravagant crimson beast, slicing through the wind past his companions. After all, a Maserati is a Maserati. The disparity in price is evident, and the performance of its sports car engine and acceleration capabilities far surpass those of the Santana driven by Li Chang'an. Before long, as they approached the 4th bend, Liang Jie, leveraging his exceptional driving prowess and the power of the fiery beast beneath him, caught up with the Santana. As he matched Li Chang'an's speed, the window of the Maserati rolled down, and Liang Jie brandished his phone, giving it a slight shake. Inside the Santana, Li Chang'an had long since noticed the fiery sports car. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance, having just dispatched 2 troublesome foes. He was now being tailed by yet another vehicle, relentless as a stubborn adhesive that a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Chang'an's eyes. Should he eliminate this pest, perhaps it would be wiser to let it go. The driver of the sports car appeared to be no killer. Today had already seen enough bloodshed, and besides, he believed in peace, not in the whims of a deranged murderer. There was no need to add to the carnage. With this thought in mind, Li Chang'an willed the dark portal connecting to another dimension beside him to reappear, dropping a small wrench onto the passenger seat, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. He rolled down the window and seized the wrench, smashing it against the windshield of the adjacent sports car. Initially taken aback, Liang Jie quickly regained his composure, steering the Maserati to the side of the road. Though the Maserati's windshield did not shatter, the evident impact left it severely cracked, significantly impairing visibility for nighttime driving. Furious, Liang Jie slammed his hands against the steering wheel, helplessly watching as the Rogue and the Santana disappeared into the distance. After a brief moment, Liang Jie expressionlessly drove the damaged Maserati back, returning the keys to their rightful owner. The green-haired lad soon noticed the masterpiece on the car's glass and, somewhat surprised, inquired, "What on earth happened to you?" Liang Jie, why such devastation? He wasn't particularly concerned about the Maserati. Everyone present was from affluent families, and a mere windshield could be easily replaced. He genuinely wished to uncover what had transpired. Liang Jie, however, did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he furrowed his brow and said, "Help me gather information on that scoundrel driving the Santana in Wencheng, that if you find him, tell him I await him at Yindang Mountain. Let him come forth and face me like a man." Chapter 72. The incident sparks outrage online. Typhoon Kinetami makes landfall in Fusang. The sun rises, and the rain clears. The sun rose. Jiang City, having narrowly escaped disaster, should have resumed its usual tranquil rhythm. Yet, at 8:30 in the morning, all land transport checkpoints entering and exiting Jiang City were abruptly declared under emergency closure and lockdown. No vehicles were permitted entry or exit. Simultaneously, amidst the cacophony of horns from citizens stranded on the highway, a stream of business vehicles raced towards Ningzhou Port in Jiang City. Those aboard these vehicles were either the executive president of Walmart's Asia-Pacific region or the deputy president of Hankyu Department Store in China. In short, they were all the highest-ranking representatives of multinational corporations operating in southern China. Among them, Seishi Suzuki, the deputy president of Hankyu Department Store, who happened to be inspecting stores in Hangsheng, Z Province, was the first to arrive at Ningzhou Port. Standing before the super warehouse they had rented, dressed in a sharp suit, he gazed into the vast emptiness of the warehouse, devoid of any inventory. Instantly feeling a chill run down his spine, his expression shifting dramatically to, "It's over. It's all over." Had it not been for his astute secretary behind him, who rushed to support him, he might have collapsed right there. Suzuki felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his voice trembling as he spoke. "How am I supposed to explain this to my father?" After receiving the urgent order from the headquarters in Fusang, though puzzled, Suzuki acted without hesitation, swiftly implementing the command, even offering a premium to third-party logistics companies to transport all Hankyu Department Store goods from southern China to Ningzhou Port in the shortest time possible. They had merely been waiting for the transport ship from Fusang to arrive the next day to load all the goods for return. But now it was all in ruins. Suzuki was not alone in his despair. The executive president of Walmart's Asia-Pacific region, the general manager of Sam's Club in China, and the head of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in southern China were all arriving one after another. Equally distraught, my God, how is this even possible? You must provide us with an explanation, Ningzhou Port. Meanwhile, online discourse was rapidly escalating. Within just a day, 3 trending topics related to Ningzhou Port occupied the top 10 spots on Weibo's hot search list. NB.1. Jiang City declares citywide lockdown, prohibiting all vehicles from leaving. Heat. 14,365,897 NB.2. Shock. A billion tons of goods mysteriously vanished from Ningzhou Port. Heat. 12,973,584 NB.3. Singer Kai Kuin's confession at overseas concert. I am human too. I have needs. Heat. 11,687,547. NB.8. Are they insane? Why are representatives of major multinational corporations gathering in Jiang City? Heat. 5,397,451 as representatives from multinational corporations and official forces stood dumbfounded and despondent. The orchestrator of this chaos, Li Chang'an, had just boarded the Harmony train from Wencheng to Jiang City, savoring the scenic view along the way. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. The screen illuminated, displaying breaking news about the mysterious disappearance of goods from Ningzhou port. "Hey, did you hear? The deputy governor of Z province seems to have gone to Jiang City." This was utterly unfathomable. It was reported that Ningzhou port held several billion tons of goods that had mysteriously vanished overnight. Could it have been swept away by the super typhoon Kinetami? Impossible. I think it was aliens who couldn't stand those evil foreign capitalists and delivered divine justice. In the train car where Li Chang'an sat, many passengers were sharing their speculations and opinions regarding the inexplicable disappearance of goods from Ningzhou port. However, as the conversation progressed, it became increasingly ludicrous, with the alleged perpetrators evolving from the super typhoon to extraterrestrial intervention. Sitting beside Li Chang'an was a bespectacled university student who appeared quite intrigued by the recent societal events. After adjusting his glasses, he initiated a conversation with Li Chang'an. "Do you think, could this be the work of our government?" Li Chang'an smiled and inquired, "What makes you say that?" "It's obvious, isn't it? Given the current tense situation, how could the big shots in the capital allow these vile capitalists to take such a vast quantity of goods away?" Unbeknownst to him, the very person sitting next to him, Li Chang'an, was the mastermind behind the largest theft in history, as he believed he had unraveled the truth hidden in layers of obscurity. Li Chang'an merely smiled, listening quietly as the naive young man earnestly expounded his reasoning that as nightfall descended amidst the uproar of public discourse, the ramifications of the mysterious disappearance of goods from Ningzhou port were immense. Yet for individuals like Sun Huaqiang, who navigated the gray areas of the law by dealing in salvage vehicles, life continued unabated. As long as the sun rose again the following day, the music would play on. It wasn't until 11:30 that evening that he emerged from a business KTV, flanked by two companions. Before stepping into the car, the inebriated Sun Huaqiang leaned in to kiss the two KTV hostesses. They, far from shying away, playfully hit his chest with their small fists. "Wait for me tomorrow night. You got that?" "Of course, Mr. Sun." With that, Sun Huaqiang retracted his arms and slid into the back seat of a rideshare vehicle. Half an hour later, the car stopped in a suburban villa area. Sun Huaqiang let out a burp, staggering as he approached villa number 15 that after fumbling for a while, he finally found the correct key. Burp. Sun Huaqiang shook his heavy head, not bothering to turn on the lights as he made his way upstairs, collapsing onto the bed in the master bedroom. Yet, as soon as he lay down, a hard object jabbed into his bald head, rousing him from his stupor. Angrily, he reached for the object that had poked him. "What is this?" Chapter 73. Who do I owe an explanation to for my life? Moonlight streamed through the open window, casting a slant of light upon the floor that I in the dimness. Sun Huaqiang, seething with anger, grasped the object that had struck his head. At first, its familiar texture puzzled him. But under the cool moonlight, he discovered it to be a car key for a BMW. How peculiar! How did this end up on my bed? Sun Huaqiang furrowed his brow in utter confusion. He himself drove a Porsche Cayenne, and even if there were car keys at home, they should belong to a Porsche. Gazing at the keys in his hand, Sun Huaqiang felt an unsettling mix of familiarity and strangeness. However, it soon dawned on him that these keys were none other than those of the used BMW SUV he had sold just 2 days prior. Sun Huaqiang's expression shifted dramatically, the effects of alcohol dissipating almost instantly. As he instinctively reached for a weapon in the bedside cabinet, the bedroom lights suddenly flickered on, blinding him with their brightness. Shielding his eyes, he soon spotted a stranger lounging on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and regarding him with an icy detachment, as if observing a corpse. Who are you?" Sun Huaqiang exclaimed, certain he had never encountered this young man before. "Why are you in my home?" The young man was none other than Li Chang'an. Upon hearing the question, Li Chang'an chuckled lightly and replied, "Boss Sun, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already forgotten me?" The voice jolted Sun Huaqiang into remembering the ruthless man who had brandished a grenade in his used car dealership just 2 days ago. "You're the one who came to buy the car?" he stammered, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him. "Indeed, that would be me," Li Chang'an affirmed, feeling no need to conceal his identity any longer. Sun Huaqiang, Attempting to maintain his compo, the recent scandal surrounding the theft of materials at Ningzhou port has erupted, and Li Chang'an's second-hand BMW SUV was purchased from Sun Huaqiang. This implies that as long as Sun Huaqiang draws breath, Li Chang'an remains at risk of exposure. Moreover, from the moment Li Chang'an showcased his spatial abilities before Sun Huaqiang, he had no intention of allowing him to witness the dawn of another day. Sun Huaqiang gasped in horror, about to speak, but before he could utter more than that single word, a steel-tipped crossbow bolt pierced his forehead. Li Chang'an gazed at Sun Huaqiang's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, before collecting his corpse along with the severed head of the Japanese soldier into a dimensional space, and subsequently departed from Villa Number 15, that after resolving matters with Sun Huaqiang, Li Chang'an did not immediately return to the happy community. Based on the clues at hand, the individual who had hired those two Japanese assassins to eliminate him was among Song Yunmei, Li Xiangjuan, and Chun Wenwen. Weighing his options in his mind, Li Chang'an decided to approach Song Yunmei first, for she was the simplest of the three women. After covertly investigating for a day, Li Chang'an had gained some understanding of the current situation of her family. Ever since the day he had held her in his arms and taken advantage of her, it seemed that Song Yunmei had lost all hope of extracting money from him. Instead, she had obediently taken out a loan to purchase an 80-square-meter two-bedroom apartment in the happy community. Given that it was a second-hand property, it was already partially renovated, requiring only the addition of some furniture before she could move in. Today was September 5th, the day of enrollment at Jiangda Affiliated Primary School. Li Chang'an had been tailing her as she took her son, Li Zixuan, to register at the school. After waiting for over 2 hours across the street from the school gate, he finally saw her emerge. It appeared she intended to summon a ride, using a ride-hailing app with a flicker of thought. Li Chang'an retrieved a somewhat muddy phone from the dimensional space. This phone had been confiscated from the Japanese assassin, Kitata Yujiro. According to the information provided by another Japanese soldier, his accomplice Kitata Yujiro had used this very phone to communicate with their employer. Li Chang'an perused the call history, where apart from the records of conversations with a Japanese soldier, Fujisawa Haruta, there were only 2 calls from different numbers within the last 10 days, both from the same number. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at Song Yunmei, who was standing at the school gate. Engrossed in her phone and dialed the number. Beep, beep. He patiently awaited the connection, and after several rings, the call finally connected. Simultaneously, Song Yunmei across the street also placed the phone to her ear. "Hello?" A woman's voice came through the line. Li Chang'an lowered his tone and said, "It's me. The bounty you posted on the dark web has been fulfilled. However, I have yet to receive the evidence you promised." The voice on the other end was cold. "Until I see any visual proof. As per our agreement, I will not settle the final payment." Li Chang'an, unfazed, replied, "The photos are in our possession. How about we meet tonight, and I'll present the photos to you in person, after which you can settle the payment." As he spoke, he observed Song Yunmei across the street, who was still on the phone. She hesitated for a moment before declining. "That doesn't adhere to the rules." "Rules?" Li Chang'an chuckled. "You could certainly use that excuse to brush me off. However, when we find your house and aim a gun at the heads of you and your family, that reasoning will be rendered useless." There was a moment of silence on the line before she relented. "All right then. Where and when?" "At 8 o'clock tonight, in a gazebo among the groves at the hillside of Taishan in Fenghua district, and don't be late." After hanging up, Li Chang'an fixed a fierce gaze on Song Yunmei, who had just ended her call and was swiftly departing in a car. "That wretched woman. Tonight I shall make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death." Chapter 75. That is my beloved kin. It must come at a price. Evening fell swiftly, and since sunset, Li Chang'an had already positioned himself nearby the gazebo to observe, in case Song Yunmei resorted to any unforeseen tactics. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor sails 100 years without disaster. After being deceived by his arrogant superior, Li Xiangjuan, last month, he understood that being cautious was always prudent. The Dio not presumed that possessing extraordinary abilities renders one invincible. Even the legendary Guan Yu and Zhang Fei of a millennium ago were not spared from treachery. Yet, despite Li Chang'an's vigilance, he was taken aback upon recognizing the approaching figure. Why is it him? Behind the trees, Li Chang'an observed Li Wenbin, who was scanning the gazebo with a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previous cowardly persona. After a few minutes of waiting without the arrival of the expected individual, Li Wenbin took out his phone and dialed the number from the morning. Li Chang'an's phone vibrated in response, and upon answering, a woman's voice greeted him. I've arrived. Where are you? Listening to the woman's voice on the line, Li Chang'an glanced at Li Wenbin, who was conversing in the gazebo, and found himself at a loss for words that he had initially assumed that the employer behind those two Japanese soldiers was Song Yunmei, only to discover it was, in fact, her husband. Damn it, so this seemingly unassuming uncle is the real master of disguise. In that moment, Li Chang'an comprehended that Li Wenbin had been feigning his subservient nature all along, with his domineering wife, Song Yunmei, shielding him while he quietly enjoyed the spoils. Impressive, truly impressive. With newfound clarity regarding Li Wenbin's true nature, Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes and retrieved a mask from the dimensional space. After disconnecting the call, he stepped out from the shadows. Inside the gazebo, Li Wenbin soon noticed Li Chang'an approaching and instantly adopted a serious expression, as though facing a formidable foe. Initially, he had assumed that the person who hired them was a beautiful woman. But to his surprise, it was a masked man. Li Chang'an's voice was hoarse as he gazed at the voice modulator in Li Wenbin's possession, mocking, "Why the pretense?" Li Wenbin, unperturbed by the mockery, cut straight to the point. "Enough with the small talk. Hand over the photos." Li Chang'an shook his head, bluntly stating, "I have no photos. That I no photos." Li Wenbin felt deceived, his tone icy. "Then how can I be certain that you actually killed Li Chang'an?" Seeing Li Wenbin's impatience, Li Chang'an promptly retrieved a small, square box wrapped in cloth from beneath the stone table and presented it before him. "Don't fret. While I may not have photos, I do possess this." Li Wenbin stared at the box in front of him, perplexed. "What is this?" "Open it and see for yourself." After a brief hesitation, Li Wenbin cautiously lifted the lid. To his horror, he was greeted by the sight of a severed head, its expression twisted in agony. Unblinking eyes staring vacantly at him. Li Wenbin yelped, startled, and fell to the ground in shock. "What the hell are you showing me this for?" Regaining his composure, he glared at the masked figure before him, sternly asserting, "Besides, this ain't even the person I wanted you to kill." Li Wenbin assumed the assassin had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. "I told you not to rush. Did I ever mention that the head belongs to your nephew?" Behind the mask, Li Chang'an's voice remained calm and cold. "This head belongs to another assassin I was working with. He was my dear friend, a brother to me since childhood." Li Wenbin was taken aback. "What does that have to do with me?" "It matters greatly," Li Chang'an replied in a gravelly tone. "The person was lost while executing your task, and thus, the price must be adjusted." Li Wenbin finally grasped the situation. This individual was insisting on a price increase for the transaction. What nonsense! When I posted the bounty on the dark web, the amount was clearly stated. He firmly rejected the notion. Receiving the refusal, Li Chang'an drew a handgun from his lower back, pointing it at Li Wenbin with a cold smirk. "Then it seems we have nothing left to discuss." Li Wenbin, witnessing the masked man draw a weapon without hesitation, was initially struck with fear. However, he quickly suppressed his terror, retorting, "If you dare to kill me today, do you think the Assassin's Alliance will let you off the hook?" Having come alone, he was confident that the assassins would not dare to turn on him, knowing that killing an employer was a grave taboo. Once discovered by the Assassin's Alliance, those who harmed their employers would face relentless pursuit. "You think I won't dare to act?" Before his words had fully left his lips, Li Chang'an fired a shot at Li Wenbin's thigh. Bang! Li Wenbin, clearly unprepared for the masked man to actually pull the trigger, collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in agony. If a genuine assassin were to come, perhaps he would be intimidated by the words spoken. However, the reality is that behind the mask stands Li Chang'an, the very person he is willing to eliminate for 1,000,000 yen. What utter nonsense about the so-called rules of the Assassin's Alliance. They hold no sway over him whatsoever. Li Chang'an gazed at the writhing and howling Li Wenbin with a sly look, coldly stating, "If you continue to bark like a dog, I won't hesitate to cripple your other leg." Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin instantly fell silent. "Can we discuss now?" "Fine, I'll add." Li Wenbin, after all, was merely a flesh-and-blood individual. After taking a bullet, the fear in his heart was magnified infinitely. In the end, wealth is but an external possession. Once life is lost, everything truly comes to an end. Noticing that Li Wenbin had finally come to his senses, Li Chang'an casually mentioned a figure. "Then let us add another 1,000,000 Huaxia coins." "What?" Li Wenbin was taken aback upon hearing the demand for an additional million. And in Huaxia coins at that he had initially posted a bounty of only around 300,000 Huaxia coins on the dark web. How could this assassin now demand 1 million? With a face full of despair, Li Wenbin pleaded, could you reduce the amount? My total assets only add up to 42,000 huaxia coins, that it's negotiable. Li Chang'an replied, though the gun in his hand was quite real. Bang bang. Watching Li Wenbin roll on the ground after being shot twice, Li Chang'an chuckled. One shot counts as 100,000. You just need to endure 4 more. No, please stop. Upon hearing that he was to endure 4 more shots, Li Wenbin was instantly terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. Brother, I truly have no money left. I beg you to spare my life. If this goes on, someone may truly die. I have elderly parents and young children. Please. Observing this, Li Chang'an kicked the theatrical Li Wenbin aside, speaking with a hint of impatience. All right. Look at you, what a disgrace. The money can be less, but you must answer me one question. Chapter 76. The truth behind the car accident of his parents? Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly replied. Not just one question. You can ask 10. Previously, while investigating the target's information, we discovered that his parents, your elder brother and sister-in-law, both perished in a car accident 9 years ago, ever since their tragic demise. Li Chang'an had sensed something was amiss, yet he could find no trace. With the apocalypse looming in his previous life, as the nation crumbled, seeking the truth became even more unattainable, now that he had been reborn. And with Li Wenbin hiring a hitman for his fortune, it was difficult for Li Chang'an not to harbor suspicions. Behind the mask, Li Chang'an fixed a piercing gaze on Li Wenbin, inquiring, that car accident. Could it possibly have been your doing? Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin's pupils contracted slightly as he immediately denied any involvement. That I didn't do it. Everyone knows how well my brother and sister-in-law treated me. How could I possibly harm them? Li Chang'an scoffed at this response. Do you believe that yourself? If you hold your brother and sister-in-law in such high regard, why would you pay us to kill their only child? Li Chang'an pretended to contemplate, rubbing the gun against the mask, then pressed it against Li Wenbin's forehead. I offered you a chance, yet you squander it. It seems you truly wish to die. Feeling the cold barrel pressed against his forehead, Li Wenbin was overwhelmed with fear. That don't shoot. I'll tell you. Li Chang'an waited for him to continue. And finally, Li Wenbin revealed the truth behind his parents' death. It was I. It was I who tampered with my brother's car, but he wasn't really my brother. He was merely an illegitimate child adopted by my parents. Upon hearing the truth, Li Chang'an's expression changed drastically, and a tide of murderous intent surged within him. You beast, it was indeed you. Li Chang'an's voice rose, no longer restrained. The familiar tone startled Li Wenbin. You are not the assassin. You are Li Chang'an. At this point, Li Chang'an no longer feigned. He removed the mask covering his face, revealing his true identity. Upon seeing his nephew Li Chang'an's face, Li Wenbin was rendered speechless. That you're not dead? Impossible. Those 2 assassins were international killers. How could you possibly have survived? Li Wenbin stared at Li Chang'an in disbelief, never imagining that Li Chang'an could emerge unscathed from the hands of 2 professional assassins, even masquerading as one to confront him. Li Chang'an looked down at the deranged Li Wenbin, a twisted smile forming on his lips. I'm truly sorry to disappoint you. Li Wenbin's face turned pale. After a shiver, he immediately prostrated himself at Li Chang'an's feet, begging for mercy. Chang'an, it was all my fault. Please don't kill me. I only wanted to take revenge on my brother and sister-in-law. I never expected your parents would die. It was all an accident. Yes, all an accident. Upon hearing this wretched creature mention his parents, Li Chang'an's fury boiled over, and he forcefully pressed Li Wenbin down against the floor.